He transmigrated to a world of immortal cultivation, but unlike other planes where strength reigns supreme, the world he was in cultivated literary chi through the literary path, opening a literary palace. To stand at the apex of the world, the poems he wrote could all trigger celestial phenomena. As if an astonishing literary decree was about to be unleashed, he possessed rare innate literary luck and innate literary inscriptions. Although he was extraordinarily gifted and possessed vast endless literary treasures, he still lacked the power to protect himself. He could only flee everywhere, as the phenomena he triggered had alarmed various influential clans and noble families. They wanted to capture him, either forcibly seize him or cultivate him for their family's use. If they failed to capture him, they would kill him without question, ensuring he wouldn't fall into the hands of other families. However, he was also fortunate enough to be noticed by a reclusive literary grandmaster, Jiyu Weidao. Jiyu Weidao took him as a disciple, but their master-disciple bond was severed after less than 10 breaths. Because of a poem about wine, Jiyu Weidao discovered that he not only possessed innate literary luck but also innate literary inscriptions. The phenomena drew powerful clans who rushed to capture him. To thwart their plans, Jiyu Weidao chose to stay behind and intercept the pursuers, carving out a path for him to a recommended academy where he could begin his literary path. Now let our story officially begin. It's on fire, the academy is on fire, quick, go rescue the database hard drive storing all the books, people cried out in extreme panic, one after another. A chill ran down young Li Chang'an's spine and he resolutely charged into the blazing fire, saying, "I'll go." In the fiercely burning academy, Li Chang'an painstakingly searched for a long time before finally clutching a hard drive, thinking happily. Found it. However, Li Chang'an's joy didn't last long. A loud crash came from above him. A load-bearing column had broken under the intense heat of the fire. The last thing Li Chang'an saw was the broken load-bearing column right before his eyes. A tremendous roar echoed, and Li Chang'an suddenly woke up. He sprang up, crying out in terror. No, he found himself in a strange and eerie place. Li Chang'an looked around, asking doubtfully, "Where is this?" He looked at the impoverished house where he lay, and then at the strange clothes he was wearing. Li Chang'an couldn't help but wonder aloud. Didn't I just save the academy from a fire? How did I suddenly end up in ancient clothes? As if it had heard Li Chang'an's confusion, a golden scroll shimmered into existence, and its voice echoed in Li Chang'an's mind. The scroll said, "Welcome to a new world where literature is revered." This world embarked on an entirely new timeline after the sage Confucius. Here there are no Cao Cao, Cao Ji or other poets, and of course no Li Bai Du Fu or Su Dongpo. The scroll continued to speak profusely, while Li Chang'an stared blankly at the floating scroll before him, still looking utterly bewildered. He thought in shock, could I have transmigrated? The scroll continued to explain that in the distant past, Confucius compiled the 6 classics. He recruited disciples, founded the literary path, and spread his literary spirit over 3,000 li. From then on he became the first human saint. Afterward, Yan Wei, Mencius Zhuangzi, Dong Jiangshu, Sima Qian and others inherited the literary path, also ascending to the rank of sub-sage, protecting humanity and ensuring peace. It was also from Confucius's path that the literary way flourished and the martial way declined. How could Li Chang'an not know these historical figures? It was just that this setting was too novel. He widened his eyes and murmured in surprise, "A fantasy world. Scholars grow literary luck, cultivate literary chi, and open a literary palace," the scroll introduced. A 9th rank awakening of literary luck grants photographic memory and a light, healthy body. Cultivating to an 8th rank body cultivation allows for a gush of literary inspiration. As if aided by deities, reaching a 7th rank human literary talent means words are like blades, allowing one to talk strategy on paper. Armchair general. In this world, powerful literary abilities like Ma Liang's magic brush would genuinely exist. These people could make their words law, and a single utterance could shatter a 1,000-man army. They talked strategy on paper and settled the world with their brush. The scroll spoke again. "The host has merged with me. All data from the National Library is available for the host to access at any time. If the host wishes, you may touch me to recover the memories of this body." Li Chang'an exclaimed, "So you're that hard drive?" He looked at the scroll and smiled, saying, "With the literary path flourishing and me possessing such a powerful ancient literary treasure trove, won't I be able to rise to prominence in this world instantly?" Li Chang'an gently touched the scroll, sat cross-legged, and absorbed the knowledge it transmitted. Finally, he abruptly opened his eyes, his soul returned to its place, and he was back in the real world. Li Chang'an looked at his hands and murmured to himself, "All the memories of this body's original owner are now flooding into my mind." Just then, a young woman wearing a jade-green silk dress walked in. She carried a tray with only a bowl of water and a piece of cornbread, smiling as she said to Li Chang'an, "Second brother, you're awake." This person was Li Chang'an's sister-in-law, Lu Ziyan. The day after her wedding, her husband went to the border. 5 years had passed and there had been no news of him since. Li Chang'an looked at her and called out, "Sister-in-law." Lu Ziyan handed him the food and said, "You were sick and unconscious for 3 full days this time. You must be starving. Be careful, it's hot." Li Chang'an reached out and took the bowl she offered, replying, "Thank you, sister-in-law." But then Li Chang'an was surprised to find that the bowl didn't contain ordinary water but wine. Seeing his reaction, Lu Ziyan lowered her head somewhat shyly and said, "The wine at home hasn't sold yet, and all the money went to hiring a doctor for medicine." Hearing her words, Li Chang'an generally understood the reason. He asked, "Sister-in-law, have you eaten?" Lu Ziyan avoided his gaze and replied, "I've eaten." Li Chang'an didn't believe her and said, "We're family, there's no need to lie." Lu Ziyan stammered, how could Li Chang'an let his family watch him eat like this?" He put half the cornbread into his sister-in-law's hand and said, "Sister-in-law, let's eat together." Lu Ziyan held the half piece of cornbread and responded with a smile, "Okay." The two sat on Li Chang'an's narrow bed eating cornbread together. After a while, Li Chang'an finally asked, "Sister-in-law, where did young sister Linglong go?" Lu Linglong was Lu Ziyan's younger sister, 17 this year, 1 year younger than Li Chang'an. Seeing Li Chang'an ask about her sister, Lu Ziyan lowered her head and stammered, "She went back to her maiden home." Li Chang'an had long since realized that Lu Ziyan was not good at lying. He looked at her and frowned. "Sister-in-law, I had a lung illness, not a brain illness." Lu Ziyan tightly covered her mouth, her eyes red, tears rolling down her cheeks, and choked out, "Linglong, she sold herself to Baixiong Tower to get money for your medical treatment." Li Chang'an cried out in panic, "What? That's a brothel?" Li Chang'an hastily tried to get out of bed, muttering, "No." But as soon as his feet touched the ground, Li Chang'an immediately trembled all over, falling to his knees, utterly devoid of strength. Lu Ziyan worriedly stepped forward, helped him up, and asked, "Second brother, you've only just recovered. Where do you want to go?" Li Chang'an braced himself against the ground, his eyes burning with determined light, and replied, "I'm going to redeem young sister Linglong." Lu Ziyan held Li Chang'an's hand and said, "Baixiong Tower said we need to gather 300 taels of silver within a month, or else they'll make young sister entertain guests." She paused, then Lu Ziyan cried and emphasized, "But given our family's current situation, that's an astronomical sum, we can't possibly pay it back." Compared to Li Chang'an, perhaps Lu Ziyan wished even more to rescue her sister. Li Chang'an placed his hand on her shoulder and said firmly, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I will definitely redeem her and won't let her suffer any harm." Night fell, and Li Chang'an walked behind the house, entering the wine cellar. Li Chang'an thought to himself, selling wine was the Li family's livelihood. Business used to be quite prosperous, but ever since his father and elder brother went to war and Li Chang'an fell ill, business had plummeted. Li Chang'an scooped some wine from a jar, thinking, "Let me taste this wine." But as soon as he took a small sip, Li Chang'an immediately noticed a problem. He said, "This wine has so many impurities and a weak flavor, it's simply inferior wine. Like this, there's no way we can gather 300 taels of silver in a month." But Li Chang'an already had an idea. He crossed his arms, thinking confidently, "Isn't this ready-made?" He silently invoked the system. "Search for winemaking techniques." Instantly, various winemaking methods appeared in his mind. However, before Li Chang'an could act, a cry for help came from outside the door. Li Chang'an immediately recognized the cry for help, thinking to himself, "Oh no, it's sister-in-law's voice." Outside the door, a crude fat man was blocking Lu Ziyan. While speaking, he grabbed Lu Ziyan's hand and lecherously called out, "Little beauty, why are you staying with that invalid? Why not come with me?" Lu Ziyan, of course, couldn't go with him. She struggled fiercely, shouting, "Wang Ergo, let go of me!" Li Chang'an shouted loudly, "Stop it!" His eyes burning with fury, he cursed, "Scoundrel, let go of my sister-in-law!" He held a brick in his hand as soon as he stepped forward. "Wang Ergo, let go!" Lu Ziyan also took the opportunity to retreat. Wang Ergo, the wine vendor next door to Li Chang'an, saw Li Chang'an menacingly approaching with a brick and said in fright, "Li Chang'an, you brat, what do you think you're doing?" Li Chang'an's face darkened as he threatened, "Let me tell you, Wang Ergo." He raised the brick and cursed loudly, "If you don't get lost now, I'll smash your cart to pieces and no one will be able to do business and make money anymore." Seeing Li Chang'an's firm attitude, Wang Ergo stammered, "You," he turned and walked away, saying as he left, I'm leaving. Who are you trying to scare?" Wang Ergo ran off, pulling his wine cart, and left with a parting shot, "You stinking brat, when you're dead I'll definitely snatch your sister-in-law for myself." These words made Li Chang'an grit his teeth in anger. After Wang Ergo left, Lu Ziyan worriedly asked Li Chang'an, "Second brother, you're a scholar. How can you offend such a scoundrel for my sake?" Li Chang'an disagreed with her, replying, "To deal with such people you have to fight fire with fire." Lu Ziyan still seemed to be shaken. She cried, "But second brother," before she could finish, Li Chang'an interrupted her. He comforted her. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I have my own ways of dealing with that ruffian." Li Chang'an held his sister-in-law's rough hands and affirmed, "Sister-in-law, from now on I will protect you. No one will ever bully us. As for the 300 taels of silver needed to redeem young sister Linglong, I've also thought of a way to earn money now." Just a few days later, the winemaking techniques were fully restored. Li Chang'an brought Lu Ziyan to the refining winemaking equipment and introduced, "This is a winemaking technique I read about in ancient texts. It can produce superior fine wine." The aroma of wine permeated the air. Lu Ziyan sniffed and discovered in surprise, she watched the wine as clear as spring water flowing from the equipment, thinking, "This clear wine must be the best in Lin County. Even I, who doesn't like wine, want to try a sip. It seems Linglong really can be saved." As she thought this, tears streamed down her face. Lu Ziyan rushed to Li Chang'an's side and hugged him tightly, making Li Chang'an stammer, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" Lu Ziyan wiped away her tears, then cried and laughed, "Chang'an, you're truly amazing. Your sister-in-law doesn't know how to thank you." Li Chang'an also replied happily, "Sister-in-law, we're family after all. It's getting late. Let's go sell wine first." However, upon reaching Lin County's wine market, Li Chang'an began eagerly shouting, "Wine for sale, superior fine wine, 2 wen per pot." Lu Ziyan also called out, come and see, come and see." She held a wine pot and greeted passers-by. "Young man, come and taste the newly brewed wine from the old Li family." but as soon as passers-by heard it was from the old Li family, they all shook their heads, unwilling to approach the Li family wine shop. Lu Ziyan didn't give up, trying hard to retain them. "Don't go, this time the wine is different." The passers-by, annoyed, ran off, cursing as they went. "We said no, we don't want any, aren't you annoying?" Lu Ziyan held the wine pot in her hands and said disappointedly, "Second brother, we've been selling for half a day and no one has bought anything yet. I see other vendors selling for 17 wen, maybe we should lower our price too." Li Chang'an also said disappointedly, "Alright then, let's try lowering it a bit first," but in his heart, he thought, "I didn't expect our family's wine brand to have such a bad reputation." However, it wasn't long before the two encountered an acquaintance, Wang Ergo. He came with a group of ruffians shouting arrogantly, "Oh, 20 wen for a pot of wine," he scoffed. "Your family's wine is undrinkable even if it's free, how dare you sell it so expensively?" After Wang Ergo finished speaking, he burst into laughter, then pulled others, asking, "Don't you agree?" Lu Ziyan softly called out, "Chang'an." Li Chang'an stood in front of her, frowning. "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm here." Wang Ergo became even more arrogant. He threw a few copper coins in front of Li Chang'an and said, "Sickly ghost, why don't you give me your wine shop and your sister-in-law? That way I'll give you a sum of money so you can continue your studies." Li Chang'an looked at the scattered copper coins on the ground, then saw Wang Ergo leaning towards his sister-in-law, muttering, "I'll take good care of your sister-in-law." Lu Ziyan dodged, avoiding him while shouting, "Don't do that." His eyes turned red with anger. Li Chang'an cursed, "You're asking for death." With that, he swung his arm and smashed the wine pot hard against Wang Ergo's head while he was still dazed. Li Chang'an kicked the ruffian. Wang Ergo scrambled up awkwardly after being kicked, cursing, You dare to hit me? Let me tell you, no troublemaking is allowed in this wine market. I'll report you to the officials." Li Chang'an wasn't afraid of Wang Ergo's threat. He stood with crossed arms looking at the other party and said, "My hand just slipped and I broke the wine pot. You have no proof that I injured you." Wang Ergo stood up and yelled, "So many people are watching, everyone saw you hit me." Li Chang'an retorted, unwilling to back down, "You were the one who spoke disrespectfully first. That's why I acted," Wang Ergo replied. "Your family's wine is so awful, are people not allowed to say it?" Just as the two were at a stalemate, a rich aroma of wine wafted from the broken wine pot, causing diners to ask one after another, "Hey, where's that wonderfully fragrant wine smell coming from?" Someone pointed to the broken wine pot. "It seems to be coming from the wine pot the Li family broke." Wang Ergo's henchmen quickly reported to their boss, "Boss, their wine seems to be even more fragrant." Wang Ergo also snorted, but when he concentrated and took a sniff, he thought in surprise, "How can this be?" Meanwhile, several people were already shouting at Li Chang'an, "This wine aroma is too strong, I've never smelled anything like it before. Is this your family's wine? Can I have a taste?" Li Chang'an also unexpectedly received a pleasant surprise, thinking, "I didn't expect the wine's aroma to attract customers." He quickly shouted to Lu Ziyan, Yes, sister-in-law, quickly bring the wine pots over." Lu Ziyan answered and ran to get the wine. As he poured the wine into bowls, Li Chang'an introduced, "Welcome everyone to taste. This is our Li family's newly brewed wine, called Pure Brew." Everyone received a full bowl. After one person finished drinking, he exclaimed, "How invigorating, truly a delicacy on earth," so they all shouted for wine. "I want this wine, me too, give me a serving." Lu Ziyan took out a small price card and said with a smile, "Young man, how many caddies of wine would you like to order?" The card clearly read, Li Family Wine Shop, 2 wen per caddy. The person who wanted to buy wine naturally spoke with some hesitation. "You're from the Li family, so this wine." Li Chang'an immediately stepped forward and assured him, "Don't worry, the quality of our wine is absolutely guaranteed." Lu Ziyan also nodded from behind. But the diner, having long heard of the Li family's bad reputation, didn't dare to buy too much. He could only scratch his head and say, "Alright then, I'll order 10 caddies of wine for now. If it's not delivered tomorrow, don't blame me for not taking your family's wine." Li Chang'an cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, thank you." Seeing his competitor's booming business, Wang Ergo thought angrily, "Want to sell wine? Dream on, tomorrow I'll make sure you can't sell a single caddy." The next morning, the diner indeed came as promised to pick up the wine. Li Chang'an handed him the wine and said, "The wine you ordered is ready." The man also praised happily, "You delivered quite early." Just then, Wang Ergo pushed his cart over and shouted loudly, "Wait!" He pushed the cart towards the young man and enthusiastically greeted him. "Yesterday you ordered 50 caddies of our wine and I've delivered it on time today." As he spoke, he also offered, "Also, I unintentionally prepared an extra 10 caddies. I'll give it to you for free, how about that?" "Who wouldn't like something given for free?" The wine customer quickly replied with delight. "That's great, of course," but then he felt something was amiss. He looked at the grim-faced Li Chang'an and replied to Wang Ergo, "But our tavern only supplies 60 caddies of wine a day if there's any more." Seeing things were going his way, Wang Ergo whispered, instigating, "Then give their wine back if it's not good. Wouldn't that hurt your business?" The man was persuaded and said with a smile to Li Chang'an, but before he could finish, Li Chang'an thought to himself, "Free wine and price cutting, this Wang Ergo is up to no good again." He stomped his foot on a brick and angrily cursed. Confucius said, "If a man has no sincerity, I do not know what he is good for." As Li Chang'an uttered this sentence, a surge of literary power emanated from him, causing the two men to tremble in fear. Li Chang'an stared sharply at them and declared, "If you lose credibility in business, you will have no standing in society. Do you know that a promise is worth its weight in gold?" After Li Chang'an finished speaking, Wang Ergo froze completely. He felt as if countless thorns were tightly entwining him, making him unable to breathe. He clutched his neck and muttered, "Help, "Help me, I can't breathe," the customer also said tremblingly. "I was wrong." Only then did Li Chang'an suddenly realize he hummed and thought joyfully, "This world really can turn the literary path into true power." A round of applause came from behind him, breaking the suffocating atmosphere. The customer, just recovering, recognized the shopkeeper, while Wang Ergo was still bewildered, wondering what had just happened to him. The shopkeeper walked over, clapping his hands and saying, "Excellent." He was Zhang Fugi, the shopkeeper of Zhang's tavern. Zhang Fugi approached and praised, "I didn't expect this young man to possess such talent. It's a real shame for someone like you to be selling wine." Li Chang'an bowed to him and replied, "My name is Li Chang'an and I plan to take the county examination next year." Zhang Fugi stroked his beard and said, "Good, you have ambition." "Clerk." The wine customer was the clerk. He responded and quickly handed a string full of copper coins to the shopkeeper. Zhang Fugi took the money and said, "If my clerk orders 10 caddies of wine from you, no matter the quality, not a single wen can be deducted." Wang Ergo stood aside, trying to curry favor with Zhang Fugi. "Manager Zhang, you are truly benevolent. I think your tavern's 60 caddies of wine for tomorrow should be supplied by me, Wang Ergo." Li Chang'an was already tired of bickering with him and said, "Good or bad, one taste will tell." He invited the shopkeeper. "I humbly dare to ask Manager Zhang to sample and judge whose wine is better, mine or Wang Ergo's. If I win, you, Wang Ergo, will no longer be allowed to sabotage my Li family's wine." Hearing this, Wang Ergo snorted triumphantly, thinking, "He's really asking for death. Don't blame me then. I don't believe your family can brew good wine." He mockingly said to Li Chang'an, "And if I win, your Li family won't be allowed to sell wine in Lin County anymore." The two faced each other, making the agreement in unison, then presented their wines on the spot for the shopkeeper to taste. Wang Ergo handed his first, saying, "Manager Zhang, please." Zhang Fugi took the wine bowl and said with a smile, "All right, I will judge fairly." He took a sip of Wang Ergo's wine and immediately gave his assessment. "The wine has no impurities, but it's a bit viscous. Still, it's above average." This time he picked up Li Chang'an's wine bowl to taste. However, as soon as the first drop of wine touched his mouth, he thought in surprise, "This wine is refreshing and delicious. This wine is even more addictive than Haifeng wine. It has completely reawakened my vitality. Now I truly want to run to the seaside to vent the heat in my heart." Saying this, he drank the entire bowl in one gulp. After finishing, his eyes lit up and he raised his hand, affirming, "A top-tier fine wine." Wang Ergo, defeated, stammered in shock from the side, "Impossible." Zhang Fugi quickly took out a bill, placed it in Li Chang'an's hand and said, "From now on all the wine for my Zhang family tavern will be supplied by you. Can you manage 60 caddies a day?" Li Chang'an took the bill and immediately replied, "Understood, manager, rest assured." He was also very happy at this moment, thinking, "Success. By comparing the wines I could make the manager distinguish between inferior and good wine." And I unexpectedly secured a long-term supply contract. The first step was a complete success. He looked at the dejected Wang Ergo beside him, thinking, "Ha, a defeated foe." Early in the morning, Li Chang'an arrived at an orchard in the suburbs carrying a bamboo basket. Passing a stall, Li Chang'an glanced over as the vendor enthusiastically greeted him and asked, "Shopkeeper, why are there no hawthorn fruits?" The shopkeeper was surprised to hear this. This fruit was so sour and tart that it couldn't be sold even for 2 wen. However, the shopkeeper was cheerful and said, "Only they have a few trees planted in all of Lin County. If you want some, the shopkeeper will pick them for you, no charge." Li Chang'an was also a bit surprised to hear that nobody wanted hawthorns. It seemed people here had probably never eaten Tonghulu candied hawthorns. The money from selling wine came back too slowly. If production costs were deducted, Tonghulu could be a substantial source of income. Seeing him lost in thought, the shopkeeper waved his hand to get his attention and asked if he still wanted hawthorns. Li Chang'an decisively said, "Yes, I want all the hawthorns in your orchard." It seemed his trip this time was a huge success. After returning home, he and his sister-in-law made Tonghulu in the kitchen. Soon, strings of sweet Tonghulu were ready. Li Chang'an couldn't explain the origin of this food, so he just fabricated a story, saying he saw it in ancient texts. Then he and his sister-in-law did some calculations. If the Tonghulu business went smoothly, they could earn at least 100 taels of silver within 5 days. His sister-in-law could hardly believe it. Hawthorns were originally sour and tart, but when she took a bite, the clear, sweet syrup seemed to melt her entire being. The hawthorn's sourness also balanced the sweetness. The Tonghulu truly conquered his sister-in-law's taste buds, making her both happy and ecstatic. She exclaimed that it was truly delicious. Li Chang'an was also happy to see his sister-in-law enjoy it. He reached out and stroked his sister-in-law's head, but she, realizing the impropriety, blushed and recoiled in fright. Li Chang'an also realized this was inappropriate. Perhaps his modern habits had led him to an impolite gesture. He could only awkwardly scratch his head and say that he would trouble his sister-in-law and her good friends to sell Tonghulu tonight. The sooner to expand the market, the better. That evening, Lu Ziyan and her good friends sold Tonghulu on a bustling street. The 3 friends energetically called out, "Tonghulu, sweet and sour. If it's not sweet, it's free. 5 wen a skewer." The crowd quickly gathered upon hearing the calls. Someone, seeing this novel delicacy, generously pointed and said they wanted to buy them all. A young girl nearby heard this and angrily said, "Why should you buy them all yourself?" Saying this, the girl turned to Lu Ziyan and said she wanted to buy 2 skewers. Business boomed and everyone scrambled to buy. Before long, all the sweet Tonghulu were sold out. Lu Ziyan was very happy and enthusiastically paid Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang their wages. When discussing tomorrow's business, Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang, however, seemed somewhat dissatisfied. In their opinion, the wages were too low. The business was too successful, which sparked greed in Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang. They wanted to make Tonghulu themselves to sell tomorrow. After all, the money they would earn by selling themselves would be more than today's wages. Lu Ziyan felt very sad upon hearing this. She was shocked that they could say such a thing. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Li Chang'an suddenly appeared to protect Lu Ziyan. Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang helplessly tisked and then left holding hands. Lu Ziyan felt she had let Li Chang'an down and stood aside, wiping away tears. He felt this kind of thing was nothing new, as he had already guessed it, and even hoped they would secretly learn and start selling as soon as possible. He turned and asked Lu Ziyan what the most important ingredients for making candied hawthorns were. She could only vaguely reply, hawthorns and sugar. Li Chang'an seemed to have anticipated something. He watched with smug satisfaction as those petty individuals played their tricks. Sugar powder was already controlled by the authorities, and he had already acquired all the hawthorns. Li Chang'an secretly calculated, if Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang went to buy hawthorns tomorrow, they would discover that he had already bought them all. Then he could rightfully monopolize the market. It seemed his days of getting rich were fast approaching. He smugly told his sister-in-law that now they just had to wait and count their money. After solving the problem, the two sisters no longer hesitated. A county academy poetry gathering was being held at the east gate of Wangxing Tower. The place was crowded. Some came to watch the excitement, others genuinely wanted to compete for a chance to advance their future. It was said that the education commissioner himself was presiding, and whoever received his favor would have boundless prospects. Someone else retorted, a girl saying that only the most exceptional poems could ascend to the Wenchang commemoration platform. Another group of people whispered that an invitation was required to enter Fengxing Pagoda to attend the poetry gathering. Alternatively, one could enter by passing the assessment of instructor Gu. However, this was not an easy task. Before this, 10 people had attempted it, but none had succeeded. Lu Ziyan and Li Chang'an came to watch the fun, but it seemed only Lu Ziyan had that intention, while Li Chang'an was determined to go back. He had no interest in the poetry gathering. His sole focus now was to gather enough money to redeem his younger sister. His sister-in-law, however, persuaded him, saying that this poetry gathering was a rare occasion. Second brother, with your brilliant talent, you will definitely come out on top. Just as she spoke, a group of ruffians suddenly rushed out from nowhere, bumping into his sister-in-law. Li Chang'an quickly supported Lu Ziyan. Angrily, he asked the group what exactly they wanted. The group in front was arrogant and smugly declared, "We want to teach a lesson to poor scholars like you who dare to dream of winning the top prize at the poetry gathering." Two others chimed in, implying that Li Chang'an, being a wine seller, was of low status and unworthy to drink at the same table as their young masters. Chattering away, the petty individuals continued to utter scornful remarks. Seeing this, Lu Ziyan felt very guilty. It was only because of her that her husband's younger brother suffered such humiliation. Li Chang'an then comforted her, saying it wasn't her fault but that those people were looking for trouble. After comforting her, he began to deal with the rude ruffians. Heroes are not judged by their origins, and learning is not judged by one's background. When it comes to the literary path, scholars from humble backgrounds are no worse than those from wealthy families. Jiu Weidao on the high platform saw this and felt a bit of admiration for Li Chang'an. He stroked his beard, secretly concluding that though Li Chang'an was slender, he possessed quite a bit of pride. Below, the crowd was divided into two factions. On one side were scholars from humble families and on the other, children of wealthy families. Both sides argued ceaselessly, blaming each other. This couldn't go on. Jiu Weidao stepped in to stop them. If no one would concede, it would be better to compete here with their literary compositions. Upon hearing this, a scholar immediately agreed, wanting to see the opponent's strength. Li Chang'an naturally didn't show weakness. He bowed with cupped hands, indicating his desire to participate. Jiu Weidao took out the couplets prepared for the poetry gathering and used them as their examination questions. Then he set the rules. The person who completed the most couplets within 20 spoken responses would win. The winner would receive an invitation to the Wangxing Tower poetry gathering. The examination questions were, Wugang Dailu, waiting for the watch at the 5th hour, Green Mountains ink-free, a painting for 1,000 autumns, chrysanthemum water, moon in hand, a single path flying rainbow west and clouds reflect ripples heaven above and below. After receiving the starting signal, both racked their brains. These couplets were by no means easy. Couplets require an equal number of characters contrasting grammatical categories, matching tones, and similar sentence structure. Besides testing knowledge, they also test wit. Among these 5 couplets, being able to complete even one was already quite impressive. Fortunately, Li Chang'an had the system. He knew all the materials from the National Library by heart. He steadily walked to a maid to receive a brush, and proudly walked to the answer area. He demonstrated his readiness with the phrase, with poetic courage of 5 families and 8 dough of talent in his chest. For the couplets he presented, Green Mountains, ink-free, a painting for 1,000 autumns, flowing water, stringless, and eternal zither, chrysanthemum water, moon in hand, playing with flowers, fragrance fills the clothes, and a single path flying rainbow west, referring to the same question. Jiu Weidao watched Li Chang'an complete them so quickly, greatly surprised, and praised his boundless future prospects. He didn't even give a single comment to the challenger. Li Chang'an, seeing the other person still hesitating, asked, "Can you write it? If not, move aside and let me have the spot." The last couplet was also completed. Cloud shadows light up the sky above, pine waves and bamboo rhythm water in the center. Victory was finally decided. The man could only slump to the ground in disappointment. Suddenly, the towering Wanchong stele shimmered and glowed, presenting an examination question. Ascend the 7-story tower and compose a poem. Upon seeing this, Li Chang'an was overjoyed, thinking to himself, this truly is a world of literary cultivation. Since the theme for the poetry gathering has been set, hurry upstairs. I eagerly await your poem tonight, the elder said, then raised his hand to invite Li Chang'an to enter and participate in the poetry gathering. He cupped his hands in a bow to Ji Wei Dao, then ascended the stairs with his sister-in-law. People upstairs watched their figures, discussing as they watched. Li Chang'an's talent for couplets had long surpassed theirs. He must surely have a poem in mind already. Someone nearby interjected. Even after studying for 10 years, he couldn't have written 5 couplets in such a short time. Some even speculated that if Li Chang'an's arguments were sound, he would definitely pass the county examination. Miss Nan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, disguised as a man, leaned against the railing and also witnessed the previous contest. She looked up and exclaimed, finally, something interesting has happened. Meanwhile, Lu Ziyan and Li Chang'an entered the examination hall. She suddenly released his sleeve and he, feeling curious, asked her what was wrong. Lu Ziyan didn't reply but walked toward the corridor. She expressed her joy, never imagining that one day she would also be able to ascend Wangxing Tower and stand there to admire the beautiful scenery. Below Wangxing Tower lay a brightly lit, bustling and lively street corner. Looking up thousands of miles away, a full moon hung high, illuminating the human world. Li Chang'an deeply understood her sentiments, so he gladly agreed that wherever he went in the future, he would take his sister-in-law with him. Lu Ziyan also wholeheartedly trusted this talented younger brother of her husband. Their heart-to-heart talk was over. She asked him how his poem was coming along, suggesting he make good use of the quiet here to think. Li Chang'an replied firmly. He had already thought of an answer. Although he might not win first place, there was still hope of entering the rankings. Speaking of ascending to great heights, it would naturally be Wang Zhuan's poem. The white sun sinks behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. To survey 1,000 li, climb yet another story. Just as he was thinking of Wang Zhuan's poem, a sharp pain suddenly pierced his chest. He felt dizzy and disoriented, not understanding what was happening. It seemed something was trying to break free from within him. Lu Ziyan stood by, filled with worry. Li Chang'an thought to himself, it's the preface to the Pavilion of Prince Tang. Usually, looking up cooking books doesn't cause any special reaction, but today, this poem resonated with the world of literary cultivation. Outside Wangxing Tower, the Wanchong stele suddenly shimmered and transformed. Some said it was likely that a classic work was about to emerge. This sudden turn of events indicated that the poet's innate literary fortune was extraordinary. Seeing this, Miss Nan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family, immediately dispatched people to find this person, even if it meant digging 3 feet deep. Her face was filled with surprise, and she thought to herself, perhaps he can remove the restriction on me. This poet must possess innate literary fortune. Innate literary fortune holds the power of the literary path, capable of shaking heaven and earth. Li Chang'an was troubled to hear that someone was pursuing him. His heart was filled with worry. Currently his status was low. His literary chi was not yet cultivated, and he had no means of self-preservation. Prematurely displaying his talent might incur the jealousy of some people, potentially costing him his life. He was determined not to let this poem appear on the rankings. So, Li Chang'an abruptly tore off the shimmering literary chi from his chest. After the literary chi was severed, his body suffered a severe blow and he immediately began spitting blood. Lu Ziyan quickly ran forward to support Li Chang'an, who was on the verge of fainting. Fortunately, Li Chang'an still had a shred of consciousness. He instructed his sister-in-law, Lu Ziyan, sister-in-law, go outside and guard for me quickly. Absolutely no one must be allowed in. She suppressed her tears and agreed to stand guard at the door. He was too weak to stand, so he tried his best to support himself on the ground to maintain balance. Forcibly locking the literary chi within his body could cause his body to collapse and die. He wouldn't even make it home. Since things had come to this, he could only let this poem subtly appear before everyone. Li Chang'an laboriously wrote the poem with one hand while the other covered the blood continuously gushing from his mouth. Wang Zhuan's poem was finally finished, and the Wanchong stele shimmered and flew away, leaving Li Chang'an standing there in a daze. His sister-in-law was overjoyed because he had narrowly escaped death, and she rushed forward to hug him happily. All was done, now the two of them could go home. Upon returning home, he immediately used his literary chi to heal his injuries. His weakened body began to recover. Outside, Lu Ziyan knocked on the door to tell him that the owner of the orchard had come to see him. Today, the orchard owner arrived with a box of silver. Sure enough, the hawthorns, which no one had wanted, had now, thanks to Li Chang'an's unique vision, yielded a profit of 150 taels of silver. Li Chang'an was also sensible and didn't boast too much. Instead, he took out a few silver ingots and gave them to the owner as a tip. Furthermore, the hawthorn trees were returned to the owner, and all future income would also belong to him. The owner was overjoyed, unable to believe this was real, so he confirmed with Li Chang'an again. Li Chang'an good-naturedly repeated himself, indicating that what he said was true. The owner also excitedly said that if Li Chang'an ever had a business venture in the future, he must definitely include him. Li Chang'an nodded affirmingly. After seeing off the owner, the two began to discuss the hawthorn sales. In the future, the techniques for making candied hawthorns would vary greatly, and the candied hawthorns on the market would also taste good. 5 years from now, more and more people might plant hawthorns and their advantage would quickly disappear. Lu Ziyan estimated that half the money needed to redeem her younger sister was still missing, and she also guessed that Li Chang'an already had a plan, otherwise he wouldn't have been so generous to the owner. Indeed, the only one who understood him best was his sister-in-law. She believed her husband's younger brother was omnipotent, and all she had to do was trust him. Their next plan was to make Molotong spicy hot pot. Li Chang'an carried a bamboo basket to the market. He went to the spice stall to buy ingredients for making Molotong. The key to Molotong was not the ingredients but the soup base. Common spices were easy to find, but the most important fresh chicken essence was missing. Its production required a complex chemical extraction process. This was a technology impossible to achieve in this world. With no other option, he could only do it himself. The chicken powder recipe included chicken meat, eggs, chicken bones, and other ingredients. The basic ingredients were made by steaming, extracting water, and then depressurizing before being mixed with salt, MSG, sugar, and other seasonings. After a painstaking process of careful preparation, he was finally nearing completion. Busy in the kitchen, he faintly heard the apologies of Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang's sisters from outside. Lu Ziyan was also firm, not listening to their apologies, thinking, who knows if they're just being sweet-talkers and will betray us again. Just as the two sisters were pleading bitterly, Li Chang'an walked out and invited them in to collaborate. Then he had all three sit at the dining table and introduced to them the molotong he had just come up with, explaining that the ingredients were very special. He also told the two sisters that they would be responsible for preparing the ingredients themselves daily, only needing to collect the raw materials from his sister-in-law. The original price was 800 wen per box, and whatever they earned from selling it would be theirs. Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang were dumbfounded. 800 wen per box was too expensive. It wasn't that they didn't trust Li Chang'an, but it was just too high, and they had no idea about the profit or loss before selling. Li Chang'an was in no hurry. He simply asked them to taste it first before drawing conclusions. After tasting it, Xiao Lan said it tasted ordinary, nothing special. And with a little more seasoning it was no different from what she usually ate. Only Lu Ziyan found the taste excellent after eating it. The grilled bread soaked in the soup was crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. It tasted truly delicious. Moreover, this delightful umami flavor directly hit her tongue. If she took another bite, the taste would almost penetrate her entire body. Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang, seeing her exaggerate so much, also asked in surprise, "Is it that good? Let's try it." Sure enough, after tasting it, they were even more exaggerated than Lu Ziyan. It seemed the reaction to the new dish was quite good. They could go sell it tonight. Night fell, and Xiao Lan and Xiao Fang's sisters went out to sell their goods. People crowded the streets, scrambling to buy. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an and Lu Ziyan observed from upstairs. Lu Ziyan worried if they would steal the recipe again. But Li Chang'an proudly said that if they could steal this taste, then he would concede defeat. At a street corner, a man loudly complained about his dissatisfaction. "This molotong is really bland, not tasty at all. What's the point of it being half a wen cheaper? It can't compare to the Li family's Wang Fuji." The person next to him also expressed dissatisfaction, pulling him to queue up at Wang Fuji, saying they might get an extra bite or two. The street corner was now practically a commercial battle. Someone who had eaten elsewhere felt Wang Fuji's was even better. Xiao Fang responded to the praise, saying that this recipe was an ancestral secret and the owner would not pass it on. Just as the two were chatting excitedly, out of sight, a man with a goatee furtively stole something. He discreetly tucked the item into his sleeve. Sure enough, with flourishing business, there would always be jealous people. The item the man secretly took was the soup base. Back in his own shop, he and a seemingly more amiable man studied Wang Fuji's molotong. The two tried hard to season and cook the most similar tasting soup base, but in the end they only managed to make molotong that was about 70 similar. Although it was 70 similar, the taste was still not as fragrant and rich as Wang Fuji's. After hearing this, the man in the brown clothes with the goatee angrily slammed his hands on the table, spilling the soup in the bowl. Only halfway there, he was truly dissatisfied. Wang Fuji had snatched many of his customers these past few days. He calculated that if he could get his hands on this soup base, his business would not only recover but might even multiply several times. The man next to him also made up his mind to seize the molotong recipe. The next day, Wang Fuji opened its doors again. Some people couldn't resist queuing up early in the morning and cheered when Wang Fuji opened. This was all due to their craving for food they couldn't get. After seeing everyone's enthusiastic reaction, Li Chang'an began to plan his next step, which was hot pot. He was planning to rent another shop. Suddenly, a group of people approached, led by a shopkeeper in a blue robe with a kind smile. He didn't look like a bad person at all. The man bowed humbly and asked, "Is the owner of Wang Fuji at home?" Li Chang'an replied, "Yes." He asked the man what he wanted. It turned out this person was the shopkeeper of Shea Family Restaurant. He wanted to offer 50 taels of silver to buy the ancestral molotong recipe. He promised that as long as he got the recipe he would never steal Li Chang'an's business. Li Chang'an was annoyed upon hearing this. He sarcastically said, 50 taels, does this shopkeeper Shay really take me for a fool? The shopkeeper of Shay family restaurant heard this and was not angered. He kindly offered to discuss the price, even conceding to let Li Chang'an name his desired amount. But how could Li Chang'an be swayed by money? He said no amount of money would make him sell. Being impervious to both soft and hard tactics truly angered the shopkeeper of Shay family restaurant. Angrily he shouted at this ungrateful young man and immediately ordered his servants to smash Li Chang'an's stall. Thus, upon receiving their master's command, a group of tall servants began to smash the stall, preventing Li Chang'an and his group from doing business. The sound of smashing stalls was sharp and ear-piercing. It was the result of their hard work for many days. Li Chang'an and Lu Ziyan were both terrified by the arrogance of this group. The shopkeeper of Shay family restaurant saw them like this and became smug with a triumphant smile. He asked them if they had considered it, whether they would sell the recipe. Li Chang'an momentarily held Lu Ziyan to comfort her. Just then, a nimble and skilled man suddenly appeared from nowhere, quickly knocking down the servants of Shay family restaurant. It turned out that man was Zhang Fugi. Shopkeeper Shay angrily pointed at his face and cursed, once he's done with Wang Fuji, Zhang Fugi's broken tavern will be the next to close down. The threat was sufficient. Shopkeeper Shay angrily fled with his servants. Li Chang'an cupped his hands and bowed to shopkeeper Zhang. He respectfully thanked shopkeeper Zhang for his righteous assistance yesterday. Shopkeeper Zhang replied that it was merely a small matter. He was here to discuss business with Li Chang'an. He said he wouldn't buy the recipe, only hoping Li Chang'an would sell Molotong in his tavern. The two would settle the price based on the number of skewers sold, with a 20-80 split. Li Chang'an was surprised. He had thought he was just doing a small street business, and no matter how good the taste, it wouldn't become an eyesore for others. But the current situation completely exceeded his imagination, and he estimated that trouble would follow one after another. Considering Zhang Fugi's sincerity, he felt that cooperating with him was also safe and mutually beneficial. He agreed to shopkeeper Zhang's proposal and said he would go to Zhang's tavern tomorrow for further discussion. Shopkeeper Zhang was also satisfied with his answer. Stroking his beard, he proudly said he would wait for Li Chang'an tomorrow. Indeed, petty people couldn't resist causing trouble. Early in the morning, shopkeeper Shay smashed his shop, and in the evening he found ways to bribe Wang Ergo, Wang Fuji's neighbor. Wang Ergo was a thoroughly greedy man. Shopkeeper Shay promised him 50 taels of silver if he succeeded. Wang Ergo was overjoyed and flattered shopkeeper Shay. It's my honor to work for shopkeeper Shay. Deep in the night, when everyone was asleep and all was silent, Wang Ergo furtively sneaked into Li Chang'an's backyard. He tried his best to excuse his actions, thinking, Li Chang'an, that sickly ghost selling wine is bad enough, but what's he doing selling Molotong? Once shopkeeper Shay ruins his business, Lu Ziyan will belong to me, Wang Ergo. However, things didn't go as he had expected. Due to the dark night, solely intent on winning, he didn't notice the ground was covered with sharp iron nail traps. When he stepped on one, he dared not cry out, trembling as he covered his mouth. He didn't know what he had stepped on and backed away in horror, only to hit another trap set by Li Chang'an, which hurt so much he spat blood. Li Chang'an, still awake inside, heard the commotion and guessed what was happening. He had already anticipated that shopkeeper Shay wouldn't give up, so he had set traps in advance, waiting for them to fall into their own snare. Watching Wang Ergo flee in panic, Li Chang'an cursed inwardly. These two troublesome individuals, if left unchecked, could cause serious trouble. I must find a way to resolve this completely. Lu Ziyan heard the movement, put on her clothes and came out, asking Li Chang'an what had happened. Li Chang'an didn't want Lu Ziyan to worry, so he said it was nothing, just a guinea pig that had scurried past. Hearing guinea pig, Lu Ziyan panicked and threw herself into Li Chang'an's arms, telling him to quickly chase it away, asking where it had gone. Li Chang'an looked at Lu Ziyan, feeling a bit awkward, and said it had run away. Lu Ziyan also sensed this was illogical, so she took a step back and awkwardly said, "Second brother, go to bed early, I'm going back." Li Chang'an also awkwardly wished her good night. He wondered why it was so hot in late autumn. Here in the steamy bathroom, a maid was massaging Miss Nan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family. As she massaged, she murmured, "Miss, the sudden appearance of innate literary fortune at Wangxing Tower caused the icy seal in your body to directly collapse." She also asked why they weren't returning to the Yin family first to reinforce the seal, but instead chose to remain in Lin County, and Nan, hearing this, blamed Kuei for being foolish. Innate literary fortune was extremely rare, and she was determined to take this person under her wing. Kuei heard this and chuckled. "Under your wing, does Miss mean under your skirt? Does Miss want to take innate literary fortune as her husband? His literary style is noble. It would be even better if he were more handsome, right?" Kuei continued to tease. "This way the clan elders won't be able to refuse the marriage with the Duke of Dingguo's mansion." Perhaps Kuei had hit upon Miss Nan's secret thoughts, as her cheeks actually flushed slightly. She turned around and splashed water at Kuei, who told Kuei to joke about her like that. See how she would teach her a lesson. Kuei wisely admitted her mistake and stopped making excessive jokes. And Nan stopped joking with Kuei. She pondered that the sacred literary compass hadn't found any traces either. She guessed that the innate literary fortune hadn't fully formed yet, and tomorrow she could only go to the instructor to find out. She needed to inquire about the entry and exit list for Wangxing Tower. The next morning at Zhang's tavern, Li Chang'an kept his promise and came to discuss business with shopkeeper Zhang. He also brought a gift to thank shopkeeper Zhang for his righteous assistance yesterday. He also expressed his great trust in shopkeeper Zhang's character and conduct, which made him willing to cooperate, but he had one condition. Shopkeeper Zhang said he was willing to listen, but his offer of an 80-20 split was already his biggest concession. Li Chang'an, however, said it had nothing to do with money. Previously, two sisters had set up a stall selling molotong. Could they purchase ingredients here in the future? Shopkeeper Zhang was surprised, wondering why he would go through such a roundabout way. Jiyu Weidao appeared from behind at some point and said, "Shopkeeper Zhang is ignorant. Molotong is highly sought after, so naturally some people will harbor ill intentions. Picking up goods here is to borrow your reputation to protect the two of them." Li Chang'an was also filled with admiration after Jiyu Weidao's explanation. He bowed and said, "Instructor Jiyu, you truly see through everything. That is indeed my plan." Jiyu Weidao continued, "Shopkeeper Zhang has outstanding ability. Those scoundrels surely wouldn't dare to harbor any improper thoughts towards you, shopkeeper." Zhang Fugi also praised Li Chang'an for being clever, but at the same time he blamed Li Chang'an, asking why he was using him as a shield. When seeking help, one cannot be without gratitude. Li Chang'an took out a box of the original soup base and handed it to shopkeeper Zhang, promising to send him another box of the original soup base every day, free of charge. Shopkeeper Zhang found him very sincere, laughed heartily, and agreed to help him. Shopkeeper Zhang proudly picked up the box of original soup base as joyful and excited as a child. He estimated that with this molotong he could earn at least 4 or 5 taels of silver. His tavern was finally going to get rich. Jiyu Weidao and Li Chang'an looked at him with disdain. There's just no getting through to him. After business matters were settled, Jiyu Weidao turned to Li Chang'an and said that shopkeeper Zhang was a longtime friend of his, and he had heard quite a bit about Li Chang'an. "You're selling both wine and molotong. He's very worried that you're neglecting the essential for the trivial. Why not seize the opportunity to take next year's county examination?" Before Instructor Jiyu could finish his lengthy advice, Li Chang'an interrupted him. He thanked Instructor Jiyu for his guidance but explained that his family was in urgent need of silver right now, and he had no other choice but to act this way. Li Chang'an then continued to explain his situation. His younger sister, Lu Linglong, seeing him injured, had forced herself to sell herself to a brothel. Now he had to raise the silver quickly to redeem his sister. Jiyu Weidao also felt deeply concerned after hearing this. So that was the reason. He also stated that if Li Chang'an ever encountered difficulties in the future, he should come to the county academy where he resided. With Li Chang'an's talent, he was very likely to pass the county examination. He should go back to studying early now. Li Chang'an listened to Jiyu Weidao's advice and replied, "Yes, I'm going home now." Just as he was about to leave, a group of horsemen suddenly charged to the tavern's entrance. Leading them were 2 women followed by a group of guards in neat armor. It turned out these 2 were Kueui and Miss Nan, the eldest daughter of the Yin family. Kueui reported to Nan that Instructor Jiyu of Lin County named Jiyu Weidao was currently at Zhang's tavern. Nan's heart suddenly ached. She had a familiar sensation. Presumably the innate literary inscription was nearby. Looking around, there was only Li Chang'an. She was also surprised. How could it be him? He seemed to be the one who had completed 5 couplets in 20 seconds. To verify, she dismounted and quickly approached him. The distance had been too great then to clearly see his face, so she didn't know if it was him. Li Chang'an also asked in surprise, "Miss, do we know each other? Why are you approaching me so?" Before he could finish, Nan said, "I am looking for someone who is destined to become a great talent in the future." "Young man, what is your literary style? Could you tell me a bit about it?" As soon as Li Chang'an heard innate literary inscription, his expression changed. He thought he absolutely couldn't expose himself. He lied to her, saying he was just a wine seller. All the neighbors knew. He certainly wasn't the great talent she was talking about. The people around also heard and told her, "That Li boy really does sell wine. You've probably got the wrong person." Miss Nan was suspicious. Weren't wine sellers not supposed to be able to study? Perhaps her feeling was wrong. Li Chang'an then said that if the misunderstanding was resolved, he would take his leave. Miss Nan still didn't believe it, so she told Kueui to investigate the background of this wine seller. Kueui acknowledged with a yes. Seeing Jiyu Weidao, Nan went forward to converse. She had initially thought it was just a coincidence of names, but unexpectedly it truly was him. Jiyu Weidao, who once dominated the 4 great academies and the Imperial Academy, and had served as Minister of War, and Nan, a junior of the Yin family, pays her respects to you, sir. Jiyu Weidao listened, unfazed. He said that Minister of War was merely a title from a previous era. "May I ask what brings the genuine eldest daughter of the Yin family here?" Miss Nan was indeed worthy of being the daughter of an influential family. She stated that there was an innate literary inscription in Lin County, and she wanted a list of the literati in Lin County, including candidates registered but not yet admitted to the county academy. Jiyu Weidao, hearing this, emitted an astonishing aura of power and flatly refused, stating he could not comply. Ordinary literary inscriptions decrease in rank with each generation, never able to break through, until they become ordinary people. Even with saint inscriptions, the sages were the same. Only innate literary inscriptions, no matter how many generations they are passed down, will not decrease in rank, and can create a family that remains undefeated for 100 years. A solemn expression appeared on his face, and he said angrily, "You influential families, fearing your interests will be divided, actually intend to act against an unrenowned innate literary inscription prematurely. I will never help you. Miss and Nan, if you don't leave now I won't be so polite." And Nan could barely withstand Gu Wideo's literary chi, but Kuei could not. She fell to her knees, and Nan showed her determination, stating that even if Gu Weidao didn't provide the list, she would find that person. She was determined that person would be hers. That day, Wangfuji Malatong located at Zhang's tavern had just opened, and many people immediately rushed to inquire about it. After tasting this delicious food, a young woman immediately happily ordered 2 more bowls. In a corner of the tavern at this moment were the 2 from the Yin family, Kuei and Miss Nan. After inquiring about the situation, Kuei quickly reported to Miss Nan that the wine seller was named Li Cheng'an, and both the Tonghulu candied hawthorns and Malatong spicy hot pot were his creations. Other than that, there was nothing particularly special about him. Neighbors said his scholarship was only ordinary. After hearing the report, Miss Nan thought, could it not be him? Kuei quickly teased the young lady. If Miss has taken a fancy to that handsome young man, why not just snatch him away? And Nan, hearing this, shyly scolded Kuei with a nonsense. Now finding the innate literary inscription is the most important thing. The next morning, Li Cheng'an continued to deliver goods to shopkeeper Zhang. He said to shopkeeper Zhang, "Shouldn't we make some preparations?" Shopkeeper Zhang agreed enthusiastically, praising that the Malatong had sold out again last night and that they needed to prepare a few more boxes. Gu Weidao couldn't help but curse shopkeeper Zhang as a fool. The surrounding taverns, seeing his business thrive so much, would surely conspire to suppress him. How could shopkeeper Zhang show weakness? He loudly declared, "If they dare to lay a hand on us, I'll smash their heads to smithereens." Gu Weidao couldn't stand this brawny fellow. He said, "What's the difference between taking action and going straight to jail? It's better to listen to what Cheng'an has to say. A reckless man doesn't know how to use his head. What if they play another trick?" Realizing the seriousness of the problem, shopkeeper Zhang hastily said, "How could I have the thoughts and schemes of learned men like you?" Feeling he had misspoken, shopkeeper Zhang quickly changed his tune, praising Brother Li for his resourcefulness. "Brother, you must have already thought of a solution, right?" Li Cheng'an politely replied that he did have an idea, but asked shopkeeper Zhang not to mock him. Before he could finish, shopkeeper Zhang chuckled and said, No, I'll listen to you." Li Cheng'an strategized that if they couldn't resort to direct action to deal with the taverns, they could only approach it from 2 angles. First, poaching customers. They would directly intercept customers, which would affect their business in the long run. To solve this problem, the tavern would set up several tables at the entrance, allowing everyone to quickly enjoy Wangfuji's Malatong. This way, they wouldn't have to worry about neighboring shops exploiting customers' dislike of long queues. After the tables and chairs were set up outside, the customers who had been waiting in line for a long time cheered and applauded. "Finally, there's a place we've been waiting for ages." Seeing customers filling the area outside the shop, shopkeeper Zhang gave a thumbs up, praising Brother Li's efficient approach. Li Cheng'an smiled and said to shopkeeper Zhang, "We can't let our guard down yet. Poaching customers is just a small trick. What's important comes next?" Shopkeeper Zhang asked in surprise. "Are there more schemes? I really don't want anything to happen to my tavern. There are 40 or more people waiting to eat now." Li Cheng'an smiled cunningly and brought up the matter of prices. The next day, the bustling street was filled with people. A group of waiters holding megaphones went around beating gongs and drums, shouting, "Today our restaurant's food is half price. Don't miss this opportunity. Free snacks, free wine, no charge." The diners were also happy to hear this, and they discussed it excitedly. "Quick, let's go eat at Wangfuji. It's not every day they have a discount. Let's go quickly. No need to eat Malatong at shopkeeper Zhang's place anymore. Free snacks and discounted items, you'd be a fool not to eat them." Indeed, this ultra-low discount was very effective. Soon, Zhang's tavern became desolate and quiet. He said worriedly, "Sure enough, the other shopkeepers have teamed up. Their goods are so popular. Why isn't our Zhang's tavern doing well?" Li Cheng'an, seeing the tavern empty, remained calm. He said that this collaboration was precisely Zhang's tavern's chance to leap and become Lin County's signature tavern. He asked shopkeeper Zhang if he was willing to trust him and take a gamble. Shopkeeper Zhang, however, dared not take the risk, although everyone would be happy if they won. If they lost, his tavern would be doomed forever. Li Cheng'an understood, so he persuaded shopkeeper Zhang, knowing full well that shopkeeper Zhang had helped him out of a predicament, and he would naturally do his best to prevent shopkeeper Zhang's tavern from closing down. This coordinated suppression was premeditated, and there must be a major restaurant in Lin County backing them. If they couldn't break through the barrier set by the major restaurants, no new major restaurant would ever be able to establish itself nearby. Anyone who tried to cross the Dragon Gate would be struck down. This Malatong would be the first to break free from this predicament. Actually, it's very simple. If they could win over the other shopkeepers and get them to also sell Malatong, then everyone would have ingredients, and there would be no more jealousy among competitors. By disintegrating their internal unity, the alliance would naturally collapse. Shopkeeper Zhang frowned and asked, "How confident are you?" Li Chang'an replied, 60%. Shopkeeper Zhang exclaimed. "What?" Li Chang'an calmly retorted. "Is that not enough?" Shopkeeper Zhang's eyes darkened, revealing a look of determination. He said, "It's enough. I'm in on this gamble. Everything will be according to Brother Li's arrangements." Li Chang'an leaned in and said, "I will definitely not betray Shopkeeper Zhang's trust." He then began to devise a plan. Shopkeeper Zhang, upon hearing his strategy, repeatedly praised it with excitement. Excellent. That evening at a banquet, Shopkeeper Xie said to his allies, "Zhang's tavern had hardly any customers today. They were probably just waiting for him to fail now. Originally, Qingfeng Restaurant would be responsible for all your tavern's losses." Several people said, "I can't participate tomorrow." Once one person spoke, others followed suit. The person next to him also raised his hand and said, "I can't participate." Just like that, many people applied to withdraw one after another. Some also said that Shopkeeper Zhang was a very kind person and had already shared the recipe with them. That person also chimed in. "That's right, we're all good brothers, relying on each other for mutual benefit, a win-win situation." Meanwhile, Li Chang'an brought out a pot of hot pot and invited Jiyu Weidao and Shopkeeper Zhang to taste it. After tasting it, neither could stop their chopsticks. Shopkeeper Zhang praised it, saying it was fragrant and spicy, going straight to his head. Jiyu Weidao also praised the amazing taste. Every mouthful of spicy, fresh and aromatic flavor exploded in his mouth, instantly igniting his taste buds. Then the taste spread wildly throughout his body. Malotong simply couldn't compare. It was truly captivating and uncontrollable. Li Chang'an was very happy to hear this, and asked Shopkeeper Zhang, "With this hot pot, can your tavern win?" Shopkeeper Zhang decisively said, "Of course." Shopkeeper Zhang excitedly said, "We can't delay this any longer. We'll sell hot pot tonight." Li Chang'an, however, had a different idea. He said Shopkeeper Zhang didn't need to rush. Then he picked up a bottle of wine, filled a glass, and as he poured, he said, "To become famous, you must first market. Hot pot still has a long way to go to become well-known." 2 days later, Zhang's tavern was busy with renovations. From the ceiling to the tables and chairs, everything inside and out was refurbished. But some people thought Zhang's tavern was preparing to close. The man in purple said that there had been no customers for the past 2 days. The man in green also heard and guessed that they indeed couldn't keep the shop going, and another one was about to close. Shopkeeper Zhang, hearing these petty individuals whispering at his shop entrance, became furious. He pointed at their faces and roared, "You petty men, who are you cursing? My tavern is merging with Wang Fuji. We're specially launching new dishes and brewing high-grade fine wine. To match its caliber, we are now undergoing special renovations." The two petty men laughed so hard they almost fell over. The man in purple mocked, "Can your high-grade fine wine be better than Xie Family Restaurant's 100-flower brew? It's not that I'm being picky, but in my shopkeeper's eyes it's nothing." The man in yellow also joined in the jeering, saying with a laugh, "Stop talking nonsense, that's one of Lin County's famous wines." Seeing that these two petty men still didn't believe him, Shopkeeper Zhang posted a notice and declared, "If you still don't believe me, I, your elder, am openly challenging Lin County right here. Is there any wine better than the one in my shop?" Indeed, Shopkeeper Zhang's notice was full of challenge. It read, "Seeking Lin County's best wine, collecting all wines deemed most delicious by guests. For duplicates, the first submission to Zhang Fugi will be chosen. 5 days later, Zhang's tavern will reopen with a public evaluation. The winner will receive 120 taels of silver." Shopkeeper Zhang looked at them provocatively and said, "If you can find it, I, Zhang Fugi, will pay 120 taels. Hearing this, several of them were overjoyed. 120 taels of silver was indeed a large sum of money. The man in blue couldn't help but exclaim happily, "My dear, money falling from the sky." Among that group, only the person in orange was the most practical in action. He quickly came up with an idea and rushed to a grand restaurant to buy the best wine. The more expensive, the better. Indeed, this was precisely Li Chang'an's strategy. Shopkeeper Zhang stroked his beard, continuously praising Chang'an's method as the best. "Now we no longer have to worry about no one coming on opening day." 5 days later, Wang Fuji was newly renovated and magnificent. At the entrance, staff members set off firecrackers, creating a lively and boisterous atmosphere. Shopkeeper Zhang stood in the center of the hall, hosting the event. First, he thanked everyone for coming, announcing that all dishes were half-price today. Before he could finish his speech, the 3 men from that day stood below and interrupted him again. They said in unison, "Shopkeeper Zhang, no need to be polite. Everyone is waiting for that 100 taels of silver for the top-tier fine wine." Lu Ziyan beside him held Li Chang'an's arm and sighed, "So many people today." Li Chang'an also responded, saying it seemed they could bring Linglong back in a few days. Shopkeeper Zhang, hearing the 3 men, immediately pulled off the cloth covering dozens of wine jars and announced the start. Over the past 5 days, a total of 20 kinds of fine wine had been collected. 30 people would be randomly selected for a public tasting, and the wine with the most votes would be the winner. Below, Shopkeeper Xie began to sneer, "Random, public, sounds good, doesn't it? Zhang Fugi, your family clearly found tasters in advance, didn't you?" The 2 servants next to him also chimed in, "That's right. How do we know if it's true or false?" The person on the right was even more outrageous, pointing at Shopkeeper Zhang's face and calling him hypocritical. Shopkeeper Zhang, seeing the situation was unfavorable, turned his gaze to Li Chang'an for help. He thought, unexpectedly, someone has come to cause trouble. Want to compete in wine tasting? Then let's have a fair competition. We used to dilute our wine, but today, I'll let you experience 100 pure top-grade erguoto, Li Chang'an immediately spoke. If there are doubts, why not invite instructor Jiyu and students who possess literary inscriptions to be the judges? With literary chi present, no one can lie. Hearing this, the man in gray below said, Excellent, this way we won't have to worry about the results being problematic. Shopkeeper Shay snorted disdainfully. Without anyone causing trouble in the wine competition, his Qingfeng restaurant's 100-flower brew had never lost. Li Chang'an extended his hand, inviting 3 people to assist in performing the literary inscription judgment. Instructor Gu's 3 students began to perform the literary inscription judgment. Without sincerity and trustworthiness, a man cannot stand in society. May this literary expression reveal truth, and with this light may words and heart be one, true to sincerity. After the literary inscription judgment was complete, everyone began to taste the fine wines. After the first man took a sip, he began to exclaim, This wine is crisp and refreshingly cool upon tasting, making me feel full of vitality. The woman also praised it, saying, The intense pleasure feels as if it immediately pierces my chest. The remaining muscular man held his wine cup, endlessly praising the wine's clear aroma, calling it a rare and peerless fine wine in the world. Everyone pointed in the same direction. The erguoto wine jar, shopkeeper Shay cursed in disbelief. How is this possible? Erguoto could actually rank at the top. After repeated careful tasting, he had to admit that 100-flower brew was inferior to erguoto. He lost. The people below immediately exclaimed, Good heavens, is it even better than 100-flower brew? Even the owner of 100-flower brew himself admitted it. They immediately clamored for a taste, urging shopkeeper Zhang to quickly bring them a bowl. Shopkeeper Shay roared in anger. Li Chang'an, you just wait, one failure means nothing. Li Chang'an retorted, What kind of logic is that? You've already lost twice. Then he ordered the dishes to be served. Everyone swarmed to a table and sat down. On the table was a steaming, fragrant hot pot, red in color, along with all the side dishes. Someone asked curiously, What is this smell? It's so fragrant it's making my mouth water. Li Chang'an immediately invited them to taste. Paired with erguoto, this is our shop's specialty, hot pot. Hot pot with wine, the more you drink, the more addictive it gets. Everyone please try. Everyone rushed forward, scrambling to taste, and they all ate with relish. Seeing shopkeeper Shay still standing there, Li Chang'an said, Shopkeeper Shay, aren't you hungry? Why don't you try some? Don't be shy. The attendant next to him also wanted a taste but didn't dare, so he tactfully said to his boss, Yes, Shopkeeper Shay, why don't we try some too? Shopkeeper Shay roared in anger, Shut up, no eating. Li Chang'an watched Shopkeeper Shay, fuming and helpless, and triumphantly said to Lu Ziyan, It seems Shopkeeper Shay's attempts to unite against Wang Fuji's Molotong and Hot Pot have come to nothing. It was late outside, but customers were still queuing up endlessly, sitting neatly on the chairs provided by the shop. A waiter called out, Customer number 133, this way please. Wang Fuji was indeed becoming more and more popular, and seats for hot pot were increasingly hard to find. Luckily, they had arrived early and joined the queue. Here, Li Chang'an handed his sister-in-law a stack of banknotes. He said that the hot pot business had been booming these past few days, and with the previous income they had just gathered 300 taels of silver. We can redeem our little sister now. Lu Ziyan couldn't help but cry tears of joy, hugging him and saying emotionally, Thank goodness for you, otherwise I wouldn't know how I could have redeemed my sister. She also told Chang'an never to leave her side again. Li Chang'an comforted her and promised to always be with her. The two embraced and the atmosphere grew a little awkward. From afar, shopkeeper Zhang shouted, Brother Li, where are you? Come have a celebratory drink. Lu Ziyan shyly turned around and said, Erlang, go quickly. I'll go to Baisheng Tower to pick up Linglong and bring her home. Li Chang'an awkwardly scratched his head, promising to meet at home later. After closing business, shopkeeper Zhang raised his wine cup and toasted Chang'an. He said, Chang'an, this tavern's revival is all thanks to you. I'm grateful. Li Chang'an also waved his hand a little shyly. No, I should be thanking everyone, otherwise I wouldn't have raised enough money to redeem my little sister. Once this is over, I can focus on studying the literary path. Hearing this, shopkeeper Zhang excitedly ran over and clapped Li Chang'an on the shoulder, saying, If you truly want to pursue the literary path, why not just apprentice yourself to Jiyu Weidao? Don't let his current poverty fool you. He was quite a big shot in the past. Li Chang'an hesitated. Looking at Jiyu Weidao, who was already nodding in agreement, he urged Chang'an, Quickly kneel down and offer wine in respect. Your master will protect you from now on. Li Chang'an thought in surprise, What? How did I end up with another master? He seemed reluctant to apprentice himself to Jiyu Weidao, but shopkeeper Zhang was already urging him, Don't just stand there, hurry. Left with no choice, Li Chang'an complied, kneeling down to offer wine and become Jiyu Weidao's disciple. Instructor Jiyu stroked his beard, smiling smugly. Since you are now my disciple, I'll give you your first assignment, compose a poem. Li Chang'an hadn't expected Jiyu Weidao to ask him to compose a poem immediately. Instructor Jiyu added, The theme of the poem is wine. He furrowed his brows, pondering about wine, but no lines of poetry came to mind. Seeing his delay, shopkeeper Zhang stepped forward to mediate. Forget it, Chang'an, old Jiyu is just teasing you. You're drunk. Before he could finish, Li Chang'an said, Brother, don't worry, I will definitely come up with something. He had tens of thousands of poems, lyrics, and songs stored in his mind. How could he not come up with one? He understood, he simply hadn't drunk enough wine. He had to finish this pot. With that, Li Chang'an picked up a pot of wine and directly poured it into his mouth. He swayed as he said to Ji Yu Weidao, "Chang'an, are you drunk?" Shopkeeper Zhang also expressed his concern, wanting to help him home, but he saw Li Chang'an's determined gaze full of heroic spirit as he said, "Wait, I've got it, a poem about wine." Both were extremely surprised. Li Chang'an immediately picked up his brush and wrote, "Have you not seen the yellow river's water coming from the sky, never to return to the sea? Have you not seen those in grand halls grieving over white hair in the bright mirror, turning from silk black in the morning to snow white in the evening?" Ji Yu Weidao and Zhang Fugi were stunned speechless by this poem, both utterly shocked. Li Chang'an continued to write, "Life's joy must be seized to the full, let no golden cup stand empty to the moon." Instantly a verdant and smooth jade tablet appeared in the air and both were greatly surprised. "What is that?" "It's an innate literary inscription." A powerful literary chi surged skyward. Miss Nan, from across the way, hadn't expected this either. She decided she absolutely couldn't let him escape this time. She condensed ice into a form and rushed towards where the literary chi was emanating. As the restriction on the literary inscription was lifted, Li Chang'an collapsed painfully to the ground. The two rushed forward anxiously to help him up. Ji Yu Weidao said, "Little disciple, I originally thought you only had literary talent, but I never expected it to be an innate literary inscription. Your talent is too terrifying, it's practically deadly. The Yin family's icy seal must have been activated by the innate literary inscription, and they're probably on their way. If that girl discovers it, then there will surely be more hidden people searching for the innate literary inscription. Chang'an absolutely must not let them discover him, otherwise it would be a dead end." He immediately sealed the literary inscription's aura on Li Chang'an's body, then instructed old Zhang to take Chang'an and his family out of Lin County overnight. Watching their retreating figures, he thought, run as far as you can." A strong light appeared, shining on a massive stone tablet in front of Li Chang'an. He appeared incredibly tiny before the tablet. Li Chang'an thought, another one. Once a poem appeared, would it transform into a special literary luck steel? But just then he heard his sister-in-law and Linglong's complaints. "Erlang, stop sleeping. Sob, brother, wake up quickly. Don't scare Linglong." Li Chang'an froze, thinking that was his sister-in-law and younger sister's voices. He clutched his chest, closed his eyes, and struggled to wake himself up. He couldn't let them worry anymore. Li Chang'an, wake up quickly. Finally, after a few seconds of struggle, Li Chang'an woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, looking at everything before him. He pushed himself up, trying hard to sit. But Lu Linglong was sitting on him, crying uncontrollably. Even worse, Lu Ziyan next to him was also crying terribly, almost as if she were at a funeral. Li Chang'an reached out and stroked his younger sister's head, comforting her. "Don't cry, aren't I fine now?" As soon as he woke up, Lu Linglong was overjoyed. Although tears were still flowing, she was already able to smile and repeatedly call out, "Brother." Lu Ziyan rushed forward and hugged both siblings, crying and laughing. "Chang'an, you've finally woken up." The carriage was still on its long journey. Faced with the current situation, Li Chang'an asked, "Sister-in-law, what happened? Where are we going now?" Lu Ziyan wiped away her tears and with a serious expression handed Li Chang'an a letter, saying, "I'm not sure either. It was all arranged by Instructor Ji Yu. He left you a letter saying you'll understand once you read it." Li Chang'an took the letter. He pulled out the letter inside, opened it, and read it carefully. It was a long but uniquely meaningful letter. "To my dear Chang'an, that day you were drunk and composed a poem, accidentally revealing your innate literary inscription, passed down through generations. All the great aristocratic clans and powerful families are eager to acquire it either by besieging and killing or by forming marriage alliances. They will undoubtedly resort to any means to capture you. Your master had no choice but to conceal your literary fortune. During this time you must diligently cultivate your literary chi. I have entrusted you to go to Beilu Academy in Dongyue County City. This is one of the 4 great academies. You only need to present this letter of introduction to Xi Nian." Li Chang'an's eyes lit up, filled with emotion, as he thought, "Master, thank you for everything you have done for your disciple. I will definitely become stronger as soon as possible and control my own destiny." After an unknown period of time, they finally arrived at the gate of Dongyue County City. The 3 of them found Bailu Academy in that manner. Li Chang'an said to the 2 sisters behind him, "Sister-in-law, little sister, this is the place Master told me to come." The guard at the gate immediately spread his arms upon seeing the 3 of them and shouted, "No idlers allowed in Bailu Academy." Lu Ziyan and Lu Linglong, one scared, one dodging, gently hid behind Li Chang'an. He stepped forward and said, "This student has come to meet Xi Nian, the Vice Dean of Tiandi Academy." Li Chang'an bowed and presented a golden token. "This is the token." The doorman carefully examined it and told him, "Vice Dean Xi did mention that someone would be visiting, but only you are allowed in." Li Chang'an turned slightly, instructing the 2 sisters, "Sister-in-law and little sister, please wait for me at a nearby inn. I'll come find you after I've finished my business." Lu Ziyan nodded in agreement. The 2 gatekeeping disciples took out their literary plaques and began to cast their spells. Both shouted in unison, "Command quick transmission, open." Li Chang'an was immediately enveloped in a strong light. While he was still calculating, their teleportation spell had already moved him to another place. Li Chang'an staggered upon landing. After carefully discerning the scene before him, his eyes sparkled with pleasant surprise. Countless towering mountains appeared before him majestically standing: Plum Mountain, Orchid Mountain, Chrysanthemum Mountain, Bamboo Mountain. Beside him was a pagoda, the 9th-story Bamboo Mountain Tower of Tiandi Academy, from which a resounding voice came, "Come in." Li Chang'an stepped forward and pushed open the door with force. Upon seeing the seemingly aloof man, Li Chang'an respectfully bowed and saluted. "Student Li Chang'an, greetings to Vice Dean C," he exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this student who came through the back door to be so ordinary. He turned around and said, "But since my esteemed teacher has requested it, I will not ask further. I will not interfere with your future studies. Strive for progress on your own. My esteemed teacher has specifically arranged a new identity for you. Take this jade tablet, write your new name on it, and then leave." Li Chang'an took the jade tablet that Si Nian tossed over, catching it in his hand. There was not a single word on the jade tablet. Li Chang'an opened his mouth and asked, "Vice Dean Si, how should I write on this jade tablet?" Upon hearing this, he immediately scornfully reprimanded him. "Useless, you don't even know how to use literary qi, and you expect me to teach you from scratch?" Then he unreasonably slammed a palm towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an instinctively reached out to block, but his body seemed to be enveloped by a barrier. Si Nian's attack, no matter how strong, could not penetrate. Si Nian's eyes widened, and his body seemed to suffer a fierce backlash. His face was pale, and sweat streamed down. He thought to himself, "A person who doesn't understand literary qi can actually deflect my literary qi. This only proves that this person is extraordinary and definitely a talent." Seeing him frozen in place, Li Chang'an was full of questions and asked confusedly, "Vice Dean Si, what's wrong?" Si Nian stretched out his hand, explaining helplessly, "It's nothing, I just tapped you to activate the literary qi within you. Your literary qi is abundant, just feel it and gather it to your fingertip and you'll be able to write on the jade tablet." Li Chang'an held the jade tablet in his hand, contemplating, sensing the literary qi condensing it. He wanted a new name. Instantly, Li Chang'an came up with a new name. He wrote Li Taibai on the jade tablet. This would be his name from now on. Afterward, Li Chang'an respectfully bowed. "Student thanks Vice Dean Si for the instruction." Si Nian's face was grim as he muttered to himself, "Teacher, what kind of disciple have you taken in?" Subsequently, Li Chang'an was led to the study hall where it was filled with people studying. Looking at the scene before him, Li Chang'an thought, "There aren't many people studying in Area C, so it seems I've been assigned to the poor student category." As he was pondering, a young man suddenly appeared, putting an arm around his shoulder and asking, "Is this gentleman new?" "I am a Nan. May I ask your esteemed name?" The young man's beauty stunned Li Chang'an, whose cheeks flushed slightly as he said, "I am Li Taibai." He turned around thinking, this man is even more beautiful than a woman. And Nan saw his reaction and asked, "Brother Taibai, don't be so nervous, why don't you dare to look at me?" Li Chang'an made an excuse, "No, I'm not." Suddenly, something called the Literary Sage Ranking appeared in the air. Its light illuminated the entire room. It was the July Literary Sage Ranking, Bamboo Mountain Tower, 9th floor. Except for Li Chang'an, who was still frozen, all the students knelt before this ranking. They bowed their heads to the ground, looking at the glowing ranking. Li Chang'an's face turned pale as he secretly pondered, the Literary Sage Rankings. Suppressive power is so strong. Is this just the first step into the world of literary cultivation? The so-called Literary Sage Ranking gradually dissipated in the air. The students below cheered and rejoiced excitedly. "Next time I must have my poem inscribed in the literary sage's boundless sea of learning book." However, the crowd soon began to quarrel again. Who didn't know that once a name appeared on the Literary Sage Ranking, one could gain immense literary qi and even raise the grade of one's literary fortune? With just you. But while some argued, many were busy with their books. "Stop arguing, the Academy will definitely cultivate us with all its might. We just need to seize the time to study." Conquering the Literary Sage Ranking is a bloody battle. Watching the scene before him, Li Chang'an also vaguely understood, accumulating literary qi little by little and raising the grade of one's literary fortune could make one stronger. And Nan ran over again, resting her hand on his neck, saying, "Brother Taibai, that has nothing to do with Area C. The Academy's resources are only for outstanding students." Li Chang'an blushed again because of Nan, thinking, what? Just then, someone suddenly appeared from behind, grabbing Nan's collar and reminding her, "Nan, don't talk nonsense." Zhu Ziyu appeared and gently explained, "If a poem is exceptionally outstanding, our Academy will definitely use all its resources to help promote it, but our Area C's thinking ability is very weak, so it can barely help us. Brother Taibai, if you want to participate, adding the Academy's name when you register will also grant basic support." It turns out this Zhu Ziyu was also from Area C. Li Chang'an clasped his hands in front of him and replied, "Thank you both of you for your help." And Nan smiled and comforted him, "Brother, you don't need to worry either. There isn't just one way to improve your literary fortune." Even Zhu Ziyu comforted him. "Brother Taibai, you can also try to find other methods. The path to advancing one's literary fortune involves several steps. First, reputation awakening. Difficulty 2 stars, official status and luck augmentation. Difficulty 2 stars, abundant merit and renown. Difficulty 3 stars, inherited literary fortune. Difficulty 3 stars, entering the ancestral hall to receive sacred qi. Difficulty 4 stars, ascending the sacred ranking 3 times in 1 year. Difficulty 5 stars. Li Chang'an smiled faintly, thinking to himself, only 100 people can reach the peak of the literary sage ranking in a year. This is undoubtedly the most difficult way to acquire literary qi, but that's only for others. When it comes to poetic talent, the essence of 1,000 years is within my heart. The literary sage ranking is an excellent opportunity." While the three of them chatted, break time arrived. So Li Chang'an said goodbye to the two without hesitation. "In that case, I'll go home first. If everything is arranged properly, I'll definitely invite you two for a drink someday." Nan and Zhu Ziyu were shocked to hear this. Li Chang'an turned and left resolutely. Seemingly unconcerned, Nan asked Zhu Ziyu in disbelief, "Oh no, at this time even the laziest student knows to pretend to be diligent. How dare he just leave like that?" Zhu Ziyu racked his brains, guessing perhaps he knows it's hopeless, so he's given up and conceded defeat. Li Chang'an continued on his path with a calm and unhurried demeanor. Time flew by and a month passed just like that. In the morning, Li Chang'an arrived at the classroom on time, greeting everyone with a smile. The other students had arrived early, however, burying themselves in their studies as if they couldn't sleep, each looking pale with dark circles under their eyes. In the evening, while everyone was still burning the midnight oil, Li Chang'an was the only one who went home on time, even waving goodbye with a smile. And Nan commented with a chuckle, "This relaxed attitude, completely disregarding the literary sage ranking, is simply unpromising. His skills and knowledge are far inferior to mine." Good winter arrived, with snow falling everywhere, and the new year quickly approached. The family of three lit candles, hung lanterns, and set off firecrackers to welcome the new year. Lu Linglong ran over, shouting loudly, "Happy New Year!" The little girl ran and tightly hugged Li Chang'an's neck, refusing to let go, and even said, "My New Year's wish is to have babies for Big Brother." Hearing this, Lu Ziyan smacked her younger sister's bottom, reminding her, "Little girl, what nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Linglong still clung to Li Chang'an's neck, saying coquettishly and openly, "At worst, sister can marry Big Brother too." Lu Ziyan's face darkened, unable to utter a single word. "Sister." Li Chang'an, however, smiled calmly and said, "Sister-in-law Linglong is still young. In the new year we only hope to be together happily like a family." Until midnight the lights went out, and the small house was completely immersed in darkness. In the small room, Li Chang'an lay on the bed, surrounded by beauties on both sides, but his eyes were wide open. Unable to sleep, he thought to himself, facing such a great test of self-control, how can I sleep? So Li Chang'an suddenly sat up, deep in thought. He secretly thought, after midnight is the first day the literary sage ranking is activated. This is a good time to upload poems in advance. Li Chang'an closed his eyes and his hands began to gather qi, circulating his literary qi. The literary ranking was opening. When he opened his eyes, they were shining brightly. Li Chang'an was now in a different place, with a giant scroll before him, densely covered with text. He exclaimed in surprise, "It's only been a few minutes and there are already so many poems. It's truly a fierce battle." Li Chang'an took out his jade tablet and his finger condensed qi in front of it, beginning to cast a spell. The complete bringing in the wine is too stunning, too outstanding is not good. I'll use ascending the stork tower first. I'll change the name. The surrounding qi gradually gathered around Li Chang'an. Beilu Academy, ascending the 9th floor, Li Taibai. The white sun sinks behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. To survey 1,000 li, climb yet another story. All these words were written by Li Chang'an on that ranking. Li Chang'an smiled easily, thinking, can a classic work passed down from the vast Tang poetry make it onto the sacred ranking? The next day was the first day of the new year. Li Chang'an opened his eyes in surprise. He gripped the jade tablet, his face filled with disbelief. No, this is a classic work from the prosperous Tang dynasty. How can it not even make it into the top 100? What a joke. That day was calm and snow continued to fall. White snowflakes drifted down. Li Chang'an met with Nan and Zhu Ziyu as planned. Zhu Ziyu said, Brother Taibai, you don't have to worry. At least 10 or 20,000 scholars want to get on the literary sage ranking. And Nan raised her cup to comfort him. Besides, making it onto the ranking on the very first day, that's where the real skill lies. Li Chang'an frowned, puzzled. What would I get from that? And Nan smiled, pointed out the window, and replied simply, reputation. Li Chang'an uttered a soft ah, then looked in the direction and Nan was pointing. Some scholars were kneeling before the stone monument below, performing a salutation. May the Wenchong steel lend me a hand and help me ascend the literary sage ranking. Many literati spent money to participate in poetry gatherings, just to get on the Wenchong steel and make their poetic fame spread far and wide. Once I get on the literary sage ranking, I will gain some assistance. Poems can also be presented to more people. The ranking of poems on the literary sage ranking is not determined by the literary sage ranking itself, but by all the women in the world who collectively evaluate and rank them from highest to lowest. This is like various academies and regions jointly investing resources to promote those recognized and most popular poems onto the ranking. Whoever gains the approval of the world's scholars will go further on the literary sage ranking. But most works are never seen, disappearing among countless others. Hearing this, Li Chang'an suddenly understood and blurted out, so that's how it is? So ordinary scholars have no chance to make a name for themselves? And Nan refuted his question. Of course they do. An astounding work, even without any backing, can shoot up the literary sage ranking. The literary sage ranking doesn't lie. Zhu Ziyu raised his cup and smiled. Since we have neither fame nor assistance, why dream of mystical things? Let's drink, let's drink. Just then, Li Chang'an's jade tablet suddenly glowed, making Nan and Zhu Ziyu exclaim, My heavens, Brother Taibai! The jade tablet emitted a brilliant light, swirling in the air. A moment later a poem appeared before everyone. Feeling the power of this work, Anand seemed immersed. He smiled, elegantly commenting, "At first glance, this poem's style is simple and easy to understand, yet I don't know why the grandeur it contains makes my heart surge. I truly cannot suppress it." "Wonderful." Zhu Ziyu seemed to be enlightened. He appeared to be in tears, blurting out, "The first couplet is perfectly matched with exquisite and powerful wording, further highlighting the magnificent scene described in the poem. The white sun sinks behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. To survey 1,000 li, climb yet another story." The second couplet skillfully uses the technique of flowing couplets, reaching a master level of artistic conception. Both were immensely excited, exclaiming in unison, "Brother Taibai's ascending the 9th floor will surely stir up heaven and earth." The two left hand in hand, shouting, "Go spread the word, let's push for it." Li Chang'an held the jade tablet, unsure what to say. The two were too exaggerated. Li Chang'an's gaze fell on the jade tablet in his hand, and a continuous stream of qi was absorbed by him. "The first step has been taken, now let's see how far you can go." Not long after, the ranking competition officially began. Everyone chatted amongst themselves, creating a lively atmosphere. The old man presented a work to the Grand Scholar for review, respectfully saying, "This is my son's poem for the literary sage ranking. I hope you, Grand Scholar, will help him gain some recognition." The Grand Scholar took the work and replied, "We will do our best." But just then the stone tablet reacted violently, glowing and gradually developing a crack. Everyone panicked and someone pointed and shouted, "The Wanchong steel is cracking." The Grand Scholar loudly exclaimed, "Go get another one." To ensure our Academy's poems can maintain a stable position in the top 50. The data on the literary sage ranking kept changing, but ascending the 9th floor remained at 99th place. Li Chang'an looked at this ranking, his face unable to hide his displeasure. 5 days had passed, and the ranking of ascending the 9th floor remained unchanged, always stuck at 99th place. With no background, no help, everything relying solely on the poem itself. Could this be as far as it could go? The scene switched to a certain place where dissatisfaction reached its peak. A hand slammed heavily on the table with displeasure. Guan Xingren held up a poem, pointing at it as he said to everyone, "This poem is definitely more than just this," he firmly shouted. "I must sign up for it." As soon as he spoke, countless people were in an uproar. "Are you crazy? You're staking your future and your life on this literary fame." Everyone was shocked, trying to persuade Guan Xingren to calm down. If it really gained fame on the ranking, that would be one thing, but if not, it could lightly deplete literary qi, or severely cause literary palace disorder. How could he risk the literary qi he had painstakingly accumulated? Moreover, that Li Taibai was just an unknown nobody. Brother Guan is usually the most stable person. Don't be impulsive. But Guan Xingren's momentum was like a rainbow, as if a raging fire burned in his heart. Far from retreating, he said even more firmly, "Gentlemen, don't panic. This poem is worth staking everything on. I believe that after you've read it, you will make the same decision as I have." Guan Xingren gathered all his strength and displayed Li Chang'an's poem for everyone to see. He firmly declared in a loud voice, "Student Guan Xingren is willing to use all my literary qi to recommend ascending the 9th floor. The white sun sinks behind the mountains. The yellow river flows into the sea. To survey 1,000 li, climb yet another story." Those who had just been fiercely opposing him after reading the poem seemed to have light shimmering in their eyes. Everyone said excitedly and contentedly, "I never thought this poem would make my heart surge with emotion. It's truly a good poem." So everyone eagerly offered their literary qi to jointly vote for Li Chang'an's poem. Everyone worked together, causing Li Chang'an's ranking to soar continuously without stopping. After some time, Li Chang'an checked his ranking, and he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He had been at the bottom just now, and he blurted out, "What is this? The ranking hasn't changed for 5 days. How did it jump from 100th to 50th overnight?" Golden characters clearly displayed on the jade tablet. Looking at the ranking just a few days later, people exclaimed in surprise, "When did our 9th floor produce such a talent?" Without relying on the Academy's power, he actually soared to the top. Xi Nian wondered to himself, wiping his sweat. Could it be that the person who couldn't even use literary qi a month ago, and is now ranked 50th on the literary sage ranking a month later, isn't a useless good-for-nothing sent by my teacher but a hidden top-tier genius? The Wanchong steel shimmered all over the map, quickly recognizing Sichuan Luoxian because of its ascending the 9th floor fame. Biliang Tengxian was also convinced, as was Baikui Hengxian. In Yundian Academy, someone was displeased with the outcome of Li Taibai's poem, and immediately angrily ordered his subordinates, "When did Li Chang'an appear in Beilu Academy? Find out his background and absolutely do not let him rise further." The subordinate next to him immediately responded loudly, "Yes." Meanwhile, in the Imperial Academy in the capital, 3 senior scholars were checking the literary sage ranking. One of them immediately couldn't help but praise, "Li Taibai's emergence is known throughout the world, perhaps even faster than the top scholar Su Yuanqing," pointing his sword at the Grand Scholar. Another scholar quickly began to strategize. "This person is truly rare, it's best to keep him under control." The scholar immediately looked cautious and reminded, "Let's observe further, don't be rash." At this moment, on the first floor study area of the 9th floor, Li Chang'an slowly walked in. Everyone's eyes focused on him, but their gazes carried hostility. if not jealousy then resentment. Everyone's expression was grim. Li Chang'an also noticed this, thinking, it seems they're jealous of me. My leisurely life is probably over. Suddenly, someone walked over from afar. He didn't even introduce himself, directly asking, Brother Taibai, what books do you usually read? Could you enlighten your classmates so we can ascend the literary sage ranking together? This person held a decent position, being a top student from Area A, ranked third in achievement. Li Chang'an, facing the other's condescending demeanor, simply replied cheerfully that he usually only read Confucius Analects and an introduction to poetic rhyme and style. Hearing this, the top student was furious and roared menacingly, if you don't want to say it, just say it directly. Intentionally mentioning these elementary textbooks, are you looking down on me? He rudely grabbed Li Chang'an's shoulder. Today you won't leave unless you tell me. Li Chang'an wouldn't let him do as he pleased. He turned his head, his eyes burning with anger, and sternly said, let go, strength. His powerful literary chi immediately took effect, pushing the person far away. Li Chang'an was also startled by his own power. He thought excitedly, the power of literary chi, gained from the recognition of ascending the 9th floor, has already filled my body. As long as I infuse literary chi into my words, I can gain the power to harm people. Is this words become law? The entire audience was shocked by the scene of Li Chang'an sending that person flying with a single sentence. At this moment, Li Chang'an also had some concerns. This was his first time realizing how powerful the world of literary cultivation was, but it was not advisable to make too many enemies right now. To ease the atmosphere, he sincerely pulled out a book from his pocket and said, I'm not hiding anything. If this classmate doesn't believe me, feel free to check my book. He even kindly handed it to the person who was still in shock. Just then a majestic voice came from upstairs. Taibai, come up to the 7th floor quickly. Li Chang'an gladly put down the book and said, gentlemen, I'll take my leave first. As soon as he turned to leave, those people eagerly flipped through his book. They all said in surprise, really? Impossible, he didn't even pass the entrance exam. Is he really a genius? No, I need to go home, find this book and review it again. On the 7th floor of the 9th tower, Li Chang'an respectfully cupped his hands and bowed, greeting the tower master and vice tower master. Qin Shuman, the tower master of the 9th tower, slowly turned around, stroked his beard calmly and slowly said, no need for formalities. I summoned you today for another matter. The Imperial Academy in the capital intends to specially recruit you. Fame, literary chi cultivation and resources. Everything will be at your disposal. Furthermore, the Grand Scholar will personally teach you literary chi, allowing you to directly ascend to 5th rank literary chi. This is an excellent opportunity to reach the heavens in one step. Upon hearing this news, Li Chang'an was immediately dumbfounded, his heart greatly shaken. This was less like cultivating a student and more like cultivating a god. An image of a hero imbued with grandeur, able to contend with an army with just a brush, immediately appeared in Li Chang'an's mind. A 5th-rank gentleman's literary seal, impervious to water and fire, reaching the heavens in one step, a single person capable of resisting 10,000 soldiers. He then cautiously cupped his hands and asked, may I ask, Tower Master, what price do I need to pay? Qin Shuman also solemnly replied, with a voice as resonant as an imperial decree, it's simple, obey all arrangements, and you must not fail. Li Chang'an was so frightened his face turned purple. Qin Shuman's voice continued, the Academy has already poured resources into you for your use. If you fail, wrath will burn you to ashes. This matter was like a chain, tightly wrapping around Li Chang'an's entire body, constantly trapping him in scorching flames. Li Chang'an's heart was filled with fear. If he went there, he would become a pitiable pawn, surrounded by danger, unable to control his own life and death. For a moment, he wanted to refuse this matter, then asked again, Lord Tower Master, are there any other options? Qin Shuman frowned and said, I can help you refuse. You can stay in Bamboo Mountain Tower and live a stable life as an ordinary student, but you will lose all those benefits. From now on, you will only be able to rely on yourself to pass the assessments. Li Chang'an thought to himself, I'll have strength eventually, but I only have one life. He immediately knelt down and bowed, saying, Student chooses the second path. Qin Shuman was pleased with his decision. He kindly helped Li Chang'an up and said, very good. To compensate you, I specially petitioned the Academy for you to choose one treasure from the Bamboo Mountain Treasure Vault. Li Chang'an respectfully replied, Thank you for your guidance, Tower Master. This student asks for nothing else. Qin Shuman reassured him, Don't worry, the Bamboo Mountain's millennia-old treasures are all hidden inside. I'll take you to choose now. With that, both were enveloped in a golden light. The golden light immediately transported them to the entrance of a place. Qin Shuman didn't hesitate to push Li Chang'an, saying happily, Go in, you can only choose one and I'll give you 1 hour. Li Chang'an, however, had some doubts in his heart. A treasure vault? Why does it look colder than my room? The Tower Master wouldn't trick me, would he? He cautiously pushed the door open and walked in. Inside, the scene was peculiar, with strange lights flashing all around like a vast universe. Li Chang'an exclaimed in surprise, He immediately felt it was unbelievable. There was another world here. Are the light orbs treasures? Can I choose freely? Li Chang'an closed his eyes, casting a spell while thinking, use the literary path to sense, use literary chi to capture and choose the most suitable treasure. He was sensing the literary chi among the countless stars before him, thinking that each star emanated a powerful aura, making his heart surge. Which star should I choose? Do these stars contain items with different effects? From the many stars he found what he needed. A single spark can start a prairie fire. he couldn't help but feel happy. Found it, this is it. He reached out and absorbed a single spark can start a prairie fire from that star. Li Chang'an absorbed it while thinking, is this the most suitable star for me so far? And as a group attack skill with fire attributes, as long as the literary chi is abundant, the effect will be extremely astonishing when unleashed. Suddenly, raging flames ignited behind him, and his hair and robe danced with the fire. A voice suddenly rang out reminding him, while countless stars quickly rushed forward, since you've chosen your treasure, hurry up and leave. Li Chang'an was abruptly pushed out, flying through the door and falling to the ground. The door slammed shut, and someone walked over, praising him happily. It's a good treasure, isn't it? Bailu Academy is still very sincere towards you. Li Chang'an shyly scratched his head and smiled. Thank you, Tower Master. But in his heart, he was annoyed with the Tower Master, thinking it would have been better if you had sent me out gently. Li Chang'an had just stood up and dusted himself off when the Tower Master patted his shoulder again and said, go back and study hard. The rest will be handled by the Academy. He looked at Li Chang'an with a sly smile, then continued, I will definitely make your ascending the 9th floor top the literary sage ranking. After the conversation, Li Chang'an returned home. As soon as he entered the door, Lu Ziyan happily waved to him and called out to the room, Erlang, quick, see who's here. As Li Chang'an entered, he couldn't help but exclaim, Uncle Zhang. Old Zhang happily called his name. Li Chang'an, you're back? He raised his hand, about to salute Uncle Zhang, but Uncle Zhang held him back. He took out a banknote with one hand and eagerly asked how he was doing in the county city. Your master and I both miss you a lot. Li Chang'an politely replied that everything was fine. Uncle Zhang then said, I won't let down the trust you placed in me with the hot pot recipe you gave me earlier. After the profits are divided, you'll get 60%. This is this month's share, take it. He reached out to decline old Zhang's kindness, saying, take whatever was agreed upon, Uncle Zhang. There's no need to give me your money. Uncle Zhang frowned slightly at him and said sadly, after all, Wang Fuji was founded by you and I only contributed a little. If it weren't to support my retired brothers, I'd feel even 1/10 was too much. Hearing old Zhang's words, Li Chang'an asked in surprise, Uncle Zhang even helps old soldiers? Uncle Zhang, holding the banknote, his face full of pain and tears welling up, said, alas, they are all my brothers. Everyone risked their lives for the great Jin back then. That battle was a heavy loss with only a few surviving, fighting on the corpses of their brothers until the last moment, but now even survival is a luxury. The people are suffering from hunger, unable to eat their fill, and some watch their loved ones die in agony. Uncle Zhang is kind-hearted and extends a little goodwill to help others. I cannot bear to see my brothers die, so I can only give them a little money occasionally. Hearing Uncle Zhang's words, Li Chang'an also felt it was unfair to them. He held Uncle Zhang's hand and said angrily, the world is unjust, people's lives are difficult. Scholars only focus on cultivating the literary path, forgetting their original intention to speak for the people. If they don't do it, I will. If Uncle Zhang trusts me, bring the old soldiers here. I will let them live with dignity. Hearing Li Chang'an say this, Uncle Zhang was deeply moved, his eyes welling up with tears, and he happily agreed. Good, good. A few days later, the brothers gathered. Uncle Zhang formally introduced Li Chang'an to everyone. Brothers, this is young Master Li Chang'an whom I've been telling you about. He has a way to ensure everyone has enough to eat and warm clothes. Everyone looked at Li Chang'an with unfriendly eyes. One of them stepped forward and mocked, what ability does a kid have? Don't boast. The others echoed, Boss Zhang, did you mistake him for someone else? Uncle Zhang's face turned ashen hearing them say this, and he loudly scolded, everyone shut up. He pointed at Zhang Shi, who had stepped out to object. Uncle Zhang angrily reminded that person, Yang Changshi, your mother died. If it weren't for those 5 taels of silver, your mother wouldn't have been buried yet. These words startled Yang Changshi, leaving him speechless. Uncle Zhang then pointed at those who had echoed Yang Changshi, equally displeased, and scolded, Song Anman, your son was sick. If it weren't for those 10 taels of silver, your son would have died long ago. Saying this, Uncle Zhang, still displeased, pointed at Li Chang'an and shouted, thanks to Chang'an teaching me how to make money, I had money to give you. Now he's even spending his time finding ways for us common people to live. Only he treats us like human beings. Li Chang'an felt embarrassed hearing this and patted their shoulders, urging Uncle Zhang to calm down. Uncle Zhang, don't be angry, it's understandable that you all don't believe me. Uncle Zhang pointed at Li Chang'an and loudly asked, should this young Master Li be addressed? They still seemed unconvinced, calling out reluctantly, without any sincerity. Uncle Zhang, still furious, seeing they were still in a temper, loudly scolded, aren't you full or drunk? Louder, with no other choice. Everyone shouted in unison. Young Master Li Chang'an was very happy that they accepted him. He touched his pocket and said, thank you for your kindness. My intention is it's better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. He took out his researched items, showed them to everyone, and introduced, these are the methods for making candied hawthorns, fermented wine, molotong, and hot pot. Previously, business was good in Lin County, and it should be able to establish itself in the county city with this. We'll start with small businesses, and then I'll make adjustments based on everyone's feedback. Everyone was very surprised by Li Chang'an's generosity, and tears welled up in their eyes with emotion. They all exclaimed, I never thought he would hand over such precious secret recipes to us. Young Master Li is truly kind. They were moved by Li Chang'an's sincerity and knelt down together. And Uncle Zhang also cupped his hands and bowed in gratitude on behalf of his brothers. He said, To repay young Master Li's great kindness, my brothers are willing to honor you as our master and serve you diligently. Li Chang'an was very surprised to hear Uncle Zhang say this, thinking, I unexpectedly gained an armed force. Before him was the jousting ranking with first place, Li Taibai of ascending the 9th floor written on it. The jousting ranking extended downwards to Li Chang'an and began to dispense rewards. Subsequently, literary qi gathered from all directions and flew into his body. Fame literary qi cultivation, I hope you can gather national destiny. Li Chang'an cupped his hands and bowed, replying, this student will certainly live up to expectations. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo appeared from nowhere converging on his chest. Literary qi liquefied, promoting him to 9th rank literary qi. A drop of literary qi fell at his feet. Suddenly the spot where Li Chang'an stood shook violently, making him lose his balance. At this moment, stone tablets appeared around Li Chang'an. He looked up at the words above the stone tablets. Devouring a large amount of literary qi actually gave rise to the 7-orifice Yang Jade book, randomly spawning a brand new literary qi tablet. After reading it, Li Chang'an suddenly realized something and shouted, wait, he laughed happily, then continued. A literary qi perpetual motion machine. From now on, literary qi will be upgraded regularly. The scene switched to a pleasure district where a waiter enthusiastically greeted two people. Gentlemen, this way please. After they sat down, Li Chang'an asked Uncle Zhang, how are everyone doing? He replied that two people had already successfully completed their apprenticeships and the others still needed to practice. Suddenly a loud roar sounded, attracting their attention. It was Snake Brother, the leader with the flowing beard who was harassing Yan Qingxi. A pipa player, he grabbed her hand and said, Miss Yan, you won't earn much playing the pipa here. Why not come serve us? He stood on the stage, pulling the girl and saying lewd things. We are the Dragon Tiger Gang, one of the 5 major gangs in the county city. Our brothers will take good care of you. Yan Qingxi trembled with fear and pleaded, no, please let go of me. A subordinate also laughed heartily. Snake Brother is absolutely right. Li Chang'an was very displeased by this scene, thinking, it's unwise to make an enemy of the Dragon Tiger Gang at this time. But he immediately picked up a teacup and threw it at Snake Brother. The teacup hit his hand, shattering on the floor, and Snake Brother screamed in pain. Ah! He clutched his trembling hand, his face twisted in anger and roared. Who dares to ambush me? Li Chang'an calmly stood up and said with composure. It was me, he thought. A gentleman acts and refrains from acting, but to stand idly by while a young girl is humiliated is not worthy of being human. Yan Qingxi looked at Li Chang'an, her cheeks flushed, and she looked at him gratefully. While Snake Brother, furious, ordered his brothers to rush forward. What kind of ghost are you? How dare you look down on our Dragon Tiger Gang? Brothers beat him to death. Several of his brothers charged aggressively. Li Chang'an was not flustered, merely smiled faintly, and then called out, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fugi immediately appeared in front of him, laughing heartily and saying, how dare you useless scoundrels shout at our young master? He had a fiery temper and immediately beat Snake Brother's subordinates half to death, punching one in the neck, knocking out teeth. Another slap to the face made saliva spray, and a kick directly to their faces. He beat them until they were prostrate on the ground. After beating them, Zhang Fugi stood with his hands on his hips, laughing heartily and saying, what Dragon Tiger Gang, it seems they're nothing much after all, he arrogantly told them. Now scram! One was left hanging in the air, another shielded by a board, both looking pathetic and dejected as they left. Yan Qingxi ran over, worriedly saying to her two benefactors, Sirs, why don't you leave the county city quickly? Li Chang'an looked up slightly and asked, Are you afraid the Dragon Tiger Gang will come back for revenge? Behind him, Zhang Fugi cracked his knuckles, a pugnacious look on his face, and said, Let them come, those guys are just average in strength, I can handle them. Hearing this, Yan Qingxi became even more worried and threw herself into Li Chang'an's arms, making him blush furiously. She said, They are not only fierce and cruel, but they also collude with the authorities. Countless people have died at their hands. Young master, you saved me, and Qingxi doesn't want to see anything happen to you. Li Chang'an awkwardly stammered in reply, I will be careful, thank you for the warning, miss. Saying this, Li Chang'an awkwardly scratched his face and looked at Yan Qingxi, saying, Aren't we a bit too close? Hearing this, she remembered and quickly let go of Li Chang'an, blushing deeply and saying shyly, I apologize for my impropriety. Yan Qingxi then bid farewell to the two as they walked. Zhang Fugi whispered to Li Chang'an, I think that little girl has a crush on you. Why not let her marry you? Hearing this, Li Chang'an laughed awkwardly. Uncle Zhang, please don't tease me. We must guard against the Dragon Tiger Gang. Please ask a few people to secretly protect my sister-in-law and younger sister. He replied, Of course, leave it to me. The sky began to rain. Lu Ziyan looked at Linglong and called out, Linglong, let's go home quickly. The little girl hummed in agreement. As the two walked, someone was secretly following them. Suddenly a hand reached out and grabbed both of them. 4 men in black surrounded them from 4 directions, smiling sinisterly. Lu Ziyan asked fearfully, Who are you? The green-haired man smiled sinisterly. So these are Li Taibai's sister-in-law and younger sister. Not bad looking. Though not as good as Yan Qingxi. Playing with them wouldn't be bad either. Tie them up. Lu Ziyan and Linglong clung to each other in fear. Lu Ziyan cried out in fright, shouting Erlang, while Linglong cried out in terror, Brother, save me. News of Lu Ziyan and Linglong's capture reached Li Chang'an. He stood up in alarm, shouting, What? The Dragon Tiger Gang kidnapped my sister-in-law and younger sister? Anxiously wanted to rescue them, asking, Where are they now? I'll go save them. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Fugi pulled him back. Chang'an, calm down. Ziyan and Linglong are fine. Seeing him calm down a bit, Zhang Fugi continued, Fortunately, our brothers were following them all along and didn't let those scoundrels succeed. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called Erlang from behind. He turned around to see Lu Ziyan and Linglong running towards him, crying and hugging Li Chang'an. Linglong was crying inconsolably with snot and tears, complaining to Li Chang'an, "Brother Chang'an, those scoundrels really, boo-hoo-hoo." He stroked the little girl's head and gently comforted her. "It's all right, Linglong, be good, Linglong, don't be afraid. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, this time." Then his expression changed. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "But I will repay the Dragon Tiger gang tenfold for bullying my sister-in-law and younger sister." Lu Ziyan was still shaken but tried to persuade Li Chang'an, "Erlang, you don't need to make enemies with those ruffians for our sake." Li Chang'an gently raised his hand to wipe away her tears. He frowned slightly, worriedly replying, "You two are my family and I will never allow something like this to happen again today," she replied. "Then Linglong and I should leave here so they won't trouble you." Just then a person ran in to report, "Old man Zhang, Brother Li, it's not good, something happened." Zhang Fugi asked, "What happened?" The person quickly said breathlessly, "The Dragon Tiger gang smashed our stalls and arrogantly said your boss offended the Dragon Tiger gang and still dares to do business here." Zhang Fugi's face turned ashen, and he punched a tree, roaring, "Those sons of bitches, they deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chang'an walked forward. Although outwardly calmer than Zhang Fugi, his expression and aura were exceptionally firm. Vowing to deal with these people thoroughly, he opened his mouth and said, "How dare they capture my family and injure my brothers? Since trouble is unavoidable, I will eliminate those who cause it." His stern face bore an overwhelming murderous intent as he spoke of eradicating them root and branch, his eyes filled with hatred, instructing that every member of the Dragon Tiger gang must be dealt with. After a while, Li Chang'an gathered his brothers and said, "This matter was caused by me. I didn't expect these evil forces to be so numerous, implicating all of you brothers." He knelt and cupped his hands, saying, "Chang'an offers his apologies here." The brothers were all alarmed, saying in unison, "Young Master Li, what are you saying? It was clearly those scoundrels who harmed people. You have been kind to us and we have no way to repay you." Zhang Fugi helped him up, adding, "Chang'an, how could an old man like me blame you? Please get up." Li Chang'an stood up, took something from his pocket and said, "It would be easy for you brothers to deal with the Dragon Tiger gang, but they collude with the authorities. If we act directly, we will be the ones pushed to the brink." He held up several written papers and continued, "I've already figured out a way to circumvent the authorities and eradicate the Dragon Tiger gang." He sincerely and loudly called out, "Please lend me a hand, everyone." Everyone raised their hands in unison, shouting fiercely, "Kill, kill, kill." Li Chang'an began to assign tasks. "Operations will be suspended for a few days. I will distribute a plan to everyone. Brother Song, send a few people to locate the Dragon Tiger gang's lair. All the details, big and small, must be known." A brother took the paper from his hand, looking a little surprised. Li Chang'an continued, saying that Uncle Ning was an archer. "I'll give you the blueprints, and you must build a brand new bow and arrow called a folding crossbow. Brother Tien, your task is the most important. Please take the brothers and join the Dragon Tiger gang to dismantle them from within." Everyone knelt, shouting loudly, "Your subordinates obey." Li Chang'an stood before them, sternly saying, "I will not gamble with my brothers' lives, and I hope everyone trusts me. The big picture is set. Only the final strike remains." Zhang Fugi saw Li Chang'an majestic and serious, capable of leading everyone. He thought with some surprise. He used to only think Chang'an was good at literature and contemplation, but now he is truly a born king. Perhaps he can be addressed as Lord now. The scene switches to the next morning, 9th floor of Bailu Academy. Li Chang'an walked in from outside yawning and greeted everyone, and Nan saw him yawning continuously and teased, "Oh, Grand Poet Sage, what unspeakable things did you do last night that you're so sleepy?" Li Chang'an turned and chuckled, "Don't talk nonsense, and brother, and please stop calling me that nickname." He heard this and sarcastically replied, "Then hurry and beg me." Suddenly, many examination papers fell from upstairs and someone else angrily shouted, "Rejected again, don't you feel ashamed?" Li Chang'an looked up, asking in surprise and confusion, "What's going on?" And Nan replied, "Our pavilion has been working on the Literary Bureau's task of composing poems for the Intellects for half a year, and we've been rejected 7 times, tisk tisk. No wonder the Tower Master is angry. If it gets rejected again, it'll probably be snatched by other academies and then we'll be utterly disgraced." After speaking, and Nan rushed over and hugged Li Chang'an again, laughing and saying, "What to do, Grand Poet Sage? Why don't you give it a try?" He raised his hand and feigned a laugh. "Oh, my little ancestor, don't tease me." The Tower Master walked out and loudly said to the students, "Students of the 9th floor, listen up. Everyone must compose a poem for the Intellects. Those whose poems are selected will receive a reward of 500 taels. If sales reach a certain level, an additional 10% will be awarded." The students below listened, burying their heads in their hands and saying, "What? Only a mere 500 taels? We might as well just invite a literary master to do it. How could we be qualified? A master's prestige is too precious to bother with such trivial matters." But Li Chang'an's eyes lit up with joy, thinking, "Can the words mere and 500 taels even be linked? This is just the right amount of money to help the brothers." Li Chang'an opened the assignment and said, "I'll take this one." The students behind him all thought he was crazy, loudly saying, "Brother, you think you can just write it? Where do you get your confidence? Aren't you celebrating too early?" He ignored them, opened the question booklet, which read, "A boy and a girl, childhood sweethearts, deeply in love and married. The man leaves to make his fortune, the woman stays home to manage the household, the man finds new love outside, the woman commits suicide upon learning of it. After reading, he closed the book, his face purple, very uncomfortable, yet he forced a smile, and then couldn't help but shout, "Damn it, this love story is too terrible." The students below were still scratching their heads, saying, "Who wants to read a script like this? I've never been in love, so I don't know how to write a love poem." Another person offered an opinion, saying, "Just say 2 or 3 exaggerated lines and you can probably make it fancy." A tower master heard the students say this and coughed. "Perhaps all of you have underestimated this external assignment. The Literary Bureau primarily promotes Intellects in the first half of the year. If a poem is selected, all the prestige gained will at least be boosted by an academy branch." Li Chang'an was stunned upon hearing this. At this point, the students who had been reluctant to take the assignment were now scrambling to write. A few who hadn't suffered love's pangs said, "Move aside, let me write it. My love poems even move the courtesans to tears. It must be perfect for the Intellects. To get on the literary sage ranking, I must complete this task." Everyone vigorously wielded their brushes, frantically dedicating themselves to writing. Li Chang'an, however, held the paper and sighed. This task was already not easy, and it was a double misfortune, but in an instant he cheered up again, picked up his brush and wrote a poem. Newly added 2 verses of Green Young Willow Pond Ling Tuzi. "Do you know that the red bean's deep longing pierces the bone? Together light the lamp, deeply illuminate her, may our vows not be broken. Conjugal bliss, how hateful that the plum and peach cores originally had others. A foot of deep crimson surpasses the dust of a song. Naturally, old things are not as good as new." After writing, he thought confidently, "Who can compare to this poem in terms of love poetry?" After finishing, Li Chang'an went to the Tower Master's office to submit the poem. He knocked on the door, then walked in and said, "To Tower Masters, student Li Taibai has come to submit the poem for the Intellects." The 2 Tower Masters heard this and stammered, "Taibai, I forgot to tell you." The other Tower Master continued, "Of the entire 9th floor, only you don't need to submit this poem." Li Chang'an heard this, stunned, opening his mouth to ask disappointedly, "Why, what did this student do wrong?" The old man said, "You did nothing wrong, it's just that your ascending the 9th floor has too high a starting point. If your next poem fails, those with ulterior motives will seize the opportunity to disparage you before you have nothing. For safety's sake, it's better to wait a few more months." He heard this and replied, "So that's how it is." This student thanks the 2 Tower Masters for their consideration. Li Chang'an bowed and continued, "But I still want to give it a try." He was a bit displeased, frowning and thinking, if it were just me, it would be best for the Tower Master to arrange it. But now my brother's business has been stalled due to solving the Dragon Tiger Gang's problem. This Intellect's assignment is worth 500 taels and I cannot afford to lose it. The gray-robed Tower Master looked at him, admiring his determination a little, and said, "Young man, you are impetuous and prone to suffering losses. Are you truly that determined?" Li Chang'an firmly replied, "Tower Master, this student believes in his poem." Seeing his resolute attitude, the Tower Master had no choice but to take his poem and said, "All right, I'll take a look first." After only reading a few lines, the 2 old men thought in horror, "Is this the 2 poems of longing?" After thinking this, the 2 linked hands and started spinning around again. The red-robed Tower Master happily said, "The first line of the poem uses red silk and peach pits to express the abandoned woman's resentment." The gray-robed Tower Master continued, "The second line of the poem uses the image of lighting a lamp at the bottom of a well and a long game of chess to express the woman's love for her lover." The red-robed Tower Master was too moved to speak, praising, "One is a confession, one is subtle. 2 lines of poetry encapsulate the love of all women in the world." The gray-robed Tower Master also raised his index finger in high praise, especially the last 2 lines, which are mournful and lingering, bringing tears to the eyes, truly exquisite. After their excitement, the 2 old men, one playing the husband and the other the wife, embraced each other, passionately calling out. The gray-robed elder called wife and the red-robed elder called husband. They even excerpted a passage from the poem and sang it. "Ling Tu Zio red bean, do you know the bone deep longing? And something about we must be together forever." Li Chang'an, seeing this passionately affectionate scene, got goosebumps all over his body, and his face froze stiffly as he asked in confusion, 2 Tower Masters, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, the 2 old men suddenly woke up, looked at each other, then dropped each other, their faces pale and quickly separated. The gray-robed Tower Master coughed, then replied to Li Chang'an, "This poem is not bad. I will submit it to the Literary Bureau. You should go back quickly." He heard this, cupped his hands happily and cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Tower Master." Li Chang'an walked out of the Tower Master's room. The gray-robed Tower Master breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Although it can't compare to the artistic conception of ascending the 9th floor, it has also reached a master level, completely crushing the poems of other students. Taibai, how many more surprises do you have?" The red-robed Tower Master also sighed. "The poem for the Intellects is more than sufficient, but in that case, this kid is simply too talented." The gray-robed elder laughed heartily upon hearing this. "Old Jiu doesn't even fear himself. What are we afraid of?" After laughing, he pondered, "We can't hide it from him much longer. Li Taibai is no ordinary genius." The scene shifts to the Anning City Literary Bureau, where students are gathered discussing the exam questions. Master Huang seems to have only spent 2/4 of an hour on the 2 poems of longing. "Is this poem good or bad? Who wrote it?" A student said he heard it was someone named Taibai, a legendary new star on the literary sage ranking. A young man suddenly burst into tears holding a piece of paper, saying the Analects couldn't match this poem. He was also the author of the Analects named Huang Qinshan. He shouted, "I must change it back to the original version." Another person heard this and quickly stopped him. "Master Huang, the book is going to print in 5 days, don't mess around." Huang Qinshan still resolutely replied, "No, I must write a script worthy of this poem. I'll write all night, don't disturb me." The purple-clad man couldn't stop him, stamping his foot in frustration and crying, "Is Taibai's poem really that good? Do I really have to rewrite it again?" Back at the literary bureau, Huang Qinshan was refusing 2 other tower masters, saying, "Please go back." He gently pushed up his glasses and said, "The poems you submitted cannot compare to 2 poems of longing." Hearing this, Tower Master Zhao of Yushu Academy and Tower Master Liu of Shangshan Academy both broke out in a cold sweat, greatly surprised. Tower Master Zhao loudly said, "Master Huang hasn't even looked, how can you say that?" Tower Master Liu also disappointedly continued to ask, "I wonder whose masterpiece from Beilu Academy could satisfy you so much?" Huang Qinshan, when asked, replied with a smug smile. He arrogantly uttered the 3 words, "Li Taibai," astonishing the 2 in an instant. The 2 also imagined Li Taibai's extremely imposing face. The 2 old men said in horror, "What, it's him again?" Tower Master Zhao frowned, gritting his teeth unhappily, muttering to himself, "He occupied the literary sage ranking for a month, and now the prestige of the Analects too." Tower Master Liu also thought with a similarly grim expression, "I'm afraid a super genius will emerge. In that case our 2 academies will never have a chance to become famous. We must unite to suppress Li Taibai." The scene shifts to Li Chang'an holding money, his face beaming with joy, saying, "I didn't expect the task's reward to come so quickly." And Nan sat opposite, resting his chin on his hand, saying, "You really are someone who feels nothing." After speaking, he walked over and patted Li Chang'an's chin, turning his face to the side and saying, "Look for yourself." He hummed in confusion. Then he looked at Nan, only to see the students all looking at him angrily, as if they wanted to swallow him whole, full of murderous intent. And Nan said, causing a sensation twice in a row, "I'm afraid all scholars in the world hate you." Hearing this, Li Chang'an turned his head and asked, "Then what about Nan? Do you hate me too?" Hearing this question, Nan blinked and said, "Me?" Then he walked over and hugged Li Chang'an, continuing, "Brother Taibai's poems, good or bad, why bother with me? Why not think about how to earn money and treat your brothers to a meal?" Li Chang'an reached out to stop him, sweat beading on his forehead, his face unnaturally agreeing, "All right, anywhere is fine, but big brother, don't get so close." Then a thought flashed through his mind and he suggested, "How about going to the Jiaofengxi brothel you always talk about?" One dared to propose, one dared to go. The 2 soon arrived at the entertainment house, and upon entering, a young woman walked over and invited them in. "Young master on Miss Name is eagerly awaiting you, please come this way." Li Chang'an walked inside and saw 3 people at a table drinking and chatting, the atmosphere very pleasant. As he passed, one man looked at him, a little surprised. He nodded to that man. Li Chang'an covered his stomach and said to Nan and another student, "You 2 go ahead first, I need to go to the privy." With that, he left to meet the man he had just seen. The man cupped his hands and bowed, saying, "I didn't expect young master to arrange to meet in an entertainment house." Li Chang'an stood with his arms crossed behind his back and said, "Don't gangs and students all frequent brothels? How are the investigations into the Dragon Tiger Gang progressing?" The man replied, "Reporting to young master, the Dragon Tiger Gang has approximately 500 members, including 37 leaders of various ranks. The great chief frequently meets with an official surnamed Zhao, whose official rank is an 8th rank record keeper. No one else has been found to be in contact with the authorities. The Dragon Tiger Gang is at odds with the 8th rank record keeper, but the Dragon Tiger Gang colludes with the Shikun Stream Village faction. Among the gangs in the city, the Shikun faction is the most difficult for the Dragon Tiger Gang to deal with." Li Chang'an heard this and smiled. "Good. Next have the brothers challenge the Shikun faction in the name of the Dragon Tiger Gang. The more trouble they cause, the better, ideally leading to a full-scale conflict between the 2 sides." The white-haired man raised his hand and asked, "Is young master planning to kill with a borrowed knife?" Li Chang'an replied, "That still won't completely eliminate the Dragon Tiger Gang. Next, I'll need Uncle Tien to find a few leaders who resemble our people, most importantly." Hearing this, Uncle Tien was a little surprised and hadn't had a chance to say anything when Nan walked over and asked, "Brother Li Chang'an Taibai, aren't you done yet?" He heard this, turned and left, also instructing, "I have to go. After this, follow my instructions. We'll close the net in half a month." Uncle Tien bowed slightly and replied, "Understood, young master." Li Chang'an smiled and said, "Brother, and why are you in such a hurry? Haven't I arrived?" The 2 returned to the Jiaofengxi, drinking and playing dice, and Nan laughed heartily. "Ha, brother Taibai lost again, drink up." Li Chang'an was already thoroughly drunk but refused to admit defeat, standing up to play another round. "I don't believe I'll lose to you 2, continue." As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Chang'an collapsed onto Nan drunk. He paused slightly and asked, "Drunk already?" "Brother Taibai's alcohol tolerance isn't good." Li Chang'an lay in Nan's lap, sleeping soundly, still muttering in his dreams, "Can't say, a man can't." The next morning, Li Chang'an woke up in bed, still groggy. He sat up, clutching his head, muttering to himself, "My head hurts from the hangover, and why does my body feel so heavy?" A voice both strange and familiar came from behind him, saying, "Don't run around." He turned to look at the person, a hint of panic on his face, thinking, "Did I get drunk and fool around with someone?" Then he opened his mouth wide, astonished and drenched in sweat, fearfully saying, "Wait." Then he looked at Nan, who was still sleeping next to him, somewhat disheveled, and muttered to himself, "Oh God, it's Nan. Am I gay?" No sooner had he thought this than a porcelain vase was smashed heavily to the ground, shattering into pieces, and Nan still held a bottle ready to throw it at Li Chang'an. He frantically explained to Nan, "Brother, and calm down, I really didn't sleep with you. You were clearly using me as a pillow all night and my back still aches." He gave a dry laugh and softly said, "I don't blame you. Are you still thinking of fighting and killing? Let's just pretend nothing happened. I'm leaving." And Nan, hearing Li Chang'an was leaving, grew even angrier and said murderously, "Leaving? How dare you?" She waved her hand, binding Li Chang'an with chains condensed from literary chi, then abruptly pulled him back onto the bed. Li Chang'an's face turned pale with fright. He asked, "Brother, and you're not trying to make me take responsibility, are you? Two grown men, even if they slept together." As he spoke, and Nan's rage flared up again, her eyes seemingly ready to kill, and Nan jumped up, striking at his mouth with literary chi, continuously calling out Li Taibai's name. Seeing this, he was terrified and quickly said, "How about you tell me what to do? I'll agree to anything, just don't use force." And Nan stopped, picked up her outer garment, glared at Li Chang'an and coldly snorted, "Then I'll tell you when I think of something. You owe me this time." Li Chang'an quickly agreed, all right, I'll definitely keep my word." He walked out of the room, wiping the cold sweat from his face. He thought, even if a Nan is more beautiful than a courtesan, he's still a man. We only slept in the same bed, no one lost anything. How could he be so scared? Why do I always feel a sense of guilt? Forget it, I should hurry home. In Nan's room, a pair of soft hands caressed her back. Kueui gently nudged her and called out, "Young master." She glanced back at Kueui and asked, "Everyone calls me young master, don't you know that yet?" With that, she flipped over and pressed the woman beneath her. The woman cried out in surprise, and Nan asked the woman, "Should I kill him after what he and I did?" The woman's eyes widened in surprise and she replied, "But he's Taibai." And Nan smiled, tousled her hair and said, "Exactly, Taibai's emergence is known throughout the world, but he doesn't know who I am." Meanwhile, on Li Chang'an's side, as soon as he returned home, Linglong ran over, sniffing him, and said, "Brother, didn't you say you were socializing with classmates? How come besides the smell of wine there's also the smell of perfume?" Lu Ziyan stood by and said, "Linglong, don't talk nonsense. Erlang must be very tired. Let Erlang rest first. I'll go make some hangover soup." Li Chang'an felt an instant rush of happiness hearing Lu Ziyan say this. He looked at her, smiling as he thought, "Only my sister-in-law, only Ziyan, will always keep me in her heart, always be so gentle, taking care of me with all her heart. Wherever my sister-in-law is, that's home." He walked forward and took Lu Ziyan's hand. She was startled and turned to call out, "Erlang," Li Chang'an said with a look of shame, "there won't be a next time. I won't let you all worry again." The scene switched to the Shikun Stream Village faction. The Shikun faction's disciples were beating members of the Dragon Tiger gang, shouting sternly, "How dare you harm a Shikun brother? Today I'll make you pay for your blood debt." The Dragon Tiger gang members leaned against the wall, exasperatedly saying, "Don't pin every little thing on our Dragon Tiger gang. I said we didn't do it." The Shikun faction members couldn't stand it and directly raised their sticks and beat them down, blood splattering everywhere. He roared, "You're still being stubborn when death is at your doorstep. Kill." Subsequently, several Dragon Tiger gang corpses were brought before the Dragon Tiger gang leader. He stood before the corpses silent. His subordinates, however, were furious, shouting, "The Shikun faction, if we don't destroy them, how will our Dragon Tiger gang ever have a standing in the martial world again? Big brother, I will avenge our brothers." The Dragon Tiger gang leader turned his head, raised his hand to declare war, and loudly said, "Issue a challenge. 3 days from now we'll fight to the death." The sky began to rain. Li Chang'an looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, "This way the time has come." He thought, "I could treat these as games before, but now some people have lost their lives because of my schemes." Completely disappearing from this world, looking at the rain in the sky, he couldn't help but ask himself, "Is what I'm doing really right?" Zhang Fugi seemed to understand what he was thinking and said, "Chang'an, you did nothing wrong. It's those sons of bitches who won't let us live in peace. No need to hesitate. Please, young master, give the order to wipe out the Dragon Tiger gang." Everyone knelt down, shouting in unison, "Please, young master, give the order." Li Chang'an was silent for a moment, then turned and said with a slight smile of gratitude, "Thank you, Uncle John, thank you everyone. Chang'an understands." He stood before everyone and ordered, "I know you all are battle-hardened veterans from the northern frontier. Dealing with idle ruffians is like using an ox knife to kill a chicken. But for everyone to return safely, every step from now on must follow my orders." Everyone shouted in unison, "Understood." 3 days later, war broke out, with the Shikun faction and Dragon Tiger gang members facing each other. The rooftops were filled with Li Chang'an's hidden people. A moment later, the two sides silently stared at each other. The next second, they simultaneously shouted, "Kill," and charged at each other. The battle began. Both sides fought relentlessly. Li Chang'an also thought to himself, although the two major gangs are formidable with nearly 1,000 men, the government won't stand idly by. This conflict won't last long, he continued with a solemn expression, so the action must be swift. The first step is to shoot them in the chaos on the rooftops. Li Chang'an's men began to fire arrows one by one, piercing the throats of the Dragon Tiger gang members. He then told himself, "Remember, our people are not the killers. The key lies in the next step." One of Li Chang'an's subordinates approached a corpse, then he took off his mask and smiled. "This is called stealing a beam and replacing a pillar." One by one, they quickly changed into disguises, unbeknownst to anyone. Our people completely replaced the Dragon Tiger gang members. Li Chang'an instructed, "Be sure to destroy the faces of the corpses to ensure no exposure." Zhang Fugi hesitantly asked, "What then? Do we want to go from being the bullied to becoming butchers with bloodied blades?" Li Chang'an glanced at him, his face cold, and said, "Of course not." He thought of the scenes where his brothers were bullied by the Dragon Tiger Gang and asked, Uncle Zhang, have you ever thought, without the Dragon Tiger Gang, there will be other gangs, bad guys will still run rampant, and ordinary people will still have no way to live. He then said firmly, instead of placing our hopes on others, I will decide. Using the shell of the Dragon Tiger Gang, in a place where we can call the shots, everyone will live with dignity. Zhang Fugi heard this and asked in surprise, make our own decisions, Chang'an, have you had this plan from the beginning? Li Chang'an said firmly to Uncle Zhang, trust me, that day is not far off. After the battle, the sky was still raining heavily, and Li Chang'an's men had already captured several Dragon Tiger Gang thugs. They were enthusiastically praising Li Chang'an's strategy. Young Master's planning is truly brilliant. Except for old Tian, who deliberately got injured to avoid suspicion, none of the other brothers were harmed. Another person excitedly said, we killed 47 Dragon Tiger Gang members, no need to say how exhilarating it was. Li Chang'an humbly replied, you all worked hard. Someone else said, we also brought young Master a gift. We captured the scoundrels who kidnapped your sister-in-law and younger sister. He walked up to the kidnapper, his face cold, looking at him with murderous intent, then said, where's the crossbow? He picked up the crossbow and pointed it at the kidnapper, who was terrified, sweating profusely, his face drained of color. Li Chang'an lowered his voice and asked word by word, do you remember me? He removed the cloth gagging the kidnapper's mouth. By now, the kidnapper was crying with fright, yet he still refused to admit anything, instead arrogantly yelling, I don't care who you are, I'm from the Dragon Tiger Gang, you'd better let me go quickly. Li Chang'an's eyes turned red with anger, unable to maintain his composure any longer, and he furiously said, don't remember? You tied up my sister-in-law and younger sister, you laid hands on my family, and now you dare to say you don't remember? His hands trembled with anger as if he was about to pull the trigger, yet he hesitated. One of his subordinates saw his hesitation and said, young master, if you can't bring yourself to do it, I'll help you. Zhang Fugi stepped between them and said sternly, no, the man asked, puzzled. What? Zhang Fugi's face exuded a murderous aura as he stared intently at the man and asked, would you follow a leader who has never killed anyone? Then he looked at Li Chang'an and explained, young master must do it himself to truly win the brothers' trust and their willingness to die for him, the man replied. But young master, no matter how many strategies he has, is still just a young boy. Turning back to Li Chang'an, he still aimed the crossbow directly at the kidnapper and said, I am no saint and I don't want to kill, but you should not have touched my inverse scale. With that, he shot an arrow through the man's body and continued, I suppose I can only ask you to die. The kidnapper slowly fell, and the remaining two were already trembling with fear. He stood before the kidnapper's corpse and coldly said, even if all the Dragon Tiger Gang members die, they wouldn't be worth a single hair on my family. With that, 2 more arrows were shot, killing the remaining 2. Zhang Fugi witnessed this scene, shifting from stunned to overjoyed, thinking, this isn't being crushed, he's completely reborn, becoming a dark king. In Li Chang'an's mind, the people he had killed were now howling miserably, why did you kill us? Why did you kill us? Committing murder is not the righteous path, violence begets violence, a crooked path. The zombies crawled on the ground saying hatefully, today you kill us, someday someone will come to kill you. He angrily ran over, kicked the green-haired zombie hard and shouted, what about the righteous path, what about the crooked path? I am Li Chang'an and I am the path. The living dead rushed at Li Chang'an howling, kill him. Kill him? He closed his eyes, silent for a moment, then opened them furiously and said, hey, want to die again? His eyes emitted literary chi flames, burning them and making them scream in agony. Suddenly the green-haired zombie grabbed Lu Ziyan again, threatening Li Chang'an. No matter how strong you are, can you protect your family forever? As long as you're not paying attention, they'll fall into my hands. Li Chang'an angrily waved his hand and roared, you're asking for death. But the zombie showed no fear, grabbing Lu Ziyan's head right in front of Li Chang'an, tearing it off, then grinning sinisterly and saying, she died horribly because of you. Lu Ziyan continuously called out Erlang's name. Li Chang'an cried out in terror, rushing forward and shouting no. His cries echoed throughout the mansion. It was just a dream. Lu Ziyan pushed open the door and asked worriedly, Erlang, did you have a nightmare? Li Chang'an was pale, panting heavily, drenched in sweat with dark circles under his eyes, but he managed a strained smile and called out, sister-in-law. Then he abruptly rushed over and hugged Lu Ziyan tightly, making her cheeks flush. He said, it was just a dream, how lucky, thank goodness sister-in-law is fine. She gently comforted him. Don't be afraid, aren't I fine? He tightly gripped her shoulders and asked seriously, sister-in-law, if you were in danger because of me. Lu Ziyan's cheeks flushed and she looked away, shyly saying, Erlang, if I were in danger, how could it be because of you? It would clearly be the fault of those bad people. You taught me how to make Tonghulu. Erlang took me to Wangxing Tower, where only literati and elegant scholars can go. You even earned money to redeem Linglong for me. I remember all the kindness you've shown me, she then stammered on. So even if you asked me to die for you, I would gladly do it. Li Chang'an was so moved his cheeks flushed. He leaned in, gently stroking her face, and tenderly said, Ziyan, only you? Lu Ziyan also flushed, paused for a moment, then suddenly pushed him away in a panic, saying, we can't. She quickly walked out of the room, glanced at Li Chang'an and said, Erlang, go to bed early, I'm going back too. With that she quickly closed the door, leaving Li Chang'an alone, his heart racing, staring blankly out the door, thinking, I want to protect her, yet I also want to tease her. Li Chang'an, admit it, you've already... No, this feeling can no longer be suppressed. It must be released immediately. He walked to the table, spread out a white sheet of paper and began to write, Shang Yi, I wish to know you, to live long and never fade. He suddenly paused, his heart pounding like a drum. I wish to know you, to live long and never fade, until mountains have no peaks, rivers run dry, winter thunder rumbles, summer snow falls. When heaven and earth merge, only then will I part from you, he thought. Sister-in-law, do you feel it? This is my affection. The next morning, Li Chang'an came to the backyard of Beilu Academy to submit a poem. The gray-robed tower master stood with his hands behind his back and said, "You say you've written something even better than 2 poems of longing?" He bowed and answered, "Yes." Tower Master Qin suddenly asked loudly, "Then why did it only appear on March 6? He continued. "Do you know that the March Literary Sage ranking is also known as the Hidden Dragon ranking? All the great masters and heroes don't make a move this month. It's originally a good opportunity for newcomers to make a name for themselves, but you announced it 6 days later than others. How much support will you lose? Your once bright future might be buried because of this." Li Chang'an calmly replied, "But her birthday is March 6th, and I want her to be the first to see this poem." The 2 tower masters, hearing such an absurd answer, were furious. They roared in unison. "You scoundrel!" Tower Master Qin asked Li Chang'an. "Even if you lose the first opportunity," he replied with a yes. The gray-robed elder asked, "Even if your reputation is damaged?" He again replied with a yes, then knelt and bowed, saying, "To this student, what's important isn't reaching the peak but that person. I hope the teachers will grant my wish." Tower Master Qin, hearing Li Chang'an's plea, said with difficulty, "Tai Bai, with your talent, as long as you reach the peak, why worry about not having women in the future?" Li Chang'an's face darkened upon hearing this, and he slowly replied, "Daughters of influential families, noble family pearls, even the princess of Great Jin." Then he loudly and decisively said, "But none of them are her." Li Chang'an mentioned the figure of the person he loved and calmly continued, "Anyone else is fine, but in this student's eyes only she." Tower Master Qin, hearing this, clenched his hands, veins bulging, and coldly asked, "Who exactly is that woman?" "I already guessed it. It's your sister-in-law." Then he furiously shouted, "Sister-in-law, woman, it's her." Tower Master Qin then asked in his heart, "Are you her?" Li Chang'an did not deny it and bowed respectfully. "This student dares not be disrespectful, but it is indeed my sister-in-law." As soon as Li Chang'an finished speaking, both tower masters furiously shouted, "Stop!" Tower Master Qin asked, "Do you know that this is lawless? Is there still any moral order?" Hearing this, he explained to the 2 tower masters, "My sister-in-law and I have never had any inappropriate behavior," he recounted as he reminisced. "The day my sister-in-law married into our family, she didn't even have time to complete the wedding ceremony. My elder brother and father were already on the battlefield. Nominally, she and my elder brother were not yet considered husband and wife. My sister-in-law did not leave and even took care of me for 5 years, saving me from the brink of death countless times." Having finished his account, Li Chang'an placed his hand on his chest and firmly said to the 2 tower masters, "My sister-in-law is to this student someone who will never leave, whose affection is deep and significant, unforgettable in this life. I will never let her down." Suddenly, Tower Master Qin stepped forward, placed his hand on Li Chang'an's shoulder, and said with both comfort and acquiescence, "But this is an act against heaven. If you are determined, then do it. The Academy will arrange it for you." He was a bit surprised, then replied, "Thank you, Tower Master." The March Hidden Dragon ranking was activated, and the students below shouted continuously. On the first day of March, the literary arts were made public and everyone crowded to buy 2 copies for me. "Move aside, let me speak first," someone said. "I heard it's still written by Li Tai Bai, you can't miss it. The 20th volume, 2 Poems of Longing by Li Tai Bai, Demon Extermination Chronicle." At this moment, 2 tower masters looked up at the ranking. The white-haired old man said, "Li Tai Bai, you wish to soar to the heavens through literary arts? It's not that easy." The golden-haired old man said to his student, "Inform the major bookstores to proceed as planned." The man bowed and replied, "Yes." On the 2nd day of March, the storybooks were already released. The bookseller held up 2 fingers and loudly proclaimed, "2 new storybooks have debuted, truly representing the world's great trends, brimming with iron and blood, incomparable to those tales of love and romance, sir. Today's special is buy one get one free. We're selling Demon Extermination Chronicle and Broken Vast Sea." Upon hearing this, passers-by scrambled to buy them as if they were treasures, exclaiming in praise, "That's right, a true man must read them. I want 2 copies." All the men, hearing this, flocked to the bookseller to purchase at the discounted price. The bookseller opposite was in a frantic sweat, saying to a customer, "Don't leave, sir." Li Tai Bai's 2 Poems of Longing ranked 24th. Li Tai Bai's 2 Poems of Longing ranked 7th. At this time, Li Tai Bai's ranking was rapidly declining. On the 3rd day of March, the atmosphere was exceptionally tense. A girl walked over, slammed money heavily on the table and said, "They won't buy, I will." Several other girls also each bought a book written by Li Tai Bai, their faces flushed, praising with delight. The 2 lines, "Ling Tu Zi, O Red Bean, do you know the bone-deep longing?" are truly special in our literary arts. A person seeing this sneered. "Love poems between men and women are not refined at all. Only you women would read them." Hearing this, she angrily retorted, "Li Tai Bai's poems are gentle and exquisite. How could you possibly write them? They can only be written with heart and literary chi." The boys and girls were unyielding, lightning flashing in their eyes. Li Chang'an's book rose again to 70th place, 2 Poems of Longing by Li Tai Bai, and then continued to climb to 3rd place. At this point, one of the 2 tower masters was looking at the ranking, while the other was so enraged he kicked over a nearby table, roaring, "Bastard, after only 1 or 2 quarrels, 2 Poems of Longing has soared." The white-haired tower master gnashed his teeth and emitted literary chi, saying, "This time show no mercy. We must utterly crush Li Tai Bai." The students in the tower discussed animatedly. The literary sage ranking has been really interesting these past few days. 2 poems of longing continuously fluctuated in ranking. That person replied, it's already 3rd now. Tai Bai is truly exceptional. And Nan had also read Li Chang'an's book. He walked over, covering half his face with the book, and asked with a somewhat angry tone, "Brother Li, are those last 2 lines, entwined and lingering, truly written from your heart?" Li Chang'an looked at Nan and replied with a smile, "Not those 2 lines." Hearing this, Nan breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I must have overthought it." Just as he thought he had overthought it, Li Chang'an continued, "The previous line was what I wrote for her, and I'll only tell her on her birthday in 2 days. This instantly ignited Nan's anger, now a volcanic eruption, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Nan turned his head, his face ashen, anger clearly written on it, and roared, "What do you mean?" Just as he was about to say something, a student said to Li Chang'an with a terrified expression, "Tai Bai, it's bad. 2 poems of longing is about to be kicked out of the top 100. Li Chang'an heard this and asked in surprise, "How is that possible?" The student replied, "Several masters from Songyue Academy have jointly and fiercely suppressed 2 poems of longing, and its ranking is falling too fast." At this moment, Lu Wanlang, a 5th-rank master of literary seals, was angrily discussing Li Chang'an's poem, saying its artistic conception was empty and mediocre, lacking any lingering charm, merely a materialistic love, a minor path. Narrow-minded, and even thought to be a genius, but now he appears to be nothing more than a mediocrity. He stood before the literary sage ranking and said, "This kind of poem is not qualified to be on the literary sage ranking." The literary sage ranking also displayed Li Chang'an's current ranking, 78th place, 2 poems of longing by Li Tai Bai. Hearing this, Nan was so enraged he wanted to hit someone. He picked up his identity jade tablet and roared, "How dare they speak of you like that? No, I'll go and curse them back for you." Seeing this, Li Chang'an tried to dissuade Nan. "Brother, don't get agitated." Nan showed no sign of calming down. Instead, he placed his identity jade tablet side by side on his chest with even greater displeasure. Then Nan channeled his literary chi into the literary sage ranking and, facing the direction where Master Lu Wanlang was, said, "You want to lord over us? Even if he's a grandmaster, I'll still fight him." With that, Nan instantly teleported to where Master Lu Wanlang was, pointed at him, and loudly reprimanded, "Nonsense." Nan angrily said, "Tai Bai's poems have always been of master level. Your constant belittling of them reveals your insidious intentions too clearly." Master Lu Wanling stroked his beard and calmly asked, "We have already considered Tai Bai's matter and hope he can return to the right path. Where are the insidious intentions?" Nan did not listen, and attacked Lu Wanlang with literary chi, letting out a cold snort. Lu Wanlang remained calm, using literary chi to protect himself and counter Nan's attack, saying, "On the contrary, young friend, as a junior you lecture an esteemed master. Have you forgotten the etiquette of the sages?" After saying this, Nan cried out, "Ah!" from the recoil of the attack, then spat blood and was knocked out of the literary sage ranking. Li Chang'an called out Nan's name in alarm, and Nan was gravely injured, his breath weak, and he said, "Brother Tai Bai, I can't help you anymore." Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes wide, and he replied with guilt, "Nan spoke up for me. Tai Bai is eternally grateful. As for those masters," he paused here, his face darkening, and said, "I will deal with them myself." With that, Li Chang'an entered the part of the literary sage ranking where Lu Wanlang was spewing nonsense. Then Li Chang'an emitted literary chi from both hands, an angry expression on his face, but he still calmly said, "If the masters are teaching like this, shouldn't Tai Bai return the favor?" With that, he unleashed his literary chi. A few flies landed on the small desk, emitting a few mournful buzzes, a few sobs. Truth cannot be questioned, yet there are flies that wish to contend. Such powerful words made Lu Wanlang and the other 2 masters tremble in surprise, letting out a "ha." Lu Wanlang trembled with rage and roared, "How dare this little thief compare us to flies?" The students below, seeing this scene, clapped their hands and applauded, praising, "Tai Bai's words are truly satisfying. What masters? They only lecture pompously. Such rebellious words are truly a disgrace to a scholar's identity, and should be expelled from the literary circles of Great Jin." HMPH, that's not necessarily true. That poem refuting arbitrary authority further proves Tai Bai's talent. Li Chang'an then cupped his hands and bowed to Lu Wanlang, saying, "This junior has no intention of arguing with the masters. Why not directly compete with poetry on the literary sage ranking?" Lu Wanlang heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, remaining silent. The other 2 masters heard this and said angrily, "You want to compete? You'll probably be laughed to death if you lose. Can't he even endure a few minor criticisms? Master Lu cannot bet his reputation." Li Chang'an heard this, a hint of provocation on his face, and said, "Do the masters dare not compete?" Lu Wanlang heard this, gritted his teeth in anger, unable to speak, just standing there stunned. Then he suddenly spat blood and collapsed, and the other 2 masters rushed to support him in a panic. Li Chang'an leisurely turned around and added a few more words. "This junior's poem is still about love between a man and a woman. I bet that I can win against all of you and ascend the literary sage ranking. 4 masters, please don't be constrained, just be yourselves." Li Chang'an walked out with a graceful and light demeanor. Floating away, the students were all incredibly surprised, discussing animatedly, "To dare to challenge 4 masters at once, completely stirring up the literary world. I wonder what Tai Bai will do next." The scene returns to Li Chang'an's home. He took out an exquisite pink jade bracelet and gave it to Lu Ziyan, wishing her a happy birthday. Lu Ziyan took the box, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said with great surprise, "You remembered? But this must be very expensive, right?" He held her hand and gently put it on her. Let me put it on for sister-in-law. After putting it on, Li Chang'an continued, actually, engraved on this bracelet is a poem I wrote for sister-in-law. Lu Ziyan raised her hand, looked at the bracelet, and replied, really, but I can't quite see it clearly. Hearing this, he gently rested his hand on her shoulder and softly said, it's all right, I'll recite it for sister-in-law. Shang Yi, I wish to know you, to live long and never fade, until mountains have no peaks, rivers run dry, winter thunder rumbles, summer snow falls, heaven and earth merge, only then will I part from you. After reciting this poem, both their cheeks were flushed. Li Chang'an raised his hand and gently touched Lu Ziyan's face, also softly saying, Ziyan, I like you. Hearing this, her cheeks became even redder and her eyes welled up with happy tears. She raised her hand to touch Li Chang'an's hand on her cheek and replied, I like you too. Before she could finish, Li Chang'an gently kissed her lips. Suddenly, Linglong walked in from outside, saw this scene and was so shocked she dropped the bowl in her hand, unable to believe her eyes, and asked, what are you doing? Linglong's face turned ashen, her voice trembling with anger, and she said, how could you? I was the first one to like, brother. Lu Ziyan's cheeks were flushed and she covered her face with her hands, shyly calling out Linglong's name. Li Chang'an was much the same, his face stiff as he raised his hand to explain, actually, but Linglong was relentless, shouting, I don't care, brother, you kiss sister, so you have to kiss me too. Li Chang'an heard this, his body stiff, his face pale, his eyes wide, thinking he had misheard, and let out a ha. Linglong no longer hesitated, pounced on Li Chang'an, hugged him and kissed him. He stood there shyly, stunned. Linglong hugged Li Chang'an and said coquettishly, brother can't be biased. Brother can like sister the most, but I must be the second most liked. Li Chang'an's forehead was now sweating, feeling a bit uncomfortable, but he still softly replied, all right, whatever you say. Lu Ziyan walked closer to Li Chang'an and called out, Erlang, but then paused and said, Chang'an, I had a very happy birthday, thank you. He heard this, turned and smiled. Ziyan, today isn't over yet, I still have a surprise for you. She heard this and let out a surprised In the evening the three of them came to the courtyard. Li Chang'an had already released many lanterns for Lu Ziyan. Linglong said, look, so many wish lanterns. Passers-by also exclaimed in admiration, it's too beautiful. Everyone looked up at the lanterns suspended in the air, secretly envious. That woman named Ziyan is truly enviable. To spend so much money just for a woman's birthday, all the good men are taken by others, it really pisses me off. All the lanterns were engraved with a poem, may peace and joy be yours every year, my beloved Ziyan, happy birthday. Li Chang'an and Lu Ziyan admired the wish lanterns together. He said, not only in Dongyue, I want everyone in the world to know my feelings for you. The next day, from outside Beilu Academy, Li Chang'an's weary sigh could be heard. Anan saw this and asked seriously, it seems you overexerted yourself with your beloved last night. Brother Taibai, please take care of your body. Li Chang'an propped his chin on his hand, sighing but holding the literary sage rankings jade tablet in his hand. He replied, not at all, I couldn't sleep because of this. The poem I gave her last night must reach the top to be complete, but the effect isn't as good as I expected. The literary sage ranking on the jade tablet showed the ranking of his poem. 2 Poems of Longing by Li Taibai ranked 12th, while Shang Yi Gift to Ziyan by Li Taibai had not yet made it onto the ranking. And Nan heard this, an unpleasant expression on his face, and seemed to think with some jealousy. Ziyan, so the wish lanterns yesterday were released by Li Taibai. Do you really love her to this extent? He sat behind Li Chang'an, silently asking himself, who exactly is that Lu Ziyan? Li Chang'an said, having missed the ranking battle on the 5th, the gathering of fame is really slow now. And Nan closed his eyes and replied, it's simple. If a poem can't directly gain attention, then do your best to raise Li Taibai's reputation. Li Chang'an heard this as if inspired. He turned around, his eyes shining brightly, and loudly clenched his hands. This is a good idea too. He happily cupped his hands to thank Nan. Thanks to you, Nan. I've already come up with a way to raise my reputation. And Nan's cheeks flushed slightly, and he looked away, replying, whatever makes you happy. Li Chang'an heard this, a little confused and puzzled, and asked, what did you just say? And Nan heard this, touched his face somewhat flustered, glanced to the side and quickly changed the subject. HMPH, nothing. What method have you thought of? Li Chang'an turned around and replied, outside Songwon Academy they are selling special literary arts. The literary arts section comes with a plaster print of Li Taibai's handwriting. The bookseller shouted loudly. In addition, there are 3 copies of Li Taibai's original calligraphy. Hidden within the storybooks, only the fated will find them. They cannot be forced. Several young girls heard this and rushed over. The red-eyed girl excitedly held up 2 fingers and said, don't fight me for them, I want 10 copies, no, 2 copies. The other girls behind also cheered. Me too. A refined tower master stood on the tall building opposite looking at the literary arts stall and said, arrogant child. Li Taibai doesn't really think his calligraphy is good enough to enhance his reputation and climb the literary sage ranking, does he? Another tower master standing next to him also said, he's just tricking these ignorant girls. Calligraphy is accumulated through years of immersion and refinement. A girl standing nearby bought Li Chang'an's literary art, holding it in her hand, crying with joy. She loudly said, drawing the attention of that young man, it's Taibai's original calligraphy. The young man in green robes looked at the paper in the girl's hand, suddenly opened his mouth in surprise, his face pale, and said, these characters. Then he snatched the poem from the girl's hand, his demeanor very focused, and said, the running script is like flowing clouds in water, naturally simple. The brushstrokes are graceful, yet subtle and elegant. Among all running scripts in the world, this calligraphy can rank among the top 10. He turned around, holding a money bag, and said to the girl, Miss, I want to buy this calligraphy. Is this money enough? Having just snatched the calligraphy, he now wanted to buy it. The girl angrily reprimanded him. "Get lost, Li Taibai's calligraphy is priceless. If you want it, go buy the literary arts." In front of the literary arts stall, several girls were still scrambling for Li Chang'an's calligraphy. "I want it, give it to me, it must be mine." The two tower masters, upon seeing Li Chang'an's calligraphy, also opened their mouths wide, staring intently at the calligraphy as if their eyeballs were about to pop out, exclaiming in surprise, "How is this possible? The poetry is one thing. Is even the calligraphy so monstrously talented?" The two looked up, and after a moment they thought of Li Chang'an, muttering to themselves in surprise, "Li Chang'an, could he be a reincarnated immortal sage?" On Li Chang'an's side he walked along, looking at the literary sage ranking jade tablet. Shang Yi Gift to Xian by Li Taibai had already risen to 99th place. A stone platform engraved with characters appeared before him. He stood before the stone platform and said, "At the critical moment I still need your help. With this monument my calligraphy can be as vivid as Wang Shiji's. Anyone who reads it will be moved." He smiled confidently and continued, "I don't believe there's any scholar who wouldn't be moved by Wang Shiji's authentic calligraphy." On the ranking, Shang Yi Gift to Xian by Li Taibai rapidly ascended. On the ranking was a girl. A young man and an old man were looking at the ranking. Guan Xingren clenched his fist, staring at the list, and exclaimed excitedly, "Taibai has written about love between men and women to its absolute pinnacle. Who says love poems can't reach the top?" He Wanru, on the other hand, felt the complete opposite. Her face flushed, she covered it in disappointment, tears streaming uncontrollably, and she said in anguish, "No, how could he like someone else? Who is that Xian he's talking about?" Lu Wanling gritted his teeth, veins throbbing on his forehead, his eyes full of resentment as he tightly clenched his fists, thinking, "I really can't stop that boy Li Taibai's rise. How does he possess such scholarship?" Inside the academy, Vice Dean Shu, holding a literary sage ranking jade tablet, was warding off the cold, laughing heartily. "Thanks to Old Master Jiyu Zending Chang'an here, Beilu Academy has indeed struck gold." A knock came from outside the door. He looked towards the door, and at the same time Li Chang'an pushed the door open and walked in, smiling. "Is Vice Dean Shu busy? Can I ask for leave then?" Old Shu, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly flared up, roaring, "Another 2 months leave? You've already asked 5 or 6 times. What do you want to do this time?" Li Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine and explained softly, "Senior brother, this time it really has nothing to do with me." He picked up Jiyu Wideo's letter, which read, "Return to Lin County quickly to take the county examination." He pointed at the letter, chuckling dryly. "Master sent an urgent letter asking me to go back after the Great Tribulation." Li Chang'an returned to Lin County to take the county examination. 2 guards raised their hands, inviting students to enter. "The county examination is about to begin. All students please enter." Students from various regions walked into the examination hall. Outside the prefectural office, Jiyu Weidao placed a hand on Li Chang'an's shoulder, solemnly instructing him, "Chang'an, only by passing the county examination can your name be recorded by the Sage Temple and entered into the Literates Registry. Only then will the various influential clans and noble families not dare to easily target your innate literary luck. Only then will you be truly safe." Li Chang'an respectfully bowed and said, "Disciple understands, thank you, master." Jiyu Weidao stroked his beard, his tone relaxing slightly, and said, "Go quickly, be sure to answer carefully and check thoroughly." He walked into the examination hall. 2 red-robed officials stood on a high platform, each calling out, "Bow to the sage." Upon receiving the examination questions, the students collectively knelt before the sage cauldron. Golden light emanated from the sage cauldron, and examination questions flew out, distributed to the students. Li Chang'an looked at his examination questions, thinking, "The Sage Temple distributes questions randomly, and only the examinees can see them, ensuring absolute fairness." After receiving their examination questions, the students lined up to enter the answer area. Li Chang'an picked up his brush, looked at the questions, and thought they were not difficult. Above the sage cauldron, the 2 red-robed officials lit an incense stick, which would burn for a full 10 hours. The bearded official said, "This incense stick marks the examination time. All students may begin to answer." In the blink of an eye, the sun was directly overhead, and the students were still diligently answering. At this moment, Li Chang'an raised his hand and said, "Student has finished answering. May I submit my paper early?" As soon as these words were uttered, the other students were astonished and began to discuss among themselves. In just 1 hour, he had completed all the answers. Did he give up because he couldn't write anything? The official who distributed the questions said, "You can put your answer sheet into the sage cauldron." He walked to the sage cauldron, placed his answer sheet into it, and the light within the sage cauldron immediately brightened, announcing the result again. "Li Taibai has passed the county examination." Upon seeing this, the students all rose at once, exclaiming loudly, "You mean he not only completed the examination questions in just 1 hour, but also achieved excellent results? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Then what are we still examining for? I demand a re-examination. There must be a mistake." The red-robed official heard these discussions, turned around impatiently and reprimanded. "What's all the noise? If you don't want to take the exam, get out. The sage cauldron shows he has passed the county examination with excellent results. Are you all blind? The sage's judgment cannot be wrong. Blame yourselves for being inferior." The red-robed official with the beard said to Li Chang'an, "Since you have passed the county examination, this student may enter the pavilion of welcome, and his name will be inscribed on the literary sage ranking." He clasped his hands in salute and replied, "Yes, He walked into the pavilion of welcome, pushed open the door and looked inside. The pavilion of welcome was not as it appeared from the outside. It felt more like being in another dimension. Li Chang'an looked at all this, exclaiming, Is this the Sage Temple? A brilliant imperial decree appeared before him, forcing him to shield his eyes. Suddenly his heart was pierced with another sharp pain, making him frown in agony. The pain intensified. He clutched his chest, blood began to flow from his mouth, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, so it's the sage's literary chi helping me refine my literary luck and literary palace. This power is too immense. He could no longer bear it and let out a loud cry. From another door, two people of unknown gender were observing Li Chang'an. One of them said in surprise, Is this the legendary innate literary luck? The other planned to eliminate future trouble, saying, If this person comes into being with one more such talent in the world, it will be even harder for us to survive. He pointed at Li Chang'an, released his literary chi and said, No, this innate literary luck must disappear completely. The literary chi pierced Li Chang'an's chest. Li Chang'an painfully knelt on the ground, clutching his chest, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, his face pale, and a trace of blood remaining on his lips. Because of the previous attack, he thought, Fortunately, I managed to avoid a fatal blow in time. This power is definitely not the sage's literary chi, but whose could it be? At this moment, the mysterious person suddenly attacked Li Chang'an again with literary chi. He didn't have time to dodge, thinking, Oh no, I can't dodge it. At a critical moment, the innate literary luck suddenly appeared, absorbed all of the mysterious person's literary chi, and then sealed itself away. Seeing this, the person thought in surprise, There are no traces of literary luck in this person's body. He's very ordinary. It seems I was mistaken. With that thought, he snorted coldly, withdrew his literary chi and said, Wasted effort. Li Chang'an felt the oppressive force suddenly disappear and cease attacking him. He looked at it somewhat puzzled, thinking, It's not hurting me. Is it because the Jade Book of Yangji hid the innate literary luck in time, so it wanted to destroy the innate literary luck, not me? He put his hand on his chest, relieved, and said, At last it's over this time. Suddenly, countless golden literary chi coiled around him, greatly surprising him. Above the literary chi were several shining literary stels, and a voice echoed, By the name of the sage, I bestow upon you a literary palace. Li Chang'an heard this and shouted, No, I already have one. Before he finished speaking, he was tightly bound by the literary chi. Groaning in pain, he thought to himself, The Jade Book of Yangji hid the literary luck to avoid attack. The sage mistakenly thought I was a new student without anything, so he created a brand new ordinary literary luck for me. The Jade Book of Yangji and a brand new literary palace appeared before Li Chang'an. Could I have two literary palaces? The Jade Book of Yangji glowed at this moment, but the literary palace suddenly cracked at a corner, causing Li Chang'an to spit blood. Li Chang'an was covered in wounds, yet still bound by the literary chi. His body trembled with pain, and finally he thought, Once a literary palace appears, it is linked to the holder's life. If either one has a problem, I will undoubtedly die. At this moment, a literary spell diagram appeared in the air again. Li Chang'an's eyes also lit up, and he condensed literary chi, saying loudly, Literary spell. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Then he shouted, breaking all the literary chi, entwining him. The Jade Book of Yangji and the brand new literary palace were also formed as a result. Li Chang'an struggled to stand up, his body trembling as he hugged himself, thinking, The literary chi of the innate literary luck has been completely exhausted. The new literary palace can barely survive. At the end of March, the literary sage ranking will be settled, and the literary chi from both poems will explosively increase. At that time, the new literary palace will probably collapse in an instant, and I will surely die. Li Chang'an walked out, calculating, within half a month, the new literary palace definitely won't be able to merge with the innate literary luck. The scene switches. Li Chang'an changed clothes, put on a hat, and came to the Songwon Book Bureau in the county city. Holding a book, he asked the person opposite him, What's wrong with this book of mine? The person replied, Indeed, stories of love are not selling well now. Even Master Huang Qinshan's art of language only gained fame thanks to Tai Bai. My apologies, young master. Li Chang'an heard this and thought silently, The close proximity words has never been published. Now I can only use butterfly lovers. With that thought, he raised the book in his hand and said with a smile, Shopkeeper, how about this? I'll pay for the printing myself. The shopkeeper heard this and replied, puzzled, Young master, then there will be no profit and this money will basically be wasted. Li Chang'an clasped his hands and bowed, Ahem, I am very serious. Ahem, I'll pay for the printing myself. I just hope Songwon Book Bureau can help sell them. The shopkeeper then agreed, Alright, according to Academy regulations, ordering 10,000 copies, each costing 14 wen and priced at 23 wen, Li Chang'an said without hesitation. Then please, shopkeeper, draft a contract for me. I will print 100,000 copies at my own expense. The shopkeeper heard this, his mouth wide open in shock, and said, Young master, 100,000 copies is 1,000 taels of silver. Even if all of them are sold, young master, you will still lose money. Li Chang'an heard this and replied, That's fine. The shopkeeper didn't say more and invited him to follow. As soon as he followed the shopkeeper, two idle individuals behind them began to speak disdainfully to a customer. Another rich young master buying fame with money. Do such people really think money can buy everything? Reputation cannot be faked. Fools with money, why bother with them? Li Chang'an walked to the table where a blank piece of paper lay. The shopkeeper said, Please sign here, young master. He ignored those words, looked at the paper on the table, and thought, since the innate literary luck appeared as Tai Bai, then the new literary palace might as well use Li Bai's name. Li Chang'an began to write. Li Bai, courtesy name Tai Bai, sobriquet Qinglian Jushi. Li Chang'an closed his eyes, sensing the literary chi of the Qinglian literary palace and Tai Bai literary palace within him, condensing the literary chi, raising his hand, slowly opening his eyes, his face drenched in sweat and letting out a breath. He sat on the bed thinking, the literary chi of the Qinglian literary palace doesn't seem to have increased much. But Butterfly Lovers hasn't sold many copies in 2 days. If this continues, I'll have to burn the literary chi of the Tai Bai literary palace, and it can only last a few more days. He lay back down on the bed looking dazed and asked himself, how did those books become popular before? They were once considered by literati to have spread by chance, but ultimately became known to the general public. To ask a master for a recommendation would definitely expose Qinglian and Tai Bai as the same person. The fame on Tai Bai might not even increase, so it's still necessary to hide his identity. If no one knows I'm Qinglian, then in the future it might become the biggest hidden weapon. He suddenly realized something, sat up abruptly, his face becoming more energetic, and thought, so what if it's oral transmission? What if the common people spread the story of Butterfly Lovers by word of mouth? The scene shifts to the red light district. Li Chang'an stood before Yan Qingshi, clasping his hands and bowing, saying, this time I've come to request. Before he could finish, Yan Qingshi replied, I agree. Li Chang'an heard this and was surprised, while Yan Qingshi, somewhat flushed, continued, young master, I agree to be with you. Li Chang'an took out a book, smiling, and said, then thank you, Miss Yan. Please tell the story of Butterfly Lovers. But please don't let anyone know that I wrote this book. Yan Qingshi heard this, her face showing some disappointment, and she thought with sadness in her eyes. So he didn't come to propose? Li Chang'an saw her expression was unusual and asked, Miss Yan, what's wrong? Is there anything inconvenient? Yan Qingshi heard this, regained her smile, and replied, no, since young Master Li requests me, I am willing to do anything for you. After some time, Yan Qingshi sat on the stage, playing and singing. I have a story of love to sing for all of you gentlemen. A girl named Zhu Yingtai, talented and beautiful. Disguised as a boy, she entered the academy. On the way, she met Liang Shanbo. They hit it off and their affection grew deep. They studied together for 3 years, their love deeply hidden. Yingtai resumed her daughter's attire. They pledged their love and bowed to their parents. Since ancient times, those who love deeply are left with regret. They transformed into butterflies, united as one. The young men and women in the pleasure house couldn't help but shed tears after hearing this song, complaining about the fate of Liang Shanbo and Zhu Yingtai, saying, why must they be forced to such a desperate situation? The scholars also cried until their eyes were red, then wailed, this love story is too touching, I can't stop my tears. A muscular girl with tears in her eyes clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, slammed the table, and shouted, if I find out who wrote this, I'll beat him up. Li Chang'an felt a pang of guilt at this scene. He looked at Yan Qingshi from afar, thinking, Yan Qingshi's singing of this song is simply ethereal, and it's precisely because the effect is good that it fills me with hatred. After telling the story, Yan Qingshi stood up and bowed, saying, this story is Butterfly Lovers, authored by Qinglian. I hope everyone will support it. The girls below had already gone in pairs to buy it. Go buy Butterfly Lovers. Go buy Butterfly Lovers. Give one to each sister and cry together. A few days later, Butterfly Lovers made progress, and Li Chang'an happily said, the literary chi of the Qinglian literary palace has finally begun to increase, but it's still not enough. It's time for it to shine. The scene switches to Songwen Book Bureau. The shopkeeper stood before a customer and said, we're running low on Butterfly Lovers. It's sold out. When will we get more stock? It'll be printed in 2 days. How interesting. The shop assistant was also engrossed in Butterfly Lovers, holding a broom, his cheeks flushed, and said, Butterfly Lovers is that good? If I had known love stories were so popular, I would have written one too. Maybe I would have become famous. The shopkeeper heard these words and snorted disdainfully. HMPH, are you even fit to compare with young Master Qinglian? He replied timidly. I was just joking. As he spoke, his face also flushed, and he said, in the storytelling world, Qinglian is likely to be the second work to become popular after Tai Bai. But without his permission now, Butterfly Lovers cannot be reprinted, which will miss many opportunities to make money. Outside the door, Li Chang'an walked in, and the shop assistant loudly said, Shopkeeper, look, young Master Qinglian is here. The shopkeeper heard this, overcome with joy, and called out, Young Master. He walked up to greet Li Chang'an. Young Master Qinglian, please come in. Our bookstore hopes to reprint Butterfly Lovers. The price is negotiable. Li Chang'an nodded slightly in response, asking the shopkeeper to elaborate. After they sat down, the shopkeeper said, the book bureau believes that Butterfly Lovers can be reprinted for 500,000 copies. Of course you, young Master Qinglian, will not need to pay for the reprinting. You will ultimately receive 30% of the total profit. Li Chang'an heard this, his face darkened, and he abruptly crushed the teacup in his hand, spilling water. He said coldly, although Qinglian is just one person, he's not a fool. What does the manager think? He glanced at the shopkeeper and added expressionlessly, according to the manager's meaning, I would earn less than 3 yen profit per book, barely recovering costs. But if I print 500,000 copies myself and they sell out, my profit could double. The shopkeeper heard this, chuckled, and reminded, young Master Qinglian, you're taking on a lot of risk too. Li Chang'an said no more, turning directly to leave. If there's no sincerity, there's no deal. I'll go to other book bureaus, they'll agree to my terms. Hearing this, the shopkeeper hastily made a significantly higher offer to keep him, reaching 30 of the total sales revenue. Li Chang'an turned his head, smiled faintly, and indicated the deal was done. As soon as he walked out, another person with thinning hair called out, "Young master." Li Chang'an saw him, frowned, and thought, Brother Song wouldn't come looking for me without a reason. Something must have happened with the Dragon Tiger gang. The scene switched. Li Chang'an had returned to the old soldier's courtyard. As soon as he entered, he asked, "What's the situation now?" A subordinate replied, "The Dragon Tiger gang has been brought under control, but the big boss refuses to reveal Zhao Yingquan's contact information." The Dragon Tiger gang leader was brought before Li Chang'an, tied up. His face was bruised and swollen, and he gritted his teeth as he looked up at Li Chang'an. When he saw that Li Chang'an was merely a scholar with no physical strength, he sneered contemptuously. "This is the boss you're talking about, a frail scholar, ha!" The men in the old soldier's courtyard angrily pushed him down and admonished, "Behave yourself." Li Chang'an looked at him with an icy expression and said, "If he won't talk, kill him directly. Tell everyone he died in a woman's bed. Naturally, someone will come looking for the current gang leader. As for the authorities, just bribe them with some silver and no one will care who the Dragon Tiger gang leader truly is then." Hearing this, he asked in astonishment, "What?" But before he could say anything more, he was dragged to a corner and sent to the underworld, leaving only his miserable screams behind. Li Chang'an stood before the flowing bloodstains, his expression severe, and said, "The most important thing now is to give our brothers a clear direction. The threat of the Dragon Tiger gang has been resolved. Now there are two paths for the brothers to choose. The Jin department can openly conduct business, start families, and settle down without worrying about other matters. The spy division will continue to conceal their identities, infiltrate gangs, collect intelligence, and execute secret missions." He stood before everyone and continued, "Specific assignments will be chosen and arranged by all of you." Hearing this, everyone happily replied, "That's great, we can finally live a good life with wives, children, warm beds, and money. Only a fool would choose the Jin department." Li Chang'an bowed his head slightly, closed his eyes, and then said, "I know the spy division won't be easy, so the brothers will have more benefits. Firstly, based on mission completion, the spy division's resources will include but not be limited to money, weapons, natural materials, and treasures. Secondly, I will establish schools for the children of the spy division, with all expenses borne by me. Those with literary talent will be accepted into the academy." The men in the old soldier's courtyard were all surprised to hear this. Brother Song also spoke up, saying, "We're not really people who can do business, it's better to think more about the children." Hearing this, the others also became excited and replied, "Brother Song is right, let's go to the spy division." Another person excitedly added, "Young master is truly good to us. How lucky we came to the county city." Subsequently, everyone collectively cupped their hands and shouted loudly, "Damn it, we're still calling him young master. Everyone must kneel and greet our liege." Li Chang'an, radiating an imposing aura, said with a solemn expression, "Since you have all changed your address, we can no longer act under the name of the Dragon Tiger gang. How about we change to a new name? Humanity has existed for nearly 10,000 years, the Great Han for 5,000 years. Sages have emerged in abundance, never yielding to foreign enemies. Let's change our name to Great Han." The next day, a hawker's cry rang out in front of a stall. "Candied hawthorns for sale, sweet and delicious. Come taste the Great Han's, Lin County's #1 delicacy." A waiter in the shop enthusiastically greeted, "Customer, come quickly and see the newly created calligraphy and paintings. Qinglian Jushi's Butterfly Lovers, re-released, has been reprinted by another 500,000 copies." At this moment, two old men stood at the shop entrance discussing and disdainfully saying, "Is the manager of Songwon Book Bureau out of his mind? Art of Language relied on Tai-Bai. What does Butterfly Lovers have going for it? It seems they're not far from closing down. Brother Zhang, congratulations." It seemed the day Songwon Book Bureau would be crushed was imminent. Li Chang'an happened to pass by and, hearing these words, couldn't help but stop and ponder. Indeed, the literary chi gained by Butterfly Lovers was not on par with anyone else's, and he still needed to raise its reputation. He thought of something else and said, "I've got it." The scene switched. Li Chang'an came to Beilu Academy. Nan and Zhu Ziyu were sitting there. He walked in thinking, how could I have forgotten about this? He walked up to the two, took something else out and said to Nan with a smile, "Nan, I've brought you a gift." Nan looked at Li Chang'an and smiled faintly, saying, "After a few days off, Brother Tai-Bai actually remembered to bring me." Before he could finish, Li Chang'an handed a copy of Butterfly Lovers to Nan. Nan looked at the book and asked, "Is it a storybook?" Li Chang'an sat next to Nan and replied, "I noticed you seem to really like 2 poems of longing. I'm sure you'll like this one too, take a look." Li Chang'an said to Zhu Ziyu, "Ziyu, I brought one for you too." Zhu Ziyu replied in surprise, "Oh, I probably don't need one, do I?" And Nan suddenly turned his head and with a serious expression asked Li Chang'an, "Do you know something? Why are you showing me this?" Li Chang'an unconsciously paused, looked at Nan and replied, "Because I think you'll like it." He thought to himself, "Isn't it because I hope you can ask the courtesan Kai to help promote the book? Help me increase my readership. What else could it be?" No one spoke between them, but an awkward atmosphere permeated the air. At this moment, Zhu Ziyu walked over, laughing heartily and saying, "Brother Tai-Bai, I also think Brother An's beauty is like a woman disguised as a man, which is why he gave him Butterfly Lovers, using Liang Shanbo's name to express his feelings to Zhu Yingtai." and Nan, hearing this, immediately blushed, turned to glare at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense." At this moment, Li Chang'an interjected again, playing matchmaker, making Nan wish he could find a hole to crawl into. If that's truly the case, Brother Zhu and Brother An fit the roles even better. Nan stomped his foot in anger, stepping heavily on Li Chang'an's foot, making him clutch his foot, and exclaimed to Nan, "Brother Nan, you've gone too far." And Nan looked at him both angry and shy and said, "If you talk nonsense again, if I don't cripple your legs, I'll take your surname." Zhu Ziyu heard this, immediately stood up and shouted to the students in the classroom, "Holy cow, Brother An is going to take Brother Li's surname, according to linguistic tradition, to bear my name. Did Brother Taibai give this book to Nan as a sign he's ready to marry him?" The students, hearing this, all started discussing what book. It seems to be a storybook called Butterfly Lovers. I want to read it too. Nan was already blushing furiously, tightly clenching his fists and glaring at him, exclaiming, "Zhu Ziyu!" The scene switched, and Nan entered the bathroom. As soon as she went in, she threw the copy of Butterfly Lovers onto the ground and said, "This book Brother Taibai gave me. I originally intended to show it to Kai. I didn't expect the sisters at the Jiaofeng Sea to already have a copy each and have read it." Kai, massaging her from behind, replied, "Not only that, I hear someone in the brothel in Tonglu Lane is already singing it, and the sisters said they want to go watch tomorrow." And Nan heard this and thought with a serious expression, "The brothel in Tonglu Lane, it seems Brother Taibai is nearby." The woman behind her bent down and said, "Then young master should definitely go see the performance. Perhaps you'll meet Liang Shanbo there." And Nan heard this, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, "Liang Shanbo, what? Weren't we talking about Brother Taibai?" Kai replied, "Yes, he's not," before she could finish, and Nan splashed water at her and said, "You impudent Kai, how dare you joke about young master?" Behind the curtain, Kai and Nan bantered, asking, "Is young master going or not?" And Nan replied, "HMPH, I suppose I'll go see." Returning to Li Chang'an's side, he came home and saw Yan Qingxi standing at his doorstep, so he asked, "Miss Yan, are you looking for me?" Yan Qingxi held a piece of paper in her hand. Seeing him, she stammered happily, "Young Master Li, you're back." "Yes, I've made a few revisions to Butterfly Lovers," she said, handing the paper to him, then continued, "So I'd like to ask young master for some pointers." Li Chang'an took the paper and read it carefully. Yan Qingxi watched him nervously. After reading, he praised profusely. "The literary talent is outstanding. Although the wording isn't yet perfect, it can certainly be considered well structured." Li Chang'an looked at her and said, "Miss Yan's revisions are excellent. With your literary talent, you could even participate in the imperial examinations." Yan Qingxi heard this, looked away with a blush, and replied, "How could I be as good as young master says?" As Yan Qingxi left, she turned back and said, "Tomorrow the brothel will stage a replicated performance of Butterfly Lovers. I hope young master can come and watch." Li Chang'an cupped his hands in farewell and replied, "Rest assured, Miss Yan, I will certainly be there." After Yan Qingxi had gone far, Li Chang'an sighed again, thinking, "It's a pity that such a woman has fallen into working in a brothel for a living. How can I help her?" Just as he was hesitating and pondering, Lu Linglong walked over from behind, her face gloomy. She suddenly shouted, "Brother, who was that woman?" She pouted angrily, her hands on her hips, and said with dissatisfaction, "Besides me and sister, Brother actually has other women?" Lu Ziyan walked over, stood beside Linglong, and said, "If Chang'an truly likes her, then ask someone to propose marriage." Chang'an heard this, raised his hand, and explained with a bitter smile, "It's a misunderstanding. Miss Yan and I truly don't have that kind of relationship." Linglong heard this, disbelieving, walked forward, grabbed his clothes, and said, "Brother, swear that you really didn't develop feelings for her." He looked at her and stammered, "I didn't." Linglong then puffed out her cheeks and said tearfully, "Then that means you did." She wouldn't listen to any explanation, directly pushed Li Chang'an into the room and said, "Miss Yan likes Brother, and Brother likes her. So what about Linglong? Why doesn't Brother give me a child tonight?" Hearing this, he hastily called out to Lu Ziyan for help. "Sister-in-law, save me." Lu Ziyan stood at the door and replied, "Just do as Linglong wishes." Lu Linglong pulled Li Chang'an into the room, then pressed herself against him, her face flushed. He awkwardly said, "Linglong, no." She didn't listen, continuing to undress as she said, "Sister is gentle and virtuous. Miss Yan is talented and beautiful as a flower, but Linglong has nothing. If Linglong gives Brother a child, then Brother will only have eyes for Linglong in the future." Li Chang'an suddenly grabbed Lu Linglong's shoulders, then flipped her over and pinned her beneath him, gently replying, "Silly girl, Linglong doesn't have to do anything. Brother will always like you." Hearing this, she looked at him and softly said, Brother's words are sweet now, but he's just tricking me." Before she could be moved, she felt a chill. Li Chang'an quickly wrapped Lu Linglong up like a zongzi, saying, "So just sleep like this, otherwise Brother won't like you, and this way we'll both be safe." This left Lu Linglong stunned, completely confused about what was happening. The next day, the brothel was bustling with noise and commotion, with everyone shouting, "Damn it, don't push. Miss Yan is about to sing Butterfly Lovers. Get in early to grab a seat." In the crowd, a girl bumped into Nan, making him let out a surprised "ah." As she was about to fall, Li Chang'an supported her from behind and asked, "Are you all right?" And Nan looked at Li Chang'an, his cheeks flushed, and said, "It's really you, what a coincidence. Is Brother An also here to listen to Butterfly Lovers at the brothel?" At this moment, a group of Dragon Tiger gang members walked into the brothel, arrogantly shouting, "Everyone get in line. Anyone who dares to cause trouble in the brothel is disrespecting our Dragon Tiger gang." Everyone was surprised to hear this. The Dragon Tiger gang actually came to maintain order in the brothel. Had they changed their ways, or had they taken a liking to Miss Yan? Although they said so, everyone still honestly lined up waiting for seats. The Dragon Tiger gang leader then said, "Lining up is good. This way everyone can get in to listen to the song sooner. Please everyone enter." Li Chang'an stood aside, smiled faintly again and thought, Brother Song's management has truly revitalized the Dragon Tiger gang. Excellent, he deserves a raise. A waiter walked over and invited Li Chang'an in, saying, "Young Master Li, Miss Yan has instructed that you listen to the song backstage." He heard this but did not reply, and Nan from behind crossed his arms and spoke with displeasure. With both a soulmate and Miss Yan, Brother Tai Bai is indeed a romantic figure. Li Chang'an heard this but did not reply. However, sweat beaded on his forehead and he sighed, thinking, "Alas, I didn't expect things to develop to this extent." After a while, on the brothel stage, Yan Qingxi was singing the poem from Butterfly Lovers. Zhu Yingtai was pampered from childhood. I had no choice but to let her disguise herself as a boy. Below the stage, everyone listened to the poem, their hearts aching, and they all exuded literary renown. Li Chang'an from behind once again received renown, which converted into literary qi. Literary qi flew into his body from all directions, and he unconsciously smiled faintly again, thinking, after Yan Qingxi's Pippa performance, the fame of Butterfly Lovers will surely spread even further. Subsequently, he pondered and asked himself. The literary qi in the Qinglian Literary Palace was already full, but he simultaneously had both the Taibai Literary Palace and the Qinglian Literary Palace within him. However, the Qinglian Literary Palace could not compare to the Taibai Literary Palace. Li Chang'an entered the literary qi jousting ranking again to examine it carefully. The sacred ranking settlement at the end of the month would be his gateway between life and death. Suddenly his body once again emitted literary qi, causing him to cry out in pain. Then his face turned pale and he thought, "There's too much literary qi, if this continues I'll die." Saying this, he extended a finger and shouted, "A single spark can start a prairie fire," to expel the literary qi from his body. Li Chang'an lay exhausted on the ground, literary qi fire still emanating from his body, and thought, "It's not enough, not nearly enough to consume the literary qi. The rate of consumption can't keep up with the rate of absorption. If this continues, I won't pass through the gates of hell." He struggled to stand, gritting his teeth, and thought, "I'm going to die." At this critical moment the Jade Book of Wang reappeared, supporting him. The jousting ranking once again emitted golden literary qi, which entered Li Chang'an's body. His body gradually weakened, but then Butterfly Lovers recovered its power. He also returned home because of this. He slowly opened his eyes, his body trembling as he struggled to sit up, then covered his mouth with his hand, letting out a grunt. I'm still alive." He walked to the door, leaving bloodstains with every step. He thought, "The Jade Book of Wang saved me again." He walked out the door as soon as he opened it, and Nan shouted in panic, "Brother Tai Bai?" Elder Shu also asked blankly, "What happened?" Li Chang'an walked to Nan, then collapsed onto her, struggling to say a few words. "Too much literary qi, my body can't control it." Elder Shu quickly shouted, "Come with me for treatment." Suddenly a person appeared, floating in the air, emitting blue literary qi from his body, and said, "You three, stop." Elder Shu saw him, his face turning pale with fright, and said, "General Academy Emissary." The emissary smiled faintly and said, "The General Academy has an order. I'm here to take Tai Bai to the capital." Elder Shu heard this, spread his arms to block Nan and Li Chang'an and replied, "Emissary, please forgive me. The elder has also given an order that Tai Bai is not to go to the capital. Even if he were to go, he should be escorted by us, not picked up by someone sent from the capital." Hearing this, the person angrily unleashed killing intent, suppressing Elder Shu, and said coldly, "Presumptuous, are you resisting me?" Elder Shu frowned, turned his head slightly, and shouted, "Nan, quickly take Tai Bai and go." Upon hearing this, Nan immediately formed a single-hand seal, and a flurry of literary spells shot out like snowflakes. Elder Shu also shouted loudly for Nan to go to the Jiaofeng Sea, as it was the only safe place. After Nan and Li Chang'an escaped, the General Academy emissary was enraged. He grabbed Elder Shu's neck and said, "You've ruined my plans, aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" But Elder Shu was fearless in the face of death and said, "I, Shu Nian, am merely following orders." This infuriated the emissary, who said, "Then die." No sooner had he spoken than an attack flew from a distance, striking the emissary's arm. He winced in pain and staggered back. Then the emissary was suddenly kicked to the ground and screamed in agony. A powerful old man with an imposing aura and strong literary qi appeared and said, "How dare you kill my people? When did Bamboo Mountain become a place for you to run wild?" Upon seeing the newcomer, Elder Shu immediately exclaimed with excited joy, "Mountain Master." The emissary, on the other hand, was scared witless and stammered, "Wang Tiangong." This elder was none other than Wang Tiangong, the master of Bamboo Mountain. The General Academy emissary angrily demanded, "Wang Tiangong, you haven't even reached 3rd rank. How dare you emerge from the sage temple?" He listened to this, then smiled majestically and said with a grim face, "A mere bastard daring to shout and call out my name?" Wang Tiangong coldly sneered in anger, forcefully suppressing the General Academy emissary's body, making him PFFFT spit out blood after silencing him. Wang Tiangong asked, "Speak, which affiliated family of Bailu Academy do you come from?" The emissary screamed in pain. He clutched his communication jade tablet and shouted, "Patriarch, save me!" He then immediately crushed the jade tablet, and a pot-bellied old man glared at Wang Tiangong and said, "Wang Tiangong, stop. We are also doing this for Li Tai Bai's good." Wang Tiangong heard this, looked at him and frowned, asking, "Oh, so it's the Li family of Sichuan. Tell me, how is this for his good?" The old man glared back, replying solemnly, "A few days ago I received a secret report that the 3 branch masters from the other 3 academies and people from the Imperial Academy have already met. I don't know what they discussed, but they are certainly plotting against Li Taibai. He has already topped the literary sage ranking twice and has become an eyesore to everyone. It would be better to entrust him to us for protection." Wang Tiangong heard this, kicked the emissary aside and demanded, "Is it protection or imprisonment?" He clenched his fists, his face grim, and said heavily, "An unparalleled genius like Taibai is the future hope of Beilu Academy. I will not allow you to kill him. Whoever dares to touch Taibai must first step over my Wang Tiangang's corpse." The scene shifts to the Jiaofengxi, where Li Chang'an lay unconscious on a bed with Nan and Kai standing by, squabbling over a bowl of medicine, and Nan snatched the bowl from Kai's hand, saying seriously, "Give it to me." She then lifted the bowl and gulped down the medicine, then smashed the bowl. She leaned down and transferred the medicine into Li Chang'an's mouth. At this moment, Li Chang'an slowly opened his eyes, and the first person he saw was Nan. She wiped the medicine from the corner of her mouth, looked at Li Chang'an and said, "Vice Tower Master Shu's golden body fluid is truly effective. The injuries are recovering so quickly." Li Chang'an looked at the young woman before him, secretly pondering. This young woman, his face was covered in sweat, and he silently and hazily looked at Nan. Kai then said to Nan, "Fortunately, someone has been taking care of him day and night. Young Master Li is truly lucky." And Nan heard this and said shyly, "Too talkative, no more talking, understood." Li Chang'an listened to them for a while, then continued to drift into unconsciousness, only managing to think that he seemed to have seen her somewhere before. He stood before the butterfly lovers section in the Qinglian Literary Palace, walked forward, touched it, and said, "I have also survived this life and death ordeal. This time, I've gained enough literary qi to participate in the provincial examination and be promoted to 8th rank. Before collecting literary qi comparable to the Taibai Literary Palace in the Qinglian Literary Palace, I must never use Taibai's works." He lowered his head slightly, closed his eyes, and muttered to himself, "Perhaps I should see if anything new has appeared in the Yangji Jade book. It might help the Qinglian Literary Palace." Before him appeared the literary palaces of other students: Yanmen, Taisho, New Li, The Return of the Condor Heroes, Jinyang, Kui He Tu, Song Haizong, The Legend of the Condor Heroes, Jinyang. Li Chang'an said with delight, "This is it." Back at the Jiaofengxi, Li Chang'an said to Nan, "Fortunately, brother took care of me. I really don't know how to repay you." Outside the door, however, Zhu Ziyu walked in with his arms crossed and said, "Perhaps you can only repay him with your body." And Nan blushed furiously, turned her head and gnashed her teeth, saying, "If you talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth off." Li Chang'an broke out in a cold sweat, raising his hand to intervene. "Brother Zhu, don't joke." The 3 sat down at the table, and Li Chang'an asked Nan again, "I heard there's fighting again in Biliang?" And Nan told him to ask Brother Zhu. "He knows more than we do." Zhu Ziyu leaned back slightly, raised his hand and replied, "The front lines defeated 100,000 men and are trapped in the Demon Kingdom. General Hu, my father, is preparing to send troops to rescue them." Li Chang'an heard this, spat out a mouthful of water, and asked in shock, "Your father is General Hu? Then what are you doing at the academy?" He looked at him suspiciously and then asked curiously, "You originally intended to follow the martial path, and your father is a military general on the front line, so why are you staying in this place you dislike?" Zhu Ziyu heard this, scratched his head, and replied with a helpless expression, "My father believes the martial path has no future, so my 7 brothers and I all study the literary path, but I am not resigned and have always insisted on the martial path." Speaking of this, a hint of helplessness appeared on his face, and he closed his eyes, saying, "Let's not talk about it anymore." 2 days ago, a literary master called upon everyone to write war poems to boost morale. Li Chang'an picked up his teacup and took a sip. Zhu Ziyu then asked him, "Brother Taibai, which poem do you plan to use to astonish everyone this time?" Li Chang'an put down his teacup, sighed deeply, and replied calmly and thoughtfully, "I don't know." Zhu Ziyu heard this, was stunned, speechless, and stammered, "You don't know, or are you not participating?" Li Chang'an calmly replied with an He angrily slapped the table and knelt down, saying, "You dared to challenge the masters in March, but now you're backing down. They'll surely mock and disparage you." Li Chang'an still said nonchalantly, "Then let them. It's no big deal. I just want to take good care of my body." Zhu Ziyu was about to shout again, but Nan stuffed an apple into his mouth, silencing him. She said, "Taibai's health is critical, understood." The scene shifts. Li Chang'an is at the bookstore printing books. The shopkeeper, while pouring tea, happily asked him, "Is young Master Qinglian releasing another new romance novel? If you release another one, I'll probably have to start calling you Master." Li Chang'an heard this, pulled out a copy of The Legend of the Condor Heroes from his sleeve, glanced at the shopkeeper, and explained, "A shopkeeper, you've misunderstood. What I've written this time is..." The shopkeeper looked at the book in his hand, broke out in a cold sweat in surprise, and asked, "Is it martial arts?" Then he cleared his throat and said awkwardly, "Young master, are you confused? Great Jin has always valued literature over martial arts. No one likes to read martial arts novels. Selling 100,000 copies would already be a gift from heaven. but Butterfly Lovers has already sold 3 million copies. This is clearly a losing business. I'm afraid I can't accept it. Li Chang'an calmly said each word. This is not martial arts, it is wuxia. After speaking, Li Chang'an glanced at the shopkeeper again and said, trust me, this one is different. If the shopkeeper cannot make the decision, then please call someone who can. The shopkeeper heard this, somewhat surprised, then led him to a room, saying before leaving, young Master Qinglian, these gentlemen are the managers of Songwen Book Bureau. Li Chang'an walked into the room, but was surprised to find that the shopkeeper had just used a talisman to communicate and project with these 3 managers. Before him, the manager sitting in the middle looked at him and said, just a martial arts novel and it's gathered us here. Young Master Qinglian, don't disappoint me. Li Chang'an picked up the wuxia manuscripts and tossed them high, saying, see for yourselves, gentlemen. He took a look and was stunned speechless, broke out in a cold sweat and asked with wide eyes, can martial arts really be written like this? As he read the words in the book, those majestic scenes seemed to appear before his eyes. Guo Jing, Sui Meng, Zhen Shizheng, heaven's demise for the Hua clan, kingdom of Mo. No sooner had he finished reading than the words seemed to materialize and a long spear suddenly lunged, making him dodge and shout for help. But at this moment the 18 dragon subduing palms appeared, terrifying the doomed man, who was then sent flying along with his horse. Guo Jing walked before the manager, calming his literary qi, and said solemnly, true wuxia is for the country and its people. How can killing many be called a hero? After Guo Jing spoke, the other 2 managers were already scrambling for Li Chang'an's wuxia novel. I haven't finished reading. Why are you snatching it? What's next, old man? Didn't I tell you to read slower and even slower? The chief manager had now turned around, picked up the wuxia manuscript, his eyes sparkling, full of praise. The words captured national vendettas, stirring and unprecedented. Li Chang'an saw how exaggerated these 3 were and couldn't help but break out in a sweat, thinking, this. He stammered a few words, and the chief manager, stroking his beard, also broke out in a sweat, let out a laugh, and then said, young Master Qinglian, we hope to sign a publishing contract for The Legend of the Condor Heroes with you. Then he added eagerly and loudly, first print run, 600,000 copies. Upon hearing this, one of the 2 managers walked forward worriedly and said to him, teacher, no matter how good this novel is, no martial arts novel has ever sold more than 100,000 copies before. The chief manager replied firmly, no need to say more. The Legend of the Condor Heroes is not an ordinary martial arts novel, it will definitely be a huge seller. Young Master Qinglian, if you have any new works, please contact me directly. Songwen Book Bureau will offer you the best treatment. Li Chang'an walked forward and extended his hand and said, shopkeeper, a pleasure to work with you. He was a little stunned, looked at Li Chang'an's hand and then asked in confusion, young Master Qinglian, what do you mean? Li Chang'an heard this, withdrew his hand, scratched his head and laughed awkwardly, replying, it doesn't mean anything in particular. Then he secretly thought, I forgot that there's no such handshake etiquette in the literary cultivation world. The scene shifts. Li Chang'an arrives at Wang Tiangang's residence. He knelt before Wang Tiangong and thanked him. Student thanks Mountain Master for saving him that day. Wang Tiangong sat on a rock smiling and asked, you have a murderous aura about you. Have you killed people? Li Chang'an heard this, broke out in a cold sweat and thought gravely, does he know? Wang Tiangong then coldly sneered, looked at him and asked, how many people have you killed? It seems it wasn't an academy mission. Did you kill people before? Were they government officials? Li Chang'an listened to Wang Tiangang's judgment, his forehead slightly sweating. He gently closed his eyes and chuckled, senior, you love to joke, haha. At this moment literary qi emanated from his body, his face grim, and he asked again, killed someone? The primordial yang qi is still present. Then he disappeared from Li Chang'an's sight, making him unconsciously turn pale and call out, Mountain Master. Then secretly think gone, but suddenly Wang Tiangong teleported behind him and placed his hand almost touching his head, saying seriously, don't move. Li Chang'an's face was covered in cold sweat, pale with panic, and he thought, can't move, can't even commit suicide. Before you I am as tiny as an ant. Suddenly Wang Tiangong condensed literary qi and struck Li Chang'an's body with a palm, making him clench his teeth in pain. His face was now twisted in a ferocious expression as he said, kid, you'd better hold your breath or you'll die. Li Chang'an heard this, tried his best to hold his breath, his face contorted, sweat pouring down. Wang Tiangong looked at him and, somewhat amused, secretly praised, this kid is not bad, he's about to suffocate but can still hold his breath. He applied more force to Li Chang'an and said, just a little longer, almost there. Li Chang'an's face was now covered in sweat, gritting his teeth and enduring. After a while his body had recovered its foundational cultivation. Wang Tiangong then said, you have many internal injuries in your meridians. Although my power is overbearing, it can help you heal quickly. But inhaling impure qi can damage your meridians, or even cause sudden death, so you must endure. As he spoke he withdrew his hand and said, you can breathe now. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an propped himself up with his hands, his eyes already dark as if he were about to gasp his last breath. He panted heavily, saying urgently, thank you, senior. Wang Tiangong stood with his arms crossed, his nose almost reaching the sky, confidently saying, this is the dragon elephant art, the most powerful martial art. At the same cultivation level it is unmatched in divine power. If cultivated properly, no matter how much literary qi you absorb, it won't damage your meridians or turn you into a cripple. Li Chang'an heard this and gave a thumbs up, praising, amazing, amazing, truly amazing. He turned to Li Chang'an and said, if you agree then start cultivating quickly. The March Literary Sage ranking originally allowed a choice of 4 treasures. I took the liberty of exchanging 3 of them for the Dragon Elephant art. Li Chang'an heard this, was stunned speechless, and asked, "What? Isn't 3 a bit much?" Wang Tiangong's eyes were red, his face grim, and he grinned, saying, "You should be secretly delighted. Others can't get this technique even with 10 treasures. What? Are you not happy?" Li Chang'an broke out in a cold sweat, his face purple, and quickly denied, "No, Tai Bai, thanks senior for imparting the technique." But inwardly tears streamed down, and he thought with resentment, "This is practically forced buying and selling, there's no law." The next day he and Wang Tiangong were practicing. Wang Tiangong said, "Today you'll learn the breathing method of the dragon elephant art with me first." He closed his eyes, inhaled sharply like a dragon, then exhaled it like an elephant's breath from his mouth, shaking heaven and earth. Li Chang'an looked at him, stunned, speechless, and secretly sighed. "This dragon elephant art is too powerful. Just a single breath has such immense power." Wang Tiangong's eyes sparkled, and he smiled. "The dragon's strength is greatest underwater, the elephant's strength is foremost on land. I don't demand that you immediately achieve what I do. As long as you can maintain inhaling and exhaling for the duration of 1 incense stick each, you will have entered the beginner's stage." Li Chang'an broke out in a cold sweat, then chuckled happily, thinking, "Beginner's stage sounds absurd. Can anyone really do it?" A few hours later he was practicing, but Wang Tiangong suddenly slapped him on the head, making him spit out a mouthful of food, and angrily scolded, "What are you doing with such a big mouth? Go to the pigsty and ask your brothers if they can breathe through their nose and mouth at the same time." Then he gnashed his teeth in anger, covered Li Chang'an's mouth with his hands, making him suffocate until his face turned blue, and he cried out loudly. But before he could finish speaking, Wang Tiangong said, "I've never seen such a poorly talented martial artist as you. Among all the people I've taught, you have no skill whatsoever." After a while longer, Li Chang'an had tensed his body, taken a deep breath, and was regulating his body. Wang Tiangong stood by eating watermelon, and happily pointed at him, saying, Yes, breathe like that. Exhaling is not too silly." After a while longer, Li Chang'an's body emitted literary qi, but Wang Tiangong looked at it with displeasure, gnashing his teeth and saying, "Get lost, learning just one breathing method is so slow. Come back to me when you can maintain the breathing method even while asleep." Li Chang'an heard this, broke out in a cold sweat, turned his head and chuckled, replying, "Then Junior will take his leave." Wang Tiangong remembered something else and said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you something." Li Chang'an looked at him and asked, "What is it?" He stroked his chin, then mischievously smiled at Li Chang'an again, saying, "You absolutely cannot share a bed with anyone before reaching 6th rank to avoid leaking your primordial yang." Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an immediately thought of Lu Ziyan and Lu Linglong, who always called him brother. Leaving him dumbfounded, he thought with a bitter smile, 6th rank, that's too difficult a challenge. After a day of training he returned home without any trouble. He opened the door and said tiredly, "I'm back." Linglong already had a cold expression, asking unhappily, "Is brother even coming back? Quick, where have you been these past few days?" Lu Ziyan walked out of the room, looked at him and softly said, "Chang'an, you're back?" She turned to Linglong and said, "Be good, Chang'an has important things to do, we can't distract him." Linglong hummed in response and said, "But we just stay home every day waiting for brother, it's boring." Li Chang'an looked at the two of them, smiled faintly, and thought, oh no, he had been so busy these past few days that he had neglected them. Back then I was worried about exposing my identity and being hunted, which is why I told sister-in-law and little sister not to go out casually. Now that I've passed the county examination, sister-in-law and little sister can live openly for themselves. He thought for a moment, then gently said to Lu Linglong, "Then whatever Linglong wants to do, brother will support you." Linglong heard this and asked doubtfully, "Really?" He gently hummed another Linglong then happily said, "Then brother, give me and sister each a child so we won't be bored." Lu Ziyan, standing nearby, heard this and was so embarrassed her face flushed crimson, covering her mouth, speechless. Li Chang'an, however, heard this and was shocked, immediately refusing. This was absolutely not possible. He suddenly thought of something else and said, "I know, the perfect thing for sister-in-law and little sister to do is." The two looked at him, puzzled. At this moment a large quantity of flowers and herbs were poured into a large pot of water, releasing a fragrant aroma. Lu Ziyan and Lu Linglong sniffed curiously, feeling invigorated as if they were in a garden full of fresh flowers. They exclaimed, "Ah," and said, "The fragrance of the flowers is 100 times stronger than when they're in bloom." Lu Ziyan also happily added, "It's as if I've become one with the flowers. I can't take it anymore." Li Chang'an held up a small bottle and smiled lightly, saying, "This is perfume. This perfume has a unique scent and lasts a long time. Sister-in-law can open a shop to sell it." He reached out his hand and said to the two of them, "It's only April now, and the number of flowers in bloom is limited, so it might take some time for mass production. Also, there are many rouge shops in the county city. We need to consider the unique characteristics of the flowers. Opening a beauty salon would also be a good idea." Li Chang'an added, "But these are all minor details, I'll handle everything." Lu Linglong had already happily run over and hugged him tightly, cheering, "I knew brother was the best." Lu Ziyan stood aside, covering her mouth, and also happily said, "Erlang, thankfully we have you." The scene switches to Songwon Book Bureau in the capital. A shout could be heard from outside. "Shopkeeper Yu, it's bad." Shopkeeper Yu held a book, looked at the student who ran in shouting "Shopkeeper Yu" and said, "What's with all the panic, what happened?" The student, drenched in sweat, replied, "Our book bureau." All 13 masters have signed and are demanding to terminate their contracts. Shopkeeper Yu heard this shocking news and couldn't help but ask loudly with a grave expression, "What?" Shopkeeper Yu quickly ran out and shouted, "Everyone?" As soon as one master saw him, he angrily declared, "You want to elevate Qinglian as the master of storybooks, but we won't be his stepping stones." A red-robed master also frowned, stroking his beard with a grimace, and said, "That's right. A newcomer getting master-level treatment, even with a communication talisman. Where does that leave us old faces? If you continue to work with Qinglian, then I'm sorry, we won't cooperate anymore. Qinglian or the 13 masters, our Songwon Book Bureau can only choose one." Shopkeeper Yu heard this and said with difficulty, "This," he gritted his teeth, sweating profusely, and firmly replied, "Masters, Songwon Book Bureau cannot give up Qinglian's storybooks. If there are no surprises, he can sell 1.5 million copies and might even become this year's top-selling storybook." The red-robed master asked solemnly, 1.5 million copies? Shopkeeper Yu isn't joking, is he? A brown-robed master, disbelieving, said in a deep voice, "Among those present, whose storybook can sell that many copies? Is that enough to top the storybook rankings? That's ridiculous." Shopkeeper Yu heard this and retorted gravely and firmly, "Qinglian's new storybook is a million-word wuxia storybook." After he finished speaking, all the masters looked at him in silence. Shopkeeper Yu then emotionally reached out his hand, condensed literary qi, and made a wager. "I will bet with all of you that Qinglian's new storybook can sell that many copies. If I lose, I will voluntarily leave and give each master 5,000 taels of silver. But if I win, I hope all masters will not leave Songwon Book Bureau." The brown-robed master sneered, delusional, but still accepted the wager. Shopkeeper Yu's face was grim, thinking, "Qinglian, my life is staked on you." As he thought, the two shook hands and made their vow. But at the same time, Li Chang'an was standing before the Bamboo Mountain treasure vault, looking at the items before him, stroking his chin and thinking, "Whether it's a literary treasure or a martial weapon, what's before me is a huge burden. It's best to find a literary technique suitable for Qinglian's literary fortune that can contend with Taibai's literary fortune." He reached out, formed a seal, and cast a water element literary technique. Thinking of sensing with literary seals and capturing with literary qi, several literary techniques appeared before him again, and he stared in surprise at one that looked like a stone and a drop of water. Li Chang'an happily reached out, casting the literary technique into his hand, and said, "This literary technique is like a single spark can start a prairie fire. It's what you call water dripping through stone." He extended his left hand to cast star water, and his right hand to cast star fire, then continued, "A single spark can start a prairie fire and water drops can pierce stone." But suddenly a shout came from outside the door, "You've already chosen your treasure. What are you still gawking at?" Then he was grabbed by the collar and mercilessly pulled out. Li Chang'an was flung out heavily. At this moment Wang Tiangong walked over. He looked at Li Chang'an sitting on the ground, painfully rubbing his backside, and asked with a slight smile, "Did you practice today? Can you maintain your breathing for the duration of one incense stick? When will you reach the beginner stage?" Because he had been thrown out before, this time he looked at Wang Tiangong and shouted, "Senior, so the Bamboo Mountain treasure vault is about learning from you." Wang Tiangong listened, said nothing more, and loudly reprimanded, "Still spouting nonsense? Hurry up and go practice." Li Chang'an hastily responded, "Yes, I'll start right away." 9 days later, a bookseller stood on a majestic mountain peak waving a banner that read, "Grudges and Love Heroic Zhanghu," and shouted, "Qinglian's new work published establishing a school, a million words, Xiaoshui Wuxia." Several booksellers beat gongs and drums, hawking The Legend of the Condor Heroes in the marketplace, attracting curious discussions. Didn't Qinglian write Butterfly Lovers? Isn't a wuxia storybook just a martial arts storybook? If so, that's undoubtedly boasting. Does he think changing one word can establish a school? He's only written one romance novel but wants to write wuxia. This Qinglian is definitely consumed by greed. Li Chang'an stood behind those who were discussing, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, such a commotion, thankfully no one knows I'm Qinglian. There were many copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes on the table along with prices. One book cost 40 wen and the complete set cost 110 wen. The bookseller kept shouting loudly, "Qinglian's The Legend of the Condor Heroes officially goes on sale today." A group of aristocratic young masters stood in front of the bookstore, disdainfully shouting, "I want to see what Qinglian relies on to dare write a martial arts storybook, and a million words at that. Don't rush to buy it. Even if his Butterfly Lovers was excellent, this storybook is still just martial arts. But if this storybook isn't exceptionally talented, why would Songwon Book Bureau promote it so heavily? Who knows if Songwon Book Bureau's manager has lost his judgment?" The brown-robed leader slammed his literary coins heavily on the table and said, "Then I'll buy the first volume first." The bookseller, sweating, handed him a book and replied, "Yes." He took the book but frowned and said angrily, "If it's not well written, I'll definitely scold him to no end." At this moment more people came to buy, all saying, "I want one of the first volume, and give me another one." Li Chang'an stood in the distance across the road, feeling a little frustrated, but still smiled faintly and thought, selling it piecemeal like this strategy indeed lowers the barrier to purchase. As long as they've read the first volume, the other 2 volumes definitely won't escape them. Soon you will regret this decision. Sure enough, the brown-robed young master had already finished reading the first volume and stood up again, shouting angrily, "Why stop here? What about the rest of the story? Seriously, I have to keep buying and reading." He immediately rushed out of his house as if possessed, cursing in a hurry, "Damn it, Songwon Book Bureau is really calculating. I actually have to go buy the remaining 2 volumes again. but just as he reached the spot he was stopped by a hand. He scratched his head and asked, puzzled, "May I ask what's the matter, brother?" "I just want to buy Qinglian's storybook," but before he could finish the bald man tisked TSKED and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Who isn't here to buy The Legend of the Condor Heroes? Get in line obediently." He listened, looked at the endless queue and could only gape, speechless. And women and children of all ages were enthusiastically discussing The Legend of the Condor Heroes, full of praise. Who would have thought a martial arts storybook could be written to this extent? This isn't martial arts. Qinglian says it's wuxia, but what it's called isn't important. Hurry and sell me the remaining 2 volumes. The bookseller at this moment found it difficult to speak, but he still stammered, "Everyone, our shop only has 800 sets left and tomorrow's stock is already sold out." Hearing this, those young masters were like heartbroken lovers shouting in unison, "Are you blind, Songwon Book Bureau? Such a good work and you only have so few books?" "That's right. Qinglian don't work with Songwon anymore. These guys really have no vision." The bookseller, sweating, his smile stiff beyond measure, held up 3 fingers and said, 3 days at most, the storybooks will be printed and delivered to everyone." The brown-robed man at this moment was so angry he spat blood, his eyes and nose flowing like springs, thinking, "I should have bought the complete set of 3 volumes earlier. I hate it." The scene switches to the 9th floor of Beilu Academy. Li Chang'an held up several copies of The Legend of the Condor Heroes, and said to Anan and Zhu Ziyu, "These are for the 2 of you." Zhu Ziyu opened it and glanced inside, then couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Is this The Legend of the Condor Heroes storybook that everyone in the city is frantically snatching up? Brother Taibai, how did you get it?" And Nan also spoke up and asked, "The last copy, who do you plan to give it to?" Li Chang'an smiled lightly and said, "Can I read it myself?" And Nan heard this, looked at him meaningfully, and then Oed and said, "Is it Ziyan or Miss Yan?" Her words seemed to strike Li Chang'an's heart, leaving him dumbfounded, his mind buzzing. Then he gave a dry laugh and thought, "Anan is truly my nemesis. I didn't expect him to realize I planned to give it to Yan Qingxi. But I can't tell him I deliberately found an excuse to promote The Legend of the Condor Heroes." Suddenly at this moment a hand grabbed Li Chang'an's clothes and pulled hard, and Nan looked at him unhappily and asked, "Do you have feelings for her?" He heard this, his face pale, sweating profusely, and stammered, "I." Just as he was nervous, Zhu Ziyu walked over, he didn't know when, and put his arm around Anan's shoulder, making her blush slightly in surprise. He said, "Anan, even though we're brothers, we should still keep some secrets from each other, right? Or is our Anan jealous?" She shyly scolded, "Nonsense." He turned to Li Chang'an and said, "Brother Li, you really need to control him." This left him standing in the middle, speechless. During class, Anan sat behind, and Li Chang'an asked again, "Are you really not planning to compete for the literary sage ranking this time?" He turned around and replied, "Too much fame is not good, it's better to be humble." And Nan sneered, "It seems you're still calm even if you're at the bottom of the 9th floor." He heard this, as if struck by lightning, his face fell, and he asked, "What, at the bottom?" And Nan closed one eye, glanced at Zhu Ziyu, who was sitting behind, still laughing foolishly with 2 fingers raised, and said, "Now only you and Brother Zhu are still at 9th rank. Brother Zhu is also about to break through, only you are left." Li Chang'an heard this and exclaimed in shock, "Ah!" He felt as if he had fallen to the bottom of society, sinking into contemplation. "What if I topped the literary sage ranking twice? What if I stirred up the literary sage ranking? If it's only about realm strength, I'm just trash. Looking back, I seem to have underestimated everyone too much." He calmed down, then walked forward, violently shaking Nan, and called out, "And Nan!" She was startled, looked at him, and asked, "What's wrong?" He said with a serious expression, "Besides the literary sage ranking, is there any other way to advance quickly?" And Nan subtly moved aside, avoiding Li Chang'an's hand, and calmly replied, "There is a way now. The Dragon Gate Grand Competition in June." The Dragon Gate Grand Competition was originally an internal competition of the Imperial Academy in the capital, but now it specifically allows branch academies from various regions to participate. The examination includes 9 items: etiquette, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, mathematics, literary combat, magical combat, and martial combat. Each academy will offer its most prized treasures as prizes, including literary techniques, martial arts, and various natural materials and treasures. And Nan reached out, gently closed her eyes, and said, "By then, let alone breaking through realms, you might even be able to directly reach the top." Li Chang'an heard this and was stunned speechless. Then his eyes lit up with joy, and he laughed. "What kind of Dragon Gate Grand Competition is this?" "It's practically a treasure giveaway," and Nan gently closed her eyes and replied, "It's just that since ancient times I've never heard of prizes being so exaggerated." Li Chang'an heard this, felt a little stiff, and thought something was wrong. "I always feel something is off. It sounds like a trap specifically aimed at someone." His face darkened again, and he unluckily asked himself, "It shouldn't be me, right?" Thinking this, he slapped himself a few times and said, "Empty thoughts are useless. Even if Daibai is talented, he's not worth such a huge financial expenditure." But at this moment a shoe flew quickly, hitting Li Chang'an's portrait hard. He fell to the ground, and Zhu Ziyu and Nan both shouted in alarm. "Brother Li, Taibai!" Wang Tiangong yelled angrily, "Useless, you even got your breathing wrong. You're the worst disciple I've ever taught. Come here for more training." Li Chang'an was dizzy, the shoe print still on his face, and replied, "Yes." The mountain master secretly chuckled again. "Dragon Gate Grand Competition, even if it's a trap aimed at me. So what? I still need to survive. I'll worry about it then." The scene switches. Wang Tiangong is currently holding Li Chang'an's head underwater. He made him drink his fill, gasping for breath. He really couldn't take it anymore. He sat up, gasped for air, and then coughed a few times. Wang Tiangong said with some satisfaction, "Haven't you learned it already? You can now hold your breath for half an incense stick while exhaling the dragon elephant art." A hand slammed heavily on the table. Huang Qinshan gritted his teeth in anger, unable to say a word. Seeing this, the other two masters smiled and smoothed things over, saying, "Qinshan, it's all right. Once Qinglian fails, let's see who dares say your storybook is inferior to Qinglian's. To dare challenge with a wuxia storybook, he's truly seeking his own demise." Now who can we blame? The white-haired elder picked up The Legend of the Condor Heroes and said, "Manager Yu even personally sent me a set to guide and review. Haha, I'll give it a thoroughly dead review." Huang Qinshan reached out and said, "Let me see." Just as he took the book, a girl held his hand and softly said, "My lord, how can a book compare to my beauty? Tonight is a night of spring joy." Before she could finish, Huang Qinshan's face darkened, and he pushed the woman away with a palm. He said no more than, "Scram." Then, with murderous intent, he frantically flipped through every page. The two masters looked at him and asked, "Qinshan, how is The Legend of the Condor Heroes?" Huang Qinshan let out a breath, a faint smile playing on his lips, filled with sincere admiration. Then he looked at the two and replied, "I truly lost to him." This made the two exclaim in surprise. He then affirmed Qinglian's talent. "Among those present, if you want to compare yourselves to Qinglian, you are nothing but trash." This made Li Chang'an sneeze continuously. Wang Tiangong sat by the lake with him, saw this and asked, "Did you catch a cold when you went into the water just now?" Li Chang'an looked at him and replied, "No, my nose is just a bit itchy." Wang Tiangong said that was good, then gave him a menacing look, his tone threatening as he continued, "If you're well rested, then let's go again." Li Chang'an immediately broke out in a cold sweat, then ran quickly, panting as he replied, "It's getting late now, my family is still waiting for me to go home for dinner." But he only ran a few steps before Wang Tiangong grabbed him by the collar, forced his head under water, and with his signature smile said, "Little Tai Bai, this time you must hold on for a full incense stick." At this moment a hand angrily pounded on a door shouting, "Open the door. Don't hide inside and keep silent." A group of young masters were frantically banging on the door and shouting, "Songwin Book Bureau, you have the guts to sell books, but not the guts to print more? We want to read The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Open the door and sell books. Open the door." The assistant manager was anxiously saying to Manager Yu, who looked outside and stammered, "Manager, not only the main bureau but all the branches are crowded with people buying books. How many sets should we print?" Manager Yu was also startled and replied, 100. "No, it should be 2 million sets." He contacted the young master via a 1,000-mile communication talisman, and a loud voice from inside said, "Not enough." "Still not enough," Manager Yu exclaimed in surprise. "Young master," the young master said, "to print 5 million sets directly, and furthermore they must keep Qinglian at Songwin Book Bureau at all costs." Manager Yu's face turned pale with cold sweat. He looked at the young master, then cupped his hands and bowed, stammering with a solemn tone, Young master, isn't 5 million too risky?" The young master tightly clenched his hands, gritting his teeth and saying, "Risky? I still think it's not enough. His Majesty has ordered The Legend of the Condor Heroes by Qinglian to gather war qi." The master then projected a vision of Li Chang'an releasing literary qi in the future. Soldiers were attacking a city, continuously shouting, "We must win. Kill them." This left Manager Yu and another student dumbfounded and speechless. The young master sighed again. "I'm afraid from now on no one can stop Qinglian from becoming the master of storybooks." The next morning at Li Chang'an's training ground, Wang Tiangong said with some satisfaction, "Your performance has been good recently. Change your clothes quickly." Li Chang'an, soaked, took the clothes Wang Tiangong handed him, smiling, "Thank you, Mountain Master." But as soon as he took them, the clothes sank, pulling him down with them. Wang Tiangong turned around, said a satisfied "Oh," and smiled, "I forgot to tell you, I added a 1,000 jin talisman to the underwear." Li Chang'an's hands were red and swollen and he cursed, "Damn it." Hearing this, Wang Tiangong turned his head, his face grim, and snorted, asking, "What did you say?" Li Chang'an quickly changed his expression 180 degrees, knelt down and bowed. "I said, Senior is too good to me." Wang Tiangong tilted his head slightly and said, "Once you're dressed, Scram, as long as you can maintain the breathing technique for the duration of 1 incense stick, I'll teach you the first stance of Dragon Phoenix art." The scene shifts to the 9th floor of Beilu Academy. Li Chang'an walked into the classroom dragging his heavy body, a look of complaint on his face. Every step he took, his body trembled and he thought to himself, "So heavy." Just then, Zhu Ziyu pushed him from behind and said, "Hey brother Li, good afternoon." This made Li Chang'an's face turn purple, and he stumbled forward involuntarily. Zhu Ziyu exclaimed, "Brother Li!" Li Chang'an, unable to stand steady, fell directly into Annan's arms, causing Annan to blush and glare at him. He, however, remained unfazed, instead hugging Annan and sniffing, laughing like a madman. "Brother, you smell so good." Annan's face was grim at this moment, and she smiled through gritted teeth, making one shiver. Then, without another word, she simply turned and made him fall face down on the ground. Li Chang'an's face was bruised, and he cried out in pain. "Ow, Annan, you've gone too far," Annan said haughtily. "A small warning is all. Will you dare to speak carelessly again?" Zhu Ziyu sat next to Annan, sighed and said regretfully, "Brother Li, you're too weak. Young people must know moderation, otherwise when you get old, heh." Li Chang'an lay face down on the table, his voice tired but unable to resist those words, saying, "The Mountain Master is just training me. Don't think wrongly." Zhu Ziyu stubbornly replied, "Understood, I understand. Brother N and I will keep your secret." Chang'an angrily cursed under his breath, "You understand my ass." Then helplessly he told these two live wires about it. Annan asked in surprise, "Are you going to participate in next month's literary sage ranking?" Li Chang'an propped his chin on his hand, calmly replying, "Probably not." Zhu Ziyu clenched his hands and with a magnificent aura loudly declared, "Of course we must participate." He fiercely clapped his hands, frowning and excitedly continuing, "The masters who declared war before are now mocking and disparaging Brother Li, saying you're cowardly, saying you don't have Qinglian's talent. If they keep making such noise, it's very likely to ruin the literary reputation you've painstakingly built. How can our Tai Bai lose to others? That's ridiculous, so you must defeat Qinglian." Li Chang'an's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, and he let out a stiff, "Ah." He then recalled the scene of Tai Bai fighting Qinglian, himself fighting himself, and cold sweat broke out again. He asked himself, "Aren't I the only one getting hurt?" Thinking this, he raised his hand and cleared his throat, solemnly replying, "I will consider it." In the blink of an eye, the new store Wang Fuji opened, offering a 20% discount store-wide. "Welcome, esteemed guest." Li Chang'an stood outside the door and said to Zhang Fugi, "Thank you, Uncle Zhang and all the brothers, for your hard work during this time. In a few days my sister-in-law's rouge shop will also open, and I'll still need Uncle Zhang's help." Old Zhang put his hands on his hips and replied, "Young master is too kind, this is all my duty." He looked into the shop and said, "Miss Yan is here again." Yan Qingxi looked around, stroking her chin, and Zhang Fugi added, "She's been coming every day these past few days, hoping to see young master." Li Chang'an's eyes held a hint of melancholy as he looked in her direction and said, "Please invite her over." Yan Qingxi entered the room and met Li Chang'an privately. She blushed as she looked away from him and called out, "Young master," then asked, "Why have you been avoiding me recently? Even the storybook was given through someone else. Did Qingxi do something wrong?" Chang'an turned around, closed his eyes and said he didn't do anything wrong, but in his heart he couldn't help but think, "Every time we touch I can't help but be moved." Yan Qingxi then took off her clothes again, shyly saying, "Qingxi knows her looks are ordinary and won't catch young master's eye, but I just want to stay by young master's side, I'll do anything." She walked forward and hugged Li Chang'an, making him blush profusely. She softly said, "Please pity Qingxi, young master." He shouted, "Nonsense, what are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yan Qingxi kissed Chang'an, leaving him staring at her in surprise. She then said without hesitation, "I know young master still values me." Chang'an then sternly said, "Don't do such frivolous things again." Yan Qingxi obediently replied, "Only if young master promises not to avoid me anymore." He sighed again helplessly, saying, "You win." The scene switches. A person stood next to Li Chang'an shouting, "My lord, just look." A subordinate pointed at a group of people, each injured, missing arms and legs. He himself was missing a leg and said, "Look." Li Chang'an looked at these people and asked what's going on. Zhang Fugi heard his voice, turned around, frowned, cupped his hands and replied, "Reporting to my lord, these are all the martial soldiers I brought recently. The northern frontier went to war and they fought fiercely against countless demon armies for many days." He then stammered with some regret, "Although they barely survived, their bodies are injured and they can no longer return to the battlefield." These people began to cry and vent their fears, shouting, "Chief Zhang, we're all cripples." At this moment Zhang Fugi also knelt heavily, cupped his hands and pleaded, "Zhang, I humbly ask my lord to grant them a way to live." Li Chang'an's face was grim at this moment and he said in a deep voice, "Everyone," then raised his head, cupped his hands and forcefully uttered two words, "Heroes." He raised his hand and said boldly, "Please recuperate well these few days, all expenses will be borne by me. After you recover, if you wish to leave, I will give you double the compensation if you are willing to stay and follow me." A man in green robes heard this and happily shouted, "I am willing. I swear to protect my lord to the death. From now on wherever my lord points." Just as he finished saying "I'll strike," he saw the others looking at his words with blank stares. He still didn't realize what he had said and asked, "Why are you looking at me? I mean what I say." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone burst into laughter, then in unison raised their hands and shouted, "Little brother is right, we swear allegiance to our lord to the death. Our lord treats us well, so we will fight for him." Suddenly, Li Chang'an's heart throbbed violently, and literary chi enveloped his body, making him think in surprise. The faith of martial soldiers is even stronger and purer than ordinary fame. It can actually give rise to a new chapter in the Jade Book of Yang. A ray of light flashed, shining on Wang Han's Liangzhou Sea. In that poem, "Fine wine in cups of luminous jade, Pippa urges us on a horse to drink. Drunk on the battlefield, let no one laugh. How many return from ancient wars?" Li Chang'an happily clenched his hands and said excitedly to himself, "It's recognized by the Jade Book of Yang. It was indeed the right decision." Then he said with a wry smile, "But the manuscript fees just arrived and are already spent." Suddenly a summoning signal came from Beilu Academy, making Li Chang'an look over, then break out in a nervous sweat, thinking, Beilu Academy's urgent summoning signal is calling all of us students back. Could something major have happened? The scene switches back to Beilu Academy, where a group of summoned students gathered around a team of purple-clad students. A purple-clad youth cupped his hands, a sly smile on his lips, and said, "Today as Songyue students, I am here." As soon as he said specifically to compete with Beilu Academy, he released literary chi, forcing the Beilu students to retreat. The powerful pressure made the students in front look dismayed. A fat man, unable to bear the pressure, snorted and fell backward at the same time. Li Chang'an walked over and quickly helped him up. The man turned and looked at him, calling out, "Tai Bai." His name was Qian Zhujuang, the son of the county's richest man. Li Chang'an quietly asked him, "Are you all right, brother?" He then looked at the arrogant fellow, his face grim, and thought, "A mere challenge, or is there another purpose?" The man stood with his hands behind his back, his face lifted high, smiling smugly. "Hurry up, how long do you expect us to wait?" He then glanced at the students of Beilu Academy, his tone provocative and disdainful. "Are you Beilu Academy afraid?" The students of Beilu Academy were furious upon hearing this, and collectively released literary chi, shouting angrily, "Beast, how dare you say such things? Let's beat his ancestors, even if we are utterly crushed today. We will make them know what etiquette is." He stood before the literary chi attacks, still expressionless, then looked up and sneered, completely ignoring them. His body gradually emitted literary chi to resist, and a literary chi shield blocked him, yet he stood with his hands behind his back, his face exceedingly arrogant, and said, "What a pity." Then he looked down, extremely haughty, and said with provocation and threat, "It would be even better if you injured your own people. If you hurt your fellow students and then come to our door begging for guidance, what will the world think of you? Ha ha." After speaking these provocative words, he then called out Vice Tower Master Shu. Elder Shu, with literary chi in his hand, looked at him with a grim expression, gritting his teeth and saying, "Since you've come to seek guidance, then do so openly." He looked around, laughing arrogantly. "All right, let's compete in the 6 arts. Anyone present can challenge until no one dares to challenge anymore." The students of Beilu Academy all exclaimed. "Oh!" Li Chang'an, however, paused, thinking suspiciously, looking for someone. "Are they?" Tian Zhujuang now understood their intention and glanced at Chang'an behind him, giving him a look, saying, "They're here for you, so brother Li, you must not make a move. As for those rascals, we will handle them." Li Chang'an was astonished and called out softly, "Brother Qian." Just then, several people from Beilu Academy stepped forward full of vigor. 2 other students and Tian Zhujuang introduced themselves in turn. Student Chen Jingwu, 8th rank gentleman. Student Zheng Xianfeng, Heavenly Long, 6 peaks. Student Qian Zhujuang, 1st Cultivation Institute Art. We request a battle. A bespectacled man from Songyue picked up a musical instrument, emitted red literary chi, and frantically calculated in his mind, 1 times 1 equals 1, 2 times 2 equals 4, 8 times 8 equals 64, 9 times 9 equals 81. He then shouted 9981 and shot that power at his opponent. Qian Zhujuang took a hit, fell backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Li Chang'an supported him, calling out, "Brother Qian." Qian Zhujuang struggled to look at him, continuously apologizing, "I'm sorry, I lost." In the 6 arts competition between Beilu and Songyue, Beilu lost 5 and won 1. The man with the fan from Songyu's team arrogantly laughed up at the sky, mocking Beilu Academy. Beilu Academy, truly living up to its name. Indeed, no one is available. The masters from Songyue also laughed loudly in mockery. "Almost forgot, you still have Taibai. I wonder if he can support this crumbling building." The 2 students from Beilu Academy were furious, as if about to burst into flames, clenching their hands and shouting, "This is too much." Li Chang'an was also as anxious as them at this moment, struggling internally, thinking, "If I don't stop them now, the Tao hearts of all Beilu students will shatter." Suddenly a hand rested on Li Chang'an's shoulder, stopping him. Qian Zhujuang, his face pale, still stepped forward to stop Chang'an, saying, "Don't be impulsive. They are provoking you to fight." He stopped Li Chang'an with a serious and resolute expression, and added, "As long as Brother Taibai's identity is revealed, countless conspiracies will await you. You must not fall for it. You are the hope of our Beilu Academy." Li Chang'an smiled, comforting him. "Brother Qian, don't worry, I won't easily expose myself, but I can't just let this anger go unexpressed. Beilu Academy has been humiliated." As he spoke, a displeased expression appeared on his face again. He raised his hand and cast the literary spell, "A single spark can start a prairie fire," filled with murderous intent. A wall made of sparks trapped the Songyue students inside. Li Chang'an frowned, his face terrifyingly cold, and spoke, "Taibai is merely an ordinary student, yet he has caused everyone so much concern." The Grand Master of the 6 arts covered his face with his hand, frowning as he said, "Why does Taibai not dare to show himself? Is he afraid, worried he'll suffer the same fate as his fellow students?" Li Chang'an struck him with a palm, saying, "Ridiculous. If we're going to compete, let's compete big." He was betting on the top spot of the May Literary Sage ranking. That person dodged, and his heavenly palm was also somewhat discomfited. He gritted his teeth, then formed hand seals and cast a literary spell, his eyes shining before pushing a palm forward. Li Chang'an closed his eyes slightly, flicked his finger as if casually, and said dismissively, "Taibai alone challenges all of Songyue Academy. Whether literary grandmasters or masters, all will be defeated by me. A single spark can start a prairie fire." As soon as he finished speaking, he retracted the literary spell just as the force unleashed by the Songyue master missed its target and instead backfired, startling him like a drowned rat and making him hiss. The students of Beilu Academy seized the opportunity to mock him, their faces twisted in laughter. "Haha, serves him right, well done Taibai," backfired by his own literary spell. The Songyue master lost all face, mocked to the point of wanting to crawl into a hole. He gritted his teeth in anger, his face grim, and could no longer hold back. He clenched his fists and roared, "Li Taibai, how dare you humiliate us? Come out now." The students of Beilu Academy, their morale high, unceremoniously stepped forward together to provoke. "Why are you cursing our Taibai? Wasn't it you who was backfired by your own literary spell?" Exactly. If you've got the guts, let's settle it on the literary sage ranking unless you're scared." The Songyue master left, drenched and mocked again. He snorted coldly and loudly threatened, "May it is then, if you lose you'll kneel before all the world and apologize." Li Chang'an stood behind, his forehead slightly beaded with sweat, thinking with a grim expression, "This is no longer a conspiracy, it's a naked open scheme forcing me to reveal myself." "Taibai, just how many enemies have you made?" The scene switched to the distance, where Wang Taingang's furious roar could be heard. I don't agree. Just a few days ago, the Songyue students came to provoke, and now they want Taibai to participate in the Dragon Gate Grand Competition, even offering a sage-level literary spell as a prize. This is clearly a naked conspiracy. Is Taibai the only one available in Bailu Academy? Are they willing to let him expose his identity and become a living target? The person sitting under the tree cultivating was Zhao Shanggung, the dean of Bailu Academy, who was already 160 years old. Zhao Shanggung waited for Wang Tiangang to finish before slowly opening his mouth and calling out, "Tiangang, how many more years do you think this Jianmu, which governs Bailu's literary lineage, can live?" Wang Tiangang looked at the tree, arms crossed, and pondered for a moment and replied, "Even if all our clansmen die out, it might still live." Zhao Shanggung heard this and said sadly, "I wish it were so, but unfortunately it won't live for another 50 years. By then, the literary lineage of Bailu Academy will be completely severed." Wang Tiangang was drenched in cold sweat, unable to believe his ears, and stammered, No, that's impossible." Zhao Shanggung explained, "In the past decade, how many literary grandmasters have gathered countless amounts of qi and fortune, yet none could merge with the Jianmu." He looked at the last vestiges of life at the tree's roots and continued, "But Taibai, by twice topping the literary sage ranking, was able to make the Jianmu sprout new shoots. This revival is the only one in the past decade." Wang Tiangang heard this, was stunned, speechless, his expression grim, unable to utter a word. Zhao Shanggung suddenly became agitated again, injecting literary qi into the tree with both hands, and asked, "Do you know what this means? Li Taibai is the future lineage master of the literary vein, so whether it's a conspiracy or an open scheme, Li Taibai must move forward." The next day, inside Bailu Academy, a book flew directly towards Li Chang'an, accompanied by an angry roar accusing him. "You alone dare to challenge the entire Songyue Academy? Li Taibai, you're truly my ancestor." Li Chang'an took the book, a bewildered expression on his face. Then he gave two dry laughs, stammering, "Isn't this good? On the contrary, Tiangong also made a mistake." The old man grew increasingly angry, picked up another book and wanted to throw it, stammering furiously, You, is that the point?" His neck veins bulged with anger just to explain, "Do you understand? If you lose, you will fall into an abyss and you will become a cripple." Li Chang'an, however, replied with a resolute expression, "But this student cannot tolerate them humiliating Bailu Academy." The old man was so furious with his reason that his blood pressure rose. He clenched his fists, his eyes darkened, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "You scoundrel, are you trying to infuriate me to death?" He walked aggressively towards Li Chang'an, but Zhu Ziyu and Qian Zhujuang, frightened, quickly pulled him back, shouting, "Vice Tower Master, absolutely not." The old man struggled and roared, "You two, let go quickly." Qian Zhujuang tightly grabbed one of his legs and said, "No, Brother Taibai is only stepping forward for the sake of Bailu's reputation." Zhu Ziyu also forcefully held the other leg, adding, "Moreover, as long as our entire academy works together, we might not be unable to push Brother Li to the top spot." The old man heard this, suddenly paused and widened his eyes. Li Chang'an stood resolutely before him and said decisively, "This student is willing to devote all his literary qi and reputation, also for the prestige of Bailu Academy, to trample Songyue Academy underfoot." At this moment, other students also swarmed forward, praising Li Chang'an with smiles. "This is the ambition we literati should have. If Taibai hadn't fought back, we would probably be unable to hold our heads high now. Brother Taibai, just do it. I will definitely support you with all my might." Li Chang'an moved, looked back at everyone. He turned, cupped his hands and bowed, replying resolutely, "Taibai will never disappoint any of you." The students also cupped their hands and bowed. They did not respond, but in their hearts they all secretly resolved to work together. The scene switches to a flowing stream. Li Chang'an was sitting at the bottom of the lake, fully concentrating on cultivating his breath-holding technique. It seemed he had made significant progress compared to before. He frowned slightly, thinking, when Taibai makes his move in May, the literary qi balance will immediately be broken. Qinglian's words were originally not enough, and he still needed to make a name for himself on the sacred literary ranking. He was already panting, making a few sounds, then could no longer hold back and quickly swam to the surface, but in his heart he sadly asked himself, "Just a little more, am I really going to fail?" Suddenly he stopped swimming again, his body starved of oxygen, his hands clenched and trembling. His entire body radiated literary qi. He continuously reminded himself, "No, I cannot give up like this." The bottom of the lake was now dyed gold, emitting literary qi that shot straight into the sky. Subsequently, his heart beat even more violently, forming a vortex, and power erupted with a rotation astonishing heaven and earth. Wang Tiangong hurried over, looked at the scene before him and smiled broadly. Li Chang'an climbed ashore, his body still radiating spiritual light. Wang Tiangong happily shouted again, "Taibai, have you broken through?" Li Chang'an looked up and smiled at him, answering yes. "Senior." Wang Tiangong tightly clasped his hands, repeatedly saying, "Good," then added, "It takes ordinary people at least 1 or 2 years to cultivate the dragon-elephant art of breathing. But I didn't expect you to be a little genius with exceptional martial arts talent." He stroked his chin, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, this kid's literary talent is truly astonishing too. If it weren't for being constrained, I'd have to force him to specialize in martial arts. It infuriates me." Li Chang'an watched him muttering to himself, couldn't help but feel puzzled. then called out Mountain Master again, asking what's wrong. Wang Tiangong wiped away some sweat, coughed a few times and replied, nothing, you all continue cultivating. After a while, Wang Tiangong again used a bamboo stick to hit between his legs, loudly saying, steady, steady. As he practiced, he looked at him with an attitude of questioning life, calling out senior and asking, is this really an advanced move of the dragon elephant art? Wang Tiangong said, this is just the basics. When you reach the peak, he suddenly grinned as if radiating light and continued, you will become a true dragon. A sacred elephant, don't you want to become that kind of person? Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes lit up and he happily replied, yes, to become a martial saint, of course I want that too. Suddenly, Wang Tiangong put his arm around his shoulder, a hint of slyness on his face, praising, ambitious. Then let's add another 100 jin. After speaking, another 100 jin of weight was added to Li Chang'an's body. This caused his legs to sink into the mud and then his entire body was submerged. With only his head exposed, he was dizzy, called out senior, and thought to himself, I could have been a bit taller. Back at Songwon Book Bureau, the old shopkeeper's joyful voice could be heard from inside. Young Master Qinglian has a new work, young Master Qinglian. I'm afraid if you release another one, I'll have to start calling you Master. He held The Return of the Condor Heroes in his hand, his mouth split in a joyful grin. Li Chang'an gently closed his eyes, raised his hand and said, Shopkeeper Huang? Qinglian hopes Songwon Book Bureau can promote this book with all its might. Shopkeeper Huang looked at him as if he were a treasure and replied, you are now a renowned master. How dare we be negligent? Li Chang'an raised his hand and said, this time it's different. His face darkened slightly, and he said seriously, Qinglian intends to compete for a spot on the literary sage ranking in May, so he wishes to use the influence of this new book to build momentum for his poetry. Shopkeeper Huang heard this, looked at him with some bewilderment and asked, may I ask what young Master Qinglian's poem is? Li Chang'an recited his poem with genuine emotion, replying with majestic aura, fine wine in cups of luminous jade, the Pippa urges us on a horse to drink. Drunk on the battlefield, let no one laugh, how many return from ancient wars. Shopkeeper Huang saw such a heroic aura, was so startled he fell to the ground with a thud, his eyes wide with surprise. Unable to speak, Li Chang'an walked out of the bookstore, his heart relieved, thinking, Qinglian's side is settled, so it's time for Tai Bai's side to begin, right? He picked up the literary sage ranking jade tablet, gave an evil smile and said, to all you Songyue students, are you ready? Time is running out. In the blink of an eye, the May literary sage ranking had opened, with poetry as the first battle. A total of 8 literary grand masters and 77 masters made their moves. Everyone craned their necks, eagerly watching the poems of the participating students arranged in rows on the mountain wall. After a while, Qinglian walked out, his entire body exuding dense literary qi. He was ranked 9th, Biliang Qinglian. The people below screamed continuously, ah! Qinglian ascended to 9th place on the literary sage ranking. The girl's eyes were filled with infatuation and madness, screaming, Qinglian, you are the god in our hearts, even if not a literary grandmaster. Qinglian is still number 1 in our hearts. A student from Beilu Academy heard this, his eyes itching with anger. He crossed his arms and glared at them, an displeased expression on his face, saying, what if he's number 1? Hasn't Tai Bai even made his move yet? Otherwise, his ranking would have already dropped. The young men and women on Qinglian's side heard this and immediately snorted in anger. How dare you question the unparalleled talent of our young master Qinglian? A girl put her hands on her hips, striking a battle pose, and retorted to the Beilu student, Tai Bai is nowhere near as good as Qinglian. Stop deluding yourself. That student was not to be outdone, pointing at her and cursing, gritting his teeth and saying, you are truly shameless. Just you wait. Tai Bai will slap you hard across the face. On the other side, Zhu Ziyu and Nan ran panting to Li Chang'an, who was leisurely reading a book. Seeing him still so calm, Nan couldn't help but shout, do you still have the leisure to read a book? Li Chang'an looked up at her, making an sound, and Nan walked forward, slammed the table, and shouted at Li Chang'an, waking him up while explaining the situation outside. Everyone outside is saying Qinglian is better than you. Why aren't you worried at all? Li Chang'an looked at her blankly, then after a while gave a silly smile, thinking to himself, nonsense. Of course it's because Tai Bai is me and Qinglian is also me. As he thought, he cast his gaze back to the book he was reading and said, no need to rush, my poems are all ready. And Nan heard this, her surprise turning into urgency, and said, then what are you waiting for? Announce them quickly. Just as Li Chang'an was about to tell the truth, her and Zhu Ziyu's faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. They glared at him, snorting coldly, staring intently. Li Chang'an broke out in a cold sweat, changed his words and said, let's consider this carefully. I'll go write it now. The two heard this, clapped their hands in satisfaction and whispered, we did so well. After a while, Li Chang'an had finished writing and put down his brush. He picked up his poem, smiling, and said, Tai Bai's new poem, Ballad of the Northern Frontier Governor, please enjoy. The north wind sweeps the earth, breaking the white grass. The masters above all exuded literary qi, reciting the new poem, leaving everyone stunned. On Tai Bai's side, he again picked up his brush and wrote, in the barbarian sky it snows already in August. Li Chang'an's image appeared above the literary qi. With his hands clasped behind his back, he recited the lines. Armor gleaming golden in the sun, bugle calls fill the autumn air, frontier rouge congeals to night purple. Half-furled red flags approach the Yi River, frost heavy, drums cold, sounds unheard. The protector's iron armor is cold and hard to don. The vast desert's railings 100 jong of ice, scattering twilight snow descends upon the camp gate. Far, far away is the Luntai Protectorate, endless flat sands yellow stretching into the sky. At night the general draws his bow, shooting a tiger. the scene switched to Songyue Academy, where a gasp of surprise came from inside. What? Impossible. The masters and students were all scratching their heads, staring dumbfounded at the jousting ranking. Although Taibai's poem had only been released for one day, it had already reached 30th place. That arrogant student's face was like he'd been struck by lightning. He held his hand sideways and said, "No, 29th place, Zhang Fei of Feiyang Academy. 30th place, Ballad of the Northern Frontier Governor, Li Taibai of Bailu Academy. 31st place, quack quack quack, Lu Long of Quack Academy." He stared intently at the jousting ranking and said, "Taibai's ranking is still rising frantically, truly unstoppable." Both he and the Grandmaster were stunned, asking themselves, "What is this again?" That Grandmaster was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth and staring, saying, "What a madman. Is that Taibai kid really going to win? Is he just going to do whatever he wants?" The student with glasses looked at him with a serious expression, called out "Master," and said, "I have a way to win." He listened, looked at him, made an "O" sound and said, "Tell me." With a hint of a sly smile on his face, he replied, "Qinglian doesn't seem to have joined an academy yet. If we can recruit him to our Songyue Academy, then with Qinglian and Taibai fighting on the stage, who knows who will win or lose?" He heard this, thought it was a good idea, smiled and said, "Good, then I'll leave this matter to you." He respectfully cupped his hands and replied, "Yes." The sky gradually darkened. Singing could be heard from Li Chang'an's home resounding outside. Lu Ziyan walked into the room, went to his side and asked, "Erlang, do you have a cold?" Li Chang'an's gaze fell on the book in his hand and he replied, "No." Suddenly, Lu Ziyan walked forward, used her own forehead to measure Li Chang'an's temperature and said, "He seems a little warm." Because of their close proximity, he blushed furiously, looked at her and even swallowed. Just then, Yan Qingxi and a group of people, Lu Linglong, Zhu Ziyu and Nan walked in, and the room was instantly filled with an awkward atmosphere, with a few light coughs breaking the silence. "What are you all doing here?" And Nan asked with a displeased look, arms crossed. That scoundrel said, "Brother Li truly has good fortune." In this embarrassing situation, Li Chang'an could only whisper to Lu Ziyan, "Sister-in-law, I'm fine." The table was laden with dishes brought by the four. Lu Linglong held her homemade pastries, smiling, and said, "Brother, quickly taste the steamed buns Linglong made herself." Yan Qingxi also held a packet of peeled pastries, offering them to Li Chang'an, and gently said, "This is a small token of Qingxi's affection. I hope young master won't dislike it." Zhu Ziyu was eating heartily in the background, and Nan, however, poked a pastry with one finger, looked at Li Chang'an and calmly said, "Brother Taibai, this gift was specially bought by Brother Zhu and me. You can't show favoritism." The three girls' faces appeared on the wall, filled with menace, and they simultaneously asked, "Whose will you eat first?" Li Chang'an's face turned pale with fright. He stared at the pastries before him, dumbfounded, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes becoming vacant. He stammered, I don't know whose to eat first, nor can I offend any of you." He took a risk and snatched the pastry from Zhu Ziyu's hand. Zhu Ziyu didn't even realize what was happening, just staring blankly at his hand. Li Chang'an turned his head, chuckled dryly, and said, "The three of us and Brother Zhu are like brothers. I'll eat his." Three gazes instantly shot at Zhu Ziyu as if to kill him, making his face turn green, his expression grave, and leaving him speechless towards Li Chang'an. The scene then switched to a simple wedding with somewhat crude clothing but complete rituals. The officiant's voice rang out and the bride and groom entered the bridal chamber. Li Chang'an happily lifted the bridal veil and gently called out, "My wife." At this moment, Lu Linglong shouted from behind, "No." She clenched her fist tightly, shouting in disappointment, "Brother, how can you marry someone else?" Lu Ziyan was equally desperate. Her face was pale, her eyes filled with inexpressible sadness, and she called out with a trembling voice, "Erlang, are you abandoning me?" Li Chang'an also stood stiffly at that moment, sweating coldly, looking at the two, and said, "Wait, I'm not marrying the two of you? Then who am I marrying?" At this moment, the person in the bridal gown had already lifted her own veil, a slight smile on her lips, looking incredibly beautiful. The bride was none other than Nan. She also smiled happily, looking at Li Chang'an, and called out, "Husband, have you forgotten?" Li Chang'an saw Nan and shouted in panic, "It's Nan." She walked towards him step by step and then said thoughtfully, "Your concubine is not Nan. Your concubine is Li Xing's younger sister." Li Chang'an panicked, backing away with her steps, and blurted out, "Damn it, what on earth is going on?" Just then, Yan Qingxi, without anyone noticing, hugged Li Chang'an from behind. Her face was flushed, her eyes seductive, making Li Chang'an look at her with a grave expression. She then called out coyly, "Young master, this servant also sincerely wishes to be young master's bride." Lu Linglong also ran over at this moment and hugged Li Chang'an tightly. Tears were already welling up in her eyes. She looked at him and HMPH'd, "Brother, say something." Faced with such a scene of fighting over the groom, Li Chang'an was speechless, only staring blankly at the situation before him. Nan and Lu Ziyan stood in the distance watching Li Chang'an. Lu Ziyan gently stroked her hair, a hint of sadness and regret in her eyes, but Nan was different. She angrily crossed her arms, looking at Li Chang'an, who was surrounded by Yan Qingxi and Lu Linglong. Lu Linglong looked at him seriously and asked, "Who do you want as your bride?" Faced with such a predicament, Li Chang'an only wished it was a dream. He kept slapping his face and tightly closing his eyes, muttering to himself, "It's just a dream, this must be a dream." His wish came true. A loud slap landed directly on Li Chang'an's face, making his jaw twist, and he shouted, "Wake up, Li Chang'an." And Nan's hand was about to slap him again, but Li Chang'an had already woken up. He stared blankly at her, then looked at everyone present, who were all silently watching him, their faces holding an inexpressible expression. Subsequently, everyone burst into laughter, breaking the awkward atmosphere, and Nan laughed heartily and asked, "Brother Li is awake?" Zhu Ziyu also laughed and said, I never thought just a bowl of real gar wine would get our great poet sage drunk. Linglong also happily teased, brother's alcohol tolerance is too poor. Zhu Ziyu again teased, brother Taibai isn't doing so well. Li Chang'an could only scratch his head and chuckle dryly. Lu Ziyan walked forward, handed him a cup of tea and said, Erlang, have some tea to sober up. Li Chang'an took the teacup, his voice as if comforted, and softly said, only Ziyan treats me so well. Nan, Zhu Ziyu and Yan Qingxi also stood up to bid farewell. Yan Qingxi smiled and said, it's getting late, his servant must return. Nan crossed her arms and HMPH then also said, brother Zhu and I are leaving too. Li Chang'an bid farewell to everyone, saying, come visit again next time. Only after everyone had left did Lu Ziyan hold Li Chang'an's hand and ask, is there really nothing you want to say to me? He heard this, looked at her and stammered. Suddenly, he hugged Lu Ziyan, his cheeks slightly flushed, and stammered, I don't know either, Ziyan, give me a little more time. She also blushed and called out, Erlang, as long as you have Linglong and me in your heart, I'll support whoever you like. He heard this and sighed, Ziyan, my good Ziyan. The scene switched to Songyue Academy. The Grandmaster asked eagerly and angrily, what's Taibai's current ranking? The student stammered in reply, HMPH, 10th. He heard this and anxiously pressed, have you contacted Qinglian? The student bowed and replied, Songwen Book Bureau refuses to disclose Qinglian's identity. He heard this, his face turning dark. He clenched his fists and roared, damn it, that scoundrel Qinglian. Taibai is the biggest scoundrel. The student with glasses, with sweat beading on his forehead, raised his hands and said, Master, don't rush. Our Songyue Literary School is still ranked 3rd on the Literary Sage ranking. The Songyue Grandmaster heard this and roared even more furiously. Even we can't surpass him. How ridiculous. We're almost unable to suppress him. In the blink of an eye it was May 11th. Golden Literary Chi shown, announcing the rankings. Lin Hangbi, Night Full River. Northern Frontier Governor Cheng, Dragon Seeker. Northern Frontier Governor Xing, Lonely Ridge. The most powerful red literary Chi stood alone at the top, and in the center was the Cold Continent Army. That person was none other than Qinglian, who with his unique red literary Chi ranked 1st. The students below couldn't help but open their eyes wide and discuss in surprise, I never thought the top spot in the poetry battle would be taken by Qinglian from Biliangzi. He actually created those new literary styles that embrace death. A formidable young man indeed. Suddenly at this moment blue literary Chi appeared on the ranking, causing a stir among the crowd. That student pointed upwards and shouted, look what's going on. That powerful erupting literary Chi was none other than Li Chang'an. His momentum, comparable to Qinglian's, led everyone to compare the two. Li Taibai's Ballad of the Northern Frontier Governor has also become poetry. Although a little later than Qinglian, its radiance is even more dazzling. The masters nearby looked at Li Chang'an with displeasure, saying enviously, I never thought a young man could push us to such a point. Another master snorted angrily and said, the winner is not yet decided. Only by breaking away from the poetry battle can one reach the top. At this moment, Li Chang'an's literary Chi erupted violently again, making him shout as he released it outwards. The 3 literary techniques were, literary technique, dark clouds pressing down on the city, literary technique, breaking clouds to see the sun, literary technique, righteousness of the Central Army. This literary power violently soared into the sky, its pressure blowing the students below off their feet, and even the masters nearby struggled to stand. A Songyue Grandmaster at this moment glanced at Li Chang'an, his face dark, and thought in panic, I've lost. Looking at Li Chang'an's dazzling literary techniques, he showed no arrogance, which utterly disheartened the Songyue Grandmaster, stripping him of any thought of retaliation. We've already lost, there's no hope of turning the tide. Li Taibai, however, closed his eyes, his momentum grand, and directly ascended to the top. Qinglian's literary Chi and Taibai's literary Chi simultaneously flew into Li Chang'an's body, making him cry out in pain. The 2 streams of literary Chi merged and erupted, continuously entering his body, causing him to be unable to bear it for a moment, and he screamed again. Meanwhile, Wang Tiangong saw the 2 forces continuously pouring into Li Chang'an's body and thought in panic, this kid cultivates the dragon elephant art every day. His body can already rival a 9th rank martial artist. How much literary Chi has poured in? If this continues, Taibai will explode and die. Qinglian's literary palace began to dissipate at this moment, causing Li Chang'an to spit blood and fall down unsteadily. Fortunately, Wang Tiangong quickly caught him, then cast a literary spell, instantly taking him to another place. He put Li Chang'an down, thinking with some resolve, his breath is gone, now there's only one way to save him. Wang Tiangong circulated his literary Chi and his body also burst into raging flames. He formed hand seals and a divine dragon instantly appeared, flying around him. It also turned from blue to red, coiling around Li Chang'an. This is the forbidden art, dragon blood. Wang Tiangong gritted his teeth, HMPH ed, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He couldn't help but think, kid, Bailu Academy only has true dragon essence blood left to repair your body. Li Chang'an's body began to absorb the true dragon essence blood. Wang Tiangong also gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to heal him. His body emitted literary Chi, his eyes also turned yellower, but his heart was filled with worry and he secretly threatened, if you still can't make it, I'll kill you. After an unknown amount of time, Li Chang'an woke up. He slowly opened his eyes, med, then quickly sat up. Wang Tiangong sat beside him and seeing him awaken asked, awake? Li Chang'an looked at him for a moment, then cupped his hands and stammered his thanks. Student thanks senior for saving him. Wang Tiangong turned around and said to him, if you truly want to thank me, then promise me one thing. His tone carried a hint of reluctance, then he continued sadly, participate in the June Dragon Gate Grand Competition and obtain the Sage's literary chi. Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes wide with surprise, and looked at him saying, wouldn't that tell the world who Tai Bai is? If I don't die today, I'll die in June. Unexpectedly, Wang Tiangong suddenly knelt down and firmly said yes. But the academy was at a critical juncture of life and death. He cast aside all his pride, closed his eyes tightly, and prepared to kowtow, shouting, this old man begs you. Li Chang'an raised his hands to stop him, then calmly said, oh senior, don't be like this. I won't personally participate, but my poetry can. He heard this and looked at him in surprise, letting out an ah. Li Chang'an pointed at himself and then smiled as if confident, others can use my poetry to participate in the competition as long as the academy provides appropriate compensation. Wang Tiangong heard this, could no longer hold back. Tears streaming down his face, he held Li Chang'an's shoulder and said, kid, you've suffered. Take as many rare treasures and natural materials as you want. What a good child. Li Chang'an smiled outwardly, saying good, but inwardly thought, multiple identities. If Tai Bai truly becomes famous, I'm finished. It's better to exchange for some valuable treasures. The scene switched to Songyue Academy at the end of May. The three were focused on the literary sage ranking, which was covered in dust but displayed Li Chang'an's portrait, with him sticking out his tongue and giving the middle finger full of provocation. Literary sage ranking comments section. To all from Songyue Academy, please try harder, only then can you touch my fingertip. Li Tai Bai. The Songyue Grand Master and the two students were seething with anger, wishing they could execute Tai Bai immediately, then couldn't help but roar, Li Tai Bai. Meanwhile, inside Beilu Academy, Li Chang'an stood stiffly, sweat beading on his face, and raised his hands asking, fellow students, why are you all looking at me like this? In front of Li Chang'an, countless greedy shining eyes seemed to want to pierce through his body. Faced with the gaze of countless eyes, Li Chang'an couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. In an instant the students had crowded together as if they wanted to devour Li Chang'an alive, frantically introducing, brother Li isn't married yet, is he? I have an older sister. The red-clad student heard this and angrily retorted, your sister's face is like a hippopotamus, how can she be worthy of our brother Tai Bai? The green-clad student, however, smiled gently and said, my younger sister is 15 this year. A good match for brother Li. Another person, however, shouted furiously, a good match my ass, a toad wanting to eat a swan. Li Chang'an saw this scene, scared out of his wits, turned and ran, stammering, no, but he hadn't run many steps before he was caught by the students, who also said, don't go, brother Li. They rushed at Li Chang'an like hungry tigers, not even seeing him, only seeing them fighting tooth and nail, and also saying, a main wife or a concubine, either is fine. Brother Tai Bai, please accept. After the commotion, a finger poked the head lying on the ground again, and Nan laughed and teased, beyond saving, just bury him. Zhu Ziyu behind him held his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, saying, poetic genius, almost crushed to death by the portraits of a few infantrymen renowned for eternity. Li Chang'an lay on the ground, his body falling apart, but couldn't help but react to those words, so he raised his middle finger in protest, then staggered to a sitting position. Zhu Ziyu picked up an infantry portrait introduced by a few students, saying, if it doesn't work out, just choose one, so many beauties. Nan reached out and asked, had enough lying down, get up. Li Chang'an reached out and held Nan's hand, smiling faintly. Who can compare to brother An's beauty? To be honest, if Nan were a woman, I might consider it. And Nan heard this, his body trembled and he blushed, asking, what did you say? Li Chang'an had just stood up and then said, just kidding, just kidding. Suddenly he slipped, pulling Nan down with him, making her let out an ah. The two looked at each other at close range, making Nan blush and call out brother, while Li Chang'an stared at her blankly for a moment, unable to speak, and Nan then glared at him again and said with a heavy tone, brother Li, get up now. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an touched Nan's cheek again, making her freeze. He then said seriously, don't move. Then he suddenly leaned in close, looking at her in a daze, and said, there seem to be poems in your eyes. And Nan heard this, her face already crimson, but her eyes sparkled with beautiful scenery and poems within them. Drunk, I know not, the sky is in the water, a boat full of clear dreams presses down on the Star River. As Li Chang'an recited this poem, to Longyang County's Green Grass Lake also powerfully emitted great might. West wind blows old the Donjing waves overnight, Lady Zhang's hair turns white. The wind blew old the waves of Donjing Lake overnight, Lady Zhang's hair turned white. Drunk, I know not, the sky is in the water, a boat full of clear dreams presses down on the Star River. Drunk, unaware the sky is in the water, the boat is full of clear dreams pressing down on the Star River. And Nan at this moment directly raised sharp eyes in anger, gritting her teeth and shouting, bastard. Seeing this, Li Chang'an cried out loudly, but Nan ruthlessly pinned the ice in 3 places. Li Chang'an's face turned pale with fright and he shouted, ow, ow, ow. He was firmly pinned to the ground, yet still struggled to ask, and Nan, what do you want to do? And Nan clapped her hands, her demeanor relaxed. Then she crossed her arms, looked at him with a worried expression, and threatened, next time you dare to get handsy, I wouldn't mind sending you to the palace to be a eunuch. Zhu Ziyu stood behind Nan, looked at Nan's grim face and couldn't help but burst out laughing, even spitting out his food in laughter. The scene switched to a restaurant. Li Chang'an held the literary sage jade tablet in his hand, an incredulous look on his face, and murmured, strange. Qinglian's literary chi and Tai Bai's literary chi are clearly on par, yet Tai Bai has already reached the top. While Qinglian is only ranked 4th, he racked his brains but couldn't understand, beginning to ask himself worriedly, what exactly is going on? Nan sat opposite, chin in hand, pointing out the window and saying, it's simple, look outside, a lot of people have gathered. They're holding up signs and loudly cursing Qinglian. Qinglian, you dog thief, I curse your 18 generations of ancestors. And the one shouting the loudest, the leader of this cursing assembly, is none other than Zhu Ziyu. Li Chang'an watched him eagerly shouting, "Ah," and couldn't help but wonder in surprise. "It's Zhu Ziyu, what on earth are they doing?" The students were all in tears, seething with anger. One, holding a book published by Qinglian, cried out in despair, "My little dragon child has been defiled, I don't want this kind of thing." Another was on the verge of madness, gritting his teeth and stabbing a fabric doll with nails, saying, "He must change it, otherwise I'll curse him to be struck by lightning." Yet another had completely lost his mind, eyes bloodshot, a villainous grin on his face, holding a sharp spear and frantically shouting, "I will slay Qinglian, 1 strike, 2 strikes, slay all hatred, not one more strike." The crowd behind raised their hands menacingly and cheered, "Exactly, exactly," and Nan looked at the crowd downstairs, saying with great interest, "To have a book cursed by everyone in Great Jin, it's probably only Qinglian." She then looked at Li Chang'an and continued, "When those scholars read that part, they all tore up their books, but after tearing them up they wanted to read the rest of the story, so they had to buy them again, which doubled Qinglian's book price, allowing him to contend with you equally." Li Chang'an listened, paused, and gave a dry chuckle and said, "So that's it, he really is quite detestable," but inwardly he reminded himself he absolutely must not expose his identity. The scene switched to an archery range. Li Chang'an drew his bow and aimed forward. Wang Tiangong stood behind him, arms crossed, saying with satisfaction, "The bow's form, practicing archery will help you better understand the elephant art." Li Chang'an aimed and released the arrow, which, carrying a hint of literary qi, hit the bullseye. Li Chang'an smoothed his hair confidently, saying, "Doesn't seem too hard, huh?" Wang Tiangong crossed his arms, gave him a stern glance and said, "You're wrong." He looked at a tree 100 meters away from them and added, "The red dot on that tree is your real target." Li Chang'an let out a surprised "Ha." He raised his hand, looking at the tree, and mused, "How can I hit what I can't see?" Wang Tiangong slightly closed his eyes and said to Li Chang'an, "A formidable martial artist can not only hit a bullseye 100 meters away but also gather killing intent, capable of piercing a boulder with a single arrow." Li Chang'an once again seriously drew his bow and aimed, silently thinking, killing intent, pierce the boulder. Suddenly, as if remembering something, he asked himself, "Is this the stone tiger diagram from the Jade Book of Yang Ji?" No sooner had he thought it than the stone tiger diagram seemed to surge towards him, opening its arms and pouncing. Startled, he let out a loud cry, then desperately closed his eyes and shot the arrow. The arrow, carrying powerful killing intent, pierced through a distant rock, leaving a hole. Seeing this, Wang Tiangong's eyes snapped open, and he thought, dumbfounded, "That's killing intent, this kid actually erupted with such strong killing intent all of a sudden." Li Chang'an himself was also stunned, his gaze blank, cold sweat on his face, and he couldn't help but think the tiger was just a hallucination, but the killing intent is real. Can the stone tiger diagram actually help my martial path advance? Wang Tiangong, somewhat satisfied, praised, "Good archery talent and excellent strength, just a bit lacking in accuracy." Again Li Chang'an turned and readily agreed with a smile, "Yes." A few hours later, he was kneeling on the ground, panting continuously from exhaustion. Wang Tiangong patted his shoulder and said, "That's enough practice for today. We'll continue tomorrow." Li Chang'an, however, disregarded this, his face suddenly turning cold as he recalled the earlier scene where he hadn't hit a single arrow. At this moment, Wang Tiangong spoke of another matter. "There's news from the General Academy. They've paid a huge price for your poem." Li Chang'an turned to look at him, his eyes sparkling with surprise, thinking, the solution to the literary palace imbalance relies on this deal. Sacred words can be called the strongest form of writing. A single word can destroy a city. Qinglian's poem is being compared with 1,000 units of sacred literary marrow and 200 drops of wood marrow liquid. The sacred word flourish and the sacred word wither. These literary marrows can stabilize your cultivation, and the wood marrow liquid can elevate your martial path to 8th rank. Li Chang'an listened, pretending to be calm as he stroked his chin and said with an, "Oh, it's these then." In reality he was overjoyed, his lips curling upwards uncontrollably. Seeing his attitude, Wang Tiangong thought he was dissatisfied with the amount, so he turned his head, saying with both annoyance and disappointment, "Not enough, huh? I knew these alone wouldn't be enough to exchange for your poem." Li Chang'an quickly raised his hand and said, "No, that's not what I meant." Wang Tiangong suddenly regained his composure, raised 2 fingers and added, "So I had those families who wanted your poem supplemented with other equivalent treasures, only then could it barely be worthy of your poem." Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes gleaming, overjoyed, and he gave a thumbs up, praising, "Senior is truly brilliant." He then asked how many families wanted to exchange for his poem. Wang Tiangong replied, "The Li family, the Zhao family, and the Yin family." Hearing An family, he excitedly pointed to himself and asked, "The Yin family? My friend An Nan is from the Yin family." Wang Tiangong said, "He is a direct descendant of the Yin family lineage." Chang'an said with a smile, "Then let's give it to the Yin family, but it can only be used by my friend." Wang Tiangong picked up the literary sage jade tablet and asked Chang'an again, "Are you sure? The treasures the Yin family can offer aren't the best?" He threw the literary sage jade tablet to Chang'an and added, "Only 2 water element sacred literary seals and 1 rock-shaped flying dart. Take them." He still received the jade tablet with a bold demeanor and replied, "It's all right, I agree to give it to brethren." Wang Tiangong raised his hand, casting the method of sacred transmission to envelop Li Chang'an, saying, "If you think it's fine, then it's fine. I will now use the method of sacred transmission to sever your connection with the poem." The literary spells coiling around Li Chang'an surprised him a little, and he said, So sudden, the white sacred literary arts began to spin, making Li Chang'an dizzy. He said, "Immortal master, please let me go, I'm about to be spun to death." Wang Tiangong remained unmoved and reminded him again, "Remember to engrave the poem on that jade pendant." Chang'an, within the method of sacred transmission, also became serious, bit his finger and thought to himself, "Since it's for Nan, I should use something he can physically see." He pressed his finger onto the literary sage jade tablet and his body immediately flew up. The poem within him instantly transferred into that jade tablet. The Jade Book of Yang Ji also began to dissipate, making him think in surprise, "The poem on the Jade Book of Yang Ji has disappeared." After a while, the sacred literary arts gradually faded. Li Chang'an also landed on the ground, thinking somewhat silently, "The method of sacred transmission can actually sever connections." Wang Tiangong looked at Chang'an and said, "What's done is done." Chang'an cupped his hands and bowed. "This student has no regrets." Wang Tiangong then handed him a brand new literary sage jade tablet and said, "Here's a new identity for you. From now on, outsiders won't be able to find out who Tai Bai is. Remember, choose a good name." Li Chang'an stroked his chin, looking at the jade tablet in his hand, and murmured, "A good name then it shall be." He turned, excitedly saying, "Dragon Elephant." Wang Tiangong heard this, paused, then smiled brightly, pointed at him, and hummed, "You really are a damn genius." Back at Beilu Academy from outside, and Nan could be heard shouting angrily and anxiously, "Are you crazy?" She slammed the table in anger, saying in surprise and urgency, "Li Tai Bai, has your head gone bad? Your poem was chosen. It's about to top the literary sage ranking next month. Everything was fine before. Why did you suddenly give it to someone else?" Li Chang'an, facing in Nan's questioning, merely managed a sip of hot tea, then turned to look at her. "No regrets at all, it's not like it went to a stranger anyway." This also made Zhu Ziyu look at him in surprise, and Nan on her side was flushed, unable to utter a word. Then she grabbed Li Chang'an's shoulders, her attitude so serious that even he exclaimed in surprise, "And brother, and calm down, you're not going to hit me over this, are you?" Unexpectedly, and Nan looked deeply into Chang'an's eyes, unusually calm, and spoke her true feelings. "Tai Bai, let's get married." Chang'an heard this, stared blankly at Nan, unable to say a word. Zhu Ziyu also let out a surprised "ah," and Nan herself also stared blankly at their reaction, saying nothing more. Zhu Ziyu remained stunned as if invisible, while Li Chang'an suddenly snapped back to reality, frantically backing away, his entire body cold, repeatedly saying, "No, no, no, it's just a poem. There's no need for such a grand gesture, is there?" And Nan heard this, remained silent for a long time, then returned to normal, pretending to be unfazed. She crossed her arms, her face stern, and said, "I meant a marriage alliance between you and our own family. My younger sister marrying you." Li Chang'an heard this, let out a sigh of relief, and replied with a relaxed smile, "Oh, so that's what it was." And Nan, "You scared me to death. No need, I already have Zian and Linglong. They are my wives." Seeing Li Chang'an refuse, and Nan frowned and said directly, "Do you really not understand what I mean? If you marry a direct daughter of the Yin family, all of the Yin family's power will be at your disposal, and those two can't help you." Li Chang'an heard this, stopped abruptly, then quickly covered Nan's mouth, making her look at him in surprise. Li Chang'an then calmly refuted her words. The founding emperor of Great Jin was merely a commoner back then, without any help, yet he was able to expand his territory. He opened his eyes and continued with determination and resolve, "If he could do it, I, Li Tai Bai, can do it too." The scene switched to Li Chang'an. He held 2 large bags, literary marrow and golden body fluid, and with a grim expression poured them into a large cauldron. He stirred with a wooden stick, but his mind recalled earlier events. Previously, the literary chi from the war poem had mutated when absorbed, almost causing him to explode. Chang'an bent down, approached the cauldron, scooped out a little, and forcefully threw it towards the literary palace steel, making a crack sound. He thought to himself, "This time the literary sage ranking is secured." Now fully prepared. Before long he had repaired all the cracks on the literary palace until they gleamed. He clapped his hands, looked at the literary palace steel, and mused, "After using so much literary marrow and golden body fluid, can Tai Bai still crush Qinglian in a few seconds?" Chang'an extended a finger, confidently saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible." But suddenly a powerful surge of literary chi came from nowhere, making Li Chang'an break out in a panicked cold sweat, stammering, What kind of joke is this?" The literary palace also cracked at this moment. Chang'an sat back on the literary palace, and that literary chi violently surged again, making him think, "I once thought of living a peaceful life, once thought Tai Bai's literary chi would crush Qinglian's, but I never imagined the literary chi would be so abundant that it would make the literary palace explode." Now the literary palace and the Jade Book of Yang Ji are enduring continuous impacts from the literary chi energy. In desperation, Li Chang'an had no choice but to extend both hands, simultaneously casting the literary spells. A single spark can start a prairie fire, and water dripping through stone to resist. He resisted with difficulty, gritting his teeth, but it was all in vain. As soon as the energy surged in, the 2 literary spells were instantly dispersed, making Li Chang'an exclaim, "No, the rate at which literary chi is entering is far greater than the rate at which literary spells consume it. If I don't find a way to deal with this astonishing literary chi, I'll lose half my life even if I don't die." No sooner had he thought this than Chang'an spat out a mouthful of blood. Blood flowed uncontrollably from his eyes and nose, making him groan in pain. His face contorted. His body continuously absorbed the astonishing literary qi, and with his eyes tightly closed he was on the verge of collapsing. Wang Tiangong, realizing he was in critical danger, ran over and shouted, "Tai Bai!" Li Chang'an struggled to open one eye, looking at him weakly, not knowing what to do, and could only call out, "Mountain Master! The literary qi has now exceeded my absorption limit. What should I do?" Wang Tiangong shouted in panic, listing various methods. "It's come to this, you must open an 8th rank literary palace to bear that literary qi, otherwise you will surely die." He hastily stepped forward to help Li Chang'an up and said firmly, "To advance to 8th rank one must pass the county examination and have the Sage Temple build the foundation. I'll risk my old life and go beg the Sage Temple once to make an exception for you," he called out with heavy steps. "Let's go." Li Chang'an placed his hand on his chest, stopping Wang Tiangong, and called out, "Mountain Master, it's too late. Going to the Sage Temple is no different from waiting to die here." He channeled his literary qi, forcing his literary path to endure, and struggled to open his eyes, looking at his hand and saying, "I will build an 8th rank literary palace myself." Li Chang'an finished speaking, then sat down and forcefully slapped the literary qi into his chest with his hand. The agonizing pain spread throughout his body, making him grit his teeth, and blood flowed from his eyes and the corners of his mouth. Wang Tiangong watched from the side, feeling a pang of heartache for him, his eyes wide. Then he looked at the situation, thinking thoughtfully, "No one has ever dared to do this from ancient times until now. If he succeeds, Tai Bai will be the first." After a while, countless bricks imbued with literary qi appeared before him, falling from above, stacking into a wall, preparing to construct the literary palace. Unexpectedly, after these bricks, a powerful torrent of literary qi suddenly emerged, almost destroying the 8th rank literary palace before him. This made Li Chang'an's eyes snap open. The torrent of literary qi surged swiftly, scattering the bricks and flowing to Li Chang'an's feet. He gently wiped the sweat from his chin, his thoughts in disarray, and wondered in distress, "The 8th rank literary palace lacks a foundation. The literary palace's pure prototype simply cannot withstand this torrent of literary qi. What should I do? Foundation, foundation." Just as he was at a loss, Chang'an looked at the Jade Book of Yangji again, thought of something, and said, "I've got it." He extended both hands, transferring all the bricks to above the Jade Book of Yangji, intending to build the 8th rank literary palace on the Jade Book of Yangji, thinking to himself, "If the 9th rank literary palace is the foundation of the literary path, then let the 8th rank literary palace be forged upon this foundation." A literary palace barrier was created, protecting Li Chang'an within it. The torrent of literary qi surged again, but was instantly repelled by the already formed 8th rank literary palace. Under the intense golden light, the torrent could not intrude and was pushed back. Li Chang'an looked at it, excitedly shouting, "No incidents, it's a success." A majestic and sturdy 8th rank literary palace appeared, accompanied by an 8th rank azure light. Li Chang'an's body exuded an immense literary qi, indicating his promotion to an 8th rank literary palace. He also breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Tiangong excitedly clasped his hands and shouted, "You succeeded." Li Chang'an's body was enveloped in golden light. He slowly opened his eyes, looked at Wang Tiangong, and said, "This student has now been promoted to 8th rank." Wang Tiangong was overjoyed, looking him over and over, exclaiming, "I've lived this long and it's the first time I've witnessed something like this. You kid are terrifying, earth-shattering and astounding." Li Chang'an watched Wang Tiangong pacing back and forth, making him dizzy. He opened his mouth and said, "If you keep spinning, senior, I'm going to throw up." Hearing this, Wang Tiangong calmed down slightly, crossed his arms, let out a breath, and then coldly snorted. Although literary cultivators are exceptionally talented, their physical bodies are all the same. Li Chang'an listened, curled up in a corner in self-pity, muttering bitterly with a wry smile, "Even after surviving a life-or-death ordeal, I'm still getting lectured." The rewards for this literary sage ranking included Li Bai's Hard Road to Shu, the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber, the 100 Blades illustration, and a Sumeru space bag from the Academy. The scene switches to Bailu Academy the next morning. The atmosphere in the classroom was somber, like a dangerous gang, everyone's faces grim in complete silence. Anan and Zhu Ziyu in particular had expressions of clear displeasure. Li Chang'an walked into the classroom, saw everyone's expressions, and couldn't help but break out in a sweat, asking doubtfully, "What's wrong, everyone?" And Nan replied seriously, "Gujijin Imperial Academy, Shangshan, Wansong, Songyue, and us Dongyue. We are definitely chosen as the venues for the Dragon Gate Grand Competition." Li Chang'an heard this, was overcome with anger, clenched his fist, and said through gritted teeth, ignoring his facial expression, "Students from various regions gathering here are just trying to pressure Bailu. No dog would believe they aren't secretly colluding." And Nan extended a finger, casting a water element literary spell, water dripping through stone, and added not only that. She transformed it into an Academy statistics chart and handed it to Li Chang'an. He looked at the students on it, his mouth agame in shock, and asked, "These academies have only focused their registrations on a few specific events?" Clearly they wanted to defeat all Bailu students, especially these three individuals, particularly the outstanding scholars recalled from the battlefield, whose abilities were extraordinary. These three talents were Zhang Zongqing of Wansong Academy, Earth Element Literary Master, 7th rank, Xia Ruzhong of Shangshan Academy Peak Martial Artist, 7th rank, and Qin Xiaofa of Songyue Academy Literary Master, 7th rank, Martial Artist, 7th rank, Innate Confucian Luck. Li Chang'an felt a tingling scalp at this moment, asking himself in a daze, is this elaborate trap, this grand display meant to eliminate Beilu or me? And Nan looked at him and asked, you're not participating in the literary combat, do you have any opinions on the other 8 events? Li Chang'an looked at her and replied, I discussed it with Mountain Master Wang and I might participate in the archery of the 6 arts. As soon as Qian Zhujiang heard him say this, he lunged at him like a madman, shouting, absolutely not. He hugged Li Chang'an's leg, crying piteously, Brother Li, you must sign up for mathematics. I'm always second in mathematics and you're first. After my tragic defeat, only you can help me regain the stage. Li Chang'an saw this scene, froze in place, bewildered and speechless, and Nan watched this scene and unexpectedly propped her chin on her hand, saying, I never thought Brother Qian would have such strong loyalty. Tai Bai, what do you think? Li Chang'an awkwardly looked down at Qian Zhujiang and said, get up quickly. He smiled at Qian Zhujiang and said, Brother Qian, you should go regain the stage yourself. Qian Zhujiang looked at him, stammering with sobs, but Brother Li Chang'an glowed like a god and said, I will help you. He suddenly turned grim, his smile becoming much colder, and said, young man, have you heard of calculus? Qian Zhujiang looked at him blankly and asked, calculus? Li Chang'an held a book in one hand and a pen in the other, his eyes gleaming with a hint of a wicked smile as he began to write. Literary chi subtly flowed onto the paper as he smiled, hinting, mathematics, mathematical calculations, an algorithm more profound than the celestial element method. As soon as Zhu Ziyu took a glance, his head buzzed, his mind filled with those mathematical formulas, his eyes darting around as if about to faint, thinking, what are these diagrams and symbols? Just looking at them made him dizzy. It was simply unbelievable. Not just Zhu Ziyu, even Nan covered her mouth in pain, calling out miserably, Brother Zhu, I'm almost at my limit too. Zhu Ziyu also trembled, tightly covering his mouth, and replied, me too, I can't hold on, I'm beyond saving. Both of them ran out frantically, their faces pale. As they rushed out, they shouted, is this mathematics meant for humans? I'd rather starve to death than learn it. Li Chang'an looked at the two of them blankly, then turned to Qian Zhujiang, who was still intently staring at the algorithms on the table, and asked, oh, you're still here? Qian Zhujiang rubbed his chin, a look of interest on his face. He chuckled with enthusiasm and said, Brother Li, no, Master Tai Bai, I still want to learn. Li Chang'an smiled, picked up his pen, and happily said, then let's continue with the lesson. In the blink of an eye, it was June 15th. The participating students gathered in Dongyue Commandery City, which was bustling at this moment. From earlier until now, a student from a certain academy had already come to Beilu Academy's archery range to challenge them. He cupped his hands and proudly announced his name, Song Ji of Gujijin, hereby seeks guidance in archery. The students of Beilu Academy turned to look at him, frowning and saying, the Dragon Gate Grand Competition hasn't even started yet, and he's already daring to cause trouble. Another student whispered to him, if we don't accept, we'll all be seen as cowards. The green-haired student, incited by his friend, flared up in anger, walked in front of the other and gritted his teeth, accepting the challenge. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing this, Song Ji politely smiled and cupped his hand, saying, Song Ji apologizes for the offense. An arrow carrying a faint blue literary chi shot lightly towards the bullseye, but at that moment another arrow carrying powerful red literary chi came from behind, instantly tearing through the blue arrow and directly hitting the bullseye, winning the match. Song Ji still wore that smug smile and said, looks like we won again. The Beilu student was thrown back, spitting blood, saying in disbelief, what? Song Ji glanced at the student, his eyes already turning red, appearing quite eerie. He laughed arrogantly. Subsequently, 5 or 6 others fell after clashing with him. Song Ji then mockingly looked at his defeated opponents and said, are all students from Beilu Academy useless? The last student who fought him lay on the ground, gravely injured, cursing angrily, damn it. Just then, Li Chang'an also casually arrived, holding his bow and arrows. He looked at his bow and called out, senior brother. A bow broke again. Help me get a heavier one. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Song Ji's group. Seeing this scene, he let out a surprised oh, and asked, what happened? Song Ji looked at Li Chang'an, putting on a hypocritical expression again. And Ed, saying, another archery master. He held a token recording his defeated opponents, glanced at it roughly, and then arrogantly said, 15 archery senior brothers have all been defeated by me. Let's compete. Li Chang'an impatiently frowned and unceremoniously spat out one word, scram. He helped up a Beilu student and said, if you want to compete, wait until the competition day. Hearing this, Song Ji gritted his teeth, his forehead bulging with veins, and snorted, saying, boastful. He leapt up menacingly and shot a literary chi arrow directly at Li Chang'an as if to take his life, reprimanding, how can you, a cowardly and timid person, be a student of Beilu Academy? Why don't I help them get rid of you? The arrow shot directly at Li Chang'an, who showed no reaction. Only when the arrow was close did he grab it with his hand, his eyes burning with anger. Such a powerful arrow was actually caught by his hand, his body emitting a faint yellow literary chi, and he said furiously, indeed, compared to my classmates I am weak and useless. Li Chang'an flung the arrow back, preparing to unleash its power, and continued with a firm and powerful voice, but your Gujijin and 3 other academies have joined forces, how can you? As he gritted his teeth and spat out the words, even more unworthy, he fiercely shot Song Ji's arrow back with an unstoppable and powerful force. The arrow spun, creating tiny literary chi vortexes imbued with immense power. The arrow grazed his arrogant face. An arrow just flew past, cutting his face, and Song Ji instantly froze, his face showing a blank expression. He fell to the ground in a panic, looked at Li Chang'an and stammered, You, killing intent has taken form. Song Ji staggered towards the academy, his steps heavy and faltering, as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were filled with endless fear, his body trembled, his face covered in cold sweat, and he kept muttering, Killing intent has taken form, killing intent has taken form. He was almost on the verge of collapsing. He recalled about 2 hours ago, Li Chang'an pinning his throat with a sharp arrow, his face icy, saying, I don't have time to play with you. Li Chang'an's eyes turned blood red, emitting a ghostly aura, and he looked at him, saying, Now scram. Song Ji trembled, extremely frightened, but his gaze was fixed on Li Chang'an, that figure deeply imprinted in his mind. He stammered, Why yes. He walked past 2 students who asked curiously, Brother Song, are you all right? Did you encounter an elite scholar? Song Ji's face showed fear and sadness as he replied, Not an elite, it's Li Chang'an of Beilu Academy. His archery killing intent has actually taken form. I knew I had lost even before he made a move. The student listened, saying in disbelief, I know this person, his archery is only rank 10th, did you mistake him? At this moment, a person holding a long sword walked out from the alley behind, clapping his hands and saying with interest, How interesting, how interesting. Song Ji saw him and said in surprise, Xiao Ruzhong of Shangshan Academy. Xiao Ruzhong walked in front of the students, his face unreservedly excited, and said in one breath, Killing intent has taken form, yet his archery is only ranked 15th in the branch academy. What other treasures is Bailu hiding besides Tai Bai? He suddenly drew the sword from his back, pointed it at Song Ji, and threatened, I still want to know more about Li Chang'an. Go and compete with Li Chang'an again. Song Ji heard this and asked in surprise what. His face was filled with fear. He looked directly at Xiao Ruzhong, his gaze heavy and gloomy, stammering to decline. I haven't even made a move today, and I've already been crushed. If I really compete, I'll surely die. Xiao Ruzhong only wanted what he wanted, and now that he was refused, he naturally wouldn't give up. He still wore a smile on his face, but it appeared incredibly despicable, devoid of any human kindness, and he uttered the words, Then go die. After speaking, he quickly moved behind Song Ji, placing the sword against his neck, which made Song Ji, already terrified, turn pale and stiffen. Xiao Ruzhong smiled, leaning close to Song Ji's ear, his expression changing slightly, as if he had sold pancakes in a previous life. His eerie smile turned cold and sinister, and he said, Originally, your Gujijin said you wanted to join forces against Beilu, which is why I returned from the battlefield to have some fun. Now that I've finally found an interesting person, Gujijin should help me find out more. You don't want your ally to become useless, do you? Facing death, how could Song Ji refuse? It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. His face covered in cold sweat, he endured his helplessness, swallowed and slightly closed his eyes and said, Allies, important matters cannot be delayed. I promise you. Hearing this, Xiao Ruzhong withdrew his sword from his neck, returned it to its sheath and hummed happily again. Song Ji lightly glanced behind him, touched his neck to see if it was still there, if it had been cut off. Xiao Ruzhong smiled sinisterly, turned and walked into the shadows, also adding a threatening tone, You'd better be quick, my patience is limited. Song Ji looked at him blankly and muttered, I'll go issue the challenge tomorrow. The 2 students standing behind were drenched in sweat but unable to interject, could only encourage him, Brother Song, you might not lose. The person also continued, Exactly. We just need to prepare well. The next morning at Li Chang'an's training ground, the waterfall was as turbulent as ever, but the person training here was making astonishing progress day by day. Li Chang'an was meticulously drawing his bow and notching an arrow, infusing all his killing intent into the arrow, making it incredibly powerful. Concentrating killing intent on the arrow might enhance its archery power. He focused intensely, then shot the arrow straight at the tree in front of him. However, as soon as the arrow reached its destination, it wobbled and fell, failing to embed itself in the tree. Li Chang'an's eyes turned blank with disappointment, and he sighed dejectedly. Still no good. Wang Tiangong saw this, walked over somewhat grimly and coughed a few times, intending to encourage him. How many ordinary people could never cultivate killing intent in their entire lives, yet you have broken through. Killing intent can indeed merge with weapons, forming a multiplier effect in power. Li Chang'an looked at him, still filled with disappointment, asking in confusion, Mountain Master, why won't my arrow hit the bullseye? Wang Tiangong, straightforward by nature, immediately and seriously told him the answer, Isn't it because you're useless? Li Chang'an heard this, was so shocked his jaw dropped as if the sky had fallen, and was utterly speechless. He curled up dejectedly, reflecting on himself. Wang Tiangong then seized the opportunity to show off, raising his hand to display his firm and gleaming muscles, saying, Chang'an, look, you've practiced dragon elephant art for so long, yet you don't even have 2 tails of muscle on your body. If you can quickly advance to 8th rank in martial arts, your strength will increase accordingly. Li Chang'an heard this, his eyes lit up, and he turned to him with hope, asking, "Mountain Master, is there a way to advance?" Wang Tiangong put his arm around his shoulder and replied frankly, "Of course, as long as you listen to the Mountain Master, the path to advancement is as easy as taking something out of your pocket." After a while, his long stammering cry came from inside the cave, I can't do it." Li Chang'an lay in the pool, his hands pulling open his clothes, his cheeks flushed, his entire body drenched in sweat, and he said breathlessly, "It's almost full." Wang Tiangong extended both hands forward, his face bearing a wicked smile, and excitedly said again, "Little Taibai, endure this great tonic. These few drops can instantly make you a true man." He continuously channeled literary chi energy into Li Chang'an's body, then asked, "How is it? Do you feel the energy filling your entire body?" After speaking, he transmitted even more energy and shouted, "Pour." Li Chang'an lay in the pool, having so much literary chi transmitted to him, continuously crying out. Then he screamed, "Ah!" unable to bear it. Those literary chi began to work, swirling around his body and then being violently absorbed into his body. After a while, Li Chang'an had already advanced to 8th rank in martial arts. He raised his hand, felt the power exceeding his past limits, and thought in disbelief, "I succeeded." Still surprised by this feeling of his body being completely renewed, he quickly thanked Wang Tiangong. "Thank you, Mountain Master. This disciple has already advanced to 8th rank in martial arts." Wang Tiangong boldly picked up the bottle and said, "There are still a few drops left. Let's not waste them. Come, let's add some more." Li Chang'an heard this and hastily waved his hands, replying, "No need." Dusk gradually fell. Chang'an dragged his weary body home, pushing open the door and calling out to his sister-in-law and little sister, "I'm back." As soon as he entered, he saw Lu Linglong sitting on a chair with Lu Zian and the bald old man beside her. Li Chang'an then noticed that Lu Linglong's foot was severely bruised. His face instantly changed, and he asked loudly in panic what happened. The bald old man cupped his hands in greeting, addressing him as "my lord," and then recounted the events. "This subordinate is guilty. I failed to properly protect Linglong, causing her to be injured by a servant." Lu Linglong seemed on the verge of tears at this moment. She didn't want him to worry, so she called out "brother" loudly, saying she wasn't hurt. But Li Chang'an's rage reached its peak. How dare they harm his family? Chang'an's face was grim as he angrily asked the bald old man in a low voice, "How did Linglong get hurt? Tell me everything from beginning to end." The story ends here. We'll see you next episode. The bald old man began to recount the events of that morning. The fellow named Song Ji came to the door to deliver a challenge. Lu Linglong directly threw the challenge back, standing at the door and shouting at him to take it back. "Brother won't accept your challenge." Song Ji, holding the challenge, angrily pointed at Lu Linglong and shouted, "Refusing the challenge is tantamount to admitting defeat. Li Chang'an is a coward." Lu Linglong's anger flared upon hearing this. She turned and rebuked him loudly, startling him, making his face turn pale and his teeth clench. She shouted again, "You scoundrel, don't insult my brother." Song Ji angrily raised his hands, pushed Lu Linglong to the ground and chastised, "Wretched woman." After she was pushed down, she unconsciously let out an "ah." He stood before her, saying fiercely, "In short, if you want to refuse, let Li Chang'an come personally. I'll be waiting for him." After saying this, Song Ji turned and feigned a calm snort, but internally he was screaming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." He turned and left, returning to the present moment. Li Chang'an looked at Lu Linglong's injuries and said with a pained heart, "Linglong was hurt protecting me. It must hurt terribly." Lu Linglong frowned at him, saying she wasn't hurt. "Brother, please don't agree to those bad guys." Li Chang'an gently stroked her head and replied, "Don't worry, silly girl." A moment later his face darkened again, filled with hatred for those people, thinking, "I will never let him off." The next morning Li Chang'an and the bald old man were already standing where Song Ji was. He had his bow and arrows ready, preparing to avenge Linglong. The bald old man pointed inside and reported to his lord, "I have found Song Ji of Gujijan's residence." Li Chang'an tightly gripped the bow and arrows in his hand, responding, "Good, don't come out later." His face was cold and murderous, and he firmly ordered, "This is between him and me." After saying this, he unleashed his literary chi again, which spread out as he angrily shouted, "Song Ji, get down here and face your death." The powerful literary chi forced everyone around to retreat, and some curious onlookers gathered, saying, "The county city has been too lively these past few days. Students are fighting almost every moment." The person in front widened his eyes as if in disbelief and said, "Are those students from Gujijin in the inn? It looks like they're going to compete in archery." Song Ji heard the commotion and walked to the window. Opening it to look down, he frowned slightly and called out, "Li Chang'an." As soon as his words fell, an arrow carrying astonishing power shot straight at Song Ji, directly embedding itself in the wall behind him. His expression instantly turned solemn, and he froze. The yellow-clad student turned pale and asked, "Where did this ruffian come from? How dare he look down on Gujijin?" The green-clad student also clenched his hand and shouted, "So what if killing intent has taken form? Just teach him a lesson." Li Chang'an didn't wait for his ah or oh in response. Instead he pointed at him with a murderous attitude and said, "Do you want to compete with me? I'm here, are you ready?" Song Ji's face immediately showed fear upon hearing this, but he remained silent, simply sweating profusely and looking down at him. With no other choice, Song Ji climbed out the window, bow in hand, and with a disgruntled look, used literary spell to teleport in front of Li Chang'an. He looked at him and angrily asked, "Do you really think you're invincible? Let me show you my archery." Song Ji's archery. Song Ji walked and spoke, "Archery competition has 5 events." Li Chang'an said coldly, "I don't have so many rules here, just 1 event." As soon as he finished speaking, he drew an arrow from behind and said, "We'll shoot at each other from 10 jong apart, using any archery technique. 10 arrows will decide the victor." The few people behind Song Ji were startled and asked, "Li Chang'an, do you want to fight to the death?" Li Chang'an removed the arrowhead from the shaft and said coldly, "Of course not. I will remove the arrowheads, otherwise I would kill you." Chang'an put down the arrowhead and continued, "But don't blame me." Song Ji heard this, clenched his teeth in confusion and asked, "Why a few days ago you refused to compete with me, but today you want to kill me?" Li Chang'an spoke sternly, but his words were sharp, replying, "My family was hurt because of you. That reason is enough for me to kill you." Song Ji heard this and explained, "Yesterday I just went to deliver the challenge. I didn't lay a hand on your little sister." Before he could finish, Chang'an said gravely, "So I won't meet you and take your life immediately." After a verbal spar, Li Chang'an drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and with green literary chi continuously gathering, he said, "Song Ji, I'll count to 10, otherwise I'll make my move." The countdown echoed, making Song Ji's face turn pale, now even more flustered. He just stood there blankly, his face filled with panic, listening to the 10 count. 9-8 when Chang'an counted to 3 and then to 2, he had already unleashed his killing intent, drawn his bow and nocked an arrow, wildly shouting, "Madman!" This madman, Chang'an, with single-minded focus, counted out the last word, then shot the arrow filled with his rage, heading straight for Song Ji. He also decided to go all out, shooting an arrow filled with fear towards him. But a moment later, Chang'an's arrow transformed into a white tiger, extending its sharp claws to pounce on Song Ji, then biting one of his arms with its fierce eyes. When the white tiger disappeared, one of Song Ji's arms was also broken, and he let out a painful wail. The students outside also widened their eyes, stammering in horror. How could this be?" They surrounded Song Ji, who was injured and kneeling on the ground, trembling and full of resentment. Li Chang'an glanced at him, then said coldly, "Yesterday my little sister sprained her left foot. Today I break your left arm, it's fair." The remaining students, seeing his demeanor, suddenly saw the light and praised him. "Oh my God, Li Chang'an is terrifying, so satisfying, truly satisfying. Bailu Academy has been bullied for so long, now we have Li Chang'an." Chang'an's face was cold, he put his hands behind his back and asked in a low voice, "Who else?" Just then a student stepped forward, casting a contemptuous glance at Song Ji and disdainfully said, "Useless, couldn't even withstand one move." Li Chang'an looked at him and asked, "Who are you?" He then scrutinized him, guessing 7th rank martial artist. "It seems he's the leader of these Gujijin students." The man being asked gave a wicked smile, cupped his hands, and with a gloomy aura emanating from behind him replied, "Ling Shao of Gujijin, I've come to have a word with you." The air around them instantly grew heavy. No one dared to make a sound or even breathe loudly. Ling Shao and Li Chang'an stood opposite each other, simply staring, but Ling Shao had already lost patience, drawing his bow and nocking an arrow. Just as his arrow was about to be released, Li Chang'an raised his hand to stop him, causing Ling Shao to shoot wide into the ground. He touched his head, both angry and confused. He clenched his hand and questioned. But Li Chang'an had already punched him in the chest with immense force, speaking first, "I'll give you time to warm up, I'll come back tomorrow." Ling Shao, furious, pointed at him and cursed 50 people directly. "Li Chang'an, you're putting on a show." The few people behind kept praising, "So cool, truly amazing." Ling Shao suddenly paused, remembering, "Wait, although I can't completely defeat him, Gujijin has even more formidable experts with deeper killing intent. If they make a move, Li Chang'an will surely die." Thinking this, he agreed without hesitation, "Good, we'll fight again tomorrow. See you then." Li Chang'an snorted coldly, turned and left for home. Lu Linglong, learning that he would challenge Gujijin, blamed herself. "It's all Linglong's fault, otherwise brother wouldn't be targeted by Gujijin. Brother, punish Linglong." Li Chang'an's eyes widened, contemplating punishment. The image of Lu Linglong being disciplined by him, continuously calling out "Brother, no," flashed in his mind. Before he could finish his thought, he abruptly jumped from the chair and backed away. Lu Linglong called out "Brother" in confusion, and he just frantically thought, "No." "Li Chang'an, what are you thinking?" His forehead was sweating as he raised his hand and replied, "This has nothing to do with Linglong. Brother will handle it." Lu Linglong was sullen and a bit uneasy, but they are very powerful and who knows what other schemes they have. A thump-thump knock sounded at the door. Lu Zian opened it and looked inside, calling out, "Erlang, your 2 fellow students are here." Li Chang'an walked over and replied, "Okay, I'll be right there." He stroked Lu Linglong's head to comfort her. "Don't cry, when this is over I have a surprise." Li Chang'an arrived in the front hall and Qian Zhujiang called out, "Brother Li, you're here." Li Chang'an looked at his bruised and swollen face. He couldn't help but ahem twice. "Brother, your style is truly unique." Qian Zhujiang scratched his head and explained, "Brother Li, don't tease me. Someone challenged me to a math competition and I wasn't paying attention and was injured by killing intent." And Nan crossed her arms and looked at Li Chang'an with displeasure. "At a time like this you should worry about yourself first. You challenged 50 Gujijin students, so tomorrow you'll probably be even more seriously injured than Brother Qian with your rage taking form. Brother Zhu is still taking the county exam these past few days, and no one is there to help you fight back. What happened to enduring humiliation? Li Taibai, you really outdid yourself." Li Chang'an laughed dryly and explained, "Endure for a moment, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Retreat a step, the more I think about it, the more I lose." And Nan took out a wad of silver notes, having already arranged an escape route for Li Chang'an. "HMPH, I've prepared silver notes for you. Leave today, we'll say the academy sent you on a mission." Qian Zhujiang clutched his chest and said, "If it really doesn't work out, you can come to me. Our Qian family is the richest in the county city, they wouldn't dare break in." Li Chang'an bowed to them to express his gratitude and also stated frankly, "Thank you both for your kindness, but since I dared to challenge 50 people, of course I already have a countermeasure." Qian Zhujiang asked, "What do you want to do?" Li Chang'an said, Brother and Brother Qian, give me a hand. Hearing this, both suddenly understood. Nan and Qian Zhujiang both gave him a thumbs up and asked, "Ruthless, you're still the most ruthless." The next day arrived. Ling Xiao and the Gujijin students stood aggressively opposite Li Chang'an. "I can't believe you still dared to come. How will we compete today?" "Still breaking a left arm like yesterday," Li Chang'an, facing so many people, responded very calmly. Oh dear, so you don't care about the lives of your Gujijin comrades? Then I can only respectfully accept. If anyone gets hurt, don't blame me, blame him." Ling Xiao was provoked to fury by him. "Li Chang'an, you really are a bastard." A Gujijin student calmly stopped him. "Don't be so quick to speak." Ling Xiao paused, looked at him and replied, "Yes, I understand." He took a few steps forward and said loudly, "Don't you want a challenge? Let me Ling Xiao fight first." Li Chang'an raised his hand to signal a pause. He took out a piece of paper and proposed, "Since Gujijin decides how to compete, shouldn't the opponent be decided by me for fairness?" Ling Xiao agreed, holding his head high. "Those are the rules you choose." Li Chang'an squinted one eye, coughed a few times, looked at the piece of paper and read out his first challenger. 9th rank martial artist Xiao Wanba. All the Gujijin students turned to look at Xiao Wanba in the crowd, exclaiming in surprise, "Wanba, did I hear that right? He's the worst at archery. Songji had an arm broken, so wouldn't Wanba just be giving up his life? Wouldn't Li Chang'an challenge the weakest one? Songji has 20 to 30 people below him." Li Chang'an watched them bickering, simply crossing his arms and waiting for them to finish discussing, then with a grim face provocatively said, "No one's accepting the challenge, then that's a forfeit. First round I win." He chuckled gleefully in his heart, thinking, "You little rascals want to lead me by the nose, just watch how I defeat half of you barehanded." The Gujijin students successively gave up their challenges. Yu Liming of Gujijin also chose to forfeit. Names were crossed off one by one, and Li Chang'an unreservedly gloated and mocked, "Is that all Gujijin's strength amounts to? I haven't even shot an arrow and I've already won 30 rounds. Ling Xiao's temper flared to the top of his head. He roared, rolled up his sleeves and clenched his teeth, wanting to rush at Li Chang'an. "This bastard. Today I'll beat him to death." The Gujijin students hastily stopped him and told him to calm down. The calm student just now said in a deep voice without dissuading him, but rather urged, "Accept the challenge. If this continues, our Gujijin will lose all face." Ling Xiao looked at him, hesitating, but their archery skills were inferior to Songji's. Facing Li Chang'an, defeat was inevitable. If he really had an arm crippled, his future would be ruined. The calm student closed his eyes, frowned, and said, "We can't worry so much anymore." He raised his hand, and the arrowhead revealed a sinister expression as he thought of a trick. "Tang Xuan agrees. First, I will secretly use killing intent to influence Li Chang'an. Perhaps we can win." Ling Xiao's face was grim. Under the current circumstances, he could only reluctantly agree. Li Chang'an opposite him continued to fluently read out the students' names. 31st Battle, Deputy Minor General of Gujijin. Deputy Minor General, Deputy Minor General, will you fight or forfeit? At this moment, Deputy Minor General had already raised his hand to accept the challenge. Li Chang'an paused and looked at him. Deputy Minor General held his bow and said with a resounding voice, "I, Deputy Minor General of Gujijin, accept the challenge." Li Chang'an yawned and remarked, "Finally someone dares to accept the challenge. Otherwise I would have thought Gujijin were all softies." Deputy Minor General angrily said, "You're swearing again." The battle was announced to begin. Deputy Minor General had already aimed 3 arrows simultaneously, imbued with powerful literary chi. "Li Chang'an, you won't leave here alive today." Li Chang'an took out his bow and arrows, and behind him a fierce white tiger also appeared. The 3 arrows shot by Deputy Minor General did not cause much damage. Instead, the arrow shot by Li Chang'an along with the white tiger pounced on him. Ling Xiao shouted urgently from behind, "Now!" The calm student also cast literary chi, replying, "Understood." He shot 2 streams of literary chi, piercing Li Chang'an's left hand, his face painfully contorted, and the white tiger also dissipated halfway through. Deputy Minor General's arrow successfully grazed Li Chang'an, narrowly missing him, making his expression solemn. The spy and Ling Xiao were delighted, believing their strategy had worked. A cut appeared on Li Chang'an's cheek caused by the literary chi, and he said coldly, "How dare you play tricks on me?" He looked at all the Gujijin students with a cold expression, emphasizing each word. "Today, no one here will leave alive." The spy shot 2 more streams of literary chi, using literary spell to transmit a message, shouting, "Deal with him." Deputy Minor General forcefully shot an arrow, and Li Chang'an's eyes shot out literary chi, counterattacking him with an arrow imbued with formidable literary chi. 3 white tigers appeared simultaneously and pounced on them. The cheating individual struggled to dodge the claw strike. Ling Xiao, under the influence of the 3 parts of killing intent, protected his body with literary chi, blocking the white tiger's fangs, and exclaimed in horror, "Impossible!" Vice Minor General, less agile than them, had one of his arms bitten off by a white tiger. Groaning loudly in pain, he fell, and Li Chang'an announced, "I win this battle." Sha Ruzhong smiled excitedly, unleashing 3 arrows in quick succession, each imbued with killing intent. Gujijin's sneak attack had instead stimulated Li Chang'an's true power. It had been a long time since he encountered someone so interesting, truly. He said with a wicked smile that he would kill Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an suddenly felt a strange surge of killing intent. He looked around at the Gujijin students, searching for the source of the killing intent, but it vanished again. Did I make a mistake? Sha Ruzhong had indeed left the crowd and turned into another street. What a pity I couldn't get what I wanted today. This will disrupt those old geezers' plans to deal with Bailu Academy. Li Chang'an, see you next time. Li Chang'an cast aside distracting thoughts and continued to call out names. Then I shall continue. The 32nd match against Cheng Shuyong. Cheng Shuyong froze in place and Ling Xiao grabbed his hand exclaiming, "Stop. You are not his match, don't joke with your life." Cheng Shuyong also didn't want to go on stage. He said so and replied, "Yes." Li Chang'an looked at the names on the paper, then said thoughtfully, "Not a single capable one. For today's last match I'll choose you." The cheating individual cupped his hands and introduced, Hu Yoran of Gujijin accepts the challenge. Li Chang'an adjusted his posture looking at him. That scene just now should also count. 2 arrows shot simultaneously from their hands with equal power. One was a white tiger, the other a green snake, tearing at each other. Li Chang'an drew his bow again, shouting with powerful literary chi, "Come on, continue." Hu Yoran also drew his bow, and the literary chi around his arrow said, "Am I afraid of you?" Ling Xiao was at his wit's end watching the match. If it were a pure martial arts competition, Brother Hu's 7th rank cultivation would have easily torn Li Chang'an apart, but an archery contest only focuses on accuracy and killing intent. Li Chang'an's eyes narrowed, thinking, "So I can win." His next arrow could simultaneously unleash a killing intent true dragon, a sacred elephant, and a stone tiger. They merged, charging towards the green snake, which seemed to turn to stone and was instantly pierced by the literary chi attack. The arrow didn't stop, shooting through Hu Yoran's right shoulder. He fell, clutching his shoulder and groaning in pain. Ling Xiao ran over, shouting, "Brother Hu." Li Chang'an wiped away his sweat, saying arrogantly, "Gujijin lost 50 matches in a row, nothing special." The crowd behind cheered. "Li Chang'an is too strong, you are my god. Bailu Academy is #1. Ling Xiao grabbed Li Chang'an's collar, roaring furiously, "The match was unfair, Li Chang'an, you cheated. If you're so capable, let's have a real fight." Li Chang'an calmly retorted, "Didn't you all agree to want to go again?" Suddenly he spat blood and collapsed in broad daylight. One of them was the first to react, pointing at Ling Xiao and cursing, "You scoundrel, what did you do to Chang'an?" They surrounded him, looking like they wanted to kill him. Some rolled up their sleeves, others gritted their teeth, glaring angrily. Gujijin has no shame. They can't beat Li Chang'an, so they resorted to poisoning him. "Brothers, don't let him get away. Damn it, let's beat this son of a bitch," Ling Xiao cried out in panic. "It wasn't me. His spitting blood has nothing to do with me. Really not me." His shrill cries echoed and Nan appeared, helped Li Chang'an up and glanced back slightly, watching the show with interest. A continuous scheme had succeeded. Gujijin now had the image of being both weak and evil, their reputation ruined. Li Chang'an squinted one eye and chuckled. At Li Chang'an's home, a Nan informed Lu Ziyan and Lu Linglong at the door, "Brother Li is fine, but he will be pretending to be severely injured at the academy for a few days. He was worried you two would be concerned, so he specifically asked me to inform you." Lu Ziyan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's good that he's not hurt." Lu Linglong, on the other hand, happily praised, "Brother is indeed the best." Lu Ziyan turned around and saw Yan Qingxi running over in a panic again. Miss Yan couldn't conceal the worry on her face, and as she walked over she asked Sister Ziyan, "I heard young Master Li was injured and unconscious. How is he?" Lu Ziyan was about to say Erlang, but Nan had already put a finger to her lips, gesturing. Shish. Lu Ziyan averted her gaze and made up an excuse to answer Yan Qingxi, "He's recuperating at the academy. I'm not entirely clear on the specifics." Yan Qingxi's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, covering her mouth with her hands and saying in despair, "No, absolutely not." Lu Ziyan cried out in panic, "Miss Yan," as she grabbed Yan Qingxi's shoulders and comforted her. "Miss Yan, don't cry. Erlang will be fine." Yan Qingxi lowered her head, continuously crying, sobbing, I can take care of him in any capacity," and Nan turned her face away, unsure what to say. "Li Taibai, oh Li Taibai, not only do you deceive others, but you also have to deceive those who care about you." At Bailu Academy, Li Chang'an was recuperating by the lake when Nan walked over. "They're all saying outside that you're critically injured and dying, and Gujijin wants revenge, yet here you are hiding and relaxing." Li Chang'an opened his eyes and looked at her, saying, "You're here." And Nan raised the bag in her hand and said, "All right, let's eat first." Li Chang'an walked to the lake and replied, "Okay," and Nan suddenly widened her eyes and froze, but Li Chang'an still calmly stroked his hair and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you standing there?" And Nan embarrassedly turned around, covering her face, and said in shame, "You scoundrel, what are you doing? Hurry up and put on your clothes." Li Chang'an put his hands on his hips like a gentleman victorious, saying, "We're all men, what's there to be afraid of?" And Nan's eyes turned red and she picked up an ice pick, aiming it at him with killing intent. "Li Chang'an, I'm giving you one last chance," Li Chang'an cried out in fright. "It hurts all right, brother, and I'll put them on." And Nan watched him devour his food and asked, "How many more days do you plan to hide here?" Li Chang'an put down his utensils, propped his hands behind him and looked up at the sky. "I'll appear on the day the Dragon Gate Grand Competition officially begins. There isn't much time left. On the 20th, when the fireworks soar, that's also when the Dragon Gate Grand Competition officially starts." A student looked up at the three gradually forming figures and said in surprise to the other students, "The sage's phantoms." Li Chang'an looked at the screen, already too excited to sit still. The ceremony was in accordance with the rules and the sages appeared. There were some minor flaws in the ceremony, yet the sages approved. Unexpectedly, the first day's ceremony was so spectacular. Wang Tiangong sat on a stone stool, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds. "I've never experienced anything like this before." Seeing Li Chang'an squinting, he picked up a few sunflower seeds and asked him, "Do you want some too?" Li Chang'an folded his arms, frowning as he asked Wang Tiangong, Senior, the Dragon Gate Grand Competition concerns the Academy's honor. Aren't you being disrespectful by doing this? Wang Tiangong spat out a sunflower seed shell, making Li Chang'an stumble and almost fall. He had a bump on his forehead and fell to the ground. No matter how much I respect it, I'm not the one competing. What else can I do but crack sunflower seeds? Li Chang'an, dizzy, replied. You're right. Wang Tiangong asked, so do you want to crack sunflower seeds? Li Chang'an obediently replied, yes. After a while he slapped himself in self-reproach and cracked sunflower seeds with Wang Tiangong. Senior, what ranking do you think our Beilu Academy can achieve today? Wang Tiangong pondered for a moment and expressed his thoughts. If it were a normal competition, perhaps we could enter the top 50, but with the other 3 academies and Gujijin colluding, it's difficult. The screen was showing the students' competition. Yuan Yi of Shangshan Academy was eliminated for not conforming to the sacred rites. Below, someone grabbed a Beilu student's leg thinking, damn it, even if I'm eliminated, I'll drag someone down with me. The Beilu student turned and whispered, let go. The sages appeared briefly to observe, then disappeared and announced, Chen Kai of Beilu Academy did not conform to the sacred rites and has been eliminated. The 2 thus fell down. The student rubbed his head and said, sorry brother, I accidentally caused you to be eliminated. You won't blame me, right? The Beilu student lowered his head, cursing angrily. Damn it, Li Chang'an angrily pointed at him. This guy is clearly doing it on purpose. Doesn't the academy care? Wang Tiangong calmly explained. This is a dispute between students, so it can only be resolved by students themselves. This is just the beginning. In the subsequent competitions, Beilu suffered a crushing defeat in the Sacred Rites trial. In the 6 arts competition, only 1 Beilu student entered the top 50. In the charioteering competition, Beilu Academy was completely wiped out. In the calligraphy competition, Beilu barely made it onto the ranking. The Beilu students hung their heads looking dejected. The Gujijin students looked at them, gloating, thinking, we didn't strike hard during the challenge earlier, letting you continue to participate in the Dragon Gate competition. All for this moment, he excitedly said. We'll stomp you Beilu into the ground. On the 5th day, the archery competition. The Beilu students walked dejectedly, saying, are we going to be humiliated again today? If we don't go, others will only humiliate us more. It's a pity Li Chang'an is injured. If he were here, he might still be able to save face for the academy. A student saw something and excitedly pointed forward, stammering, Li Chang'an is here. Ling Xiao looked at him with a grim expression while Sha Ruzhong showed an even more inscrutable smile. Li Chang'an cupped his hands to the 2 Beilu students and said, you and I are the face of the academy, fellow students. There's no need to belittle yourselves. His eyes narrowed as he looked behind him. Today we'll start by reclaiming face from Chang'an. And later, you all will have the opportunity to reclaim face for the academy. After speaking, he erupted with literary chi several times more powerful than Ling Xiao and the others. The archery competition began before the incense burned out. Contestants shot at the bullseye with all their might. Whoever hit the most red targets would win. The first white arrow competition was about the precision and power of archery. Li Chang'an looked at the Gujijin student who, with fiery literary chi and a disdainful look, glared at him, his killing intent gradually forming, then violently flying towards Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an looked at the incoming arrow, thinking without flinching. He's already impatient to make a move. Let's see if you have the ability. A Beilu student suddenly stood in front of Li Chang'an, blocking the arrow for him. Watch out! Li Chang'an unexpectedly watched him get pierced by the killing intent arrow. He supported the Beilu student, exclaiming in panic, Brother Wang, there's no need for this. These people can't threaten me. The artist Wang, drenched in sweat, looked at Li Chang'an weakly. It will consume your energy. You concentrate on shooting arrows. We will try our best to clear the obstacles for you. The Dragon Gate Grand Competition announcement sounded. Wang Qing of Beilu Academy is unable to continue fighting and has been eliminated. The Gujijin students did not stop there, but further provoked Li Chang'an. Sacrificing your fellow students to protect yourself. Li Chang'an, is this how you win? Ha ha ha. Several Beilu students ran over to block in front of Li Chang'an, cursing, bastards, Gujijin only uses despicable means to try and touch Li Chang'an. They'll have to step over my dead body first. Li Chang'an spoke from behind, calling out, fellow students. He drew a bloodline. Then clenched his hand. He unleashed furious literary chi, raised his hand forward and emphasized each word. I, Li Chang'an, hereby swear that I will trample Gujijin underfoot. After speaking, Li Chang'an shot an arrow imbued with powerful literary chi, directly piercing 20 bullseyes. Li Chang'an of Beilu shot through 20 targets. Ling Xiao, not to be outdone, shot an arrow imbued with powerful literary chi, piercing 23 targets. Ling Xiao of Gujijin shot through 23 targets. Both of them shot through 27 targets, resulting in a tie. Ling Xiao cast a dark glance at Li Chang'an, clicked his tongue, so troublesome, but then showed a sinister smile, looking at Li Chang'an, who was helping a Beilu student, and said with certainty, only Li Chang'an is left. Can he beat us Gujijin alone? The Beilu student, lying on a stretcher, still laboriously gripped Li Chang'an's hand, urging, Brother Li, you must win. Li Chang'an replied firmly. Rest well, Chang'an will never let everyone's efforts go to waste. He frowned, turning to a direction to ponder a solution. This won't do, I must find a way. Ling Xiao opposite him spread his arms and taunted, oh, do you know you can't win and want to concede? Li Chang'an wasn't angry. Instead he looked at him and proposed, I just think adding a few targets each time is too slow. How about we just add 50 targets? The students looked at the targets laid out before them completely bewildered. 50 targets, is Li Chang'an crazy? He's probably trying to make a big show before losing to gain favor. If he fails, 27 targets won't be enough. Li Chang'an coldly asked, are you geniuses from Gujijin afraid to accept the challenge? Ling Xiao hesitated in the face of his challenge. Li Chang'an drew his bow, unleashing chilling literary chi, and emphasized each word in a low voice. Then I win this match. After speaking, he shot an arrow with incredibly powerful and overwhelming literary chi, piercing through 50 targets without stopping, charging forward with immense force, causing a huge explosion that left everyone present dumbfounded. Li Chang'an of Beilu shot through 50 targets. A few seconds later, everyone cheered in unison, excited. So he really is amazing, brothers. Prepare for victory. Ling Xiao's hands trembled uncontrollably as he looked at Li Chang'an in front of him in panic. An invisible and endless fear seemed to rise in his heart. He couldn't believe it. 50 targets, can I do that? No, Gujijin lost in archery. The two Gujijin students behind him put their hands on his shoulders and said seriously, don't be afraid, we'll help you. Hu Yu's younger brother tightly gripped his hands and suggested, your killing intent isn't enough, so let's add ours. The teacher has high hopes. We absolutely cannot let Beilu's people take first place. In the next match, Hu Yu of Gujijin shot through 40 targets. Lu Hatao of Gujijin shot through the targets. Li Chang'an folded his arms behind him, impatiently taunting them. Gujijin, try harder, you're still far from my record, don't make me call you useless. Hu Yu and Lu Hatao turned around, cursing silently. This scoundrel Ling Xiao, it's your turn, quickly teach Li Chang'an a lesson, he's too arrogant. Ling Xiao erupted with powerful literary chi and killing intent. Seeing this, Li Chang'an's expression changed, his killing intent increased so rapidly. Could Ling Xiao also have hidden strengths? Ling Xiao's arrow condensed powerful literary chi then shot out. Ling Xiao of Gujijin tied with Li Chang'an, both shooting through 50 targets. After shooting his arrow, he almost collapsed from weakness. Hu Yu and Lu Hatao supported him, whispering, good, the plan succeeded. Li Chang'an seriously felt the killing intent Ling Xiao had just gathered. It contained the aura of 3 people. Instead of 3 failing, it was better to ensure 1 succeeded. Gujijin's methods are truly ingenious. Li Chang'an, not to be outdone, proposed 50 targets can't determine the winner. So let's add 10 more. Ling Xiao heard this, his scalp tingling, his face showing only extreme panic. Can you still shoot, Gujijin? The academic official smiled and said, I think the white arrow competition has reached its peak here. Both of you have trained to perfection. Ling Xiao happily said, teacher is here. Behind him, the teacher from Beilu Academy bowed and said, academic official is right. Li Chang'an silently pondered, Gujijin is trying another trick. The students unleashed their literary chi, conjuring several kites that flew high into the sky, using the flying kites as targets. How about you two decide the winner with successive arrows? The rule for successive arrows is first shoot the first arrow, then continuously shoot 3 more arrows, and the latter 3 arrows must be connected end to end, forming a straight line. If all 4 arrows hit the bullseye and conform to these 2 rules, to win. Continuous arrows is one of the 5 major archery competition events. Li Chang'an's face showed displeasure. Continuous arrows was probably Ling Xiao's forte. HMPH, this old man is truly incompetent. Ling Xiao put his hand on his chest arrogantly. I have no problem. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up and he suddenly had an idea. Kites, that's it. Yang Gong condensed literary chi and replied fearlessly, I agree too. Ling Xiao felt a chill, looking at him solemnly. You go first, don't regret it later. Ling Xiao shot 3 arrows, pinning them to the kites, hitting 19 kites. He put his hands on his hips and said, you still haven't made your move. Then I win this round. Li Chang'an hit 0 kites, but he remained calm, unhurried, letting the kites fly for a while longer. He said meaningfully, fly to where you're supposed to go. That kite flew past Ling Xiao, and Li Chang'an immediately shot an arrow, carrying powerful literary chi. Here it comes, Ling Xiao exclaimed, looking at the kite and arrow before him. Li Chang'an shot 3 more arrows. Ling Xiao was forced back by the arrow's power, exclaiming, what? He widened his eyes, standing rooted to the spot, finally understanding that his target was never the kite but me. Damn it, my body can't move. What should I do? No escape. Li Chang'an's arrow pierced through his body. The students of Gujijin excitedly shouted Ling Xiao's name, and Xiao Ruzhong smiled excitedly. This kid Li Chang'an and Nan also secretly praised. Well done. Hu Yu trembled with anger. What a scoundrel. Xiao Ruzhong stared intently at Li Chang'an, praising him, then thought of using the kite as an opportunity, shooting the first arrow at the kite, which landed precisely in front of the opponent, then quickly shooting 3 more arrows to take his life. Very bold, I like it. The referee raised his hand and announced Gujijin's Ling Xiao can no longer fight. The students of Gujijin shouted loudly, wait. Li Chang'an attacked a participating student, violating the rules of the competition, and I demand that his score be cancelled. Li Chang'an stood with his hands on his hips, clearly refuting. My target was always just the kite. Ling Xiao, clutching his left shoulder, was shocked by his words. The referee said, indeed there was no violation of the rules. The score is valid. Li Chang'an extended 2 fingers, chuckling. The referee announced, you have won the archery competition. Li Chang'an of Beilu Academy. The students of Beilu Academy were emotional, continuously cheering Li Chang'an's name. Li Chang'an, ha ha ha, Chang'an, you are the pride of our Beilu. Xiao Ruzhong watched Li Chang'an being acclaimed by the crowd from afar, suppressing the urge to compete with him, his body trembling, unable to resist the desire to personally experience Li Chang'an's killing intent. Just then a hand rested on his shoulder telling him to stop. Qin Shaofa reminded him, "Our mission is to find Li Taibai, we shouldn't waste time on irrelevant people." Xiao Ruzhong looked at him with icy eyes telling him to let go. "What if Li Chang'an is the Taibai?" Qin Shaofa retorted seriously. "Dual cultivation of literary and martial arts, don't make such boring jokes. No one has ever been able to do it since ancient times." He pulled Xiao Ruzhong to sit down, reaching an agreement with Qin Shaofa. "All right, I'll find out who Li Taibai is as soon as possible." Qin Shaofa chuckled lightly. "Good, when the competition is over this Li Chang'an will be yours." At night Li Chang'an was again cultivating by the lake with Wang Tiangong watching from the side. "Kid, you did well today." Li Chang'an rubbed his nose and said, "It's all thanks to Senior's excellent teaching." Wang Tiangong picked his nose, said proudly, but still told him to flatter less. Now people from other academies are not only looking for Taibai but also investigating Li Chang'an's identity. Li Chang'an's eyes widened in surprise. "Then my identity won't be hidden." Wang Tiangong flicked away his booger unperturbed. "Why so nervous? I was already prepared." He slightly closed his eyes and said, "Your classmates have already been subjected to a silencing spell. They can't even say the words Li Taibai to others. I also added a stealing beams and changing pillars spell. They will forget Li Taibai and only remember you, Li Chang'an. Chang'an, you're good." Wang Tiangong patted Li Chang'an's shoulder, emphasizing at the same time, "Your identity as Taibai can be temporarily concealed, of course. If you really encounter a third-rank Grand Confucian, neither the silencing spell nor the stealing beams and changing pillars will help you." Li Chang'an's face turned pale when he heard this. Wang Tiangong also thought so and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you so scared?" In fact, he was more concerned about the hand on his shoulder. He glanced at it and asked, "Senior, did you wipe your hands after picking your nose just now?" Wang Tiangong angrily slapped him hard on the head, clenching his fists in anger. "At a time like this you're still paying attention to such details?" He crossed his arms and said irritably, "I didn't cast the spell on your two brothers so they still remember your identity." Li Chang'an happily cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior." Wang Tiangong carefully raised a finger and added, "We need to add another layer of protection. You might not be able to do this." Li Chang'an replied enthusiastically, "Please speak freely, Senior. Chang'an is willing to try anything." Wang Tiangong turned around and asked, "Want to know? I'll tell you after tomorrow's mathematics competition." Li Chang'an stood there dumbfounded, his eyes darkened, staring intently at him. "Revenge, this is definitely revenge. Senior, I advise you to be kind." On the 6th day, the mathematics competition, that student pointed, his face showing surprise, stammering, Why are you here?" Li Chang'an pointed at himself with a confident smile and replied, "Of course, because registered." That student frowned disdainful. "Mathematics and archery are unrelated. Don't think you can still win." Li Chang'an raised an eyebrow. "Oh, is that so?" When the competition ended, the opposing students were all miserably defeated, and Li Chang'an gloriously won the competition, laughing heartily amidst the discussions. Did he really win? Where did this monster come from? On the 7th day, the literary combat, several students cried when they saw Li Chang'an not wanting to compete anymore. "No way, not again. Don't tell me, Li Chang'an, you also signed up for literary combat." Li Chang'an smiled faintly. No. Today I'm here to cheer for my brother." Several students breathed a sigh of relief. "I knew it. How could anyone be skilled in both literary and martial arts?" "That's right. Li Chang'an is at most good at math. It's a pity Li Taibai didn't participate. I still wanted to experience his poetry. It's better if he doesn't participate. That way we still have hope for first place." And Nan appeared out of nowhere and pinched Li Chang'an's shoulder, making him cry out in pain. He quickly turned around and asked who it was, then recognized Nan, lowered his voice, and while rubbing the pinched spot, cautiously asked her, "My lady, what have I done to offend you now?" And Nan's face darkened as she looked at him. "If you participate, you'd win 3 events, truly saving the academy." Li Chang'an replied nonchalantly, "Mine is yours, there's no difference." And Nan's cheeks were slightly flushed, but she still said seriously, "Idiot." She walked onto the stage and then said, "I'll take back first place." Li Chang'an gave a thumbs up. Good, and Nan crushed the competition in literary combat, taking first place. Xiao Ruzhong defeated Li Bingfeng, ranking second. Although it was a competition, no one else made it onto the board. And Chang'an, you got 2 firsts. Wang Tiangong looked at the note, overjoyed. 3 firsts, 1 second. Beilu's reputation is too embarrassing. Li Chang'an offered him water and tentatively asked, "Senior, you added another layer of protection for my identity a few days ago. Can you tell me about it now?" Wang Tiangong raised a finger and replied happily, "Go teach at the academy." Li Chang'an gasped, and with the second gasp he had already spilled the entire cup of water on Wang Tiangong. He cursed, "Damn it," then slapped Li Chang'an hard on the head. "You kid." Li Chang'an cowered and retorted, "I'm still a child. What right do I have to teach?" Wang Tiangong snorted coldly and explained, "In student competitions the academy cannot interfere, but attacking an academy instructor can be seen as a provocation to the academy, and the more famous Li Chang'an becomes, the safer Li Taibai will be." Li Chang'an suddenly understood and clapped his hands in admiration. He asked him curiously, "What will I teach?" Wang Tiangong stroked his chin, thought for a moment. "Your killing intent is too strong for archery, just teach mathematics." He grinned and put his hand on Li Chang'an's shoulder. "Teach well. If you don't teach well, I'll reveal your identity in front of all the students and have them take it back, Li Chang'an replied stiffly. Yes, he thought to himself, senior seems to want me to teach badly, then hang me up in public. These days are not going to be easy. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruzhong punched through a wall. He gritted his teeth as if going mad. Where exactly is Bailu hiding Li Taibai? He hasn't appeared throughout the Dragon Gate Grand Competition, and questioning the Bailu students yields no answers. He raised his hands anxiously saying, you're a living person, how can you disappear without a trace? In a few more days it will be even harder for us to find him when we leave. Qin Xiaofa stroked his chin, guessing that the academy must have done something, but he's definitely still in Bailu. His eyes sharpened and he continued, send people ahead, we absolutely cannot let Li Taibai return, Bailu Academy. From today on, everyone's mathematics studies will be overseen by instructor Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an looked at the students' faces in the classroom and felt a chill down his spine. This is bad. These students are full of hostility. It seems teaching won't go smoothly. A student kicked over a table and, like several other students, rioted in protest. I refuse. What right does someone who's only been enrolled for half a year have to teach us? One must be enrolled for at least 4 years to become an instructor. Li Chang'an, whose back door did you pull? Classmates, let's strike in protest. Demand the academy replace the instructor. The instructor raised his hand to dissuade them. Don't get agitated, Li Chang'an sneered, snorting through his nose. Behind that red-haired student another powerful literary chi arrow appeared. When he turned around, the arrow was already pinned to his forehead just inches away. His limbs went numb and he could barely stand. Li Chang'an pressed a finger on the arrow and scoffed. Go on, why aren't you going, a bunch of good-for-nothings? The two students who were caught stammered to Li Chang'an, why you actually dare to use killing intent against a classmate? Aren't you afraid I'll tell the academy to expel you? Li Chang'an sneered, then unleashed literary chi, attacking them mercilessly. They felt wronged, only knowing how to cry and complain, playing games like 3-year-olds when they were adults. That student stood dumbfounded, only managing to say you. When Li Chang'an added a little more literary chi and pressed his hand down, they knelt, unable to stand. Li Chang'an looked at them with icy eyes, his tone sinister, and questioned them. Why didn't I see you senior brothers bring glory to Bailu during the Dragon Gate Grand Competition? Now outsiders are bullying us, and all you know is to fight among yourselves. That student shouted no, and tears flowed as if he felt wronged. He recalled the mocking words, students should be well taught. Bailu Academy truly has no one left. Its collapse is only a matter of time. He pointed at Li Chang'an, saying resentfully, it's all your fault. Bailu is ridiculed by the world because of you. Li Chang'an grabbed his hair and said angrily, you pure idiot, you want to attack and insult others? No matter what you do, you'll find an excuse. That student gritted his teeth and retorted, why don't they use my name Zhang Xiaobai to insult the academy's reputation? Li Chang'an smiled faintly, emphasizing each word, of course, because you're unworthy. Your current grades are on the verge of expulsion. Who would remember a good-for-nothing? If you can successfully graduate from my class, there will definitely be a place for you in the mathematics world. That student was stunned, asking if what he said was true. Li Chang'an held up the advanced mathematics exercise book, placed it before his eyes, and asked, don't believe me? Then try it. Li Chang'an began to teach them. After 15 minutes, their heads were filled with nothing but various arithmetic, understanding nothing else. After an incense stick of class, they were again overwhelmed by the content Li Chang'an taught. Class dismissed. Li Chang'an, hands behind his back, said, that's all for today's lesson. He extended a finger and instructed them. Today's homework is very simple. Each of you come up with a multiplication-related problem. I'll check it tomorrow. The red-haired and black-haired students excitedly scratched their ears and cheeks, shouting like epileptics. No, the red-haired student looked suspiciously at the other person. Xiaobai, is what Li Chang'an teaches useful? He's not deliberately torturing us, is he? The black-haired student clenched his fist and said with determination, but giving up on the first day will definitely make Li Chang'an mock us. I can't lose face. What else can I do? I'll learn it. But just thinking about those symbols gives me a headache. Li Chang'an looked at the two of them, their minds wandering, and showed a very interested expression. No wonder some people like being teachers. Watching others struggle to learn is truly enjoyable. In the back mountains, Li Chang'an condensed dark clouds pressing down on the city, then struck out with force but actually produced nothing, leaving him dumbfounded. Wang Tiangong chuckled, but his face darkened, covering his face, trembling with anger. So stupid, you're the worst student I've ever taught. You can't even cast your own literary technique, yet you talk about dark clouds pressing down on the city. I could do better just buying soy sauce. He couldn't help but shout loudly. Practice. Besides cultivating merchants, you must engrave literary techniques on talismans every day, nurturing them with talismans until your literary technique power is presentable. Li Chang'an cowered and replied softly. In the Taibai Literary Palace, Li Chang'an held a brush, sighing. As arrogant as he was as an instructor in the morning, he was as humble as a student at night. On the Literary Palace steel was written, Ballad of the Yanmen Prefect. Dark clouds press down on the city as if to crush it. Armor gleaming golden in the sun, bugle calls fill the autumn air. Frontier rouge congeals to night purple. As soon as Li Chang'an wrote dark clouds, he felt it, and powerful literary chi erupted from his body. He looked at the technique in his hand, both angry and amused. This is the true dark clouds pressing down on the city, he thought seriously. Not enough literary chi. The dark clouds and lightning can only be weakly displayed through literary talismans. If my strength were strong enough, dark clouds pressing down on the city might truly be able to contend with a city single-handedly. Bailu Academy 9th floor. Li Chang'an dragged his weary body along the path. Indeed, you can't get fat in one bite. You can't become a master in one day. Upstairs there were crashing sounds and voices. Who allowed you to talk nonsense? Li Chang'an stopped, recognizing Nan's voice. That student shouted, "What's everyone saying outside?" They say Li Taibai despises Bailu and dropped out. If it's false, why didn't Taibai even show up for the Dragon Gate Grand Competition? You can even ask which senior brother here has seen Li Taibai recently, and Nan waved her hand decisively. Anyway, Taibai hasn't dropped out of Bailu. That student pointed at her and said, "Then call him out." Seeing is believing. Li Chang'an was stunned. Nan couldn't help but unleash powerful ice chi in anger. "How dare you talk nonsense?" That student also launched a counterattack. "Block her attack and call her over." Li Chang'an watched them tear at each other, pleading in panic, Stop fighting, you won't kill each other this way." He thought to himself, this fight scene looks a bit familiar, and then several other students behind him cried out in pain, making his skin crawl. They cried and wailed, "If Taibai drops out, Bailu has no hope. I'm going to drop out with him too," and Nan grabbed that student's collar, pointing at several other students with her hand, questioning him, believing the rumors and causing panic. "Are you satisfied now?" The student still argued unreasonably. "As long as Taibai shows up, the rumors will naturally be debunked, so why doesn't he appear?" And Nan was stunned, becoming hesitant. Li Chang'an put his hand on her shoulder and comforted her. "Don't worry, I'm here." He looked at the student and asked, "Brother, you seem particularly certain that Taibai is not in Bailu. Do you have any evidence?" The student explained. Brother Chang'an, Songyue published an article on the literary sage ranking, implying that Taibai has already joined Songyue, besides he has been late to appear. Several other students also interjected, some guessing that Bailu would use Taibai's jade tablet to respond, pretending he was still there. After all, if he dropped out, the jade tablet had to be surrendered, and the academy could indeed do that. Li Chang'an thought in silence this was a conspiracy. Those people had not given up on finding Li Taibai after all. Qin Shaofa had set a trap, implying Li Taibai had left the academy. If Li Taibai showed up, the rumors would be broken, his identity exposed, and he would be killed. If Li Taibai didn't appear, rumors would spread and the academy would fall apart and become desolate. He stood there with no choice. Whichever path he took seemed to lead to a dead end. And Nan, seeing his prolonged silence, grew more worried. She reached out and exclaimed, "Brother Li, no." Li Chang'an turned to look at her, saying, "Don't worry. I think that since this is the case, I want to both hide my identity and ensure Bailu survives." That night, as soon as Li Chang'an arrived home, he looked at the paper on the table and thought with a bitter smile. The news seemed fabricated, but no one could write a second poem like Taibai's. But his body trembled, and he thought, the 8th rank literary palace was already on the verge of collapse. If Taibai's literary palace suddenly surged with a massive amount of literary qi, it would definitely completely destroy Qinglian's literary palace. Li Chang'an sat at the table, picked up his brush, and decided to let Qinglian's literary palace absorb more literary qi first, establishing a solid foundation. Li Chang'an wrote the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber on the paper. The next morning, Li Chang'an yawned and said to the students, "Before class, let's check yesterday's homework. Zhang Xiaobai, you go first." Zhang Xiaobai raised his hand to pose a problem. "Today someone is selling 3 bolts of cloth, each bolt costing 10 taels of silver." He then asked Li Chang'an how many taels of silver did the cloth seller get. "How about it? Can my young master's answer get a perfect score?" Li Chang'an glanced at him, then showed a very characteristic judging expression, making Zhang Xiaobai quickly ask Li Chang'an, "What's with that expression?" Li Chang'an asked, "I ask you what kind of cloth is being sold?" Zhang Xiaobai replied, "Selling cloth, of course, can only be coarse hemp cloth." Li Chang'an retorted with half-closed eyes, "Whose coarse hemp cloth can sell for 10 taels of silver per inch?" The student was stunned upon hearing this. Li Chang'an raised a finger and explained, "An ordinary person doesn't even use 2 taels of silver in a year, according to you. The hemp cloth seller should be very wealthy. I wonder if young Master Zhang has noticed what kind of clothes he wears?" Zhang Xiaobai looked up, imagining Li Chang'an's words. Li Chang'an put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Although it conforms to the principles of arithmetic calculation, it is far from reality. Going to school like this will ultimately only be theoretical." Zhang Xiaobai lowered his head in silence. With a creak, Li Chang'an opened the door. He turned to the students and said, "Follow me. Today I've decided this arithmetic class will be taught in the streets and alleys." All the students were stunned upon hearing this. Zhang Xiaobai looked at the red-haired student and muttered to himself, "Is he crazy or am I crazy?" Li Chang'an grabbed his cheek with a dark expression. "Still daring to be disrespectful, all your usual points are deducted." Zhang Xiaobai screamed in pain, "I'm wrong. I'm wrong." Li Chang'an pointed to a shop and said, "Let's start here." The menu read, small noodles 8 wen, beef noodles 10 wen, meat sauce noodles 7 wen, sesame pancake 1 wen, soy milk 2 wen. Li Chang'an asked, "How much do you think a shop like this can earn in a day?" The red-haired student stroked his chin and analyzed. "The shop isn't big, the ingredients are limited, and after deducting costs, the daily profit should be around 250 wen. Li Chang'an chuckled in praise. "That's close enough, very good." The red-haired student was smug. "I've been praised. Awesome." Zhang Xiaobai gave a middle finger from behind, adding, "Whatever." Li Chang'an tapped the menu board and gave an example. "This money can sustain life, but what if the old mother suddenly falls seriously ill and the children need money for school?" The two of them were stunned, as if struck by a stone, asking, "What?" Zhang Xiaobai raised a finger, directly offering money. Li Chang'an folded his arms and sighed. Xiaobai, you are truly a good person, but occasionally you should use your brain too. As soon as these words came out, 2 more stones, good person but no brains, fell on his head, making the red-haired student laugh uncontrollably. Zhang Xiaobai clenched his fists, unable to resist asking Li Chang'an, we're here to learn arithmetic. What does it matter what a small vendor does for business? Li Chang'an asked them back seriously. Have you ever thought about what the foundation of a nation is? Zhang Xiaobai replied. Cultivators of the literary path with high office and generous salaries. I don't necessarily think so. Li Chang'an raised his hand, pointed to the waiter behind him, and loudly said, first there are the people, then there is the nation. They are the foundation of the nation. The waiter scratched his head and said, this student overstates it, I'm just selling breakfast. Li Chang'an continued forcefully, Chang'an's expectation for all of you is, in a small sense, to use your numerical skills to help the people live in peace and prosperity in a small sense. Everyone holds the key to the nation's future prosperity. All the students knelt and bowed to Li Chang'an. Thank you, instructor, for your guidance. Li Chang'an placed his hand on Zhang Xiaobai's shoulder, who followed his hand to look at the old man selling cloth nearby. Li Chang'an said, I also don't wish for a future minister of revenue to levy 10 taels of silver tax on a bolt of coarse cloth. Xiaobai, what do you say? Zhang Xiaobai lowered his head awkwardly. Instructor Li, I have realized my mistake. The other Beilu students burst into laughter. Haha, Xiaobai, to err is human. To mend is divine, let's work hard together. Their fame spread to Li Chang'an. And the literary master stele was also erected. Because of this, he thought happily. A new literary master stele, and an unexpected surprise, Li Chang'an returned home. Lu Linglong rushed over and covered his eyes, asking, guess who I am? Lu Ziyan walked over and reminded her. Linglong, stop messing around. Erlang is busy with important matters. Li Chang'an smiled and said, it's all right. I haven't spent time with my sister-in-law and Linglong for a long time. Lu Linglong took out a book and said happily, that's great, the annual rankings are out and many grand masters have released great works. Sister and I have bought them all. Brother, I want you to read them to us. Li Chang'an looked at the book in her hand, but his face was a little stunned, thinking, Grandmasters have many followers, fighting alone is unwinnable, let alone multiple people making a move. Lu Linglong sat on his lap, eagerly urging, brother, what are you thinking? Hurry and read, hurry and read. After a long time, Li Chang'an read until Lu Ziyan and Linglong both fell asleep. He carefully covered them with blankets, still thinking, the Grandmaster's affairs are indeed true to their reputation. The Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber is good, but it cannot guarantee complete victory, he thought seriously. Revise, it must be revised. Li Chang'an sat at the table writing furiously. The Zhonghu is ultimately too small. Can one go from the distant Zhonghu to the lofty halls of the imperial court? Li Chang'an stopped writing, staring at the words on the paper. That night, Zhang Wuji hosted a banquet, and the imperial court secretly set fire to it, ending the lives of the Ming cult members. A hand reached out from the ruins, struggling to crawl out. Zhang Wuji's face was grim, and he angrily said, the imperial court cannot tolerate us. I want to establish a dynasty that can accommodate all people under heaven. He looked up and swore, from now on there will be no Ming cult, only the future great Ming dynasty. Li Chang'an excitedly continued. Zhang Wuji gaining the love and adoration of beautiful women could only be considered an ordinary story. From beggar to emperor, who can compare to Zhu Yanzhang's first half of his life? Zhang Wuji laid the foundation for the first half and Zhu Yanzhang for the second half. Invincible. Those bald brothers exclaimed in surprise. My lord, what's wrong? Li Chang'an, his face haggard from staying up all night writing, held the manuscript and said, my pen is broken, it's all right, help me send Qinglian's new work to Songwen Book Bureau and also help me ask the academy for leave, I need to rest. The bald brother bowed and replied, this subordinate understands, but my lord, he and the other two coughed a few times before saying, you must be moderate, my lord. Don't let your body become even more empty from resting. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes and shouted angrily, what nonsense are you talking about? Get out! An instructor came to notify the students. Instructor Li has taken leave today. The arithmetic class will be self-study. Several students asked in surprise. He's been on leave for several days. What is Instructor Li busy with? He's not going to abandon us, is he? The students from the next class stood at the door and speculated. I think Li Chang'an has lost all face and ran away. The red-haired student angrily pointed at them and asked, what nonsense are you talking about? The man surnamed Hu shrugged, scoffing disdainfully. It's all over the place outside. A dignified instructor taking students to walk through the streets and alleys. The entire county city is laughing. Don't you feel ashamed? Zhang Xiaobai rushed up and punched him in the mouth. Ashamed your head, he's just stepping on the guy named Hu like this. Instructor Li is teaching us to care about the common people. How can you trash mock him? The other students cheered excitedly. Well done, Xiaobai, protecting Instructor Li, he's really grown. A student ran over holding an immortal charm exclaiming, stop fighting, something big has happened. Taibai's new poem is out, 33rd on the literary sage ranking. Zhang Xiaobai was stunned and the bruised and swollen man surnamed Hu also looked serious. The poem was Hard Road to Shu, Beilu Academy, Li Taibai. Fine wine in cups of luminous jade, 10,000 coins of precious delicacies, stopping cups and throwing chopsticks, unable to eat, looking around with sword in hand, feeling lost, wishing to cross the Yellow River, ice blocks the stream, about to ascend Mount Taihang, snow covers the mountains, leisurely fishing by the green stream, suddenly dreamt of sailing by the sun, hard road, many forks, where am I now, long winds and breaking waves will come someday, then hoist the sail and cross the vast sea. Zhang Xiaobai was already moved to tears after reading it. Good, Li Taibai is indeed Li Taibai, the only god who can save Beilu. The man surnamed Hu also wailed from the ground, woo, so Taibai really didn't leave. That's great. Zhang Xiaobai gave him another punch, making him spit saliva, and cursed. Shut up, it's you villains who fanned the flames, slandering Taibai, almost ruining our Beilu. A girl saw a light flickering on the Wenchang steel and exclaimed in surprise, Two Grand Tutor, there's an anomaly on the Wenchang steel. Manager Yu stroked his beard, his expression solemn. Poems written on the Wenchang steel not only need to be nurtured by the literary methods of tens of thousands of people but also undergo layers of screening. But Hard Road to Shu was recognized by the Wenchang steel purely by itself. He looked up at the power emanating from the sky, thinking, the literary path of Great Jin is about to change. Here, Sha Ruzhong raised an immortal talisman and waved it in front of Qin Shaofa. HMPH, you broke your scheme of sowing discord so easily. Should we continue to falsely accuse that the poem wasn't written by him? Qin Shaofa grabbed his hand, his eyes cold, and said, useless. Sha Ruzhong asked anxiously, then what are you going to do? I have to go back to the northern frontier battlefield in a few days and the mission isn't completed? Qin Shaofa said with half-closed eyes, if soft methods don't work we'll use hard ones. There's not much information about Li Taibai, but it all mentions that he has a good friend who is a direct descendant of the Yin family. Sha Ruzhong smiled and said, hey, are you trying to get revenge on a Nan for taking first place in the Dragon Gate literary combat? Qin Shaofa cracked his fingers, a double win, why not? The next day on the 9th floor of Beilu Academy, a Nan poked Li Chang'an and asked, how does it feel to single-handedly turn the tide with a poem and become a savior? Li Chang'an yawned and replied, good, and Nan looked at him with a question mark. That's it. Li Chang'an frowned and said seriously, otherwise, do I need to write over 1,800 words to explain? Self-praise. Today I don't need to teach mathematics, nor do I need special training in the back mountain. Let me go fishing in peace. An elder stood high up and announced, everyone listen. The elder requests that everyone write a poem analyzing Hard Road to Shu. Nan chuckled, looking at Li Chang'an. Brother Li, you truly keep your word. It seems you can't escape this boasting. Looking at it from another perspective, what you write will definitely get a high score, isn't that great? Li Chang'an smiled bitterly, his face as if drained. Half a year ago Li Chang'an submitted his own poem, but it didn't pass and he was even reprimanded. You can even interpret it this way on the 9th floor. Indeed ignorant, Li Chang'an sneered, haha. Taibai is just a fool who writes poems. What does he know about appreciation? Who would dare criticize an instructor? Wang Tiangong looked at Li Chang'an's poem and oh-ed. Your score is a bit unexpected. A brief analysis of Taibai's Hard Road to Shu. You answered Li Chang'an, grade B. Wang Tiangong stroked his beard, his brow slightly furrowed as he analyzed. Although to outsiders, Li Chang'an's failure in the literary exam has nothing to do with Li Taibai. Your score indeed looks very shameful. Li Chang'an was stung by these words. Frozen in place, Wang Tiangong was somewhat puzzled. Are you doing this on purpose? Afraid of being discovered about your true identity? Li Chang'an, who had been diligently doing his homework, fell to the ground, struggling to say, Senior, let's change the subject. Wang Tiangang said seriously, now because of your poem Hard Road to Shu, Great Jin is completely in chaos. Li Chang'an asked in surprise, chaos? Have all the Wenchang stels shown anomalies? Wang Tiangang said, Beilu's literary lineage has suddenly revived like a withered tree coming back to life, and even the northern frontier battlefield has changed due to this poem. Officials have already reported to the emperor that your poem perfectly aligns with the national fortune. Li Chang'an couldn't hide his worry and asked him, is that good or bad for me? Wang Tiangang frowned and replied, there are pros and cons. The good thing is that the academy will value you more. They will try their best to keep you. The bad thing is that many people will notice Taibai. Malicious conspiracies and traps may appear one after another. He stood up and stretched his shoulders, so we must cultivate martial arts as soon as possible. Otherwise we don't know how we'll die. This matter brooks no delay. Let's start today. Li Chang'an raised his hand and asked, Senior, can we postpone it for 2 days? Wang Tiangong angrily reprimanded him, looking at him. Li Chang'an touched his head and honestly said, Linglong just had her birthday. I need to prepare a surprise for her these few days. I don't have time. Before he finished speaking, Wang Tiangong kicked him, then kicked him vigorously several times in a row, fuming with anger. This little scoundrel still has the leisure to prepare a birthday surprise for his sister while his life hangs in the balance. If you don't go to the back mountain on time on a certain day of the month, this old man will kick you to death himself. No need for outsiders. Li Chang'an lay on the ground, hastily replying, understood, Senior, please don't hit my face anymore. That night lanterns floated everywhere, and a little girl happily looked up and exclaimed, Mama, these lanterns are so beautiful, there seem to be words on them. The little girl read aloud, Happy birthday, Linglong. Lu Linglong emotionally hugged Li Chang'an. Thank you, brother. Linglong will never forget today. Li Chang'an said with a smile, all right, little girl, crying on your birthday. Lu Linglong pouted, wanting to kiss him, closing her eyes and leaning close to Li Chang'an. This is my gift in return. Li Chang'an subtly turned away, making her kiss the air. After barely dodging, he found an excuse. Linglong, you're still young. Lu Linglong pouted and firmly said she wasn't little anymore. She pounced on Li Chang'an and even called out to Lu Ziyan, sister, hold brother down, I must succeed today. Lu Ziyan also laughed and chimed in. Today Linglong is the boss, Li Chang'an cried out. Sister-in-law, you and Linglong are too mischievous, Lu Linglong then added. My birthday wishes to sleep with brother tonight. Li Chang'an immediately objected. That's absolutely not happening. And Nan looked up at the sky yellowed by lanterns and sighed. Brother Li is truly bold. The whole city knew it was Miss Linglong's birthday. She raised her wine glass and dismissed it. Ah, what does that have to do with me? Laughter erupted behind her. And Nan immediately turned around and asked, who's sneaking around behind me? This is not what a gentleman does. If you don't show yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. As she spoke, she cast a literary spell, but it was unexpectedly shattered by an even more powerful one. She spat out blood, thinking the killing intent was too pure. And she was no match. And Nan collapsed to the ground. Sha Ruzhong walked up gripping his blade and said that the Yin family's direct descendant was as delicate as a woman. Qin Shaofa stopped him, telling him not to kill. He was very useful. An unidentified person appeared behind them, telling them to stop. They both paused and looked behind them, and Nan's body trembled, her vision gradually blurring. Hearing Qin Shaofa ask in surprise, "Why is it you?" she asked herself, "Who wanted to kill me? And who is this person?" Old Zhu walked along leaning on his cane, happily saying that he had never seen Shishi so lively. His companion walked with his hands behind his head, leisurely saying, "The people causing trouble tonight probably went to have fun too." He suddenly stopped and exclaimed, "Oh no, why did they stop?" The two looked into the alley and saw someone dragging an unconscious person who was a Nan being pulled away. His companion shouted in panic, "Th, that's not." Old Zhu quickly walked forward, telling his companion to go get their lord. After a while, Old Zhu had already caught the person and brought him before Li Chang'an. "It's this thief. Although his clothes are tattered, he's recognizable as a Songyue student. Speak, why did you harm young master on? Dare to lie and I'll kill you." The man, questioned by Old Zhu, turned and retorted, "I didn't hurt him." Li Chang'an let out an "oh" and asked, "Do you know who the culprit is?" The man answered affirmatively, "Yes, because that's also the murderer who ambushed me. Qin Shaofa." He took out his nameplate and held it up, introducing himself. "I am Qin Changxing, Qin Shaofa's cousin. Half a month ago the clan leader asked me to come with him to the Dragon Gate Grand Competition, hoping I could use this opportunity to successfully advance to a prominent scholar. But that day, Qin Shaofa cruelly struck me with a palm and pushed me off the bridge, a malicious expression on his face saying, 'There can only be one Qin family heir, no choice, little brother, go die.' Fortunately, I fell into the river and barely survived. But my literary palace was shattered and my literary chi dispersed. If I returned directly to the Qin family, I would probably be crippled, so I had no choice but to become a beggar and follow Qin Shaofa, hoping to find evidence of his malicious acts." Qin Changxing honestly recounted, "Until tonight I saw Qin Shaofa and Sha Ruzhong harming young Master An. This was simply evidence delivered to my doorstep. If I saved him, perhaps the Yin family could help me get rid of them." Li Chang'an suddenly shouted loudly, "Lies!" His face darkened, disbelieving his words. "You say your literary palace is shattered. How could you successfully save someone from Qin Shaofa? Are you trying to frame him?" Qin Changxing heard this and quickly explained, "No, at that time, Qin Shaofa wanted to take young Master An away, but a mysterious man appeared for some reason. The three spoke a few words and young Master Qin left on his own. That's when I went to save him." Tears welled in his eyes and he sincerely said, "Everything I said is true, please believe me." Li Chang'an looked at him with a faint smile, then seriously said, "Of course I believe you." Qin Changxing happily asked him, "Then are you willing to join forces with me against Qin Shaofa?" Li Chang'an slowly enunciated a few words, "I don't agree." He was stunned and asked, "What?" Li Chang'an somewhat coldly and directly said, "Your literary chi is depleted. By then, even if you don't die, you'll be crippled, unworthy of an alliance." Qin Changxing heard this and immediately knelt down. "Then let me be your dog." He looked up in despair and continued, "As long as you can help me get revenge, let me be your servant. I'll follow your lead. If I can ascend to a high position in the clan, the entire Qin family will be yours. I will never betray you in my life." Li Chang'an leaned close to his face, smiling faintly as he asked, "Never betray? How will you prove it?" Qin Changxing proposed. "You can cast a Wugo spell on me. If I betray you, I will suffer eternal damnation." Li Chang'an immediately agreed, and Nan was still unconscious. "No, don't, brother Li, save me." The imperial physician stood opposite Li Chang'an and said to him, "My lord, rest assured, that rogue probably only wanted to knock young Master An unconscious, not take his life. There's no serious harm, but if he stays here, his identity as a Han may be exposed. He must go elsewhere." Li Chang'an stroked his chin, having no other choice but to go there. The next morning, and Nan woke up, her head still aching, and looked around. "Where is this?" Li Chang'an sat beside her, his hand on her chest, telling her to wake up early and sleep for 5 more minutes. Nan looked at that hand, then became furious, slapping Li Chang'an. "Li Chang'an, you're trying to kill me." Lu Linglong and Lu Ziyan looked at Li Chang'an's bruised and swollen face. Unable to help but laugh, he asked, "Is it that funny?" And Nan embarrassedly handed him an egg, explaining, "Brother Li, I didn't mean it. Anyone who wakes up and sees a man lying next to them would react. Use this egg to soothe it." Lu Linglong could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Li Chang'an took the egg, looking at Nan with resentment. "Good deeds go unrewarded. Last night a thief attacked you. The neighbors saw it and knew I was your friend, so they told me to save you. You were unconscious then, so I could only bring you to my house. Is this how you repay me?" And Nan scratched her head embarrassedly, saying, "But we can't sleep in the same bed." Li Chang'an rolled the egg, still grumbling angrily. "I can't compare to Brother An's large family. My house only has 2 beds, and Nan rubbed her hands, no longer speaking. I was wrong, brother Taibai, please forgive me. Li Chang'an didn't mind, only proposing a small condition. If you want me to forgive you, go ask Mountain Master Wang for a day off for me. My face is not presentable, and Nan looked up and agreed. What's difficult about that? I'll handle it. Li Chang'an smiled, thinking, you're happy too soon. Wang Tiangong heard Nan's report and trembled with anger, and Nan was scared to death and shouted, what, that brat is asking for leave again? I said he'd come back to train after Shishi. Where do all these things come from? He's infuriating me to death. And Nan felt dizzy and saw stars, thinking, Li Taibai's life-saving grace and that slap this morning are now even. At Li Chang'an's house, Qin Chongqing took out several poisonous insects and said, these are my Qin family's unique 5 poison wugo. If I betray you, you can detonate them directly, and the 5 poisons will devour my heart and brain. Li Chang'an stared at the 5 poisons, hesitating. Unique to the Qin family, there must be an antidote. There's still a risk of betrayal. Li Chang'an closed his eyes and used the system scroll, which showed eternal damnation. Once betrayed, the literary palace instantly detonates, directly planted on the literary palace. Poetry as a wugo, Li Chang'an happily thought. This is it, he spoke. No rush to cast the wugo. Your literary palace is shattered now, and your life is in danger. We should deal with this first. I happen to have a poem here that might be able to stabilize the cracks in your literary palace. Qin Chongqing heard this and cried again in gratitude. My lord, Li Chang'an extended his hand, casting the method of sacred transmission, and a stream of literary qi entered Qin Chongqing's literary palace. His shattered literary palace quickly healed, and he became radiant, as if he were no longer the beggar from before. Yesterday I arrived at the city gate with a humble cap and hairpin. Qin Chongqing cupped his hands, excitedly thanking Li Chang'an. My lord treats me so well. Chongqing is deeply grateful. Li Chang'an waved his hand and said, you're welcome. A golden jade bead flew out from Qin Chongqing's chest. What? Li Chang'an, with a wicked smile, picked up the bead and threatened. You probably feel it too. My poem wugo is planted in your literary palace. As long as you do your job well, this poetic spirit will continuously provide you with literary qi. But if you have thoughts of betrayal, then, Qin Chongqing cried out in panic. No, he knelt down, firmly guaranteeing Chongqing would never dare to betray you, my lord. Li Chang'an contentedly announced his job. From now on, you are the 3rd Division of the Han Secret Service, a hidden agent. Outside the city gate, Qin Chongqing on horseback said, my lord, a 1,000-mile send-off ends with a farewell. Now I'm returning to Songyue Academy. Li Chang'an reached out, puzzled, and asked, didn't you say Qin Shaofa harmed you twice? Now why? Qin Chongqing explained. Before, my literary palace was damaged and I was worthless to the Qin family. Now I'm still useful. As for Qin Shaofa, I guess he delayed too long. The Qin family sent a mysterious person to summon him back to the Northern Frontier battlefield. Li Chang'an asked, has the Northern Frontier battlefield given up on targeting him? Qin Chongqing seriously said, my lord, you don't know, this Northern Frontier battlefield possesses the richest war qi in Great Jin, allowing for rapid cultivation of literary techniques, comprehension of sacred texts, and even the ability to influence the manifestation of sages through thought. The Qin family needs a sage. In comparison, the Yin family, Taibai, and even Beilu are not important. Li Chang'an finally understood. So that's how it is, Qin Chongqing hastily continued. So I just need to wait for him to reach the Northern Frontier battlefield, then I'll return to Songyue Academy and there will be no problems. Li Chang'an looked at him and reminded. Literary star and wood marrow liquid can help you recover sooner. Be careful in all matters. Qin Chongqing turned and replied, yes. My lord, old Zhu, out of breath, shouted from the city. My lord, I just received news, something big has happened. Li Chang'an and he galloped back on horseback, and along the way old Zhu also recounted some events to him. Today our Dragon Lake Gang's backer, the 8th rank archivist Zhao Yingchen, suddenly summoned our great leader. Li Chang'an frowned and asked, has the Han Secret Service been exposed? Old Zhu frowned and gravely said, no, but the situation is worse. Li Chang'an said in a deep voice, to the point, opposite them. Archivist Zhao asked, why suddenly say you won't protect us anymore? This is 8th rank archivist Zhao Yingchen before you. The Dragon Lake Gang's leader had just offered silver, saying, we are never short of your silver. Zhao Yingquan's face darkened, and he stopped him, then angrily asked, are you threatening me? The Dragon Lake Gang's leader straightened his back and hastily said, I wouldn't dare. Zhao Yingchen stood up and said bluntly, don't say I won't protect you. As long as you can help me find one person, everything will remain as before, and I can even let the Dragon Lake Gang command all the underground gangs in the county city. He flipped his wine cup, letting the water spill, emphasizing, but if you don't bring the person by the end of August, this cup of wine will be an offering for you. Zhao Yingchen snorted coldly and left. Li Chang'an reined in his horse. Couldn't help but feel surprised and curious. Who is worth both threatening and tempting by an 8th rank archivist? Old Zhu said. A woman, but no name, no portrait, just that she's about 28 years old, possibly with a Chinchuan accent. Li Chang'an was opening the door and walking in when he heard this, and anger surged within him. He turned abruptly. That's roughly it, nothing was made clear, and they're asking us to find someone. Old Zhu and several others knelt, asking their lord to calm down. Li Chang'an helped him up and explained, Brother Song, all of you, Chang'an is not angry with you. Get up. The people behind him stood up and called him their lord. Zhao Yingchen also summoned the leaders of other gangs, and said the same thing. This matter must be true, Li Chang'an instructed. Everyone investigate the county city thoroughly and also pay attention to the movements of other gangs. His subordinate replied, yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an sat at the table looking at the map. He repeated the woman's characteristics with a headache. A woman, inexplicable. No one has seen her appearance, only that she's 28 with a Fengchuan accent. He suddenly stopped, suddenly remembering something. Fengchuan. He looked at the map thinking, there's a war in the northern border of Fengchuan Prefecture, yet they're asking the county city's underground gangs to find someone. How can they be sure she's here? If they've already confirmed it, why not just arrest her directly? Too many questions being led by the nose. He lowered his head and asked himself, Zhao Yingchen, what exactly do you want to do? The next day, Wang Tiangong held a long whip, tapping his hand, and with an inhuman smile said to Li Chang'an, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Chang'an raised his hands and stammered, Senior, calm down, I didn't deliberately skip yesterday. I really had something important, he thought. Being hit by this thing will definitely kill me. Wang Tiangong smiled and said, how could I hit you? I'm a good senior. This bamboo stick is for keeping animals. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and asked, really, really? Wang Tiangong pointed to the panda behind him and continued, of course, but what the animal does to you I don't know. Li Chang'an saw the panda and immediately screamed, backing away. Wang Tiangong pointed at the panda and ordered, Wang Kai hit him. Wang Kai slapped down and Li Chang'an desperately dodged. Ouch! Wang Tiangong put his hands on his hips and shouted, brat, this is the sparring partner I found for you, senior brother. With him watching, do you still dare to skip class? Li Chang'an ran around desperately saying, I wouldn't dare, really, I wouldn't dare. Quickly make senior brother stop. Li Chang'an held Wang Kai, bouncing up and down, hitting. 125, 126, Wang Tiangong said with satisfaction. Very good. Every day you'll carry the real iron beast Wang Kai and practice 3 sets of punches, then rigorous literary techniques and martial arts saber techniques will make up for the classes you missed these past few days. Li Chang'an trembled in response. After a while, Li Chang'an was already practicing swordplay. He jumped out from behind Wang Kai. Senior brother, take this. Unexpectedly, he was easily slapped away by Wang Kai. Li Chang'an lay on the ground gritting his teeth thinking, my literary and martial arts now can't defeat Qin Shaofa and my power can't contend with Zhao Yingchen. After thinking, he rose with determination, then shouted, I must become stronger quickly. Old Song meanwhile was inquiring everywhere about the woman's whereabouts. Auntie, have you seen any young women from out of town recently, with a Fengchuan accent? The auntie replied, no. A subordinate came to report, Brother Song, we've searched the county city 3 times, but we still haven't found the woman Zhao Yingchen mentioned. Old Song turned and told him to continue searching. The man helplessly replied, yes. The green-haired girl sitting in the alley huddled, not understanding. Why can't anyone see me? The July Literary Sage ranking settled. Qinglian Literary Palace, Taibai Literary Palace. Li Chang'an sat cross-legged thinking, the top 3 spots on the annual storybook ranking all belong to Qinglian. The What is Love literary technique of the great hero, which he created, filled him with literary chi and consequently generated 2 powerful literary techniques. Now, facing Taibai's literary palace, it's no problem at all. Literary chi erupted and Qinglian's literary palace was blown away, leaving Li Chang'an stunned. He ran to the ruins of Qinglian's literary palace and shouted, I was wrong, I was really wrong. I once thought Hard Road to Shu would have a great impact on the national fortune, but I never expected it to be this significant. Suddenly, the literary chi was completely absorbed by the Jade Book of Yangji. Everything was clearly presented before his eyes. Li Chang'an looked at the scene before him in shock. This looks like the alley on the east side of the county city. Sweating, he asked himself. The Jade Book of Yangji appeared in a real location for the first time. Is there something special here? Is it guiding me there? Back in the present, Li Chang'an shook his head, observed his surroundings, and then hastily left. The head of the academy isn't here, so I'll just dismiss myself early. To meet this opportunity, Li Chang'an walked down the street, his brows tightly furrowed, pondering repeatedly. No, the alley looks very ordinary, and the vendors don't seem to have any problems. But something isn't right. The Jade Book of Yangji within Li Chang'an trembled again. He was startled and looked down in confusion. What's going on? The Jade Book of Yangji is controlling my body. Li Chang'an trembled as he reached out and touched the green-haired girl in front of him. She was startled and said loudly, you can see me. Li Chang'an also panicked. Who are you? The green-haired girl grabbed his hand and happily said, you're the first person who can see me. Li Chang'an pulled back his hand and asked cautiously, are you human or ghost? Let go. Unexpectedly, as soon as he pulled back his hand, the green-haired girl immediately disappeared. Li Chang'an watched all of this with a solemn expression. What's going on? Apart from direct touch, I can't sense this girl's presence, as if she doesn't belong to this world at all. As soon as Li Chang'an reached out and gently touched the green-haired girl's hand, she reappeared. Tearfully, she said, no, apart from you, others can't see me even if they touch me. Li Chang'an looked at her with wide eyes, thinking that if it weren't for the Jade Book of Yangji, he wouldn't be able to perceive her either. The green-haired girl stammered, can I come with you? Li Chang'an frowned and asked, tell me who you are. The girl, somewhat afraid, stammered, I don't remember who I am, where I came from. I can't remember what I want to do either. No one can see me, as if I don't exist at all, only you. Li Chang'an silently looked at her, growing suspicious. Invisible and nameless, she must be the person Zhao Yingchen is looking for. The Jade Book of Yang Ji forcibly opened an opportunity which definitely couldn't be missed. Li Chang'an wiped away the green-haired girl's tears and agreed. All right, if you want to come along, then come along. She heard this and happily asked, really? Li Chang'an med and replied, don't cry anymore. She smiled and replied, okay, I won't cry. A ray of light formed from her tears. Before Li Chang'an could understand what was happening, he was hit by that literary chi and fell to the ground. The green-haired girl was startled and cried, W, what happened to you? Frightened, she desperately shook him. W, what happened to you? Why aren't you moving? Wake up quickly. I finally found someone who can see me. Please don't abandon me. Li Chang'an was led to an unknown place. He vaguely walked forward, looking up at the statue before him. The Jade Book of Yang Ji trembled and the girl couldn't see. It was only when he touched her tears that he was brought here. What exactly is this opportunity? Blood-red clouds appeared in the sky, becoming increasingly eerie. Li Chang'an also walked forward uncontrollably, thinking, oh no, I've completely lost control of my body. As soon as Li Chang'an took a step, hands reached out and entangled him. Li Chang'an looked and saw many vengeful spirits emerging. He struggled to break free, his gaze turning to the statue as if understanding something. Is this majestic altar a mountain of corpses piled up from countless living beings? He didn't know what was ahead either. Li Chang'an, stop quickly, don't be controlled any longer. The statue suddenly spoke. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Li Chang'an asked in a panic, who are you? Just then a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, splitting the statue. You also said my name was Zhang Lingen. Li Chang'an wondered in surprise, is it her? Where is this? What exactly is her identity? Why did she say she was waiting for me? Zhang Lingen didn't answer, only intermittently repeated one sentence, I'm waiting for you. A few more vengeful spirits rushed forward and he pleaded, take her back, you must save her, please. Li Chang'an felt his skin crawl from being hugged and asked what. Finally his consciousness also vaguely cleared. He sighed in relief as if he had walked through the gates of hell. Zhang Lingen happily cried, young master, you're awake? You suddenly fainted just now. You scared me to death. Li Chang'an looked at her, still with lingering fear, and called out, Zhang Lingen. She widened her eyes and asked, are you calling my name? Li Chang'an rubbed his aching forehead and recounted, as soon as I touched your tears just now, I was drawn into a phantom dream. There I saw you, or rather, you once said your name was Zhang Lingen. She heard this and excitedly hugged him. That's wonderful. I know what my name is now. What about you? Can I know your name? Li Chang'an was a bit embarrassed, his cheeks flushed as he replied, I am Li Chang'an. Zhang Lingen happily repeated. Zhang Lingen, Li Chang'an, Lingen Chang'an, these are the only two names I want to remember. Li Chang'an frowned and gently pushed her away, saying, let go of me first. Lu Ziyan and Linglong called from behind, Erlang brother, what are you doing? Li Chang'an panicked, turning around as if caught in the act and denying, Ziyan, Linglong, we didn't do anything. Lu Ziyan asked in confusion, we? Lu Linglong said similarly, isn't brother the only one here? Li Chang'an awkwardly scratched his head, haha, I let it slip, he thought to himself. I almost forgot, ordinary people can't see Zhang Lingen. Lu Linglong ran over and hugged his arm, crying, brother, today sister and Linglong bought so many groceries. Zhang Lingen was thus squeezed to the side, calling, Chang'an. Li Chang'an sighed, looked at her, then reached out and said, let's go, we're going home. Zhang Lingen med with a happy smile, then held his hand and they went home together. Lu Linglong asked in confusion, brother is so strange, we're just going home, why did he stop and say that? Lu Ziyan interjected to remind, Linglong, don't mind brother. What dishes do you two want to eat today? Li Chang'an replied, all the dishes Ziyan makes are delicious. The next day, Li Chang'an left the house, shouting loudly, Ziyan Linglong, I'm off to the academy. Zhang Lingen earnestly said, I want to go with young master. Li Chang'an gently said, there are many powerful people in the academy. It might be dangerous if you go. When you're at home, remember not to scare them. Zhang Lingen looked inside with disappointment. They're important, right? But we're clearly of the same kind. Li Chang'an replied calmly, it's not the same. You are my friend and they are my wives and children, my most important people. He looked at Zhang Lingen and instructed, just stay obediently at home. When I get back, I'll take you out to eat something delicious. Zhang Lingen lowered her eyes and replied, okay, I'll wait for young master. At Beilu Academy, the students were all bruised and swollen, reminding each other to be quiet. Li Chang'an's face was grim. He coldly asked, who hit you? He angrily asked, have your tongues been cut off too? Zhang Xiaobai, tell me quickly. Zhang Xiaobai replied without hesitation, to put it bluntly. One who bullied us is the son of a county official. You're just a junior instructor, how can you stand up for us? Li Chang'an clenched his fist, burning with rage, and retorted, how do you know I can't? Quickly take me to them. Today's class will be a special practical lesson. Zhang Xiaobai hesitated. Li Chang'an grabbed his collar and angrily chided, weren't you quite arrogant normally? You cower when things happen. Don't you remember what happened before? Zhang Xiaobai suddenly yelled in annoyance. Let go, I'm fine, we wanted to before winter arrived. Help the county's common people solve the coal problem. But that scoundrel Feng Chengbao, relying on his father being the county magistrate, mocked and laid hands on us, saying if anyone dared to fight back they could forget about becoming officials in the future. Li Chang'an was stunned, thinking, voluntarily helping the common people, it seems Zhang Xiaobai has grown up. He clapped Zhang Xiaobai on the back and cried, straighten your back if you've done nothing wrong, why let others bully you? Zhang Xiaobai cried out in pain, didn't you hear his father is? Before he could finish, Li Chang'an patted his chest, interrupting, who his father is doesn't matter. If you read the classics of the sages but can't distinguish right from wrong, then it's not my fault, it's the world's fault. If no one gives us justice, we'll fight for it ourselves. In Shushuan at the Academy Tower, Li Chang'an walked aggressively with his students. Seeing them, a few people said, "Look, isn't that Zhang Xiaobai? He's brought instructor Li too, definitely trying to get even. Changbao, are you scared?" Feng Changbao sneered, arms crossed. Ridiculous. He forcefully gripped Li Chang'an's shoulder and greeted him. "Oh brother Li, long time no see." Li Chang'an raised his hand, unleashing literary qi, and coldly said, "That's right." Then decisively he struck Feng Changbao with a move, and the long unseen dragon elephant power erupted violently, making the surrounding people continuously exclaim, "So cool." Li Chang'an reached out and sighed, "Oh dear brother Feng, why such a grand gesture? Get up quickly." His companions pointed at him and cursed loudly. "Li Chang'an, what do you think you're doing? Don't think I won't touch you just because you're an instructor." Li Chang'an turned around, released killing intent, and knocked them all down with one move. Li Chang'an, arms crossed, reminded them, "If you want to be Saiyans, then be proper Saiyans. If you dare to hinder my students again, it won't be as lenient as this time." A few people standing nearby cursed in fright. "Damn it, is this lenient?" Li Chang'an turned and walked away proudly with his students. "Also, next time you see me, remember to salute your instructor. Let's go." His students all discussed with great satisfaction. So satisfying, someone had to teach that Feng Changbao a lesson sooner or later. But his father is the county magistrate. What if he wants to harm Li Chang'an? No matter how powerful the county magistrate is, he wouldn't dare touch an academy instructor. "Don't worry." Feng Changbao gritted his teeth, muttering Li Chang'an's name, "I won't let you off." A few days later, a Beilu student ran to report, "This is bad. Something has happened at the Northern Frontier battlefield." A gap appeared in the war chi of the Northern Frontier battlefield in Fengchuan Prefecture, and a third-rank demon clan broke through the border. Upon hearing this, the students were filled with righteous indignation and declared, "Sooner or later, Great Jin will also be in danger. I want to join the army and go to the front." "I'll go too," an instructor spoke to calm the situation. "Students, calm down. Going out now would only be suicide." The students in the class didn't listen. Instead, they retorted, "When the nation is in peril, should we not go to the battlefield to kill enemies but hide here and survive ignobly?" "That's right, how can a man be afraid of death? This is a moment of life and death for Great Jin." Li Chang'an saw their high morale and also stepped forward, thinking, "Perhaps I should too." Just then, a hand grabbed him from behind. He looked back to see Wang Tiangong shaking his head, calling out, "Senior." Wang Tiangong cupped his hands and said, Everyone, please listen to an old man's words. The academy has already sent a third-rank Grand Confucian to the battlefield. When the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. You just need to focus on improving your own strength." He emphasized, "This old man will also go to the battlefield today, so please rest assured." Li Chang'an thought in surprise, "Senior." That night, Li Chang'an returned home, still lost in thought, recalling Wang Tiangong's words, "You stay in Zushan and cultivate well. If anything happens during this time, go find Xu Nian." Li Chang'an frowned, silently praying, "Senior, you must return safely." Zhang Lingan nudged his shoulder and tears welled up again, saying, "Chang'an, if you're unhappy, I'll be sad too." Li Chang'an saw the light in her tears, widened his eyes again, and was then drawn into another space. I'm just unhappy, not trying to enter a dream. Where are your tears taking me now?" Li Chang'an closed his eyes tightly, then suddenly opened them to see a volley of arrows. This is a battlefield. A soldier was shot by an arrow and fell to the ground. His blood splattered on Li Chang'an's face, stunning him. The shouts of demon clan raids continuously came. "Run!" Li Chang'an stood frozen, trying to calm his continuously trembling and panicking heart. "Fake, this is fake, just a dream." Li Chang'an looked at the blood on his hand and said, "It's warm." A soldier ran from the opposite side, shouting, "Demon clan raid, run!" As soon as Li Chang'an turned around, that person was cut down by a demon clan with a blade. He struggled, crying, "Run, run!" The demon clan rushed over and he asked, "Run, all you humans are going to die." Li Chang'an immediately raised his bow, condensing literary qi and aiming. The dream is fake, but the blood is real. The killing is real, the war is real. His saving me is also real. He shouted, "Killing intent in." The demon clan also roared, "Die!" He was violently shot through the chest by an arrow. Li Chang'an released his bow, and before the demon clan fell, that demon clan pulled out the arrow, sneering contemptuously, "Your little bit of killing intent isn't even enough to tickle me. If you want revenge, wait for your next life." After speaking, he also moved to kill Li Chang'an. His eyes gradually blurred and he fell. "Am I dead?" Then he suddenly woke up from a nightmare as real as a 3D experience. Zhang Lingan asked with wide eyes, "Chang'an, you're awake? What did you dream about this time?" Li Chang'an thought, sweating profusely, "That's right, it's just a dream. It might not be real." He covered half his face, still somewhat dazed. "That soldier, the demon clan, that dream. Even if the scene was fake, I'm going to kill that demon clan." He raised a finger and said to Zhang Lingan, "Cry again." Zhang Lingan let out an "ah," confused, and after a moment she happily said, "I want to too." Li Chang'an stopped her with one hand, protecting a few chili peppers, saying, Why you stop, don't make strange noises." Zhang Lingan's mouth watered. She pleaded, "I haven't eaten chili in so long. I really want some. Li Chang'an discarded the plate of chili peppers, thinking of another method. "Chili peppers are useless. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move." Seeing his sinister smile, Zhang Lingan backed away in fear, asking, Li Chang'an, what do you want to do? I thought you were a gentleman." Li Chang'an revealed a perverted smile and replied, "What do you think?" Zhang Lingan shyly cried out, "No." Li Chang'an then unleashed his tickling divine skill. Zhang Lingan rolled on the ground, laughing from his unique secret technique. She laughed so hard tears streamed down her face, cursing him as a bastard. "Ha ha ha, stop tickling, Li Chang'an." Li Chang'an thought gleefully, "Got it. Tears returned him to the battlefield. A soldier ran over in a panic, shouting, "Demon Clan attack, run!" Li Chang'an excitedly clenched his fists and said, "It's you. I thought the dream took me back to before it happened, and I still have a chance to save him." Before the Demon Clan could cut him down with a saber, Li Chang'an lunged and embraced the soldier, dodging the attack. "Watch out!" The Demon Clan stopped, spun around abruptly, and said angrily, "A puny human dares to resist the great demon beast. Watch me tear you to shreds." The soldier was scared out of his wits, looking at him. "Thank you for saving my life." Li Chang'an's side face was cut. He ignored the wound, vigilantly looking forward and saying, "No need, we're even." The soldier asked in confusion, "What does even mean?" Li Chang'an said nervously, "No time to explain. Let me borrow your bow and arrows. You go quickly." The Demon Clan roared and charged at him. Li Chang'an drew his bow and unleashed literary chi. The combination of dragon elephant inner breath and killing intent still couldn't kill this demon beast. Then let the killing intent fully evolve with blood as the boundary. Killing intent fused, his arrow condensed killing intent, and literary chi also shone like the light of killing intent. Li Chang'an also decisively let go at this moment, letting the bow and arrow charge forward with rolling literary chi. The Demon Clan was stunned speechless. Impossible, just a human, how can he have such pure killing intent? It was so terrified by the overwhelming power of the literary chi that it collapsed to the ground, then fell. Li Chang'an gasped, looking at his hand. He suddenly realized that dreams could cultivate martial arts, and he grew happy. My killing intent had made no progress after so many attempts, but this time it succeeded in one go. He solemnly asked Zhang Lingan, "Who exactly are you?" Zhang Lingan said in confusion. "I don't know." Li Chang'an slammed his hand on the wall, leaned close to her, and asked, "Your crying dream, have you been there before?" Zhang Lingan turned away, blushing. "What kind of place is that?" Li Chang'an asked if she knew nothing about everything in the dream. She timidly said, "You haven't told me yet." Li Chang'an pondered, connecting all the events, first to the ancient altar where he learned Zhang Lingan's name. After that, both the dream and she were on the battlefield, but he never saw Zhang Lingan. It must have been a place she had been to, but she knew nothing about it. He rubbed his chin, calculating. In the dream, the speed of cultivating killing intent in martial arts is astonishing. It's truly a golden finger. Is this the opportunity the Jade Book of Yang Ji has given me? This is incredible. Zhang Lingan tugged his hand, shaking it. "Chang'an, Chang'an, Chang'an." He didn't answer for a long time. She used all her strength to call out, "Li Chang'an." Li Chang'an covered his ears and replied, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Zhang Lingan pointed and said, "Look over there." Li Chang'an looked, discovering Lu Ziyan and Linglong staring at him. He explained in a daze, "Ziyan, Linglong, ha, you're awake." Zhang Lingan widened her eyes and said, "They've been here for a while and you didn't respond when they called." Lu Ziyan asked somewhat hesitantly, "Erlang, who are you talking to? There doesn't seem to be anyone in the room." Lu Linglong asked with lowered brows, "Brother, it was strange that day too." She was startled, suddenly remembering. Could it be a ghost? She finished speaking and hit Li Chang'an with a willow branch. "Evil spirit, get out of my brother quickly. Demons and monsters scram. Demons and monsters scram." Li Chang'an held his head and cried out, "Linglong, what are you doing? Stop quickly. I'm just talking to myself." "Linglong, stop hitting me." After a while, Li Chang'an walked along the road. Continuously rubbing his backside, he sighed. "She hits really hard. I think she could practice martial arts." Old Song waved ahead and he walked forward to report to his lord. "Archivist Zhao Yingchen has caused trouble again." Li Chang'an turned and told him to go to their usual spot to talk in detail. In a secluded place, Old Song cupped his hands and reported, "My lord, Zhao Yingchen might already know the relationship between Wang Fuji and the Dragon Lake Gang. I heard he wants our Dragon Lake Gang to produce 100,000 taels of silver." Li Chang'an took a sip of tea and said, "Wang Fuji developed too quickly, only opening stores in Dragon Lake Gang territory, so it's not surprising that he knows." "It's good that the Han Secret Service hasn't been exposed," Old Song asked in surprise. "My lord, do you really want to give these bloodsuckers 100,000 taels of silver?" Li Chang'an looked at the teacup in his hand and asked, "Does Zhao Yingchen only demand money from our Dragon Lake Gang or from other gangs too?" He suddenly slammed the teacup on the table, emphasizing, "I'm afraid he's employing a feint. Last time, Zhao Yingchen asked us to find the mysterious woman, saying whoever found her could unite the county's underworld. Perhaps money is just an excuse, but in reality he wants to throw the gangs into chaos, taking the opportunity to install a new puppet leader." Old Song asked in a panic, "My lord, what should we do?" Li Chang'an's face was grim as he ordered, "Prepare the silver, thoroughly investigate this matter. If something is amiss, that Zhao Yingchen will." Old Song and the others looked at the words Li Chang'an wrote on the table, their minds blank. Then they all knelt down to obey Li Chang'an's orders. "Whatever happens, the Han Secret Service must not be exposed." "Understood, my lord." Li Chang'an frowned, looking at the literary chi in his hand. Senior Wang has already gone to the battlefield. Zhang Lingian's identity is unknown. His literary palace's literary chi is imbalanced. And now there's Zhao Yingquan's conspiracy. He clenched his fists and said firmly, "Li Chang'an, you must become stronger quickly." October 10th, northern border of Qinchuan Prefecture. A beast army attacked the city. All demon clans ran rampant. An old man cast a literary spell from high in the sky. He performed a certain spell, reciting incantations. "Auspicious day, cleanse thoroughly. Welcome the emperor," with long sword and jade pendant, clear voice. With a single scatter spell, he blasted the demon beast below. Literary path 3rd rank. Duke Junyang retracted his power and said sternly, "These filthy things still want to enter human territory?" A demon clan landed and shouted, "Old man Junyang, is that you?" 3rd rank Heavenly Wolf Red Eyes said arrogantly, "Your presence is useless. The Qinchuan Prefecture battlefield has 26 fortune loopholes. Who can mend them? Ha ha ha." Duke Junyoung angrily and loudly used the battlefield's fortune. Unless you're third rank it's impossible, damn it, who betrayed humanity? Red Eyes asked arrogantly. Want to know? Why don't you go to hell and ask? With that, it unleashed powerful demonic energy. A sword chi appeared, overwhelmingly slashing towards Duke Junyoung. He blocked with his hand, appearing somewhat discomfited under the pressure, and was eventually killed by the sword chi. A bloody rain fell. Li Chang'an looked at the sky, lost in thought. 27 bells rang. A third-rank scholar had fallen. The common people heard the bells and stopped. Something happened, something really happened at the northern border. That was a third-rank Grand Confucian. How could he easily? Li Chang'an rushed to the academy. He bit his teeth anxiously, thinking in both the literary and martial paths, Mountain Master Wong is only half-step third rank, not a Grand Confucian. The person who sacrificed himself is definitely not him. He ran desperately, repeating again, it's definitely not him. At the academy, Zhu Ziyu waved, calling Brother An. Li Chang'an stopped here, surprised. Brother Zhu, you're back. How was your county examination? Zhu Ziyu raised his hand and said, let's talk about that later. Qin Chonglu is about to announce the latest news from the northern border battlefield. Qin Simon stood upstairs and spoke. I'm sure all students already know that a third-rank Grand Confucian has fallen on the northern border battlefield, and that person is from our Beilu Academy. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an was struck by lightning. Qin Simon then said mournfully, Duke Ningping. Li Chang'an clutched his chest, lightly sighing in relief. Fortunately, it wasn't him. Qin Simon projected a battle image with literary chi for the students to see. Among the 9 fortune dragons of the northern border battlefield, one suddenly shattered. Duke Ningping was responsible for guarding the fortune rift. But he didn't expect 100 third-rank demon clans to be ambushed there. This was something Duke Ningping desperately preserved at the last moment. 9th-rank demon king Nine-Tailed Fox laughed heartily. When the demon saint stone falls, the human race's fortune will be completely severed, and then 3,000 li of land will belong to us. Ha ha ha, third-rank Grand Confucian. Duke Ningping formed a seal and snorted. Demons are deluded. Literary spell. The ancient sage steel violently fell, suppressing the demon saint stone, astounding all the Beilu students because the third-rank demon king had turned into a 7th-rank minor demon. Duke Ningping released all his cultivation, summoning the ancient sage steel and the demon saint stone to counter each other. Anyone who intrudes, whether human or demon, will be suppressed to below 6th rank. Qin Simon frowned and continued regretfully. This is how the 3,000 li of Great Jin's territory were temporarily saved. The Nine-Tailed Fox and several other demon clans angrily charged at Duke Ningping. Damn old man using despicable methods. Duke Ningping closed his eyes, accepting his fate of being killed. Seeing this scene, the Beilu students couldn't help but cry, lamenting Duke Ningping. Qin Simon clenched his fists and continued firmly. The demon clan wants to destroy the sage steel. Our outstanding students also stepped forward to meet the enemy. But no matter how powerful the outstanding students were, they could not protect the 3,000 li battlefield. If this battle is lost, the northern demon clans will have no obstruction to advance south, slaughtering Great Jin at will. He raised his hands, emphasizing each word. This is the key to the victory or defeat of this war. Duke Zhu of Great Jin needs everyone. The Beilu students proudly raised their hands in response. No need for more words, Chonglu. Students of the academy have cultivated until now, and their useful bodies should be used for this. This student is willing to join the battle, count me in. Sacrificing for the country, dying a worthy death. Zhu Ziyu raised his hand boldly. This student is also willing. Nan and Li Chang'an looked at him in surprise. At the academy, Nan couldn't help but slam her wine cup on the table and questioned, what time is it now, and you still have the heart to drink? Zhu Ziyu said with a bitter smile, if I go to the battlefield I won't be able to drink anymore. And Nan turned her head, her tone firm. Then don't go, you just passed the county examination, promoted to early 7th rank, although only below 6th rank can enter. Everyone else is already at peak 7th rank. What will you do there? Be cannon fodder? Go to your death. Zhu Ziyu frowned and retorted, how can one make progress without experiencing life and death struggles? I don't want to live under the protection of my elders my entire life. Li Chang'an raised his cup and called out, Ziyu, my brother, I toast you. He suddenly spoke firmly. Why don't I? Zhu Ziyu had already raised his hand to stop him. Brother Taibai, don't rashly go to the battlefield like me. You cannot take risks. If you really want to contribute to the war, why not write more poems and concentrate the battlefield's fortune? Li Chang'an reluctantly. Med. That's the only way. And Nan suddenly slapped the table, saying loudly, since that's the case, I'll go too. Li Chang'an looked at her blankly, confused. Just now you were persuading Brother Zhu. Why are you so irrational yourself? Zhu Ziyu was also startled and tried to dissuade her. Brother N, you're only 8th rank in literary cultivation, don't mess around. And Nan turned her head and said, I'm different. I can be 8th rank or 7th rank or even peak 7th rank. Zhu Ziyu was bewildered. What do you mean? I understand every word, but strung together I don't understand it at all. Only Li Chang'an's mind suddenly understood something, and he looked at Nan. Are you? And Nan took something out of her bag, no longer hiding it. That's right, literary fortune inheritance. She formed a seal and took out a gourd-shaped treasure. The literary fortune inheritance is 4th rank in my hands. This means I don't need to cultivate diligently to reach an enviable 4th rank realm. And Nan smiled faintly, somewhat regretfully. But this is only 4th rank. I once encountered innate literary fortune and wanted to ask that person to help me break through my limitations, but ultimately missed the opportunity. But perhaps the war fortune can be a gamble and might allow me to no longer be content with my destiny. Li Chang'an suddenly thought of innate literary fortune. Previously, a girl almost discovered I was innate literary fortune, forcing me to leave my hometown. It seems that person also used icebone literary techniques. He finished thinking and slapped himself a few times. No, are you crazy? That was a woman. No matter how beautiful a Nan is, he's a man. How could they be the same person? He said seriously. Even with literary fortune inheritance, one cannot casually raise one's realm, brother, and you. And Nan half closed her eyes, saying firmly, it's fine, I have my own methods. With that, she cast the literary spell Ice and Snow Inheritance. From peak 8th rank to peak 7th rank was merely a cheap advancement, at the cost of 5 years of life, and Nan spat blood from the backlash, and the power of Wen Chong grew stronger, piercing her heart like a knife. Nan cried out in pain, then collapsed. Li Chang'an quickly supported her, shouting, and Nan, are you crazy? And Nan looked at him and said, look, didn't I do it too? Zhu Ziyu gave a thumbs up in praise. Brother, and your reckless madness means you definitely won't die on the battlefield. And Nan said, borrowing Brother Zhu's auspicious words, take good care of our brothers in the future. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and said, you too, stay alive and well for me. 3 days later, on the 15th, Li Chang'an asked from below, reluctantly, are you going to the battlefield without eating the Mid-Autumn Festival reunion dinner? Zhu Ziyu cupped his hands and replied, this matter cannot be delayed. No need to wait another day or two. Li Chang'an cupped his hands and said, I wish both brothers a triumphant return. In the evening, the Mid-Autumn Festival was very lively. A child asked his father in confusion, it's the Mid-Autumn Festival today. Why are the lanterns being taken down? His father said with a solemn expression, a grand Confucian of Great Jin has passed away, so we cannot hang red lanterns. When the war is over next year, father will make lanterns for you, all right? The little girl replied obediently. Li Chang'an felt a pang in his heart, thinking, it will take 1 or 2 months just to get to the battlefield. This war will definitely last a long time. The end is still far away, who knows when it will be. I am still too weak, even after taking various sacred medicines. I'm only 8th rank. I can only send off masters and good friends. He looked at the bright moon in the sky and asked himself, the county city is so big, am I the only one left? Li Chang'an suddenly remembered. No, I still have Ziyin and Linglong. They still have to open their shop today. On Mid-Autumn Festival night, there will be many customers at the perfume shop. I'll just go pick them up and bring them home. When he arrived, Li Chang'an saw everyone gathered around something again. Lu Linglong cried out in terror, no, don't smash it. The fat man pointed at a group of constables and ordered them to keep smashing, saying, offending our county magistrate's son, do you still think you can run your shop? Men, smash it. Li Chang'an rushed over, raised his hand and unleashed literary chi, telling them to stop. The literary chi struck 2 constables, sending them falling. The fat man turned and questioned, Li Chang'an, you're just an academy instructor. How dare you lay hands on constables? Li Chang'an frowned and asked, are you Feng Chengbao's people, laying hands on innocent commoners? If I report this to the Imperial Academy in the capital, even his father, the county magistrate, won't be able to protect him. The fat man and the constables looked at each other, then fearfully dared not act recklessly anymore. I'll spare your life today, but young master won't let you off. Feng Chengbao pointed at the shop and yelled at Zhao Yingchen, gritting his teeth, aren't you in charge of many gangs? Smash this shop and kill Li Chang'an. Zhao Yingchen said sternly to young Master Feng that this shop was not simple and belonged to the territory of the Dragon Lake Gang. He stroked his beard, looking at the shop in suspicion. Unless Li Chang'an was connected to the Dragon Lake Gang, I could profit from him causing trouble in the county city, he said as young Master wished he wouldn't live much longer. Lu Ziyan and Linglong walked forward and hugged Li Chang'an. Brother Erlang, he said gently. Don't cry, it's okay now, he thought with a dark face. Feng Chengbao is the county assistant's son, so I can't directly attack him. But I must install my people in the yamen or he can become my second spy. Zhao Yinglong thought with a sneer. Li Chang'an, I'm sorry, but I can only ask you to die at dawn. An old woman walked by complaining. That lazy fellow is late again today. It's almost daybreak and he still hasn't come to clean. The old woman opened the door and found that everyone inside had been killed. A subordinate came forward to report to Zhao Yingchen. Constable Zhao's move is truly brilliant. The leader of the county's second largest gang, the Red Gang, sneered, pretending to want to help the Dragon Lake Gang rise, causing dissatisfaction among other gangs. As expected, the Dragon Lake Gang was almost completely wiped out. He spread his arms and laughed heartily, saying proudly, we can reap the benefits and become the ruler of the county's underworld. He looked over, but was met with Zhao Yingquan's murderous gaze and stopped. Zhao Yingchen commanded sinisterly, too many gangs are not conducive to stability, so the Red Gang will take over. Everything he did was for the benefit of the county, and as for Li Chang'an, we'll kill him in the chaos. Do it cleanly. Old Song was very happy here, cupping his hands and praising Li Chang'an. Master's foresight is divine. He actually set a trap, allowing our brothers to feign death in the gang fight. In reality, they replaced their identities with masks. On the surface, the Dragon Lake Gang no longer exists. But in fact, more than a dozen gangs in the county city are all members of our Dragon Lake Gang. He clasped his hands, saying excitedly, this way, no matter which gang Zhao Yingchen supports, it will eventually return to us. Li Chang'an just lightly, HM Med. Old Song stopped and asked, Master doesn't seem satisfied. Li Chang'an put down his pen and said coldly, this time we broke the deadlock, but there will be next time and the time after that. The weak can only be manipulated. He no longer stood up and said, "Let's go," to thoroughly resolve this matter. At Zhao's residence, Zhao Yingchen was sleeping soundly when a shadow silently entered. Zhao Yingchen, however, noticed it. He immediately sat up, cast a literary spell and questioned, "Who?" But he was fiercely slapped by Li Chang'an. Zhao Yingchen clutched his face, roaring word by word. Li Chang'an flexed his wrist, looking down at him with blood-red eyes. "Constable Zhao, we finally meet." Zhao Yingchen pointed at him, speaking incoherently. You actually dare to lay hands on an imperial official? At best it's beheading, at worst it's extermination of your clan. If people knew that a Bailu Academy instructor was connected to the Dragon Lake gang, you wouldn't fare well either. Li Chang'an kicked him with literary chi. "Nonsense." Zhao Yingchen shielded himself with his hand, thinking the pressure was too great. Li Chang'an frowned and said, "Don't tell me you thought I specially came here to chat with you. I'm here to give you a choice. 1. Obey me. 2. Die directly." He kicked again. And Zhao Yingchen spat blood, still stubbornly retorting, "If I die, the government will use the sage literary compass to track down the killer. You won't escape either." Li Chang'an sneered, "Since I intend to kill you, how could I not know how to deal with the sage literary compass? What's your answer?" Zhao Yingchen stammered. Li Chang'an said in a deep voice, "Then farewell." Zhao Yingchen was afraid of death and quickly cupped his hands. "Master, I submit to you." He was so scared he wet his pants. Li Chang'an said with satisfaction, "Very good." He put his hands behind his back and ordered, "Later I will cast a poem Wugo in your literary palace. If you betray me, I can take your life at any time. The plan to unify the county's underground gangs will continue. You will also help me with Feng Chengbao. From now on, you are my Han Secret Service's dark agent in Dongyue County." Zhao Yingchen knelt on the ground and replied, "Yes, yes, master." The scene switched to Li Chang'an returning home. This matter was finally resolved. "From now on, our Han Secret Service's covert expansion will also make it more convenient for our brothers to operate." He stopped and saw Qin Simon. Qin Chonglu, what was he doing at his house? Qin Simon exclaimed in panic. "Tai Bai, Mountain Master Wang is in trouble." Mountain Master was deceived by the demon clan and is trapped on the battlefield 3,000 li outside Fengchuan. He is now out of contact, Li Chang'an asked in surprise. "What?" On the Fengchuan battlefield, Wang Tiangong continuously killed demon clans without obstruction. He carried his saber, panting heavily. The great king pointed and ordered, "This old immortal, he actually killed 2 of our third-rank demon kings. Kill him." That demon clan replied, "Yes, great king." 2 figures rushed forward and embraced Wang Tiangong. He showed no fear but instead sneered, "Do you really think these 2 minor demons are enough to underestimate this old man?" That demon clan also laughed. "Old immortal, it's you who underestimates us." They used the demon spell instant teleportation to move Wang Tiangong. He gritted his teeth, thinking, "Damn it." At the edge of the Fengchuan battlefield, that demon clan said triumphantly, "As long as we take you out of the Fengchuan battlefield. What if our 2 brothers die? Ha ha ha. There are countless demon clan prodigies. How long can you last? Not even a speck of bone will be left." Li Chang'an finished watching the image, stammering in horror. Senior, this." Qin Simon closed his eyes and said, "Currently, Mountain Master Wang's body hasn't been found. No news means there's still hope." Li Chang'an anxiously cupped his hands. "Chonglu, Tai Bai is willing," before he could finish. Qin Simon already said excitedly, "No." He put his hand on Li Chang'an's shoulder and said worriedly, "I have already sent people to search for Mountain Master on the 3,000 li Fengchuan battlefield, but you are too important to Bailu and to Great Jin. Besides, you are only 8th rank now. Going with your current strength is no different from seeking death. Didn't you think of this? Don't be reckless, you cannot die." Li Chang'an lowered his head, his heart unable to calm. "Am I to bear the stigma of ingratitude?" At this moment, Zhang Lingen poked her head out again. He turned and asked her what happened. Li Chang'an's eyes lit up, thinking, perhaps there's another way. Li Chang'an stood outside the north gate. He thought blankly, that was the northern border battlefield. But why Juyong City? A person above cast a literary spell, fire and wind over Red Cliff. A young man and an old man with a cane were trapped in the fire, shouting, "Help, let us out. I don't want to die here." Li Chang'an looked at them and cried out, "Father, brother." He gritted his teeth, recognizing this was last year. His parents didn't die in battle but were burned to death in Juyong City by human literary techniques, Great Fire. Li Chang'an immediately cast the literary technique water dripping through stone and said, "I'll take everyone out." Before long, the water dripping through stone in his hand disappeared. He widened his eyes, thinking gravely, useless. Dreams can only temper killing intent and martial arts, not cast literary spells. No, dreams are all personal experiences. They were killed by humans. Li Chang'an grabbed someone's hand, desperately pleading, "Save them. They are my family." Li Chang'an woke up still screaming in shock. Lu Ziyan and Linglong opened the door and called out, "Erlang, did you have a nightmare? Brother's teacher's life and death are unknown. You must be very worried." Li Chang'an held his forehead, still not fully recovered, thinking, "I only wanted to go north through dreams, perhaps to find Senior Wang's whereabouts, but now the mysteries are piling up. Who set fire to Juyong City, leading to his parents' tragic deaths? And that person identical to himself, was it a remnant of his original consciousness? The truth lies in the north." He turned his head, covered in sweat, and said to them, "Ziyan, Linglong, I have something I want to tell you." Lu Ziyan seemed to know what he was going to say, and tears fell. "Is Erlang going to look for Mountain Master Wang?" Lu Linglong covered her ears and said, "I'm not listening." If brother says he's going to the battlefield, I won't listen. Li Chang'an hugged both of them and comforted them. Whether for public or private matters, I want to go north, he emphasized seriously, to save Mountain Master, to seek the truth, to defend Great Jin. During the change of seasons, a soldier held a piece of paper and called out, Wang Ramazi, is Li Si not here? The soldier called out again. Where's Li Si? A person rushed over to answer. Here, Li Chang'an raised his hand and replied, Li Si is here. The county's reserve forces had been marching north for half a month, waiting to officially enter Biliang and join the regular army on the battlefield. At night, everyone gathered around a fire. The yellow-haired man held rabbit meat, smiling. We're almost out of Ding'an territory. We won't be able to eat such delicious rabbit meat anymore. Little Li, I specially saved it for you. Hurry and eat. Li Chang'an snatched the rabbit leg and reminded him, Old Huang, can you stop calling me like those petty palace eunuchs? The others laughed heartily. Haha. But little Li and the palace eunuchs do have one thing in common. I know he's never tasted a woman. Ha 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 ha. The muscular man put his arm around his shoulder and said, Little Li, when I go to a brothel, I'll take you to try something new. Li Chang'an half closed his eyes and said, No need, someone at home is waiting for me to return. The muscular man stroked his chin and sighed. I never thought little Li was already married, with his wife waiting by the stove. Li Chang'an put his hands behind his back and retorted, Not yet, but after this war I will marry her. Half a month ago, Lu Ziyan took off her clothes, startling Li Chang'an, and his face turned red. She also shyly explained, I don't object to you going to the battlefield, but I want to leave a descendant for the Li family. Li Chang'an backed away, stammering, No. Lu Ziyan leaned in and asked, Why do you look down on me? After speaking, she kissed Li Chang'an. He flipped over and pinned her down, saying, How could I? You and Linglong are the people I cherish most. How could I look down on you? He explained with some difficulty. It's just that if I break my body before 6th rank, my martial arts cultivation will collapse overnight. Lu Ziyan heard this, sat up and nervously retreated. She said she didn't know Chang'an. I'm sorry. Li Chang'an called out again, Ziyan, don't go. He hugged her and said, Let me keep a memory. When I return, we'll get married. Lu Ziyan buried her face in his chest and replied, I'll wait for you. Li Chang'an thought, Wang Fuji's shops have all been transferred to Ziyan and Linglong's names. Zhang Linggan has no cultivation at all, so it's better for her to stay put in the county city. The West River Moon 4th Master's brothel was given to Yan Qingxi for a living. He thought with lowered brows, the battlefield is dangerous. If I don't return, they won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of their lives. The yellow-haired man said angrily, If you talk nonsense again, the centurion will come to hit you. Stop talking. Go to sleep. The muscular man snorted and replied, Got it. He obediently walked into the tent and called out, Time to sleep, time to sleep. Li Chang'an also walked into the tent to sleep. In the middle of the night, Li Chang'an was awakened by shouts of killing. He suddenly opened his eyes. Outside, his teammates and bandits were already fighting. The bandits are here. The vigilant Li Chang'an was about to rush out but was pulled back by a hand. The yellow-haired man signaled for quiet, then said, On the battlefield at night, enemies and allies are indistinguishable. Rushing out now is tantamount to seeking death. Follow me. He led the others and Li Chang'an quietly away first. The yellow-haired man looked at the bandits. Mouthed, There are 4 enemies ahead. He seized the opportunity and shouted, Attack! Li Chang'an had already charged forward with his saber like the wind. He drew his saber thinking, the quick saber taught by Senior Wang. It must be so fast that the enemy cannot track the direction of the swing. It must be so accurate that it can hit the enemy's most fatal spot at any time. It must be so ruthless that a single swing can take a life. Li Chang'an swept past them, taking 3 lives with one saber stroke. He turned and looked at them with a fierce aura, thinking, From this saber stroke, Li Chang'an, you officially step onto the battlefield. The other teammates were all trembling with fear, motionless. Too quiet. Are there bandits here? One of them suddenly remembered and lit a fire. That's right, fire, light a fire. Only by seeing clearly can we have a chance to win. The yellow-haired man cried out in panic, Don't light a fire. Before the person could understand what was happening, he was shot through by an arrow. The yellow-haired man quickly ran in one direction. Run, he explained, covered in sweat that lighting a fire at night meant being targeted, and then heading towards death. Li Chang'an pointed and shouted, Old Huang, look here. Old Huang looked over and was scared out of his wits. Damn it, this is the bandits' vanguard, and there are hundreds more behind. No, nearly 1,000 people. He shouted loudly, Teammates, run quickly, there are too many of them. Run, run, run to where there's no light. The teammates ran desperately. Even pushing down Old Huang, he raised his hand and cried out, Little Li. Li Chang'an tightly gripped his saber, unleashed literary chi, and ordered, Old Huang, you quickly lead them away, I'll cover the rear. After speaking, Li Chang'an had already rushed in and cut off a person's head. The scar-faced man cursed angrily. What a dog, this kid wants to cause trouble? He pointed and ordered. He's just an 8th rank martial artist. Fighting alone, he's a bit of a threat. But we have more people. Are we afraid of not being able to force him to death? Go, mess with him until he dies, the subordinates eagerly replied. Yes, several people jumped up, wanting to send Li Chang'an to meet Yama with one saber. Li Chang'an extended his hand and literary chi erupted from his palm, thinking, perfect timing, the literary technique, a single spark can start a prairie fire. Bravely rushed forward, killing a few people who were asking for death. The scar-faced man pointed in surprise. It's a literary technique? You're actually a literary cultivator? Li Chang'an suddenly appeared before him, with a saber strike. Literary chi flashed like lightning and was placed at his neck, saying, That's right, it's a pity, my literary cultivation is only early 8th rank, so it's only effective within 3 zhang. If I could reach 7th rank, the range would increase to 30 jong and you wouldn't even see me. After speaking, Li Chang'an had already taken his life with a single saber strike. Fortunately, you were obedient and came to my doorstep. Li Chang'an wiped the blood from his face and walked murderously towards the remaining people. It's your turn. Several bandits began to feel scared at the sight. This reserve force is a bit tricky. Let's retreat. We're not their match. Quickly go and invite the Demon Lord. Li Chang'an stopped, thinking Demon Lord. He rushed over, grabbed a person's neck, pinned him to the ground, and questioned, on the battlefield there are only soldiers from our own country. How can there be demon clans? Are you bandits transformed from demons? That person transformed back into a demon clan form, smiling. If you're a commoner, you'll be bullied by thugs. If you're a thug, you'll be bullied by officials. If you're a bandit, you'll still be bullied by officials. The Demon Lord can turn us into demons. I don't want to be human. I just want to live like a demon. Li Chang'an saw his stubbornness and sent him to his death with one saber. He looked around thinking, in such a place, many people will be assimilated by demon clans and there will be many traitors in these unknown places. The inside has already been infiltrated. How can we possibly win now? Thinking this, Li Chang'an immediately rushed forward. He had to quickly notify the reserve forces to swiftly leave the bandits' territory. At that moment a dark shadow appeared behind Li Chang'an, and he spotted it, turning around. Who's there? Another demon appeared behind him and whispered, Are you that 8th rank martial artist from earlier? You've got guts. Literary chi shot from Li Chang'an's eyes as he turned his head, his face full of shock. His speed was so fast I didn't even feel him get onto my shoulder. Li Chang'an forcefully swung his saber and the demon flew back, exclaiming, What? He approached the corpse from earlier and asked, Before you kill me, do you mind if I have a bite to eat? With that he sat down and brazenly began eating the man's arm, making Li Chang'an's face twist with disgust. The demon grinned widely and made an offer. Actually, I quite like you. You kill more than even I do. From now on, pledge allegiance to me. When the blood pill on Wangfeng Cliff condenses, I will be the first to let you use it, helping you successfully transform into a demon in one go. How about it? That's quite sincere, isn't it? Li Chang'an frowned and asked, How did you cross the border between the two races? The demon gnashed its teeth and snorted impatiently. Heh, it seems you won't agree willingly. But it doesn't matter. Li Chang'an's expression was grave and he said nothing. The demon moved swiftly, leaving a scratch on Li Chang'an's body, which he couldn't resist. I can forcibly turn you into a demon. Li Chang'an froze at the sight of the scratch. The demon also stopped its smug smile. Feeling something was off, it turned to look at Li Chang'an, who tore open his outer garment, revealing the black iron inner armor beneath his thin clothes. Thanks to the two shopkeepers, my life has been saved once more. More than a month ago, Qin Simon with bloodshot eyes roared as he chased after Li Chang'an. How much effort and how many treasures Zushan has invested in training people, yet you want to go to the battlefield. I'll beat you to death right now. Li Chang'an, running from him, kept retorting, Shopkeeper, if I don't go I won't feel at ease. Because he was constantly running and not watching where he was going, he bumped into the deputy shopkeeper. He quickly recoiled, crying, Ouch! He looked at the deputy shopkeeper, called out to him, and the deputy shopkeeper took out a bag of items, solemnly telling him, Since you've made up your mind to go, you must take these things. Qin Simon looked at the bag, his eyes wide with surprise. Yellow axe saber, 100 rivers bow, black iron inner armor, literary spell treasure book, golden body fluid, wood marrow liquid, ice marrow liquid, 500 military ration pills. Have you emptied Zushan's treasury? How is it that even my private stores have items missing? The deputy shopkeeper calmly said. Chang'an's mind is made up, you can't dissuade him, so in the end we can only give them to him. Qin Simon sighed and hesitantly said, That's these life-saving items, of course I have to give them to him. The deputy shopkeeper handed over the bag of treasures, saying, Take them. The battlefield is dangerous, you must return safely and bring the mountain master back as well. Li Chang'an bowed in thanks. To the two shopkeepers, Chang'an is immensely grateful. He turned, and at that moment, channeling his literary chi, he charged towards the demon with firm resolve. I absolutely cannot die here. The demon laughed arrogantly, watching Li Chang'an's saber chi approach, then suddenly vanished, reappearing behind him. Here I am. Li Chang'an spun around, slashing with his saber, but the demon vanished again. Its figure flickered in and out of sight and eerie laughter echoed around. Can you see me? Li Chang'an lowered his head, enduring its attacks, thinking, My saber speed is like a snail compared to his. Against such an opponent, my chances of winning are almost zero. He forcefully swung his saber horizontally. The demon leaped back, lamenting, Still won't bow down and surrender? It excitedly charged at Li Chang'an, attacking and saying, Since that's the case, I'll keep coming. Li Chang'an was sent flying, spitting blood, yet refused to admit defeat. He raised his hand, unleashing the literary spell Ice Touches Yellow River towards the demon. The demon waved its hand, shattering the ice literary spell, and said disdainfully, Too weak, an 8th rank literary spell is of little use against me. Li Chang'an formed a seal and said, It's not over yet. Then, using the literary spell Wind Stepping Gate, a layer of ice appeared on the ground, firmly freezing the demon's legs. It guessed in confusion. An 8th rank literary spell can only control me for 3 breaths of time. What else can you do? Li Chang'an rushed forward like the wind, taking out 100 Rivers arrow and said, This is enough. He then fiercely drove the arrow into the demon's head. While it was still struggling, Li Chang'an lunged, snatched its saber, spun, and horizontally cut off its head. He landed, and the demon's head also fell off. Li Chang'an clutched his chest, panting. The demon's head, looking at its still struggling and crawling body, said in a disjointed voice, I can still. Li Chang'an was dumbfounded with shock. What kind of performance is this? Can it still live with its head off? He immediately stabbed the demon's head with his saber, sending it completely to meet Yama. What else can you do? I will absolutely annihilate you. The demon's corpse dissipated, leaving behind a demon core. Li Chang'an picked it up and excitedly said, This is a demon core. On the other side, the voices of bandits came from the edge of the forest. Don't kill these captives, take them to Wangfeng Cliff. Li Chang'an turned and hurried away. This is bad. The reserve forces are few in number and no match for so many bandits. I must go to Wangfeng Cliff to save them. The reserve forces ran to the edge of the cliff, shouting, Run, we can't escape. Isn't there another way? The bandits and their subordinates gradually approached them from behind, carrying sabers and laughing. Ha! You might as well jump straight down Wangfeng Cliff. It saves us the trouble of pushing you. To be honest, beneath Wangfeng Cliff is a demon refining furnace built by demons. All it needs is you captives as sacrifices. A reserve soldier looked at the abyss and said with a trembling voice, It's over, we're dead whether we advance or retreat. Old Huang grabbed his hand, trying to dissuade him. Don't give up. As long as we get over the cliff, there's still a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, a ring of fire ignited, forcing them back. It was the literary spell. A single spark can start a prairie fire that engulfed the bandits. Old Huang exclaimed in surprise. Little Li Chang'an turned again, exuding a formidable aura, and said, You all go quickly. I'll cover the rear. Old Huang and the reserve forces crossed the bridge first. Li Chang'an asked with a serious expression, Have all our people crossed? Old Huang waved and shouted, Little Li, go ahead, don't worry about us. Li Chang'an assented, took out the literary spell treasure book, amplified an incredibly powerful literary chi, then unleashed the literary spell. A single spark can start a prairie fire with a saber strike, releasing an extremely fierce literary chi that collapsed the entire bridge. The bandits fell one after another, screaming in agony. Several reserve soldiers were astounded. Little Li is actually such a powerful figure, a peak 8th rank literary master. Old Huang, meanwhile, urgently shouted, Little Li, come quickly. Li Chang'an gradually approached them with literary chi-infused fists and kicks, even tumbling and falling when he landed, making them panic and rush over, calling out, Brother Li. Little Li Chang'an clutched his chest and reassured them, I'm fine. Old Huang cupped his hands and couldn't help but say gratefully, Young Master Li, thank you for saving our lives. Li Chang'an modestly replied, We're all brothers, it's what I should do. After experiencing a great deal of suffering, several reserve soldiers said in despair, I'm not doing this anymore. That's right, the others also agreed with grim faces. Even bandits are so hard to deal with. If we encounter those demons, we'll surely die. Those beastly officials with hearts of wolves are completely unworthy of our desperate protection. Old Huang pointed his saber at them, angrily asking, What are you talking about? Fleeing is rebellion, and the consequence is the extermination of your entire clan. The few who heard him retorted angrily, The centurion is dead. Who would find out? If you dare to report us, I'll kill you first, brothers. Whoever wants to run, follow me. One person suddenly charged, slashing at Old Huang with a saber. If you want to die alone, don't block our way to survival. Old Huang saw the situation spiraling out of control and could only stand frozen. What's going on? Li Chang'an released killing intent and roared, Everyone, stop right now. The killing intent flew to attack several reserve soldiers. Li Chang'an emphasized with a grim expression, In 3 breaths, anyone still holding a saber will be killed without mercy. The reserve soldiers listened, all stood up and then successively put down their weapons. Li Chang'an stepped in front of them and said, I know you all harbor a lot of resentment. Good things never come your way, but you're always the first to bear the brunt of bad things, he said coldly. But there's at least one thing. He clenched his fist and declared heroically, Even if Great Jin falls, the land beneath our feet must remain human territory. This land is our home, our roots. So we must never allow demons to invade. Li Chang'an spread his arms, his morale unyielding, and said without the slightest reluctance, But I won't force any of you. The path ahead is yours to choose. If you wish to continue north to fight the demons, stand to the right. If you choose to retreat and return, stand to the left. The reserve forces looked at each other, hesitating. Li Chang'an suddenly changed his demeanor and said, Those who don't choose will be executed. The reserve forces split into 2 sides. Li Chang'an narrowed his eyes and smiled. Since you all have chosen to retreat and return and get out, Old Huang watched the fleeing men and said anxiously, You let them go, the numbers won't match the roster. What if the higher-ups investigate? Li Chang'an casually replied, Just say they died at the hands of bandits. Old Huang stammered, unable to speak. But Li Chang'an, however, calmly asked him, The military might of Great Jin has weakened to such an extent, Old Huang. Can you really trust your life to comrades like that on the battlefield? Old Huang was too astonished to speak. Then he understood and sighed. Li Chang'an took out several bottles of pills from his bag and continued, Regardless of the reason, if you all choose to go north, you are true heroes. These water condensation spirit liquids can help you all enhance your martial arts cultivation. They can also increase your chances of survival on the battlefield. Rest for a while, and then we'll continue north. A few days later, Li Chang'an on horseback bid farewell to Old Huang and the others. I'm not traveling the same path as you all. I'll take my leave here. Old Huang and the others also cupped their hands to see him off. May you return triumphantly, Li Chang'an, spurring his horse, replied. I certainly will. Old Huang raised his hand and loudly asked, Can you tell us your real name? Li Chang'an smiled and said, Li Chang'an of Beilu Academy. The reserve soldier looked as if he had been struck by lightning, his mouth agape with astonishment. Oh my god, it's Li Chang'an, the winner of 2 first-place titles in the Dragon Gate Grand Competition. If he dies on the battlefield, Beilu will surely tear us apart. Old Huang heard this, punched him hard, and water spurted from his mouth. I will definitely return alive to Hedong County. Li Chang'an dismounted and called to the waiter, Get me a superior room, prepare a meal and some good food for my horse as well. Li Chang'an entered the room and sat on the bed looking at the demon core. He thought, for humans, a demon core is not only the most potent poison. If ingested, one either successfully transforms into a demon or fails and dies from their body exploding. He crushed the demon core without hesitation, thinking it better to destroy the item. To his great surprise, the demonic chi flew into his body instead. What? The Jade Book of Yang Ji is absorbing the demon core. The Jade Book of Yang Ji emitted surging and powerful literary chi, and Li Chang'an's entire body also radiated a strong and fluid literary chi. He let out a loud cry, releasing the demonic chi, which had already transformed into literary chi. The Jade Book of Yang Ji refined the demon core into true chi, but now my body can't contain so much true chi, so it directly cleared my meridians, forcibly helping me advance to 7th rank. A loud noise echoed in the room, and thick mist permeated the air. Li Chang'an looked at his hand, thinking joyfully, Yes, it succeeded. The feeling of early 7th rank is indeed very powerful. Before, I always thought the Jade Book of Yang Ji was only about poetry and literature. I never imagined its cheat ability would be beyond my imagination. If I had stayed in the county city, I would never have encountered such an opportunity. Li Chang'an clenched his fists, coldly and heroically stating, Northern Border Battlefield, I've come to the right place. Outside, clanging notifications sounded. A criminal has murdered the county assistant magistrate, quickly apprehend him. Li Chang'an opened the window and looked outside to assess the situation. Something's happened. Several constables were chasing a masked man who was running across the rooftops, continuously shouting, Quick, chase him, don't let him get away. He ran towards West Alley. Quickly go block him off, seal the city gates, seal the city gates. Li Chang'an raised his hand and picked up a piece of paper that the masked man had scattered everywhere, reading. The Hedong County Assistant Magistrate condoned gang atrocities, kept over 100 young girls in his home, murdered their entire families and impersonated bandits. Li Chang'an pondered with a grim expression. Over 100 young girls, this county assistant magistrate deserved to die. The constables cornered the masked man, leaving him no escape. You have nowhere left to go, surrender now. At this point, the masked man had no choice but to draw his sword and fight to the death. You and the county assistant magistrate are all guilty. You're all garbage beasts. The corrupt official pointed at his sword and roared, What do you know? Just sacrificing a few young girls can ensure Hedong County is safe and sound, preventing delays in vital matters of the people's livelihood. The demon lord will attack here. Hurry up and tell us the whereabouts of those girls. Li Chang'an looked down from above, thinking, There are demons here too. I didn't expect them to have been colluding with the government for so long. The masked man leapt up and charged forward. Enough talk, die, he charged, knocking several constables to the ground. The remaining few still desperately rushed forward, shouting, Don't let him get away. Li Chang'an drew his saber from the rooftop, wanting to stop the masked man. Since he's eliminating harm for the people, he must not suffer any mishap. Li Chang'an formed a seal and his saber technique activated. Several constables sharply turned their heads only to be cut down by Li Chang'an's saber strike. The corrupt official also fell to the ground in fright, pointing at Li Chang'an and stammering, 7th rank martial artist, you. Who are you? Do you know that daring to lay hands on a constable only leads to death? Li Chang'an pointed his saber at him and said, Why so much nonsense? County magistrate, do you still want to keep your head? The corrupt official gnashed his teeth in anger, then swallowed his fury and ordered, Let's go. When the demon lord arrives, you'll all die. The masked man cupped his hands in thanks. Shang Heshuan of Beilu Academy thanks you, brother, for your assistance. May I ask your esteemed name, brother? Li Chang'an raised his hand and asked in surprise, Beilu. Brother Zhang's chivalrous heart lives up to the name of a student of the academy. I am Li Si. May I ask where those 100+ young girls are now? Shang Heshuan reassured him. Brother Li, there's no need to worry. Those girls are all in a secret underground chamber in the county city. Li Chang'an then asked, Brother Shang, are there really demons here? Shang Heshuan slightly lowered his head and stammered in reply, 7th rank or above, unknown quantity, at least 2. Li Chang'an was sweating profusely, his face grim. I've only just broken through to early 7th rank, dealing with 2 mid-7th rank demons. There's almost no chance of winning. But Hedong County has clearly offended the demons now. If I don't help, I'm afraid all the citizens of the city will become demon fodder. From a room came terrified screams and cries. Inside, a fox demon was sitting on a commoner sucking his blood chi. Her eyes were blood red, and she laughed eerily. The next morning, that earth-shattering event had spread throughout the streets and alleys, becoming the talk of the town. Did you hear? 18 people died in Wong Village last night. The demons did it. It turns out what the county magistrate said was true after all. If we don't offer the girls, we'll anger the demons. The demon clan also declared that if they did not obey, they would continue to slaughter villages until the entire Hedong County was wiped out. The gray-clad man's face was grim. Honestly, at the time I thought we shouldn't have saved those girls. Now we're just implicated. Shang Heshuan was furious, standing up to confront them. This scoundrel, a big man, slapped the gray-clad man, roaring, "Nonsense, you useless wretch, don't you know how to take care of your mother?" He hoisted his hoe, pointing to himself, and said, "The demon clan is running rampant here, and you still think of sacrificing children to survive? Who has the guts? Follow me to kill all those demons." Seeing this courage, others also picked up their hoes and followed. "Well said, exterminating demons is the righteous path. Let's go kill demons." Shang Heshuan smiled and proposed, "Brother Li, let's join too." Li Chang'an considered carefully and said, "Many literary scholars and martial artists leaving at the same time will weaken our fighting strength. What if the demon clan takes the opportunity to encircle the county city from both sides? What should we do?" Shang Heshuan casually said, "You worry too much. The county city is guarded by the Wanchong steel and the Wood steel. If the demon clan dares to break in, it's a dead end for them." Li Chang'an pondered and said, "Indeed." Shang Heshuan boldly said to Li Chang'an, "Brother Li, the common people outside the city are in peril. With many of us working together, we can surely defeat the 7th-rank demon clan." Li Chang'an agreed. "All right, let's go." Shang Heshuan happily shouted, "Let's go." Their group arrived at the place where the demon clan was active. The big man pointed and yelled, "Demons and monsters, stop pretending to be ghosts. Demon clan, come out and face your death." A demon clan rushed toward Shang Heshuan. Li Chang'an was startled, quickly pushing him away. "Watch out, dodge quickly." He then split the demon clan in half with a saber strike. Shang Heshuan was shocked to discover that they weren't demons. You were forced to become demons. The shouts behind them grew louder. Li Chang'an and Shang Heshuan turned to see the big man being bitten by a demon clan. He was curled up, his eyes turning red, gradually transforming into a demon. Li Chang'an loudly warned, "Everyone be careful. Don't get bitten and become half-human, half-demon, otherwise we'll also turn into half-human, half-demons." A saber strike fell and the demon's head detached, but it quickly grew back, then charged at Shang Heshuan. Shang Heshuan cried out in panic, "Brother Li, these half-human, half-demons are particularly difficult to deal with. They seem unkillable." Li Chang'an stood back to back with him, shouting, "Run. If this continues, we'll definitely be wiped out." Shang Heshuan looked at him, hesitating. "But if we run, the nearby common people will also be attacked and forced to turn into demons. How is that different from seeking death?" Li Chang'an replied, "I know, let me think." Just then, a powerful stream of literary chi shone down. Shang Heshuan, shocked again, said, "That's the Wanchong steel, the Wood steel." Li Chang'an gravely realized, it's a trap after all. They withdrew all the county city's defensive forces, then used a feint. He looked at those surrounded by demons crying for help, and then at the Wanchong steel's light, unable to choose. On one side are half-human, half-demons. On the other are 7th-rank great demons. What should I do? Which side should I save? Li Chang'an gripped his saber tightly, standing before this trap. He had no absolute certainty on either side. Perhaps he could only fight desperately, but he might also die. Even if he was down on his luck, he still had to save them. "I'll kill those demon ancestors." Shang Heshuan turned back and asked, "Where are you going?" Li Chang'an rushed off, instructing, "You stay in Wong village, use all your strength, and you must eliminate the half-human, half-demons. Don't let them escape. I'll go save the county city. Here are 30 literary crystals. Use them to replenish your literary chi if it runs out." Shang Heshuan took the literary crystal bag, asking worriedly, "There are at least 4 demons there. You can't win alone." Li Chang'an's expression was resolute, his speed undiminished. He said, "Even if I can't win, I have to try. Otherwise, what do you think I came north for? The Wanchong steel has been activated to protect the county city." But the demon clan was also continuously attacking the literary chi steel, wanting to break into the city. The common people in the city cried out, "No, no, oh heavens, please, who can save us? Mama, I don't want to die." Just then a voice rebuked using a literary spell. The demon clan stopped, looked at the cracking ground, then was struck by a powerful surge of literary chi flying up and asked who. Li Chang'an swept in with a saber, saying, "The one you want to save." After speaking, he unleashed pelt reinforcement. But the demon's neck was harder than steel, and it flashed contemptuously, "I'm not some formidable figure, but you, an early 7th-rank martial artist, dare to kill us?" Li Chang'an's eyes emitted literary chi. He pressed down on his saber, roaring, "Just me. Even if I risk my life today, I will stop you all." He then cast another literary spell, and spikes descended from the sky, forcing back the fox demon who was imprisoned in a painting. The fox demon shouted, "Demon wolf, don't underestimate him." But the demon wolf was already pinned to the ground by the spikes from imprisoned in a painting. It looked at Li Chang'an furiously, saying, "A mere human dares to harm me." The demon wolf's muscles swelled, becoming gigantic, and it slammed a paw down, roaring, "I'll kill you." Li Chang'an leapt away, dodging the fist that could have pierced the ground. "This is bad. I must deal with one first, otherwise, if they team up, they'll be even harder to deal with, and I won't be able to fight anymore." Li Chang'an took out a literary spell talisman, ignited his literary chi, and leapt up, casting the literary spells speed, strength, lightness, and wind. The demon wolf was startled upon seeing this. How can a human instantly rise from early 7th rank to peak 7th rank? It quickly turned and fled, running as far as possible. "It's fine, the power enhanced by the literary spell treasure book can't last long. Fleeing is the priority." Li Chang'an's eyes emitted literary chi as he looked at it. Too late, he then stomped the ground and leapt up. The demon wolf looked at him in horror, and before it could react, it was torn into 5 pieces by Li Chang'an. Screaming continuously, Li Chang'an landed, finally killing the demon wolf with the swift wind slaughter formation. The common people in the city pointed and cheered. Look, a demon clan has been killed. It's real, we're saved, so powerful we're saved. The snake demon angrily tried to rush forward, roaring, you're seeking death. But it was stopped by the fox demon. She looked at Li Chang'an, asking coldly, young master's strength is extraordinary, truly a child of heaven. Why must you be our enemy for the sake of these humans? As long as you step aside, everything will be fine once our deed is done. She smiled seductively, her voice growing even more delicate. This humble one will surely satisfy young master. Li Chang'an rolled his eyes at her, disdainfully saying, big sister, your flesh is so old, I really can't stomach it. The fox demon gritted her teeth, asking, old hag? She angrily pointed and ordered, vile human, kill him. The snake demon coiled around Li Chang'an. It opened its blood-red mouth, wanting to bite off his head, shouting, die. Li Chang'an glanced, forcing them back with a killing intent arrow. The snake demon recoiled before Li Chang'an's powerful killing intent, saying, this is bad. The fox demon folded her arms, praising, he's quite strong, but you certainly won't last long. Your body will collapse in at most a quarter of an hour. If you surrender now, perhaps I can still give you a chance to transform into a demon, and then your peak will no longer be limited. Li Chang'an firmly and resolutely retorted, too bad your demon clan can't stomach my tough bones, but you're right, if I continue like this I'll definitely die. Rather than being torn apart by you, I'll take a gamble. He unleashed literary chi, emphasizing, let's see which of us dies first. He powerfully cast the literary spells Burning Blood, Demon Sealing, and finally with all his might unleashed blazing fire, boiling oil. The fox demon was forced back by the heatwave, exclaiming, madman, he actually wants to kill all of us. How can anyone sacrifice themselves to this extent for complete strangers? She roared, this human must die today, he must die. Li Chang'an, tense and serious, resolved to eliminate all the demon clan before his last breath. Li Chang'an wielded his saber against the three powerful demons before him. His breathing became ragged, thinking, my literary chi isn't enough, I can't maintain the next literary spell. I've reached my limit. He frowned, looking at the Jade Book of Yang Ji, thinking, even the Jade Book will die with me. I'm truly sorry for you. He was startled and thought, no. The Jade Book of Yang Ji opened a loophole and then teleported Li Chang'an out. The three demons asked in surprise, what? Just then, a saber technique descended from the sky, unleashing the immense power of breaking void thunder kill, eliminating them. The common people in the city asked restlessly, how's the battle going? Who won? Benefactor. Li Chang'an stood up below, leaning on his saber before the demon corpses. Everyone shouted in panic, quick, quick, get our benefactor to the physician. Be gentle, he's still bleeding a lot. Call all the physicians in the county. Li Chang'an lay weakly on the stretcher, asking the person next to him, and in the demon clan, the person replied, benefactor, rest assured, all 5 demons have fallen to your saber. Li Chang'an sighed in relief, saying, th, that's good. Seeing him disoriented, the person shouted, benefactor, physician, save him quickly. 10 days later, Li Chang'an, his wounds bandaged, gradually woke up. He grunted, startled to see Shang Heshuan. He lay beside him, crying tears of joy, shouting, brother Li, you've finally woken up, he excitedly recounted. Thanks to brother Li's literary crystals, we were able to temporarily protect the surrounding villages. We completely eliminated those half-demons. The villagers brought us to Hedong County for treatment, where we learned that Brother Li risked his life to eliminate 5 7th-rank demons, saving the entire county. You possess such powerful strength at such a young age, Brother Li. Which academy's disciple are you? Li Chang'an chuckled softly. I won't hide it any longer. Having faced life and death with Brother Shang, I won't conceal that I hail from Dongyue Commandery. We can be considered fellow disciples. Shang Heshuan looked at him in surprise, asking eagerly, Brother Li, since you're from Beilu Academy in Dongyue Commandery, do you happen to know Li Chang'an? I heard his archery is unrivaled among his peers. Li Chang'an listened, then gave him a wry smile. With just that look, a current seemed to pass through Shang Heshuan's mind, and he hesitantly guessed, Brother Li, could it be that you are Li Chang'an? Li Chang'an lowered his head and sincerely said, please keep my secret, Brother Shang. Shang Heshuan then asked, Brother Li, are you going to the 3,000 Li Fengchuan battlefield? That's too dangerous. Li Chang'an replied, I must go. Outside the city, Li Chang'an picked up all the remnants on the battlefield, obtaining 87 demon elemental stones, a beast hide treasure bag, an alchemy formation map, 15 ordinary demon cores, 5 7th-rank demon cores, and 1 earth repository crimson blood pill. Li Chang'an smiled faintly, lamenting, a bountiful harvest, quite unexpected. The Jade Book of Yang Ji purifies demon cores. These items can help me replenish a surge of true chi. Shang Heshuan frowned and asked, Brother Li, aren't you going to stay here a few more days to recover from your injuries? Why the rush? Li Chang'an put his hands on his hips, deciding, the war won't wait. If fate allows, we brothers will meet again. In the distance, a group of common people raised their hands, shouting, Benefactor, stay. They held food and other items, wanting to give them to Li Chang'an. Benefactor, your great kindness and virtue, we Hedong County common people will never forget. This is a chicken raised in my home, please take it with you for the journey, Benefactor. These are steamed buns and dried provisions my mother made, please accept them, Benefactor. Li Chang'an cupped his hands and said, thank you all, I hereby vow that on this journey to the battlefield I will not return until all demons are annihilated. On the Fengchuan battlefield, the defensive line was on the verge of collapsing, with demon clans like mountains below. The human side raised their spears, their morale high, united in their hatred. We will defend the line to the death. Zhu Ziyu charged forward, piercing a demon clan with his spear, shouting, kill. A demon clan rushed from the left. Several ice cone annihilation literary spells shot out, killing it. Zhu Ziyu wiped away sweat and snorted, The demon army has already launched its second wave of attack. Damn it, don't they get tired? And Nan looked at him, guessing. Beast C tactic, they want to wear down our fighting strength. If this continues, we'll all die. The demon clan charged, and Zhu Ziyu thrust his spear, unleashing powerful literary chi. If this continues, the third defensive line will also fall. No sooner had he spoken than the defensive line creaked and the situation became even more critical. Zhu Ziyu narrowed one eye, resolving to fight to the death. Perhaps today Li Chang'an won't forget me. The entire army raised their spears, also resolved to fight to the death. Brothers, let's fight to the end for Great Jin. Kill, kill. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an had just arrived at the conscription office for roll call. Greetings, Elder, I've come to enlist. Just then a soldier rode up on horseback reporting, the demon clan is launching a major offensive. The third defensive line is about to be breached. All reserve troops follow me to the fourth defensive line. Li Chang'an ran over, blocking the horse's head, and shouted, "Wait!" The soldier yelled. "Who dares to block my path?" Li Chang'an cupped his hands, asking anxiously, "Sir, I am a disciple of Beilu Academy. May I ask which defensive line my fellow disciples are on?" The soldier replied, "Everyone from the Dongyue branch is on the third defensive line." Li Chang'an raised his hand and said, "If the front line is breached, will they have time to retreat?" The soldier said with a grim face, "The military order is to hold to the death." Li Chang'an clenched his fists, asking resolutely, "Sir, Academy disciples cannot sacrifice themselves in vain. May I be permitted to go and rescue my fellow disciples?" The soldier pointed to a spot, saying, "They are all over there. Go, save as many as you can." Li Chang'an replied, "Thank you, sir." He quickly ran toward that direction, thinking, "Fellow disciples, you must hold on." The demon clan finally broke through the defensive line and charged out. Zhu Ziyu cried out in alarm. "Third defensive line has fallen. Damn it, we can't hold it. Let's retreat quickly." And Nan suddenly spat blood and collapsed. Zhu Ziyu raised his hand, shouting with a solemn voice, "And Nan, I'll cover you quickly." And Nan wiped away the blood and said no. She looked at him and said, "My literary palace is already depleted. I can't cast literary spells. Even if I run, it's a dead end." Zhu Ziyu still worriedly said, "But you still have a chance to live." And Nan stood up, forcefully pushed him away, wanting to cover the rear, saying, "Anyway, it's death, so I might as well block them for my brother for a moment. You go quickly." Zhu Ziyu reached out, shouting in despair, and Nan. A snake demon appeared behind Nan, and she also resigned herself to fate, thinking, "Li Chang'an, see you in the next life." At the critical moment, Li Chang'an flew in, severing the snake demon's fangs, saving Nan's life. He wrapped an arm around her waist, retreating. "Death my ass," and Nan couldn't help but shed tears, shouting, "Brother Li, you're here." Li Chang'an's face was stern. He coldly said, "Tears my ass, I'll lead both of you to break through." Returning to the fourth defensive line, he glanced over and shouted, "Brother Zhu, retreat quickly." Zhu Ziyu ran over and replied, "All right." He looked at the few soldiers behind him, asking with sweat on his brow, "Can the fourth defensive line hold?" Li Chang'an answered without hesitation, "It should be fine. Brothers, I've brought 300,000 reinforcements. Once we reach the fourth defensive line, we'll be safe." Zhu Ziyu ran ahead, calling out to the remaining soldiers, "Don't get drawn into battle, preserve your strength. Everyone retreat together to the fourth defensive line." The soldiers replied, "Yes." They ran forward, saying, "Almost there." Suddenly, a rock swooped down, attacking the soldiers. Li Chang'an turned back and shouted, "Brother Zhu." Zhu Ziyu was surrounded by two demonic beasts, saying, "Take a Nan and go quickly, don't mind me." Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an picked up both of them and ran. "You bastard are so verbose. Why is there another one blocking the way?" Li Chang'an's eyes shot out literary chi, unleashing breaking void thunderkill. The violent lightning struck and the demon beast let out a croak. Zhu Ziyu stammered, his eyes wide. Brother Li, how did you become so powerful?" Li Chang'an ran desperately, but slipped again. He thought, still shaken, "I can't delay the battle any longer. Running is the priority." Li Chang'an soared into the air, using the literary spells speed and literary jump. He finally reached the fourth defensive line, and Li Chang'an lay down, panting heavily. Zhu Ziyu still thought distractedly, "We survived, we survived." Nan hugged Li Chang'an, no longer able to suppress her emotions, crying out, "I thought I'd never see you again." Li Chang'an, flustered, said, Hey, why are you crying again? Aren't we safe now?" And Nan's eyes widened, and she said, "It's nothing. By the way, how did you end up on the battlefield?" The Academy wouldn't agree. Even if Fengchuan's 3,000 Li battlefield were lost, it wouldn't be as important as Taibai. Li Chang'an shushed her, instructing, "Just call me Chang'an. The fewer people who know that identity, the better." And Nan touched her head and said, "I'm sorry, I was too anxious, so it just slipped out." Li Chang'an placed a hand on his chest and said, "I came here mainly for peace of mind. If I hadn't come, my conscience would have suffered, and I wouldn't have been able to eat or sleep well." Zhu Ziyu was both excited and curious. "But how did this kid become so strong in just a few months?" Li Chang'an calmly said, "It's a long story, but the most important thing now is how to deal with the demon clan's attack." Zhu Ziyu judged with a solemn expression, "The demon clan's numbers are endless. Direct resistance is futile. If we keep fighting like this, our great Jin will be the first to collapse." And Nan pondered and interjected, "But if we don't fight and keep retreating, there will only be the fifth defensive line and the human sage steel left. Even if we fight to the death, we will suffer a crushing defeat." Li Chang'an suddenly thought of something, his eyes lighting up. "Perhaps we shouldn't confront them head-on the main battlefield." He put his arms around Zhu Ziyu and Nan's shoulders and excitedly asked, "Have either of you heard of guerrilla warfare?" Zhu Ziyu stammered, "Guerrilla warfare?" He scratched his head, foolishly asking, "What kind of tactic is that? I've never heard of it." Li Chang'an was also stunned, asking, "What?" And Nan slapped Li Chang'an on the head, saying with displeasure and anger, Didn't you read any books at the academy? Zhu Ziyu, despite being hit, still retorted, I'm a martial artist, I only focus on building muscle. Why would I read books? Li Chang'an raised a finger to explain. Guerrilla warfare is the tactic of the military sage, using dispersed forces, attacking where least expected, and taking the enemy by surprise. Zhu Ziyu looked at Li Chang'an helplessly and said, I don't understand what you're saying. So how exactly do we fight guerrilla warfare? Li Chang'an simply said, simply put, when the enemy advances we retreat, when the enemy camps we harass, when the enemy is tired we attack, when the enemy retreats we pursue. Zhu Ziyu clapped his hands, finally understanding. This is a good method. If we keep defending like this, it's just a matter of dying sooner or later. Better to fight guerrilla warfare. After saying that, he turned around with great momentum and shouted, let's go. We'll go persuade the general. And Nan, seeing Li Chang'an stunned, asked with concern, what are you worried about? Li Chang'an lowered his head and expressed his concern. Guerrilla warfare still has many difficulties to overcome, and Nan smiled with absolute trust. But you definitely have a solution, right? You are the renowned genius Li Chang'an. Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an regained his spirits, clenching his hand and saying, that's right, I will definitely make this war victorious. In the general's camp he angrily reprimanded, this fool, how could this fool make it onto the literary sage ranking? Ding Feng, a peak 7th rank, glared displeased at the person opposite. I ask you, how do we solve the problems of guerrilla warfare? He presented the first point. How do we cross the battle lines and enter the demon clan's lair without being discovered? Second, even if we manage to get through, how do we cause large-scale casualties? Third, single soldier infiltration, difficult resupply, how do you develop and expand guerrilla units? Those individual soldiers would just be sent to their deaths. Li Chang'an calmly said, what about witchcraft? Shi Yan asked in shock. What? Li Chang'an repeated. I said use witchcraft to make the demon clan fight among themselves. A person behind stood up and shouted, wait! Luo Shangqing, a peak 7th rank, pointed at him, saying with murderous intent, what you're talking about is the Southern Witch forbidden art. Li Chang'an turned around and openly admitted, that's right, a war has reached this point. As long as we can win, who cares if it's a forbidden art? Please, all students agree to this plan. The entire tent immediately split into two factions, debating fiercely. No, if the Southern Witch forbidden art spreads, the impact will be too great. We can hide our aura by coating ourselves with demon cores. Perhaps we can try that. Too risky. The demon clan numbers in the tens of millions. How many people can we send? 3 of the 5 defensive lines have already fallen. Are we still going to retreat? We might as well just give Fengchuan to the demon clan. While everyone was arguing, someone walked in and said, I think it's worth a try. Qin Shaofa smiled and agreed with Li Chang'an's suggestion. Li Chang'an was startled, staring blankly at him. Qin Shaofa smiled faintly, looked at Li Chang'an and greeted him. Long time no see, Li Chang'an. Everyone else was stunned upon hearing this name, asking, Li Chang'an, is that the person who won 2 championships in the Dragon Gate Grand Competition? He actually came to Fengchuan's 3000 Li? I remember he was only 8th rank. He'd just be seeking his own death here. Qin Shaofa stood before everyone and suggested, if I agree to guerrilla warfare, I will be the first to participate. Several people changed their attitude and agreed. The Major General has already agreed, so I and everyone else have no objections. That's right, let's give it a try then. Li Chang'an frowned, looking at him, thinking, when the academies targeted Beilu to provoke and kill in search of Taibai, almost harming An Nan, it was all because of Qin Shaofa. I didn't expect him to have such high prestige in the army now. Almost everyone treats him as their leader, and he even became a Major General. Qin Shaofa smiled kindly and asked Li Chang'an, Brother Li's proposed guerrilla warfare plan. Would you like to join? Li Chang'an looked at him coldly and replied, of course, how could I not participate? Qin Shaofa sneered contentedly. That's great. After Li Chang'an returned, he recounted everything to An Nan and Zhu Ziyu, both of whom asked excitedly, what? Someone like Qin Shaofa is clearly trying to provoke you. If you do as he says, aren't you just seeking your own death? Li Chang'an raised his hand and calmly said, others can sacrifice for great Jin, so can I. Moreover, this is a strategy I proposed. If I don't lead by example, how will others believe it can succeed? And Nan also made up her mind. Then I'll go too. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Chang'an knocked her out. Li Chang'an turned to Zhu Ziyu and said, Brother An has already asked for leave for Brother Zhu. Let him sleep well these few days. Zhu Ziyu asked in confusion, is Brother Li's approach necessary? Li Chang'an bluntly said, Anan's literary arts are acceptable, but her martial arts cannot contend with the demon clan. She would only be seeking death if she went. Zhu Ziyu stared at him gravely, then sighed and agreed. I understand, Brother Li, rest assured. 2 days later, the general stood before the soldiers and loudly said, the success or failure of this battle depends entirely on you all. Please accept my bow. The first step of this plan was to send the seeds of guerrilla warfare into the battlefield. The soldiers rushed forward shouting, kill! A demon clan pointed and shouted, Great King, the human race actually rushed out of the defensive line. Are they in a hurry to die? Demon King Bai Yi Oed and said with interest, this is getting more interesting. What do these humans want to do? But charging is not our objective. Everyone take this opportunity to feign death and remain on the battlefield as corpses. From now on, the witchcraft and guerrilla warfare will depend entirely on you. Li Chang'an opened his eyes while lying on the ground, seeing a demon clan holding a leg, constantly shouting, ow ow, don't come any closer. The demon clan saw Li Chang'an's tightly closed eyes. It glanced at Li Chang'an, then turned around and unleashed the demon spell, Dragon Tail Whip. Li Chang'an quickly jumped backward, thinking the attack power is too strong. The demon clans of Fengchuan are indeed different from those I encountered before. Unexpectedly, the demon clan was so scared that it wanted to burrow underground begging, don't kill me, I'm still young, and was forced to advance to 7th rank by the demon king. I only want to eat human flesh, I've never done anything else bad. Li Chang'an rushed over with a GU worm in his hand thinking, good opportunity, my first gorilla seed. He slapped the demon clan's bone. Writhed in pain entangling Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth thinking, this is bad, it's dragging me underground, don't hit me, I want to go home. Li Chang'an thought, damn it, this time I'm really finished. The counterattack temporarily ended. The demon clans with bloodshot eyes complained in confusion, I don't understand, didn't these humans just rush over to their deaths and now they're making us work overtime to clean up the battlefield? The monkey demon sneered, if they were all as stupid as you, we would have won long ago. The demon clans looked over only to see Qin Shaofa waving at them, brother monkey. There's a living human, kill him. Qin Shaofa released 2 GU worms which burrowed into their foreheads. They knelt down, calling Qin Shaofa master, he said with satisfaction. Witchcraft is indeed effective, it can make the demon clan submit to me, ha ha ha. He stroked his chin pondering, but if we win this time, Li Chang'an's prestige will definitely be higher, I can't let him come back alive. A demon eagle in the sky watched Qin Shaofa. Demon King Bati, sitting on his chair, suddenly stood up, waving his hand to awaken the soldiers and demon clans. The demon eagle caught a human and threw him down. The person raised his hand begging Qin Shaofa for help. He formed a seal to defend himself for a few seconds, then stomped the ground and flew away, leaving the person to be devoured alive. Qin Shaofa looked coldly thinking, if I save you, both of us will die. Blame that madman Li Chang'an, he's the one who killed you. The soldiers ran over, reporting as they ran. The plan has been exposed, quick, go rescue them, quick. And Nan walked among the returning troops searching anxiously but couldn't find the person she wanted to see. No, he's not here either. Did any of you see Li Chang'an? Qin Shaofa stood behind, arms crossed, saying nonchalantly, he's already dead. And Nan's anger took form, and she shouted, Qin Shaofa, what nonsense are you talking about? Qin Shaofa calmly retorted, am I wrong? It's all because his guerrilla plan was flawed, otherwise so many people wouldn't have sacrificed themselves. He emphasized with a sinister smile, even if Li Chang'an miraculously returns, he will be dealt with according to military law. And Nan angrily pointed at him and said, the guerrilla plan was clearly unanimously approved by everyone, why should only brother Li bear the blame for any mistakes? Everyone around looked at Nan coldly. She was stunned, stammering, what do you all want to do? She clenched her teeth, her body trembling, and finally couldn't help but shed tears. She lowered her head and said, all right, I understand. She silently prayed, Tai Bai, please don't come back, this isn't your home. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was unconscious and tangled in blood chi. Several demon clans surrounded Li Chang'an, who was being refined in the lake, saying, refining a living person into a pill is best. Little Earth Dragon, you did a great job. Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, his body gradually decaying. He couldn't help but scream. The situation was critical, and the Jade Book of Yang Ji unfolded. All the demonic chi was absorbed completely, and Li Chang'an's entire body glowed, his eyes also radiating light. The pill furnace exploded and the demon clans retreated in fear, their eyes widened in astonishment. The demonic chi of the first formation was completely absorbed. How is this possible? What did this human do? The other pill furnaces also began to tremble, and several demon clans quickly unleashed their demonic chi to prevent them from exploding. Impossible, this human cannot be alive. The huge skull rushed towards Li Chang'an, shouting, tear him apart, devour him. A layer of golden literary chi enveloped Li Chang'an, absorbing all the demonic chi they unleashed. The single-horned demon clan began to tremble, begging, all of you, if you can't eat him, then don't eat me, woo. Time flew by, and the battlefield returned to the previous defensive tactics. At the 4th defensive line, that demon clan shouted loudly, brothers, charge. The soldiers here also desperately unleashed literary chi to resist, strengthening the defensive line, and the martial artists took turns conserving their strength. Yes, and Nan turned to see Zhu Ziyu in a bad state and called out, brother Zhu, are you all right? Zhu Ziyu shook his head with a grim face, and Nan turned away in disappointment. Is that so? Qin Shaofa, behind her, snorted coldly and acidly mocked, you should be happy because he's already been torn apart by the demon clan. And Nan unleashed literary chi, saying in a deep voice, what did you say? Zhu Ziyu called out Nan's name in concern. She had already moved with an ice spell, but Qin Shaofa was faster, his hand already on her neck. He tilted his head slightly, smiling sinisterly, and repeated, did I say something wrong? Dying on the battlefield, isn't that being loyal to the country and preserving one's reputation? Still want to come back? There's only death, disgrace and infamy for 10,000 years. Which one do you prefer? And Nan lowered her head, uttering, I. Qin Shaofa turned around, acting magnanimous. Ah, that's right, since you're a direct descendant of the Yin family, I won't hold it against you this time, but if you dare to disrespect a profound tier expert again, and lay hands on a heaven rank expert, you will be dealt with according to military law. And Nan was furious, watching him leave. This bastard. Zhu Ziyu grabbed her shoulder and advised, forget it, a gentleman can't outwit a villain. Meanwhile, Li Chang'an was lying in a cocoon. After a while his hand had already pierced the cocoon, and he sat up abruptly like a zombie. The demon clan stood aside, trembling with fear. You, what exactly are you, human or demon? Li Chang'an looked at his shadow and he clenched his hand, happily thinking, A blessing in disguise, the Jade Book of Yang-ji actually transformed so much demonic chi, allowing dragon elephant power to reach the peak of mid-7th rank. The killing intent in my saber technique has also reached the peak of mid-6th rank, and my physical strength has reached 5,900 caddies. I have now become incredibly powerful. He walked out of the lake and called out, "Little demon earth dragon, are you still there?" The little earth dragon pointed, surprised to find, "Those purple eyes are clearly unique to our demon royal family, but you clearly have a human aura. What exactly are you?" Upon hearing this, Li Chang'an suddenly thought of a plan. That's right, with his current situation, if he claimed to be human, no one would believe him. Better to directly impersonate a demon royal. Then it would also be possible to develop a guerrilla line among the demon clan. What kind of demon would he be? Ah, I've got it. Controlling witchcraft. Li Chang'an pointed at it and ordered, "Kneel." The little earth dragon had already knelt down, calling him master. He widened his eyes and curiously asked, "Little earth dragon, do you know what kind of demon I am?" The little earth dragon trembled, not answering for a long time. Li Chang'an shouted sternly, "Speak!" It then hesitantly judged, "I've never seen such before. Master might also be." Master is an extremely rare dragon elephant clan. Li Chang'an happily said, "That works." He climbed onto the little earth dragon's back and called out, let's go check out the demon clan's heartland." A moment later, the little earth dragon had dug a cave and flown out. Li Chang'an raised his hands and joyfully exclaimed, "I've been digging underground for so long no one can catch me." "Dig back." He paused, looking in one direction. A bull demon turned its head only to find no one there. Feeling puzzled, was that a human voice? I must have misheard. Perhaps it's time to clean my ears. Li Chang'an pulled the little earth dragon into a corner. He patted its head and asked, "Where did you bring me so many bull demons? Who can bear it?" He chuckled, saying, "I think although bull demons are muscular, they're a bit lacking in intelligence. Actually, I can deceive and use them for my own purposes. When it gets dark, I'll catch a stray one and infiltrate step by step." That night the bull demon finally went to urinate. He shouted, "Go further, otherwise you won't get any sleep tonight." "Ha ha ha ha." The bull demon lumbered along. Li Chang'an called from behind, "Idiot." The bull demon furiously turned its head upon hearing this. "Who?" Li Chang'an had already pulled it over with one hand, saying, "I've got something delicious for you." The bull demon asked blankly, "What?" The GU worm had already burrowed into its mouth. It immediately knelt and cried out, "My lord." Li Chang'an leaned back in satisfaction. "Good, what's your name?" the bull demon replied. "My name is Niu Dingtian," Li Chang'an ordered. "Let's go, take me to your kin." Niu Dingtian quickly said no. Li Chang'an looked at him blankly, thinking, is the GU worm useless? Impossible. Niu Dingtian quickly ran off, saying, "My lord, I must leave first." He peed, calling out comfortably, "Ah, that's great." Li Chang'an stared at him, thinking, I should just kill him. It's a waste to use a GU worm on him. Niu Dingtian walked ahead and asked him, "My lord, I've never seen anyone like you before. Which demon clan do you belong to?" Li Chang'an followed behind and said, "You only need to remember that I am the imperial son of the Dragon Elephant clan, here to gain experience on the battlefield." Niu Dingtian was struck by lightning, asking, "Dragon Elephant Royal Family?" The Dragon Elephant Royal Family once produced a Dragon Elephant Grand Saint. Li Chang'an smugly reached out and mouthed, "Keep your voice down." The other two bull demons immediately became highly vigilant. "It sounds like Big Brother Dingtian is calling. What's wrong? Let's go check." Li Chang'an sneered, furious, thinking, where did Niu Dingtian get his genius from? I truly admire him. The bull demon pointed and said, "Human." He charged with a punch, trying to smash Li Chang'an into a pulp. "Dare to trespass into the demon clan's core territory. Are you seeking death?" Li Chang'an dodged sideways, then kicked him in the neck, thinking, good, the bull demons are still normal demons. They can recognize that I'm human. The bull demon fell backward, landing on the ground. Niu Dingtian stomped his feet, panting as he helped the fellow up, then asked in dissatisfaction, "My lord, why did you hit our brother?" Li Chang'an scolded, "It's all because of you." Niu Dingtian turned around and explained to his companions, "Everyone, don't misunderstand. My lord is not a lowly human. He is the Dragon Elephant Royal Family." Li Chang'an was led into the bull demon camp. As he observed them, he secretly calculated. There were 5 GU worms. One had already been given to the little earth demon, and the remaining 2 were planted in Niu Dingtian and his brother. It was indeed a wild fantasy to try and control the bull demons completely with witchcraft. He had to approach from another angle to make the bull demon submit to him. He looked at Niu Dingtian and asked, "I remember the bull demon clan also once produced a bull demon grand saint. How come you are all sent to such a desolate place?" Niu Dingtian stopped eating. Tears began to stream down his face and he pounced to hug Li Chang'an's leg, sobbing, "Someone still remembers the bull demon grand saint. It's precisely because our bull demon clan was too powerful. That's why we were targeted by other demon clans. Since the bull demon grand saint left, our foundation and cultivation methods were seized by the royal family." He sobbed, recounting that now only one cultivation method remained, which could only open 27 acupoints. This caused the bull demon clan to be weaker than other clans from the 7th rank onwards. If not for the bull demon clan's innate physical strength, they would have been annihilated long ago. Li Chang'an frowned, sympathetically asking, "Where are the strong ones in your clan? Do they just let the bull demon clan be treated this way, yet remain indifferent?" Niu Dingtian raised his hand, recalling that a few months ago, the last strong one in their clan, a 3rd-rank demon king, was beheaded by a human on the border. At that time, 3 demon kings were killed and only one fled in a panic, unexpectedly stumbling into a secret chamber and falling into an ancient tomb in the north with Wang Tiangong. None of them escaped. Li Chang'an happily thought, indeed it's the mountain master and it's the ancient tomb in the north. Niu Dingtian saw his expression, puzzled, and asked, "My lord, what's wrong?" Li Chang'an again said glumly, "First win this battle, then consider other matters." He clenched his fist and spoke spiritedly. "If I have a way, I will help you all restore your ancestors' glory. Are you willing to obey my commands?" "You can obey my commands." Niu Dingtian's mind only echoed, "Obey commands, obey commands, obey commands, obey commands." His eyes suddenly turned bloodshot, filled with rage, and then he raised his great axe intending to cleave downwards while screaming, "Impossible, bull demons will never be slaves." Li Chang'an was startled, thinking, what's wrong? Did he suddenly go berserk? The GU worm in Niu Dingtian's mind acted up, causing the axe in his hand to swerve. The bull demons behind him picked up their weapons and urged, "Big brother Dingtian, what about the royal family? Fight him, crush him." Li Chang'an's eyes widened and he emitted a powerful killing intent, forcing them to retreat. While Niu Dingtian directly knelt before the poisonous worm, groaning in pain, Li Chang'an said impatiently, "No, Niu Dingtian, who said you were to be slaves?" Niu Dingtian lowered his head and firmly said, "My lord, bull demons would rather die than surrender to any clan as masters. The barbarian bull clan is blood related to us, and their surrender and enslavement by the wolf clan for survival truly shames our bull demon clan." Li Chang'an said with a wry smile, "So that's how it is, but perhaps you misunderstood." He placed his hand on his chest and seriously continued, "I don't need you to surrender or to take me as your master. My goal is to stand at the apex of the demon race. I don't need slaves, but allies who dare to fight against the entire demon race. In the future, when I become king, you will be the first demon clan to restore your ancestors' glory." Li Chang'an picked up the axe and handed it to Niu Dingtian, then sincerely asked, "Bull Demon Clan, are you willing to be my first ally?" Niu Dingtian was stunned and burst into tears, crying, "My lord, woo, my lord. Other demon clans despise us for being weak, only able to open 2 martial acupoints. Only my lord still values us. Yes, we are willing." Li Chang'an patted his head, comforting him. All right, the weak can become strong," he proposed. "I can teach you cultivation methods to open more acupoints. As long as you open enough acupoints, the ancestral bloodline within you will gradually awaken, and at the same time the bull demon clan will become stronger," he hinted gravely. "But it seems other bull demons don't welcome me. If our alliance and the teaching of cultivation methods are leaked..." Niu Dingtian immediately turned around and snorted at those bull demons. He angrily pointed at Li Chang'an, ordering everyone, "Swear in the name of the bull demon grand saint that you will never reveal this secret, not one iota." The bull demons bowed in agreement and made their vow. "Should this vow be broken, our demon cores will shatter, our souls scatter, and our clan's relatives will be stripped of their demon status and exiled 8,000 li." Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief and said, "I hope you don't disappoint me. Now I will teach you the new acupoint opening cultivation method. The Shenkei acupoint is above. There is a Kyugu acupoint. Circulate chi in the chi high. Use demon chi to attack along the meridians." A group of bull demons sat down to cultivate. A fellow leaned into Niu Dingtian's ear, questioning, "Big brother Dingtian, did even you fail? Is this royal family a liar?" Niu Dingtian immediately punched him, making him spit saliva, and retorted, "How dare you talk nonsense? Our bull demon clan is weak and useless. How could a dignified royal master deceive us?" Just then a small explosion sounded, attracting the attention of the bull demons. A bull demon excitedly shouted, I succeeded, the acupoint is open, and my demon power has indeed increased. The acupoint opening cultivation method taught by my lord is really useful." Seeing this, the other fellows gathered around to inquire, "How did you do it? Heaven does not forsake our bull demon clan. Let's try again." Li Chang'an chuckled, arms crossed, thinking, "Previously, absorbing demon cores also helped me break through 108 martial acupoints. At that time, I already guessed that the dragon elephant profound art is a cultivation method that both humans and demons can practice." He spoke, "Pause your cultivation. Do you, 100 Bull Squad, also have tasks? If you delay too long outside, it might arouse suspicion." Niu Dingtian rubbed his head, suddenly remembering, "You're right, we have to complete the mission and return to the 100 Demons camp. My lord, why don't you come back to the camp with us? Our Bull Demon clan's camp is in a remote area. Other demon clans won't discover my lord." Li Chang'an thought for a moment and replied, "All right then." He raised his hand and suggested, "You all go first, I'll find a way to catch up." Niu Dingtian replied yes. Their lord then departed with the bull demons. Li Chang'an watched them leave, deep in thought. Trusting a vow is less reliable than believing. I'm Qin Shi Huang. This battle must not have the slightest error. He stomped his foot a few times, and the little earth dragon had already emerged from underground. Li Chang'an ordered it. "Go find some demon blood and flesh for me. I need to nourish the GU worms." The little earth dragon replied, "Yes, master." A few days later, the bull demons were drilling in formation. Li Chang'an quietly walked over and released the GU worms, which then crawled onto the bull demons. The GU worms invaded their minds. After achieving his goal, Li Chang'an looked down and sneered. A bull demon cried with joy. The 32nd martial acupoint successfully opened. The dazed one sitting behind said, "What's so great about that? Big brother Dingtian has already opened 40 acupoints." The other fellows began to proudly envision the future. "We will definitely restore our ancestors' glory. That day is not far off." "That's right," a pig king chuckled. "Such boasting." Li Chang'an quickly hid in a corner to observe, thinking, "Are there other demon clans?" The pig king walked over, sneering, "Restore your ancestors' glory, are you worthy? Haha." The bull demons gnashed their teeth in anger. "Wild boar clan, and traitors to the barbarian bull clan." The wild boar slammed into Niu Dingtian's shoulder, arrogantly saying, "Little brat, you're not worthy to speak to me, scram." Niu Dingtian gnashed his teeth in anger, forcing out a single human word. The bull demons next to him advised, Dingchen, don't let outsiders laugh at us. Niu Wanhao, the elder of the bull demon clan, cracked his wrists and said, Elder Pig Clan, what brings you here? The wild boar snorted disdainfully, not taking him seriously. Nothing special, just that the wolf clan is selecting frontline reserve troops. In every competition your bull demon clan always comes in last. This time you'll probably just be cannon fodder. Haha, congratulations in advance. Niu Dingchen retorted with killing intent. How do you know we'll be last without fighting? How about we compete in the training ground now? The wild boar excitedly agreed immediately. Since you're asking for a beating, I'll oblige. The bull demons behind him also passionately cheered in unison. Beat them first. The bull demon clan never gives up. Li Chang'an behind them happily thought, opportunity has come. Right now I only have Niu Dingchen's 100 demon squad, which is completely insufficient. If I can successfully subdue Elder Wanhao, the entire bull demon clan's reserve unit will become my guerrilla seeds. He placed his hand on a fellow's shoulder and called out, Shangdi. The fellow turned around and called out, my lord. Li Chang'an leaned close to his ear and instructed, go tell Dingchen to do as I say. Shangdi listened carefully and replied, yes, my lord. On the training ground, the wild boar calmly called out, Zhu Shiba, participate. Zhu Shiba rubbed his wrists and stepped forward. The wild boar pointed in front of them. Who are you sending? Niu Dingchen raised his hand and said, of course it's. Before he could finish, Shangdi rushed out and stopped him, calling out, my lord told you to wait. Niu Dingchen said, confused. Shangdi said, you can only go up after the person in front loses. He emphasized, this is an order. Niu Dingchen replied, sweating, understood. Niu Wanhao said with great presence, let me. Zhu Shiba smiled arrogantly. Today let me see what strength the famous Elder Wanhao of the Bull Demon clan truly possesses. With that, the two rushed into the arena to compete. Niu Wanhao gnashed his teeth, roaring word by word, I must win, otherwise I die. The Bull Demons roared loudly, go, go, come on brother Hao. Niu Wanhao punched Zhu Shiba in the mouth. Zhu Shiba returned the favor with a punch to Niu Wanhao's chest. Both attacked at the same time, charging forward and saying, come on. The recoil from that punch sent both of them flying backward simultaneously. Niu Dingchen helped him up, excitedly calling out, Elder Wanhao. He walked forward indignantly and questioned, being beaten like this by his so-called third-rate clans, are you even worthy of being called mid-tier clans? The wild boar retorted angrily. Your Elder Wanhao was only tied by one of my soldiers, yet you still talk big. If we had fought another round just now, I would have already. He jumped onto the stage, brandishing two large hammers, and said, this time I'll personally send you all to the afterlife. He erupted with aura and asked, who dares to challenge? The bull demon, sweating, stood frozen looking at him. His demon chi is too strong. Elder Wanhao lost, who are we to send up? We might as well just wait for death. Niu Dingchen suddenly spoke. This time I'll go up. Shangdi behind him seriously said, don't forget my lord's instructions. Niu Dingchen only mumbled a hum. The wild boar raised his iron hammer and pointed forward, arrogantly threatening. Elder Wanhao might still keep his life, but you won't be so lucky. I will crush your limbs and then take back that special horn on your head to build a camp. Niu Dingchen erupted with powerful demonic power and said nonsense. He stomped his foot and flew up, his speed so fast that the wild boar was stunned speechless. Niu Dingchen raised his axe, roaring loudly. Die! He erupted with immense power. The wild boar was stunned, thinking, what's going on? He quickly blocked Niu Dingchen's axe with his iron hammer, but Niu Dingchen added more demonic energy and fiercely brought the axe down. He shouldered the axe and snorted, not worth a single blow. The wild boar was half buried underground, unconscious. A group of demons felt a grave shock. No, impossible. The Bull Demon clan only opened 27 acupoints. This is definitely not their power. The Bull Demon clan won the match and cheered with joy, continuously shouting, we won, woo woo woo, finally this day has come. Dingchen is too amazing, the hope of the Bull Demon clan. Niu Wanhao couldn't believe his eyes. Shangdi, tell me honestly, how could Dingchen defeat him? Shangdi grinned and turned around saying, Elder Wanhao, I'll take you to meet someone. Once you see him, you'll understand everything. Shangdi led Niu Wanhao to Li Chang'an's tent. He bowed and saluted. Greetings, Lord Dragon Elephant Imperial Son. Niu Wanhao exclaimed in shock, you, when he saw Li Chang'an. Li Chang'an sat in his chair and said, you've arrived, I've been waiting for you. Niu Dingchen and Shangdi took turns flexing their muscles, proving, Elder Wanhao, everything my lord said is true. The cultivation method he taught has greatly increased the demon power of my 100 demon squad. You see, big brother Dingchen has already opened 40 martial acupoints. I have already opened 32 acupoints. Niu Wanhao looked at them, then hesitated and asked, Lord Dragon Elephant, may I ask you something? Li Chang'an replied, ask. Niu Wanhao cautiously asked, Lord, why did you choose the Bull Demon clan? Li Chang'an thought to himself, it's that question again. Thankfully, I already know the standard answer. He coughed a few times, then clenched his fist and proudly replied, of course, because of the Bull Demon Grand Saint. Tell me, among the entire demon race, how many clans have produced a Grand Saint? When the Bull Demon Grand Saint was alive, he commanded the demon race, and no one dared to disobey. He blocked the human saints in the south. The Witch clan's ancestral witches attacked the Dragon clan in the east and obstructed the Buddhist kingdom in the west. Such a clan deserves to be my ally. Niu Wanhao, upon hearing these bold words, immediately knelt down and hugged Li Chang'an's leg, weeping bitterly. Only you, my lord, truly understand our Bull Demon clan. Li Chang'an smiled wryly, thinking, I think I've seen this scene before. Do you Bull Demon clan really share a single brain? He patted Niu Wanhao's shoulder, placing great hope in him. Alright, as long as the Bull Demon clan doesn't disappoint me, I will definitely help the Bull Demon clan return to its peak. With that, he injected the GU worm into Niu Wanhao. Niu Wanhao's eyes widened and he replied, yes, my lord. A few days later, the Bull Demon clan was practicing, and Li Chang'an with his arms crossed was lost in thought. From the 100 demon squad to the 10,000 demon squad, the parasitic worm cannot completely control so many demons. Niu Wanhao walked up and called out, my lord, guess who's here? He smiled and introduced, these are the 10,000 demon captains from other Bull Demon reserve units. They are all my brothers and they can be trusted. The Bull Demon captains saluted the lord. Li Chang'an saw them and suddenly thought of a solution. That's right, I can't control all the demons, but I just need to control their leaders. He gave a thumbs up and praised. Wanhao, you've done very well. Niu Wanhao scratched his head, happily thinking, my lord praised me. Half a month later, a powerful and brilliant celestial phenomenon descended upon the assembling demon territory. Yuan Zhengqian, the Zan tier king of the Vajra clan, laughed. There's only a little fortune left. Breaking the human sage steel is inevitable. By then, the entire 3,000 Li Fengchuan battlefield will become our demon territory. Prepare to mobilize the reserves. Full army assault, directly break through the human defense line and end this war. Demon King Bai Yi, the Zan tier king of the Wolf clan, raised his hand and pointed at the fortune, saying, these are minor matters. The most important thing is, who will control this accumulated fortune? The demons were silent as if they hadn't heard. Demon King Bai Yi reminded, this fortune only has one attack opportunity left. If we miss it this time, it will take another half a year to collect it back. Tianmingshan, the Zan tier king of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, blinked and said, it's simple. Whoever among us is the fastest will make the move. The others only need to help clear the obstacles. Yuan Zhengyan also agreed. That's indeed how it should be, the great rock demon exclaimed. The Nine-Tailed Fox is truly far-sighted. This is for the best. A demon race has two fastest. Who among you will make the move? They are Kong Lin, the Zan tier king of the Five-Colored Peacock clan, and Peng Kai, the Zan tier king of the Golden-Winged Great Rock clan. Peng Kai held up the fortune and said, then let me make the move. Demon King Bai Yi said, good, begin preparing to launch the final general attack. A demon rushed in urgently to report, my lord, I have an important matter to report. Xiao Wendy asked, are you saying that a bull demon actually defeated a wild boar in one move, and the 10,000 demon captain has already opened 36 acupoints? His subordinate bowed and replied, yes, my lord. But the Bull Demon clan leaders are still ineffective. The 10,000 demon captains of the Five-Guard Bull Demon clan can't even defeat the Wild Boar clan. Those ordinary demons, Xiao Wendy laughed, thinking with interest. As expected, the bloodline of the Bull Demon Grand Saint has reappeared. Truly, cut the grass but don't pull out the roots and it will grow again with the spring breeze, but it's good. Perhaps killing that Bull Demon will lead to a way to break through to the Heaven Tier realm, he commanded. Go order the Northern Bull Demon troops to the front to guard the Demon Saint Stone, his subordinate replied. Yes. A fierce battle erupted in the northern battlefield, and the entire Bull Demon clan charged to fight Nan and Zhu Ziyu, who desperately killed enemies. Fighting side by side, Nan's face suddenly turned blank, which caught Zhu Ziyu's attention. Li Chang'an suddenly shouted, my lord. Niu Dingqian turned and asked, my lord, are you all right? Li Chang'an composed himself and said, I'm fine. How far are we from the Demon Saint Stone? Niu Dingqian replied, about 5 days' journey. Li Chang'an med, and said, understood. He thought with a serious expression, as long as we can hold out for these 5 days, the chances of victory will change, and Nan Ziyu, Great Jin, must hold on. The demon clan was continuously attacking the defensive line, and the commander urgently shouted, quick, quick, stop the demon clan's attack. Just as the last defensive line also cracked, the demon clan descended from the sky, startling the commander speechless. We're breached. The fourth defensive line has been breached. No sooner had he spoken than he was killed by a demon, and the soldiers panicked. All right, everyone scatter, don't retreat, block the breach. In the fifth defensive line's army tent, an old man slammed the table and loudly said, why do you disagree? The black-clad man retorted, not to be outdone. You want to transfer half the troops from the fifth defensive line to the fourth defensive line? I disagree. Don't forget, guarding the sage steel is paramount. The white-haired old man angrily pointed and said, does the Gujijin only teach cowardly tactics, always defending, always retreating? When the demon clan reaches the fifth defensive line, will we still have a chance to win? This will definitely lead to failure. He widened his eyes and loudly asked, since it's going to fail anyway, why not fight honorably? The Gujijin official frowned and asked in return, you also know it will fail, so why not try to conserve troops and reduce casualties? Wouldn't that be better? The white-haired old man furiously unleashed his literary chi and smashed the table to pieces. He said in a deep voice, if this battle is lost, do you think reducing casualties will absolve us of our sins? Changsun Yunting. I tell you, the 6 of us will forever be nailed to Great Jin's pillar of shame. Because of our incompetence, Great Jin lost the 3,000 Li Fengchuan battlefield, and the Demon Clan may well advance south into Great Jin, and 10 million common people may face slaughter by the Demon Clan. This sin will ultimately be etched upon us. We will never be able to wash it away in our lifetime, so it's better to die on the battlefield. Qin Shaofa listened, then solemnly commanded, order troops to be deployed to the front line. Everyone looked at him from surprise to joy and replied, understood. On the fourth defensive line battlefield, a Nan was choked and pinned to the ground by a demon. Fortunately, Zhu Ziyu swept his sword, cutting off its head and saving her life. He wiped the filth from his face and shouted, brother N, don't die or I won't know how to face brother Li. And Nan pushed the demon's corpse aside and said, what's there to explain to him? Perhaps in a short while we'll be reunited in the underworld. A soldier then pointed excitedly at the reinforcements and said, "Our reinforcements are here." Knight Commander led the charge, shouting, "Charge! Make these damn demons retreat, charge and kill!" The two armies charged into battle, stabilizing the situation. Demon Reserve Camp. The Demon Wolf pointed and ordered, You, and you. The front line is urgent, quickly go reinforce." The Bull Demon Captain looked at Niu Wanhao and asked, "Should we really do this?" Niu Wanhao said, "Think carefully about what my lord said. Think carefully about what my lord said." The Bull Demon Captain's forehead beaded with sweat, and he silently recalled. Niu Wanhao said with a worried expression, "The front line already has 500,000 Bull Demon troops, and now another 290,000 troops are to be deployed. We've just managed to cultivate a new technique. If we go to the battlefield, I'm afraid few of our clan members will return." The Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain said dejectedly, "What else can we do?" Li Chang'an, with his arms crossed, calculated with a serious expression. The Demon Clan was about to launch its final general offensive. The disparity in strength between the human and demon races was too great at this time. There was no chance of victory. Perhaps now was the opportunity to use the Bull Demon army for guerrilla warfare, to divide the Demon Clan internally and thus achieve victory. He closed his eyes, lowered his gaze and hesitated. But the Bull Demon army was loyal and devoted. "No, Li Chang'an, you are human. Don't think about such meaningless things." Niu Wanhao, unable to hide his worry, asked, "My lord, what should we do?" Li Chang'an turned and said, "We cannot go." This stunned Shah, but the crime of disobedience must not be borne by the Bull Demon army. Back to reality, the Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain gritted his teeth, righteously indignant. Where there is oppression there is resistance. The first thing you need to do is unite all the oppressed brother clans and collectively demand justice, making them feel that we are helping them get justice. With that he pointed and loudly said, "Every time it's us who rush to the front as cannon fodder. I'm afraid those demons are afraid that our Bull Demon clan will once again produce a Bull Demon Grand Saint, which is why they deliberately target us." The snake demon next to him also clenched its fist and agreed, "That's right, they're using schemes to try and annihilate our clan. Those scoundrels don't dare to charge, they're all cowards. Those scoundrels don't dare to charge, they're all cowards." Xiao Wendi emitted killing intent, turned around and asked them, "What did you say?" The Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain's forehead was covered in sweat as he recalled Li Chang'an's second instruction. The conflict must turn into a bloody incident, causing a major impact to create chaos so that the battlefield is no longer needed. Preserve the Bull Demon army. The Demon Wolf raised its spear and loudly said, "By order of the Wolf King, do you subordinate clans dare to have an opinion? Are you looking for death?" Upon hearing this, the Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain immediately charged forward and plunged his blade into the Demon Wolf's chest, making it exclaim in shock, "You!" Niu Wanhao and the Snake Demon also froze in astonishment. The Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain laughed and shouted, "Everyone look quickly, these upper-tier clans don't dare to go to the battlefield, they only dare to bully us subordinates." This scene made all the demons' eyes turn red with rage, looking at everyone with murderous intent, scaring the Demon Wolf into trembling. "What do you want to do? Are you trying to rebel? All of you, get to the front line." All the demons rushed forward and beat him up, venting their anger, saying, "Our lives are lives too. You want to attack the human race? Why don't you go to the battlefield yourselves? Get lost. I've tolerated you for years, brothers. Beat them." Yuan Shengtian urgently asked, "What? 5 million reserve troops are already in infighting. Without the support of the Demon Reserve, we can't break through now. Immediately notify the frontline demons to retreat." His subordinate replied, "Understood." The front line also issued a retreat order. The soldiers watched them fly away, bewildered. "What happened? Did we win?" They wept with joy. "We won. This is the first victory for the human race. Damn it, we should have fought like this earlier." And Nan supported Zhu Ziyu, staring blankly ahead, perplexed. The demon race wouldn't retreat without reason. Something must have happened in the rear. Is Tai Bai not dead after all? The army was stationed near the Demon Saint Stone. Niu Wanhao looked at the literary Qi, recalling, "My lord, aren't you coming with us?" Li Chang'an looked into the distance and replied softly. He said with a serious expression, "If I appear, the alliance between the Bull Demon clan and the Dragon Elephant royal family will be exposed, giving other demon clans an opportunity to deal with you. It truly cannot be." Niu Wanhao knelt on one knee and cupped his hands, saying, "My lord, please command." Li Chang'an's gaze was sharp as he swept over them and said, "Dingtian's talent is the highest. To what extent the Bull Demon clan's future can reach depends largely on how many acupoints he can open. You must protect him well." Niu Wanhao replied solemnly, "Yes." After Li Chang'an finished speaking, he leapt from the cliff, saying, "We will meet again if fate allows." Niu Wanhao rushed to where he had stood, looked down, his eyes filled with sorrow. "My lord, take care." Underground, Li Chang'an was riding on the little earth dragon's back, thinking, breaking the Demon Saint Stone might end this war with the Bull Demon clan. The target is too big. I should approach alone and stealthily. A demon wolf suddenly appeared, delivering orders. "Bull Demon 5 guards. Lord Xiao Wendi of the Wolf Clan has summoned his clan to guard the inner circle." Niu Wanhao looked at him in surprise. Niu Dingtian whispered to him, "Our clan has always been cannon fodder on the front line. To be sent to guard the inner circle, this must be a trap. 10,000 Demon Captain, what should we do?" Niu Wanhao's face furrowed. "Not going now is disobeying orders, will be executed immediately, so we have to go." He turned and said, "But prepare all brothers. If anything goes wrong, you must charge out with all your might, especially to protect Dingtian. He is our hope." The Bull Demon clan prepared and replied, yes. The Demon Wolf returned to Xiao Wendy to report, my lord, the Bull Demon clan has arrived. Xiao Wendy OED and turned around, calmly ordering. Liu Dingchen stepped out and Niu Wanhao and the Bull Demon 10,000 Demon Captain were stunned. Xiao Wendy released demonic chi and snorted. No one responded, so he directly unleashed a fierce force. If you still don't come out, I'll slaughter all of your Bull Demon clan. Niu Wanhao cupped his hands and said, my lord, if you casually slaughter demons once this gets out, even the Wolf clan. Before he could finish, Xiao Wendy struck him down with one move. Get lost, Bull Demon. The Bull Demon clan cried out in panic. 10,000 Demon Captain, 10,000 Demon Captain. Xiao Wendy's eyes turned blood red. I order the slaughter of all your Bull Demon clan. Who dares to spread this? He emphasized his last words one by one. Niu Dingchen stepped out. Just as Niu Dingchen was about to step forward and say I, a hand pulled him back. Shangdi pushed him behind and said, I am Niu Dingchen. Xiao Wendy stopped, looked at him, observed for a moment, then pointed at the real Niu Dingchen and said, you are not him. Shangdi released demonic chi and said, there's no need for impersonation, my lord will know with one test. Xiao Wendy crossed his arms and scrutinized him, then said, 4 acupoints. No wonder even the wild boar 10,000 Demon Captain was no match for you. Shangdi nervously asked, does my lord believe it now? Xiao Wendy sneered slyly. But then his hand pierced through Shangdi's chest, saying, I still don't believe it. Shangdi's blood splattered onto Niu Dingchen's face. He roared with hatred, no, and simultaneously unleashed all his demonic power. His eyes blood red. He said, I will kill you. Xiao Wendy looked at Niu Dingchen, sensing that this guy seemed even stronger. Sure enough, he was the real Niu Dingchen. After speaking, he raised his hand and pointed at Niu Dingchen. Niu Wanhao and the Bull Demon clan all felt a chill in their hearts, thinking, it's over, brother Dingchen. A crack appeared behind Xiao Wendy and literary chi spread like lightning. As soon as he turned around, Li Chang'an flew up from the ground, carrying powerful literary chi, forcing Xiao Wendy to retreat. After he landed, he let out a wolf-like howl, notifying, enemy attack, surround them, don't let a single one escape. At the same time, on the main battlefield's 4th defensive line, the Demon clan also launched a general offensive. This war could no longer wait. They once again poured all their strength, uniting with trusted great demon clans, and immediately launched a general offensive. They would seize the human sage steel in one fell swoop. The final battle had begun. Main battlefield, target, human sage steel. Second battlefield, target, demon saint stone. On the 4th defensive line, shouts of killing echoed endlessly. Kill, kill, kill. The human race also charged forward desperately to resist the enemy. Everyone poured out, absolutely refusing to let the demon race invade. Even if they fought to the death, they would never retreat. The commander gritted his teeth, then a thought flashed, and he rushed forward, long sword in hand, ordering 8 million soldiers, listen, if you encounter danger, immediately retreat to the 5th main defensive line. Leave the sparks, leave hope. I will stay behind to cover your retreat. And Nan and Zhu Ziyu stood frozen. The commander charged all the way to the Zontier demon king Jinny, who smashed him into the air with a hammer. The 4th defensive line is breached. Second battlefield. Xiao Wendy's voice rang out with anger. Not here either. He slammed his hand on the ground and swore. Xiao Wendy's eyes were bloodshot, asking himself, how did they escape? Demon King Bai Yi asked. Xiao Wendy, you said a demon saved 2 demon slaves right in front of you, letting them escape underground. Now, even if we send more people and dig 3 feet deep, we can't find him. Xiao Wendy impatiently shouted. Bai Yi, that's not an ordinary demon. He looks human, but possesses pure lightning power and purple eyes. This must belong to a demon royal family. Demon King Bai Yi asked seriously, is that true? With the various demon forces vying for power, a new royal family must not emerge. He reached out and ordered, bring water to flood it. Use smoke to smoke it out. No matter what method, make him completely disappear. Several demons sprayed water. Some sprayed fire and stones flew. Yes, Li Chang'an resisted the water and fire attacks underground. Niu Dingchen knelt on the ground crying bitterly, shouting, my lord, you saved us, this life is yours. Li Chang'an wiped away his sweat, thinking at the time I only thought the demons were powerful but somewhat foolish. Easy to control, but this entire time, all the demons have been genuinely kind to me. He chuckled, thinking, forget it, it's even now. I previously used them to design guerrilla tactics and disrupt the reserves. Li Chang'an stood up, stating firmly, what I want to do is help humanity win this war, while also trying to let the demons survive. He put his hand on Niu Dingchen's shoulder and instructed, you're surrounded by the Wolf clan. When this war ends, find an opportunity to secretly return to your clan. Niu Dingchen froze, my lord. I haven't finished speaking, and another attack came from above ground. Niu Dingchen stood up and asked, what's going on? Why did the demonic chi suddenly become so powerful that it's visible to the naked eye? Li Chang'an was startled, thinking, did the Wolf clan use the demon saint stone? No, if they were going to use it, they would have already. Could there be a problem with the human sage steel? The human race's last line of defense. The human sage steel is reorganizing its defenses, holding the line and charging. Victory is within reach. The white-haired elder gripped his long saber, saying, this is the last battle. We absolutely cannot lose. The commander next to him reinforced the sage steel, saying, it'll be ready soon, just wait for me. The white-haired elder sighed. I never expected that among us 6, Brother Shi and Brother Changsun would be the ones to leave most peacefully. He was clearly the firmest supporter of defensive tactics. Qin Shaofa also chuckled, joining in. He was convinced from the beginning that we couldn't win this battle, so he did his best to buy time for Great Jin to prepare for the fight. The red-haired man next to him said, even if it means sacrificing to buy time, the commander has already been informed. The last layer of defense has been set up. Everything that needed to be prepared has been completed. From now on there are no academies, only comradeship. The four of them flew up, unleashing their literary chi in unison, and said in chorus, "We can only defend to the death until the last moment." Ginny laughed contemptuously. "Only 4 people, how can they stop us?" As soon as the words Shang Tian Wang Shangtian fell, Wang Shangtian flew out. The red-haired man quickly cast the literary spell. Furnace fire illuminates heaven and earth. A fire dragon opened its mouth and lunged at Wang Shangtian, startling him, and then swallowed him, causing a loud bang. The red-haired man said joyfully, "Good, one down." The flame suddenly erupted and then extinguished, leaving him stunned. "What?" Wang Shangtian asked arrogantly. "Who said I was taken care of? Interesting." He slammed his fist into the ground, making a hole. Fortunately, the red-haired man retreated in time and was spared. Qin Shaofa was entangled with Tian Mingxin. The commander meanwhile faced Kong Lin and Peng Kai. On the other side, the white-haired elder had been struck back by Jinny's hammer. One of his hands knocked off and he fell to the ground, spitting blood in pain. Jinny turned back to the Sage Steel, smiling sinisterly. At this moment a stream of literary chi flew from the human Sage Steel, accompanied by an angry voice. "Stop!" The white-haired elder charged forward, wanting to slash with his last bit of strength. Jinny frowned at him, saying, "Still haunting me? You're exhausted. Why are you still fighting so desperately? Get lost and I'll spare your life." The white-haired elder, with only one hand, still stood before the Sage Steel. "Wishful thinking, don't you dare approach the Sage Steel. Get back to your demon territory." With that he leapt up and charged at Jinny. Jinny reached out and grabbed his saber, then snorted coldly, "If you're seeking death, I'll grant it." Jinny roared, his voice deafening as if the ground itself would crack, and the clear sky began to gather dark clouds. Tian Mingxin covered her ears uncomfortably, saying, "Damn Jinny." The white-haired elder knelt on the ground, blood continuously gushing from his 7 orifices and mouth. The commander shouted in alarm, "Zhang Liyuan!" Jinny lifted his foot and stepped on Zhang Liyuan, saying contemptuously, "A mere waste dares to stop me, I'll take your life." Zhang Liyuan laughed, saying, "Just in time." He formed a seal and unleashed a literary spell. "I'll take your life too." Jinny was stunned and asked, "What do you want to do?" Zhang Liyuan had already self-destructed. "I knew I couldn't defeat your demon race with one arm, so I already pasted 3 7th-rank peak self-destruct talismans on myself. Trading my life for yours is worth it." As Zhang Liyuan's words echoed, the 3 talismans also took effect, causing an extremely terrifying explosion. The commander cried out helplessly. "Zhang Liyuan!" Qin Shaofa shouted anxiously. "Brother Wen, Brother Luo, seize this opportunity." The two opened their eyes wide, casting literary spells. The fiery tree and silver blossoms are in command, but no sign of mortals in towers. The literary spell, fiery tree and silver blossoms, west wind, hibernating dragon snakes. All trees withered, and the literary spell, 8 wood crown. 2 literary spells attacked the remaining 4 demons simultaneously. They shouted in panic, "Quick, dodge!" The combined attack of the 8 wood crown and fiery tree and silver blossom severely injured Demon King Jinny and Yuan Shangtian and killed Demon King Tian Mingxin and Kong Lin, leaving only Peng Kai besieged. Qin Shaofa smiled coldly and said, 5 great royal families, only you remain." Peng Kai's veins bulged as he said, "Damn humans, you've truly angered me. It's a pity you miscalculated one step." He roared Shang Tian, and Wang Shangtian roared, growing larger, wielding his Ruyi Jingu Bang. The red-haired man was shocked. "Vajra 8 clan, this demon can't even be burned by profound fire saving heaven," the commander added. "Furthermore, he's not just a heaven tier profound tier, but a rare earth tier prodigy in the world." Qin Shaofa shouted in alarm. "Retreat, quick, retreat. The 3 of us are no match for him." Wang Shangtian's eyes were bloodshot. He swept his Ruyi Jingu Bang across and both fell. "Brother Wen, Brother Luo." Wang Shangtian turned to urge Peng Kai. "The barrier is gone, Peng Kai. Act quickly." Peng Kai flew to the Sage Steel, injecting demonic chi into it, and the Sage Steel shattered, the spiritual chi in the sky gradually dissipating. Xiao Wendi looked over from his position and said, "Jinny and the others succeeded," he said joyfully. "The human Sage Steel is shattered, and the demon Saint Stone is about to completely occupy this battlefield. The demon race has won." Suddenly, Li Chang'an emerged from underground behind them. The two turned to see him, covered in demonic chi. He condensed the demonic chi onto the tip of his blade and thrust it forward. Before the blade could fall with power strong enough to cleave the earth, Xiao Wendi and Demon King Bai Yi had already jumped away to dodge. Xiao Wendi recognized Li Chang'an with uncontrollable fury. "Bai Yi, he's the one who rescued those 2 despicable bull demon slaves, letting them escape underground," Bai Yi asked. "Which demon clan are you from? I've never seen you before." Li Chang'an landed on the cliff, his expression cold as he spoke. "It's normal that you haven't seen me. Let me introduce myself. I am Li Chang'an of the human race." On the 3,000 li border of Fengchuan, several old men in black robes stood in a row, their faces extremely grim. The old man in black spoke first. "The younger generation has still lost this battle. In at most another hour, the power of the demon Saint Stone will completely occupy the 3,000 li border. At that time, a new war will begin." On the 5th defensive line, Zhu Ziyu stood high and ordered, "Retreat, retreat." A soldier gripped his long sword and said, "I won't retreat. Even if I die, I'll take a few useless ones with me." Zhu Ziyu grabbed his collar and shouted angrily, "What are you trying to prove now? Live if you can." The soldier gritted his teeth and said, but Zhu Ziyu continued agitatedly, "The human Sage Steel and the demon Saint Stone have lost balance. The 3,000 li border of Fengchuan no longer has a barrier. Next, powerful demon beasts above 6th rank will pour in. The human Grand Confucians will also enter the fray. This is no longer our war." Man replied with tears streaming down his face, "I understand." Then he cried with frustration, But I'm still unwilling. So many brothers died and in the end we still lost. Other soldiers also began to cry sadly, and Nan stood on the cliff equally overwhelmed with sadness, thinking, Li Chang'an, if you're still alive, do something. Li Chang'an on his side was already standing opposite Xiao Wendi and Demon King Bai Yi. After hearing his introduction they both stared blankly for a long time. Li Chang'an solemnly reassured himself, I haven't lost yet. As long as I sever the Demon Saint Stone, the demon race cannot occupy Fengchuan. Both sides will return to square one. In that case, this battle isn't lost yet. First, I must eliminate these two demons. Xiao Wendi pointed and shouted, What human, Li Chang'an? Since you've already transformed into a demon, you are a demon. He flew up, long saber in hand, charging forward. Helping humans is betrayal. Kill without mercy. Li Chang'an's face was grim but composed as he said, That depends on whether you have the ability. Xiao Wendi struck down with his saber, confidently saying, You're dead. Unexpectedly, Li Chang'an vanished before Xiao Wendi's eyes and his saber missed. Xiao Wendi gritted his teeth, thinking, What the hell? Demon King Bai Yi had an ominous premonition and shouted, Not good. Quick dodge. Xiao Wendi turned his head. Li Chang'an had reappeared high in the air. He raised his saber, assumed a stance and said, Ha, too late. He swept past Xiao Wendi like a gust of wind, cleanly eliminating Xiao Wendi with one saber strike. With one gone, Demon King Bai Yi furiously revealed his true form and roared, Damn it! Li Chang'an also burst forth with powerful demonic chi without showing weakness, unleashing the saber technique, Hell Slaying Blade. He slashed with his saber and the surging demonic chi attacked Demon King Bai Yi, killing him in one blow. Bai Yi fell after one move. Li Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief looking at the Demon Saint Stone, only one step left. He gripped his demonically infused saber tightly, saying success. He raised his saber and gathered power, thinking it's over, then struck the Demon Saint Stone, but it did not shatter. He was solemnly horrified. What is this? No way. Xiao Wendi laughed heartily from behind, scoffing. The Demon Saint Stone is not something ordinary objects can damage. Only fragments of fortune can destroy it. He touched his neck and asked Li Chang'an, Do you have them? You don't. You can only admit defeat. The demon race sees you as human. The human race sees you as demon. You are only destined to be abandoned by heaven and earth, living a life worse than death. Haha. Li Chang'an glanced back at him, then anxiously asked the Jade Book of Yangji, Is there a way to break the Demon Saint Stone? The Jade Book of Yangji remained silent, making him even more anxious. You who know everything about heaven and earth, past and present, why are you silent on this matter? A faint light gradually appeared on the Jade Book of Yangji. Li Chang'an frowned, then suddenly remembered something. Could it be? I understand. He gripped his chest tightly, biting his teeth in pain, thinking, You don't want to say it because using this will kill me, right? The only thing that can take away fortune now is that. He let out a pained roar, and the literary chi on his body also burst forth. Xiao Wendi was stunned, pointing at him. No, you are an innate literary fortune. Stop. Shut up. Li Chang'an's saber was already at his throat. Li Chang'an sent him to meet Yama, saying, Too noisy. Even if the Demon Saint Stone isn't broken, killing two more Demon Kings still recoups some of the cost. He clutched his chest, closed his eyes, and sighed, What rotten luck. After transmigrating for so long I haven't enjoyed anything, and now I'm going to die. After saying these last words, Li Chang'an forcefully charged his heart toward the Demon Saint Stone. I'm sorry, Ziyan, Linglong Qingxi. I'm sorry, master, your disciple is unfilial. I cannot accompany you in your old age, and still cause you worry and trouble. Brother Zhu, brother, and you two must survive. Finally, to those mediocre people of Great Jin, I curse their 18 generations of ancestors. With a deafening boom, the Demon Saint Stone was also destroyed. In that bottomless pit, Li Chang'an lay, his body almost crippled. He vaguely looked at Taibai Literary Palace, Qinglian Literary Palace, and innate literary fortune, then closed his eyes from exhaustion. A wisp of literary chi cut through the pervasive mist, gradually restoring light. The black-robed Confucian scholar stammered in shock. Is that the anomaly of innate literary fortune falling? The yellow-robed Confucian scholar opened his eyes wide, excitedly saying, How could that academy be so foolish, to let an innate literary fortune scholar participate in the war? The rankings are right before their eyes. When he read something, his face instantly turned pale. How is that possible? Nei, Shang Sishou, Shang Xie, Beijing Xinlu Nan. These words gradually disappeared from the list, making them panicked. Taibai, everyone look! Qinglian's name is also disappearing, the black-robed Confucian scholar muttered in confusion. Could Qinglian and Taibai be the same person? The world knows Taibai's poetic talent, and Qinglian's works are also widely praised. Coupled with the innate literary fortune, he was destined to reach sainthood in the future. To lose one person is already a great regret. Now to realize they were one and the same, a future sage perishing with a Demon Saint Stone, even killing 1 or 2 billion demon beasts wouldn't compensate for the loss of Taibai. They were furious, unleashing their literary chi and flying up, shouting, Kill them! The Demon Saint Stone shattered, and the sage steel was also damaged. Neither side could fully occupy the 3,000 li of Fengchuan, but the sage power and demonic chi in the battlefield would take half a month to dissipate. The human race could only conscript ordinary scholars of 8th rank and below. They leveraged their numerical advantage of 5 million against the remaining 3 million demons. Wang Shantian wielded his Ruyi Jingu Bang, slaughtering countless soldiers, saying, Attack for another half a month, completely destroy this fragment and let this place become a no-man's land. Qin Shaofa with a single saber sweep also eliminated countless demons, saying, Defend for another half a month, absolutely do not let the demon race touch the remaining fragments of the sage steel. Both he and Wang Shengtian roared their determination. This half-month we absolutely cannot lose. Flames rained down. Before many demon corpses underground, Niu Dingtian anxiously asked Shangdi, "Is my lord all right?" Shangdi looked at Li Chang'an, saying with heartache, "How could he be all right with such serious injuries? Wu, if we hadn't arrived in time, my lord would probably have been shattered." Niu Dingtian, however, said firmly, "Brother Shangdi, my lord treated our bull demon clan with his whole heart. We must save him even if it costs our crippled lives." Shangdi also agreed, "That's right, never give up until the very end. I still have demon medicine given by the 10,000 demon captain. Perhaps it can save my lord." Shangdi suddenly widened his eyes, looking at Li Chang'an's arm which was gradually recovering. "Am I seeing things? What's wrong, Shangdi? It seems my lord's injuries are..." Li Chang'an's literary chi rotated in his chest, healing his wounds. In the morning, the demon clan had already reported to Wang Shengtian. The 7 million reinforcements summoned by the demon king had arrived. Wang Shengtian smiled and said, "Good, these past few days we not only failed to touch the sage steel fragments but also had many brothers killed by humans. Now it's time for us to counterattack." He pointed his scepter, menacingly ordering, "Crush all human armies, making Taibai's death utterly meaningless. Attack." Wang Shengtian looked at the sage steel fragment shielded by 3 soldiers and arrogantly laughed. The first fragment found. That soldier raised his sword and called out to his brothers to defend the sage steel fragment to the death. Wang Shengtian charged over, wielding his Rui Jingu Bang and roaring, "You can't stop me. The demon race has won." Just as a blow was about to sweep over that soldier, a blurry figure flew in. That person single-handedly blocked the Rui Jingu Bang, and the powerful literary chi made Wang Shengtian surprised. "What?" Li Chang'an said calmly yet with imposing presence. "Nice to meet you. I am Li Chang'an of Beilu Academy." That soldier quickly picked up the sage steel and left. Wang Shengtian pressed down the Rui Jingu Bang with more demonic chi and said, "Li Chang'an. Never heard of him." Li Chang'an's feet sank into the earth. Then he released the Rui Jingu Bang, using the momentum to kick Wang Shengtian in the face. "So you know, the 2 people guarding the demon saint stone were killed by me." Wang Shengtian frowned, asking Taibai after landing, "Are you Taibai?" Li Chang'an summoned his saber and demonic chi, saying, "You finally recognize me." Everyone observed him through the literary chi reflection technique. The Confucian scholars who witnessed it exclaimed, "Taibai shattered the demon saint stone with his innate literary chi. Is this person still alive?" The green-clad and red-clad Confucian scholars also confusedly asked, "Does he not only possess unparalleled talent in literary arts but also in martial arts? Does he not only possess unparalleled talent in literary arts but also in martial arts?" The yellow-clad Confucian scholar cupped his hands and congratulated Mo Zugong from behind. "Taibai, Qinglian, innate literary chi, martial arts prodigy. Your Beilu Academy has truly struck gold this time." Mo Zugong awkwardly said, "Senior is joking." Mo Zugong, a 3rd-rank Grand Confucian of Beilu Academy, secretly called out Taiching. Taiching was bandaging wounds and replied, "Mo Zugong, a student." Mo Zugong asked with a grim face, "Li Chang'an is Taibai. Why wasn't this reported?" Taiching replied in surprise, "This student only knew that Li Chang'an won 1st place in both archery and arithmetic in last June's Dragon Gate Grand Competition. Recently he went to the battlefield, proposed guerrilla tactics and then disappeared for several months. We all thought he had sacrificed himself in battle, never realizing that Li Chang'an was Taibai." Mo Zugong frowned suspiciously. "He's fine now. Does that mean his innate literary chi still exists?" He looked at the reflection technique and commanded, "The war is urgent, act immediately." "Hide Taibai, we absolutely cannot let him be snatched away by others," Wang Shengdian excitedly said. "I never thought you were still alive." He flashed and flew in front of Li Chang'an, "But you're not far from death either." Wang Shengtian swept a blow, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang with all his might, enough to send any opponent to their demise unexpectedly. Li Chang'an disappeared, then suddenly reappeared in the air performing swift wind slaughter formation, fiercely slashing at Wang Shengtian's body. But Wang Shengtian still laughed, thick-skinned. "That's right, what a pity." He erupted with extremely powerful demonic chi, just a little short. Li Chang'an raised his saber, condensing the ultimate 4 saber slashes, then unleashed them with full force, countering the demonic chi generated by Wang Shengtian. Wang Shengtian furiously swung a blow and Li Chang'an simultaneously parried with his saber, evenly matched. Peng Kai flew past, shouting, "Shengtian, you hold him off, I'll go destroy the sage steel fragment." Li Chang'an turned back, panicked, thinking not good. With that slight lapse, Wang Shengtian's staff came crashing down. Fortunately he was agile and dodged the blow. Wang Shengtian smiled eerily, saying, "Your opponent is me. The sage steel fragment, you can forget about it." Li Chang'an gritted his teeth, angrily saying, "You are truly seeking your own death." Wang Shengtian provoked even more excitedly, "Come here, let me show you what seeking your own death means." Peng Kai snatched the sage steel in a blink of an eye. That soldier shouted, "Oh no, the sage steel fragment has been taken." Wang Shengtian laughed heartily, arrogantly saying, "Li Taibai traded his innate literary chi for a chance at survival. But in the end he still lost the sage steel fragment. The millions of human troops who sacrificed before, your innate literary chi will all become sacrifices to this defeat. Utterly worthless." Li Chang'an's eyes emitted literary chi and he said coldly, "Don't worry, I'll let you see the last moment of the sage steel's condensation." He drew his bow, condensing killing intent. The 100 Rivers bow aimed at Peng Kai, drawing the bow to shoot the great eagle. A huge dragon appeared, lunging at Peng Kai, even freezing Wang Shengtian below. This killing intent is ominous. He quickly pressed his hand to the ground, creating a white tiger illusion. Charging towards that dragon, The dragon's scales immediately struck back, causing Wang Shengqian many injuries. As soon as he looked up, he saw the dragon opening its great mouth about to devour Peng Kai, and he immediately shouted in the air. Peng Kai was also stunned, thinking, "It's over." A flash of literary chi and an explosion swept past him so fast that he fell to the ground. The demons immediately stirred, shouting, "Quick, snatch back the fragment. The decisive moment for victory or defeat in this battle is now." A demon flew up, grabbed the sage steel, and said, "I've got it." Unexpectedly, a powerful arrow shot through its head. Li Chang'an still held the bow, emphasizing each word. "Whoever dares approach the sage steel fragment dies." Wang Shengqian roared, unleashing 3 streams of demonic fire, asking himself, "Where did this beast come from? I must deal with him quickly." Li Chang'an dodged the attack, then formed a hand seal and said, "Begin." The prison-suppressing blade appeared high in the sky. He raised his hand, pressed it lightly downwards, and shouted, "Suppress." Wang Shengqian's body was immobilized, unable to move. Even if he exerted all his strength, it was useless. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I am clearly invincible among those of my cultivation level. The prison-suppressing blade pressed down, and demonic chi and literary chi rubbed against each other. Li Chang'an also quickly used the profound technique. The speed character flew over, thinking, "The prison-suppressing blade cannot trap Wang Shengqian for too long. I must end the battle quickly." He picked up the sage steel and asked the 2 soldiers how to rebuild it. Several people scratched their heads, shrugging and saying they didn't know. "Never heard of it." Just then, Nan's voice rang out, saying to use poetry. She shouted, "Li Chang'an, you've been buried in writing poetry this whole time. Only poetry can rebuild the sage steel." Li Chang'an couldn't help but feel delighted seeing them still calling him brother and brother Zhu. And Nan, even more excited, burst into tears. "You're still alive, that's great, but there's no time for that now. Everything depends on you now." Wang Shengqian, while fending off the prison-suppressing blade, laughed mockingly. "For the past few days, no human has been able to write a useful poem. As for him, Li Taibai's innate literary chi is already shattered. What kind of poem could he write?" He laughed wildly. "Ha ha ha ha, you've lost this battle," Li Chang'an said impatiently. "None of your business, poetry, huh? Anyway, the Jade Chin book still has a trick left for me." He unleashed literary chi, then squeezed it hard, and a fragment of a literary decree shattered. "That's enough." He channeled his literary chi and instantly composed a poem, guarding Fengshen. "The moon of Qin, the pass of Han, the long march, a man unreturned. If only the flying general of Dragon City were here, no barbarian horse would cross Yin Mountain." Li Chang'an raised his hand and held the poem high. In a blink of an eye, the sage steel reassembled and gradually recovered. The soldiers, Nan and Zhu Ziyu, couldn't help but become emotional. The sage steel has been rebuilt." Wang Shengqian was utterly stunned. This is impossible, impossible." Li Chang'an closed his eyes, extended his arms, and calmly asked, "Nothing is impossible, is it? Humanity has won this battle." Seeing the situation, the demon race had already begun to flee. Even Wang Shengqian was unwilling, yet had no other choice. Unwilling, the dark clouds dispersed, leaving only the light of victory and the towering sage steel. The soldiers cheered, "We won, we won, we won!" And Nan couldn't help but hug Li Chang'an. "I knew you could do it, I knew you could do it." Li Chang'an patted her back, comforting her. "Brother, and all right, many people are watching." And Nan finished crying, then loudly chastised, "How could you be so foolish? That was innate literary chi." Li Chang'an smiled gently and said, "Don't forget, I am Taibai. It was just a piece of innate literary chi." And Nan asked in surprise, "Is your hometown Lin County?" Li Chang'an asked in surprise, "How does brother know?" And Nan connected all the events, saying, "So it was all you." She lowered her head as if guilty, wanting to say something. Li Chang'an, "Actually, I haven't had a chance to say." Li Chang'an had already turned and left. "And Nan, let's talk about it later." He stood at the edge of the cliff, looking into the distance, and said, "Right now, there's something particularly important to me." A moment later, Mo Zugong landed. "And Nan, where's Taibai?" And Nan smiled bitterly, saying he left, waiting for the lingering power of the demon Saint Stone. Beilu Academy would definitely take me away immediately. This time I came north partly for the Mountain Master. Wang Tiangong, the Mountain Master of Zushan Tian Di Yuan Dongyue branch, is currently in an ancient tomb on the northern battlefield. I must go save him. Li Chang'an opened the ancient tomb, looked inside, and took a few deep breaths, preparing for whatever was about to happen.